As a time traveler, Suyu begins his journey by drawing a hidden class card. Although he is merely a level-1 blacksmith, he possesses the extraordinary skill of limit-breaking refinement, ensuring that the enhancement of equipment is invariably successful, with a chance to acquire mythical attributes. While equipment refinement is often fraught with failure and potential destruction, he is capable of refining indefinitely. The attributes are categorized into 5 tiers, with legendary equipment already being scarce, and mythical items even more so. Suyu can be aptly described as the master wholesale supplier of attribute artifacts, possessing an exceptionally bizarre talent. Chapter 1. The Hidden Class Card. In Nanyang City, at Guangming High School, the playground is bustling with activity as all eyes are fixated on the central viewing platform. There, a momentous occasion is unfolding, the drawing of class cards, an event that captivates countless individuals, drawing them to witness a life-altering experience. Some are driven purely by curiosity, eager to feast their eyes upon the spectacle, while others, having drawn less favorable class cards themselves, seek a sense of superiority over those less fortunate in luck. Among them are capitalists, armed with substantial funds, prepared to purchase the most formidable class cards for lucrative resale. Regrettably, they find themselves disappointed. Thus far, no class cards of S rank or above have materialized. Just as the crowd begins to succumb to drowsiness, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. A colossal beam of light descends, its brilliance overshadowing even the sun's radiance. This beam gradually coalesces into a golden card, which lands in Suyu's hands, inciting a roar of astonishment throughout the crowd. Such a fierce light must signify the drawing of a hidden class card. The heavens are unjust. How could a hidden class card fall into the hands of such a worthless individual? Even if he sells this class card, it should suffice for him to acquire another, along with refining a complete set of equipment. Suyu, as the orchestrator of this event, finds himself overwhelmed with mixed emotions. He is not originally from this world. Centuries ago, a cataclysmic event transpired, leading to a digital transformation of reality. Terrifying beasts and abyssal rifts emerged, constricting humanity's living space. In this dire moment, a system arrived, granting everyone the opportunity to draw class cards. Class cards are classified into 5 categories: ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, with hidden classes being exceedingly rare. Utilizing a class card to obtain a profession is the sole means of combating these monstrous entities. Despite this, humanity's living space continues to dwindle. To survive in this world, one's own strength is paramount. The card Suyu has drawn is the exceedingly rare hidden class card. However, he does not intend to use it himself. In this world, the more precious the class card, the greater the resources required to wield it. With no parents and a dire financial situation, selling this class card for a lower quality one is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. At this moment, the entire faculty and student body rise to their feet, with the principal rendered speechless by excitement. After a brief silence, a cacophony ensues. Student, our Yuhu Chamber of Commerce offers 5 million for your hidden class card. Oomph. You think 5 million is enough for a hidden class card? I, from the Tusa Chamber of Commerce, offer 7 million, along with a warrior class card. I, from the Gyre Chamber of Commerce, offer 10 million, plus a ranger class card and a complete set of level 10 equipment. The crowd erupts in a frenzy of bidding, each chamber eagerly presenting their offers. Just as Suyu ponders his next move, a piercing voice cuts through the noise. Wait a moment. Suyu turns to see a tall, thin-lipped female teacher, exuding an air of disdain, rising from nearby. The chamber members' faces turn pale, as if they have swallowed something foul, too intimidated to speak. This individual is Lu Mei, who once served as Suyu's homeroom teacher. After his grades declined, she relegated him to another class. Her husband is a leader in the city's defense, which serves as the last bastion of safety for ordinary citizens in this era plagued by monstrous threats. Offending a leader of the city's defense is akin to courting disaster. Even if these merchants are reluctant, they must feign ignorance, refraining from raising their bids further. As Lu Mei approaches, she raises her chin, looking down at Suyu with an air of superiority, her tone brooking no dissent. Suyu, your family is modest, you are frail and sickly, and your grades are among the lowest in the entire year, rendering you unfit to wield this class card. As your teacher, I have an obligation to safeguard this class card for you. Her expression, filled with arrogance, suggests even her request is a form of pity. As Suyu observes Lu Mei's haughty demeanor, he feels a surge of loathing. What audacity! Lu Mei wields her husband's influence, reveling in her power within the school. The graduating class she oversaw has no connection to him whatsoever. Students who falter in their studies are counseled out, while those excelling in other classes are poached to bolster her own. Countless students have suffered from her tyranny. Now she invokes her connections to block his path. Safeguarding? How was that different from outright plunder? Who do you think you're fooling? Suyu fights to contain his fury, replying coldly. I do not require your guardianship of my class card. A flicker of surprise crosses Lu Mei's eyes. She had not anticipated that the formerly submissive Su Yu would dare to defy her. Su Yu, you seem to be unaware of the gravity of your situation. If you sell the class card to someone else, I fear you may find yourself with money in hand, yet unable to purchase another class card. Lu Mei's tone is laden with threats. For her, since marrying, no one has dared to refuse her once she invokes her husband's influence. She believes only by making this oblivious bumpkin recognize the disparity in their realities can she compel him to surrender the class card. Little does she know, her words ignite Su Yu's wrath. Since you refuse to leave me a way out, then let us all play no more. With that, Su Yu claps his hands. The class card transforms into a streak of light, merging directly into Su Yu's being. Su Yu, class, blacksmith. Level 1 attack power, 2 defense power, 1 health points 100. Skill, limit-breaking refinement. Limit-breaking refinement. Effect, your equipment refinement will invariably succeed, and there exists a chance to acquire a mythical attribute. Upon reading this, Su Yu instinctively held his breath. The certainty of success in refining equipment, coupled with the potential to obtain a mythical attribute. It is essential to understand that each refinement of equipment enhances its attributes. However, the process carries a significant risk of failure, which may result in the destruction of the equipment. Yet, Su Yu, possessing the skill of limit-breaking refinement, can refine without limit and even obtain mythical attributes. The attributes are categorized into 5 levels: ordinary, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary, and mythical. Thus far, the number of equipment bearing legendary attributes across the entire continent is exceedingly scarce, let alone those with mythical attributes. Each piece of equipment adorned with a legendary attribute is revered by humanity as a divine artifact. Presently, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to Su Yu as a wholesale master of attribute artifacts. Su Yu could not help but swallow hard, the word abnormal echoing in his mind. This talent is exceedingly extraordinary. Most importantly, the profession of a blacksmith does not require the extensive resources demanded by other hidden professions. This vocation seems tailor-made for Su Yu. Chapter 2. The Bet. At this moment, everyone was taken aback, gazing at Su Yu with incredulity. How could a student devoid of connections and support dare to confront Lu Mei head-on? This was akin to an old man hanging himself, an invitation to death. It is worth noting that unless met with death, one cannot change their profession after transitioning. A profession lacking resources is scarcely different from being utterly worthless. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Mei was immediately engulfed in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yu as she berated him. Ignorant. Foolish. With your utter lack of worth, even with a hidden profession card, you remain a waste. After venting her anger, she did not hesitate to threaten those present from the Merchant Association. At this juncture, the principal cleared his throat twice to interrupt their exchange. Ahem. Congratulations to all the students for drawing your profession cards. I trust you are all aware that the next step is the final trial, the novice test. As long as you perform exceptionally in this test, not only will the system reward you, but as your principal, I shall also bestow upon you an epic quality piece of equipment. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The novice test, a crucial hurdle every practitioner must overcome, marking the most significant milestone of their early journey. Within this trial, peril and fortune coexist, and many legendary practitioners have struck gold during this phase, leading to an exponential rise in their fortunes, ultimately crafting their legacies. Truly, the principal is remarkable. He is indeed generous to offer epic quality equipment. Hey, wake up! Lu Mei's daughter, Zhang Runan, holds 6 S-grade profession cards and has even prepared a complete set of rare gear in advance. This reward is tailor-made for her. What concern is it of ours? It is no wonder that such epic quality equipment is being given away so freely. The quality of equipment is categorized into common, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. High-quality gear not only enhances a practitioner's combat prowess and attributes, but, when paired with a suitable profession, can become their second life, affecting a qualitative transformation. The principal continued, in 1 hour, the novice test will commence. Please prepare yourselves to embrace this new challenge. Just as Su Yu was about to rise and depart, Lu Mei's mocking voice pierced through the atmosphere. Certain worthless individuals should be cautious. Do not encounter any mishaps in there. However, who would care if someone without parents perished inside? The mud figure still had a modicum of anger left. Unable to contain himself, Su Yu suddenly turned around, fixing Lu Mei with a deadly glare, his eyes brimming with malice. Say that again. What do you intend to do? Observing the frigid intensity in Su Yu's gaze, Lu Mei instinctively took 2 steps back. She had climbed to her position through connections, and in a genuine battle, it was likely that she would not stand a chance against her students, especially against Su Yu, who had just utilized a hidden profession card. Su Yu chuckled coldly. Speaking indifferently, I intend to propose a wager. Let us bet on whether this waste of mine can emerge unscathed from the novice test. Su Yu was no fool. To act publicly would undoubtedly jeopardize his future, especially with Lu Mei's formidable backing. A wager? Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's demeanor shifted, returning to her haughty self. What shall we wager? What do you possess that could possibly match my stakes? Lu Mei scoffed, her face rife with disdain. If I conquer the hellish difficulty of the novice test, you must publicly apologize and present me with an epic quality piece of equipment. Conversely, should I fail or perish within, this profession card will automatically revert to you. Suyu replied. As his words settled, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Was this not a blatant gift to Lu Mei? The first dungeon entered by successfully transitioned practitioners is colloquially known as the novice test. The difficulty of this test is categorized into simple, normal, hard, elite, lord, and hellish. The hellish difficulty is unequivocally a forbidden zone, where the levels of all aberrant creatures increase tenfold. Even affluent youths, fully equipped, would not dare to recklessly enter the hellish difficulty. Only the most elite practitioners, armed with perfect teams and divine items, possess even a sliver of a chance to succeed. Not to mention, Suyu had just transitioned, with his professional skills practically non-existent and his damage output likely minimal. Consider the dungeon itself. There are innumerable possibilities, and no one can predict the exact circumstances. It could be a jungle thick with thorns or an expansive ocean, whether it be food, supplies, or essential survival gear. Practitioners must procure them from the merchant association. To be unable to trade with the association spells certain doom. Suyu dares to challenge the hellish difficulty? Observing Lu Mei's stunned expression, Suyu provocatively continued, What is the matter? Are you afraid? Do you have too much faith in the abilities of this waste? Or do you simply not desire this profession card? Lu Mei, are you unwilling to take this minor risk? Lu Mei took a moment to compose herself, contemplating internally. Even if Suyu were a powerful practitioner, it was utterly impossible for him to survive the hellish difficulty dungeon. Historically, only 3 or 4 humans have successfully cleared such a trial. Should Suyu perish within, not only would he forfeit the hidden profession card, but she would also save that 3 million. This was an opportunity handed to her. Why not seize it? As for whether Suyu could clear the test, that was far from Lu Mei's concerns. It is vital to understand that clearing a dungeon and emerging alive are 2 entirely different matters. Even top-tier teams cannot guarantee 100% success on the first attempt. Suyu dares to declare he will clear the hellish difficulty dungeon? If such a character could succeed, then hellish difficulty would be as common as cabbage by the roadside. Considering the implications, Lu Mei coldly huffed, Let us wager, then. Who fears whom? So long as someone does not back out at the last moment, I shall take this bet to the end. Suyu smirked, offering no retort, and instead summoned the data panel, sending Lu Mei the system's wager agreement. Ding, the wager is as follows. If Suyu clears the hellish difficulty novice test, Lu Mei must publicly apologize and present an epic quality piece of equipment. Conversely, should Suyu perish, the profession card will be forfeited to Lu Mei. Any violation will incur system penalties. Do both parties agree? Agreed. Suyu and Lu Mei responded in unison. Ding, wager established. A flash of light descended from above, merging into the chests of both individuals. Chapter 3, Crafting Divine Artifacts. Since the advent of the professional system, humanity has elevated the system to new heights, with the wager system being one of its innovations. He actually went through with the wager? Has he lost his mind? Hellish difficulty? Surviving even a hard difficulty would be a blessing. Does he truly believe hellish difficulty is as easy as picking up cabbage from the street? The pressure must be overwhelming, driving him to madness. What a pity, such a splendid opportunity, wasted on a display of bravado. The onlookers jeered and mocked. With no one believing Suyu could conquer the hellish difficulty dungeon, even a hidden profession should not be so arrogant. Ignoring the lifeless gazes of those around him, Suyu made his way directly home. To be frank, he held little regard for someone like Lu Mei. As long as he successfully passed the college entrance examination, he had no fear of her threats, no matter how powerful Lu Mei might be. Her influence was confined to Nanyang City and could not affect his pursuit of higher education. In this world, only strength holds true value. Now that Suyu had obtained an extraordinary profession, he contemplated how to leverage a snowball effect to amplify his advantages. The novice trial was the most rewarding dungeon available. If he could conquer the hellish difficulty level, combined with the epic weapon Lu Mei had wagered and lost, his initial advantage would be immeasurable. How could he possibly refrain from taking that gamble? However, before that, he had a crucial task to complete. Minutes later, Suyu returned home. After rummaging through his belongings for quite some time, he finally unearthed a long knife covered in dust from a corner. After wiping away the grime, the weapon's attributes became clear. Long knife. Quality, ordinary. Level 1, attack, 10. Attributes, none. Holding the long knife, Suyu murmured, from this moment, will it be a rise or a decline? Upon acquiring his profession, Suyu understood a fundamental truth. The blacksmith profession does not require vast resources. On the contrary, it can generate substantial resources. This long knife had been left behind by his father before his disappearance. Due to neglect, it had become nearly worthless. Yet for Suyu, these concerns were trivial. As long as he possessed this raw material, he could craft a legendary weapon. Suyu took out a refining stone and placed it alongside the equipment in the refining space. He silently chanted the incantation for refining, and in the next moment, the refining space began to operate. As time elapsed, the long knife remained unchanged, and even Suyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Just then, a brilliant golden light burst forth. It was a success, a mythical attribute. At that moment, a shimmering golden aura enveloped the long knife, flowing like rippling water. The blade's tip bore a layer of translucent energy, its sharpness so intense that none dared to gaze upon it directly. Even a blind person could discern the stark contrast between this knife and its former state. Magma Long Knife 1. Quality, Artifact. Level, 1. Attack, 1070. Attributes, Level Growth, Epic. Annihilation Flame, Mythical. Level Growth. Each time an exotic beast is slain, the weapon gains experience, allowing its attack power to grow, up to level 25. Annihilation Flame. 20 chance to deal explosive fire damage upon attack, repelling enemies, dealing double the weapon's attack power. An ordinary level 1 equipment's attack power had skyrocketed to 80 points. Its quality had ascended to that of an artifact. What does this signify? Even a level 10 epic quality equipment would not boast such formidable attack power. It transcended combat abilities by 10 levels. Moreover, it possessed dual attributes. The first attribute, Level Growth, allows this single weapon to be effective up to level 20. The weapon's attack power limit could grow even further. Do not underestimate this attack power limit. Each increment in equipment level represents a qualitative leap. Most importantly, the mythical attribute, Annihilation Flame, offers a 20 chance to trigger double damage. What does this imply? Every 5 strikes could yield the damage of 7. When wielded by a fast-attacking profession, this blade becomes a terrifying presence akin to a battlefield meat grinder. This was extraordinary, absolutely astonishing. At this moment, Suyu felt as though he had been struck by a meteor, his face radiant with joy. Even other mythical attributes pale in comparison. He recalled a level 30 ring boasting the mythical attribute, Flame Footprints. Flame Footprints. Upon activation, the path walked will leave flames, inflicting 50 points of fire damage, costing 10 mana per second. It is crucial to note that Flame Footprints inflicts fixed damage, while Annihilation Flame is percentage-based. This means that Annihilation Flame's damage will continuously increase with levels. Even if the equipment's limit is capped at level 30, it remains usable by top-tier professionals. Alas, every equipment refinement requires materials, with stronger equipment demanding more potent resources. Given Suyu's current financial state, he could afford to refine only once. Otherwise, the attributes of the Flame Long Knife would reach even greater heights. But no matter, the exotic beast in the dungeon could drop refining materials. When the time comes, the Flame Long Knife will ascend to new levels. Time swiftly passed, and at this moment, all students stood on the playground, awaiting the principal to personally initiate the Novice Trials dungeon space. Aside from Lu Mei on the podium, who stood proudly like a cock, reveling in her perceived superiority. The wager between Suyu and Lu Mei was common knowledge, and many sycophants had already congratulated her in advance for acquiring the hidden profession card. In a buoyant mood, Lu Mei surveyed her surroundings and disdainfully remarked, "Where's that guy? Surely he hasn't been scared into submission?" At that instant, Suyu hurriedly arrived. Fearing tardiness, he had to rush. His hair was tousled by the wind, and he was covered in dust, yet his eyes sparkled with confidence. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, mockingly gesturing in front of the entire school. "Oh, look at you, covered in dust. Have you been rummaging through the trash for artifacts?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Mei, defiantly drawing forth the Flame Long Knife. In an instant, its blinding radiance dazzled the eyes of all present. A golden legend? He truly possesses an artifact. How could this be? Could a pauper like Suyu afford an artifact? The issue is, even if he had the money, who would dare sell it to him? Perhaps it was possible that some teacher with the surname Lu had made too many enemies, and someone sought to undermine her. As Suyu unveiled the long knife, even the dimmest among the crowd could recognize its exceptional quality. Lu Mei's earlier words struck her like a slap to the face. No matter how shameless she was, her face flushed with humiliation. Impossible. How could a worthless individual like you possess such exquisite equipment? You must have stolen it. Lu Mei's fury ignited as she pointed at Suyu, berating him publicly. She simply could not accept this reality. Chapter 4. Slaying the Bone-Crushing Poison Spider. Purple Shards. Although Suyu now wielded an artifact, conquering the hellish dungeon remained an impossible feat yet, with such an artifact in his grasp, Lu Mei increasingly viewed him as a thief. If her own daughter struggled to acquire an artifact, how could a poor boy like him possess one? Its origins must be dubious. I wondered how Suyu could possibly afford an artifact, and it turns out he resorted to theft. Indeed, when pushed to the brink, one can resort to anything. He dares to steal an artifact? What is there that he would not dare? The city defense leaders dare to provoke, disregarding their lives. Upon hearing Lu Mei's unwavering tone, murmurs of speculation erupted among the crowd. Suyu regarded Lu Mei, who spewed accusations with such venom, and found her utterly ludicrous. He let out a derisive laugh, questioning. Stolen? If we are to speak of theft, it is you, relying on your husband, a leader of the city defense, engaging in brazen acts of extortion. Your Zhang family truly resembles a den of thieves. At this pronouncement, the chatter ceased abruptly, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. No one dared to speak. For Suyu had directly aimed his words at the Zhang family leader. Yet, the surrounding silence only served to infuriate Lu Mei further, her neck reddening with rage. The deeper the silence, the more it implied acquiescence to Suyu's denouncement. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. For years, she had relied on her husband's position to engage in unscrupulous acts of coercion. What was wrong with that? With the wager established and the summons to the dungeon imminent. Regardless of how much this worthless fool flailed about, the hidden class card was destined to be hers. With this thought, Lu Mei's fury somewhat abated. Her eyes regarding Suyu with the disdain one might reserve for a corpse. However, in the next moment, Suyu's words ignited her fury anew. This artifact of mine has a perfectly legitimate origin. Those who act like thieves should not harbor any covetous thoughts. As Suyu concluded, a rift of summoning from the system materialized above him. Suyu. Lu Mei attempted to retort, but Suyu interrupted her without granting her the opportunity. With a flash of golden light from the lava-long knife, the boy's cold voice resonated throughout the vicinity. The wager is clear. And ensure that the epic gear is ready for me. With that declaration, the rift of time and space's summoning power lifted Suyu's body, and he vanished in an instant. The atmosphere in the arena had been profoundly shaken by Suyu's audacious proclamation, akin to repeatedly striking the Zhang family's faces with a slap. Even the sycophants surrounding Lu Mei dared not approach, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. They had never encountered such an audacious scenario before. Never had a student dared to challenge the authority of the city defense leaders so openly. Lu Mei fixed her gaze on the spot where the rift had vanished, her fury reaching a boiling point. It was palpable that the atmosphere had become decidedly tense. Her expression was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. This Suyu had an audacity that was simply outrageous. She longed to tear his words apart. Even if this waste managed to survive the hellish dungeon, Lu Mei swore she would ensure he met a miserable end. As more students were summoned directly into the dungeon by the system, murmurs began to rise among the onlookers. Some discussed in hushed tones. Suyu is audacious and has spirit, but having provoked the city defense leader, he likely cannot escape death now. It was always a desperate gamble, but I find it quite entertaining. I wonder how Lu Mei's daughter, Zhang Runan, will perform. They say she will enter a lord-level dungeon. A lord? Isn't that a rank beneath Suyu? Can a normal person truly be compared to a desperate madman? The events unfolding in the square no longer concerned Suyu, who had directly entered the hell-level dungeon. You have entered the novice trial dungeon, spirit prison cave. Difficulty, hell level. Common monster levels, LV3, LV9. Note, the possibility of successfully clearing this dungeon as a novice is 0. Any monster here is far beyond the capacity of a level 1 novice to confront. Ensuring survival is your sole purpose for being here. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and upon landing, Suyu could only rely on the golden glow of the lava-long knife to discern his surroundings. Before he could take a step, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a shadowy green form swiftly approaching. With calm precision, he anticipated the moment. Acting decisively, he swung the lava-long knife, releasing a scarlet flame in its arc. The flaming blade struck the approaching green figure with force. Bone-eating poison spider. Level, LV4. A dangerously venomous creature. 795 who entered this dungeon have fallen beneath its fangs. With a swift glance, Suyu noted that his strike had sent the poison spider reeling several meters back. He had not activated the annihilation flame, merely relying on the momentum of his strike to repel it. The spider had evidently aimed for a surprise attack, but had failed. In that brief encounter, Suyu realized that his strength was not inferior to the spider's. He merely needed to be wary of its venomous fangs. With a cold huff, Suyu swung his blade down. The previously faint glow upon the knife erupted into brilliance at the moment of the strike. A flame, several times more violent than before, surged forth from the blade, crashing into the still unaware, bone-eating poison spider. Annihilation flame, triggered. The furious flames engulfed the spider entirely, sending it soaring into the air before crashing down. The spider, the size of a human head, burned and emitted black smoke while its 8 legs flailed in vain. True to the hell-level dungeon's reputation, the creature's vitality was remarkably tenacious. Suyu followed up with another strike, ending the spider's life. You have slain a LV4 bone-eating poison spider, earning 23 experience points. Experience for the lava-long knife, 15. With just a single monster from the hell difficulty, Suyu's blacksmith level had risen by 1. He could foresee the monumental transformation awaiting him once he exited this dungeon. Simultaneously, the lava-long knife was poised for an upgrade. Lava-long knife 1. Quality, artifact, level, 3. Experience required for upgrade, 0, 20. Attack, 1095. Attributes, level growth, epic, annihilation flame, mythic. Having leveled up twice in rapid succession, its attack power surged to 115. While it may seem modest, This increase of 15 attack points could yield an additional 45 points of damage when triggering Annihilation Flame. Once he reached level 25, he could only imagine the strength he would possess. With this in mind, Su Yu's resolve to grow stronger solidified. Lu Mei had left him no path to survival. He would cleave through everything with absolute power. At that moment, Su Yu noticed the corpse of the bone-eating poison spider slowly incinerating. Among the ashes, glimmers of purple-hued crystalline fragments emerged. Chapter 5. Refined Stone Fragments, Soul Colonizing Dagger 1. To his astonishment, these were intermediate refined stone fragments. Su Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first small monster he defeated would yield such a substantial quantity of intermediate refined stone fragments. Truly, the rewards of the Hell-level dungeon were remarkable. It is worth noting that even in fragment form, intermediate refined stones could fetch a price exceeding 3 times that of ordinary refined stones. While they required smelting to become full intermediate refined stones, they could also be utilized directly as ordinary refined stones. The distinction between ordinary and intermediate refined stones lay merely in the increased probability of successful refinement. However, Su Yu's innate talent allowed him to achieve a perfect refinement rate of 100. Thus, he simply utilized the ordinary refinement stones as they were. For the second refinement of the lava longsword, 2 ordinary refinement stones were required. Yet, Su Yu opted to substitute these with shards of intermediate refinement stones instead. The refinement space sprang to life, and soon enough, success was achieved. The essence of the lava longsword ascended to a new level. Su Yu hastily examined the attribute panel. Lava longsword 2. Quality, Divine Artifact. Experience required for upgrade, 0, 20. Attack power, 15, 95. Attributes, Bloodfire Frenzy, Epic, Level Growth, Epic, Annihilating Flame, Mythical. Bloodfire Frenzy. When inflicting damage on flesh targets, the wounds will ignite spontaneously, causing the target to suffer 1 life point of damage per second. Su Yu was instantly filled with excitement. Although he did not refine a mythical attribute this time, he did obtain an epic level attribute, Bloodfire Frenzy. The lethality of the lava longsword was further enhanced. Regrettably, the epic level attribute only affected flesh and blood targets. However, against medium to large monsters, its damage potential was still significantly amplified. By leveraging distance and inflicting multiple wounds, he could easily exhaust even the most robust creatures to their demise. Gripping the refined lava longsword, Su Yu rose to his feet, truly grasping the essence of power, his own power. In the distance, a rustling sound could be heard. Light would attract the attention of all cave-dwelling creatures. In the sunless confines of the prison spirit cavern, even a faint glimmer seemed to blaze like the sun to the monsters within. Hence, when traversing cave-like dungeons, one should avoid using any light sources. Night vision devices must remain off. Even infrared would be detected by the creatures lurking in the cavern. This was knowledge imparted in textbooks, and Su Yu was well aware of it. Yet, the faint flames flickering atop his longsword illuminated a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Su Yu had no intention of extinguishing it. The current location within the cavern was rather cramped, merely a small chamber with a passage ahead. The rustling sounds emanated from that very passage. Perhaps it was drawn by the flames previously ignited by the venomous spider, or perhaps it was the faint glow of the longsword. Su Yu paid little mind to its origin, positioning the longsword defensively before him. Adopting a stance that was both offensive and protective, he awaited silently. 1 second, 2 seconds. 2 bone-eating venomous spiders appeared, slightly smaller than the previous one, accompanied by a creature resembling a rat, yet towering half a meter high. Great Nightmarish Rat. Level, LV6. Its dense fur is tainted with countless viruses, making it one of the prime minions for capturing prey. A bite from it won't result in immediate death. Su Yu surveyed the data provided by the system, the flames of the long sword intensifying. There was not a shred of fear or nervousness in his heart. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration. It was the perfect opportunity to test the potency of his new attribute. He charged directly from the side towards the trio. 1 bone-eating venomous spider leapt toward him. Su Yu snorted coldly upon seeing the slightly smaller creature, the fiery blade flashing momentarily. He swiftly cleaved it in 2, leaving behind burning remnants. The great nightmarish rat squeaked in response, its massive jaws lunging toward his leg bone. However, it was met with a decisive strike to the head by the longsword, causing its skull to twist at an uncomfortable angle. Seizing the moment, Su Yu unleashed 2 more strikes against the great nightmarish rat's body. Annihilating Flame, activated. Bloodfire Frenzy, activated. Despite its thick fur, Su Yu's lava longsword carved 2 deep gashes. As blood gushed forth, 2 bizarre red flames ignited instantaneously. The great nightmarish rat let out a horrifying wail that nearly shattered Su Yu's eardrums. Yet, his movements hardly faltered. He swiftly dispatched the second bone-eating venomous spider. In the aftermath, only Su Yu, wielding the lava longsword and unscathed, remained, alongside the severely wounded LV6 great nightmarish rat, whose injuries were visibly weakening it. A quick resolution was in order. With the tip of the blade piercing the rat's neck, flames engulfed its entire body, and Suyu efficiently concluded the creature's existence. As he gazed upon the blazing carcass, Suyu's initial excitement gradually subsided. You have slain 2 LV3 bone-eating venomous spiders. Class experience gained, 41. Lava longsword experience gained, 26. You have slain a LV6 great nightmarish rat. Class experience gained, 50. Lava longsword experience gained, 35. This battle yielded a total of 91 points in class experience. Suyu. Class, Blacksmith. Level, 3, 39, 200. Attack power, 5. Defense power, 4. Health, 260. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Compared to level 1, both attack and defense had increased by 3 points, while health had surged by 160 points. Suyu furrowed his brow slightly. At this rate of progression, the advancement was rather slow. The increase in foundational attributes such as attack and defense was not multiplicative, but merely additive, which offered little enhancement in actual combat. Was the blacksmith class inherently unsuitable for battle, or was it reliant solely on weapons? Never mind, he thought. If worst comes to worst, as a blacksmith, equipping himself with high-quality gear adorned with superior attributes should suffice. There was no need to dwell on such matters. At that moment, the burning corpse on the ground gradually turned to ash, and a glimmer of metallic reflection suddenly caught Suyu's eye. Soul-controlling dagger. Quality, damaged. Level 1. Attributes, soul control, rare, severely damaged, common. Soul control. When fully inserted into the brain of a creature below LV15, it can begin to manipulate its will and actions. Severely damaged. The weapon is broken and decayed, rendering its skills unusable. This dagger must have been embedded in the great nightmarish rat's brain long ago. After much time, its skill had become ineffective, yet the rat survived, leading the dagger to decay over time. Suyu promptly picked up the dagger, and with a thought, collected shards of intermediate refinement stones from the ashes of the 2 venomous spiders nearby. Refinement space. He proceeded to refine the soul-controlling dagger to see if it could be restored. Success. Soul-controlling dagger 1. Quality, epic. Level, 1. Attributes, soul control, rare, resourcefulness, epic. Soul control. When fully inserted into the brain of any living creature below LV15, it can begin to manipulate its will and actions. Resourcefulness. When fully inserted into any corpse, it can extract a small amount of attribute essence for personal use. Upon completion, the corpse is destroyed. Chapter 6. Epic level attribute. Resourcefulness. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, carefully scrutinizing the description of the attribute. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. The once decayed and rusted dagger is now adorned with purple crystals that cover the entirety of its blade, radiating a crystalline brilliance intertwined with a hint of antiquity. Extracting a small quantity of attribute essence. Is this not a direct enhancement to one's fundamental attributes? Just moments ago, he was concerned about the sluggish growth of his attribute points solely through leveling up. Now, with this soul colonization dagger in his possession, all his worries have been effortlessly alleviated. With this thought in mind, Suyu eagerly stepped out of the initial stone chamber of the spirit prison cave, eager to seek out another monster to test the efficacy of this epic, optimal utilization attribute. At the Brightness High School playground, it has been an hour since all the students entered the novice trial dungeon. Except for a few individuals, the trial participants have all been teleported out. The ordinary level trials are remarkably simple, with compact maps that allow for swift completion. Generally, a typical clearing time hovers around 30 minutes. Even for elite level trials, the completion time has not exceeded an hour. They either finish in under an hour or, after evading for a while, choose to abandon the challenge and teleport out. At this moment, a spatial rift opened from above, and a striking figure emerged from it, gracefully landing on the ground. It was Zhang Runin. She had emerged from a Lord-level dungeon. Had she cleared it? That would mean 6 S-grade class cards and a full set of rare equipment. Wasn't it only natural to succeed? Yet, one could not be so naive. One must not underestimate the formidable nature of a Lord-level boss. The crowd erupted into discussions, for she held 6 S-grade class cards and had boldly chosen to challenge the Lord-level dungeon. Upon exiting, she naturally became the center of attention. Even reporters from Nanyang City's news station had set up cameras, ready to conduct interviews. However, Zhang Runin merely cast a cold glance around, disregarding any further delay, and made her way toward her mother, Lu Mei. Soon, news spread like wildfire. In the Lord-level dungeon, Zhang Runin achieved a personal exploration rate of 70. She had not encountered the final boss, having been defeated by the elite guardian at the boss's door. Too great was the disparity in strength, prompting her to willingly abandon the challenge. Despite this, it caused quite a stir. Incredible. She had truly aimed for victory, having reached the boss's door. I recall the last challenger of the Lord-level dungeon was our province's top scholar, whose exploration rate barely reached 61. These murmurs reached Lu Mei's ears, akin to celestial melodies soothing her heart. Yet, she had never genuinely expected her daughter to conquer the Lord-level dungeon. Such an outcome was nearly impossible. Reflecting on her wager with Suyu, she considered that even with 6 S-grade class cards and a complete set of rare equipment, Her daughter had failed to clear the Lord-level dungeon, never even laying eyes on the boss. A Hell-level dungeon? Clearing it? Absurd. However, as she glanced at the time, an hour had elapsed, and she wondered how Suyu had not yet perished within the dungeon. Don't worry, Mom. Clearing a Hell-level dungeon is utterly unattainable. We merely need to wait for the return of his class card. Zhang Runin softly reassured Lu Mei. Upon hearing this, several teachers close to Lu Mei echoed her sentiments, suggesting that he was likely hiding in the initial area of the dungeon, and once discovered by monsters, he would surely perish. Indeed, the immediate priority was to celebrate Runin's success in clearing the dungeon and await that class card. As Lu Mei listened to those around her, her initially uneasy feelings gradually eased. But then, someone remarked that it was impossible for him to be hiding in the dungeon, as the rules clearly stated that if no combat occurred within half an hour, one would be directly expelled from the dungeon. This statement caused Lu Mei's brow to furrow. Who said that? There was no suspicious person in sight. All around her were friends and acquaintances offering compliments. Yet, she began to contemplate the implications of that rule. Realizing it indeed existed, this meant that Suyu, that useless boy, could not be hiding within the dungeon. Instead, he must have engaged in battle. That fool. If he fought, why did he not simply perish within the dungeon? And the artifact? Lu Mei suddenly recalled the artifact Suyu had brought into the dungeon. A spark of realization ignited within her. It would be best if he had not died in the dungeon. If he could be persuaded to relinquish that artifact to Runin, it would be absolutely perfect. The others nearby, oblivious to who had initially mentioned the rule, exchanged glances but continued to reassure Lu Mei. Perhaps he encountered a few ordinary monsters and managed to win with the artifact, then chose to hide again. Rest easy. Sister Mei, this novice trial dungeon can last a maximum of 24 hours. Even if he can keep hiding, he will surely emerge by tomorrow. Lu Mei narrowed her eyes, her gaze fierce. Suyu, you better be hiding well. Do not let any monsters devour you along with the artifact. If Runin cannot obtain this artifact, it would be a loss for both the Zhang and Lu families. Soon, the media reported Zhang Runin's exploration rate of 70 in the Lord-level dungeon as a significant news story. Simultaneously, the bet between Lu Mei and the only holder of a hidden class card that day was also disclosed to the public. It is reported that Brightness High School student Suyu, the hidden class card holder who wagered with Ms. Lu Mei, has yet to emerge from the Hell-level dungeon. On a certain social media platform, onlookers flocked to the first comment section, casually remarking, could it be that Suyu might actually clear the Hell-level dungeon? Within a minute of this comment being posted, over 100 replies flooded in. Tang. Impossible. That's a Hell-level dungeon. No prodigy in the entire nation could clear it during the novice trial. Such remarks were nothing short of absurd. Suyu, how are you even online in the dungeon? A series of derisive comments ultimately compelled the original poster to delete their comment after sobering up an hour later. However, this incident sparked a wave of attention from numerous self-media bloggers, who, in a bid to attract views, began creating videos in support of Suyu, asserting he would undoubtedly conquer the Hell-level dungeon. Such videos typically garnered over 100 comments and shares within 5 minutes of their release. But most were deleted by the platform within half an hour. Unbeknownst to Suyu, his name had ignited considerable discussion outside. In a mere half hour, it transformed into a buzzword among some self-media bloggers in Nanyang. Yet, even if Suyu were aware of this, he would remain unfazed. For he was currently encircled by a cluster of mid-tier monsters within the dungeon. As long as they were below level 9, he would slay them all without hesitation. Chapter 7. Plundering Attribute Points. Boss Ghost Flame. Attribute Points. All attribute points. The colonization dagger plunged forcefully into the corpse of a recently slain level 7 giant nightmare rat. In an instant, several blue orbs of light began to materialize from the rat's carcass, slowly converging towards the tip of the dagger. They flowed along the blade, surging into Suyu's palm. Optimal utilization activated. Basic attribute points. Defense 1, Spirit 1. Immediately following this, the rat's corpse was reduced to ashes, scattered by an invisible breeze, vanishing entirely from existence. Suyu did not linger, swiftly dispatching the small monsters he had trapped, his dagger plunging into their lifeless bodies. Maximize resource use activated. Basic attribute points. Attack power 1. Maximize resource use activated. Basic attribute points. Health 10. Speed 1. Having eliminated the minor foes, he gazed at the barren landscape before him, devoid of any corpses, save for a ground strewn with ash. For a moment, Suyu almost believed he had descended into madness. Yet, his character attribute panel clearly displayed. Suyu. Class, Blacksmith. Level, 4, 397, 500. Speed, 8. Mentality, 11. Attack power, 12. Defense, 15. Health, 780. Skill, Limit-Breaking Smelting. Not only had he augmented the foundational attributes of attack power, defense, and health, common to all professions, but even the speed attribute, typically reserved for assassins, and the mentality attribute, exclusive to sorcerers, had been directly extracted through the epic trait, maximize resource use, and added to his attribute panel. This indicated that maximize resource use could bestow enhancements to attributes that were otherwise unattainable. It is crucial to understand that these unique foundational attributes were the exclusive domain of specific classes. For instance, a blacksmith, regardless of how high their level might soar, would not normally possess the speed attribute. Yet, Suyu had shattered this impossibility through maximize resource use. He felt as light as a swallow, as if the very essence of existence could be grasped within the confines of his mental acuity. For the first time, Suyu experienced his mind racing with unprecedented swiftness, as if the flow of time itself had momentarily slowed. These attribute points, under normal circumstances for an assassin, would require a level accumulation to at least 15. Yet, he had gained them by vanquishing dozens of creatures within the cave. Recalling the hellish trial of the novice dungeon, he remembered that the total number of monsters was hardly 100. This meant that Suyu had already slain a significant portion of the creatures within the spirit prison cave. If word got out about such an achievement, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. A hellish dungeon, reduced to a realm of slaughter? A true god of death. However, Suyu's thoughts were entirely different. He contemplated the multitude of monsters still awaiting his demise, yearning for the extraction of more attribute points. His excitement surged, almost causing him to tremble. There were still so many creatures to conquer. He had to maximize his resources. Thus, Suyu extinguished the flames of his lava longsword. Previously, when he had just acquired the soul-colonizing dagger, he had cautiously lured one or two small monsters using the light of his longsword, engaging in battle, slaying them, and extracting attribute points. However, as his attribute points increased, his proficiency with the lava longsword grew, and he began to revel in the ebb and flow of annihilating flames. He started attempting to attract 4 to 5 monsters, ranging from levels 5 to 8, and found that even battling 5 at once felt effortless. He even experimented with maximizing the light of the lava longsword, successfully luring 7 level 8 monsters at once, all of whom he subsequently dispatched. Just as Suyu was about to try attracting 8 or even 10 monsters in one fell swoop, he released the light again, only to find that the monsters did not respond. After illuminating the surrounding area for over 10 minutes, not a single creature was drawn towards him. Reluctantly, Suyu switched to another mode, extinguishing the light of the longsword and opting to stealthily navigate the cave. Whenever he encountered a small monster, he would draw his blade. Yet, he soon discovered that this method was inefficient for farming monsters. Thus, he began to strategize the locations of various smaller chambers within the cave. The entire spirit prison cave was divided into one vast open cavern and dozens of smaller extensions. Suyu chose to employ a herding strategy, releasing the light of the lava longsword along the entrances of each small chamber, enticing the monsters to unwittingly venture into their own demise. Little did Suyu know that during these 2 hours, all the small monsters within this hellish dungeon had come to a consensus. A devil emanating light had emerged in their world, a bizarre radiance that tempted life itself to venture forth and sacrifice its existence, urging them to flee from the light. Flee from the light. Almost every creature sensed the gradual thinning of the life force around them, vanishing at an alarming rate. Light, demons, hell. The cave that had once been their sanctuary had transformed into a veritable inferno. Within the boss room of the spirit prison, a wisp of eerie green flame began to rise. Hundreds of human bones atop a stone table twisted grotesquely, assembling into a serpentine shape. In the next moment, the green flame enveloped the head of the serpent. Another genius challenger from the human race has arrived, perhaps. During this time, having devoured some of the smaller inhabitants of this cave, the skeletal form had stealthily advanced to level 12. The snake-shaped skeleton slithered slowly towards the sealed stone door. The instant the human bones made contact with the seal, a wave of energy dispersed, and the stone door opened. A hellish boss room unveiled itself, and the final boss, Ghost Flame, emerged. A raspy voice echoed from the serpent's mouth. Humans, the so-called geniuses exploring this hellish dungeon, shall meet their demise in my jaws. The previous few humans who entered could not even reach me and were forced to retreat. Fortunately, I managed to control a small minion and acquired a human corpse, allowing me to emerge from this accursed boss chamber. This time, I shall personally devour my prey. However, as soon as Ghost Flame exited the boss room, it was taken aback. Why had the presence of those small minions diminished so drastically? A reduction of 2/3? Where are the monsters? It immediately unleashed a mental wave, beginning to sense everything within the cave. As a creature of the spirit realm, Ghost Flame quickly extended its perception over the entire spirit prison cave. In the next moment, it spotted a human youth extracting a dagger from the body of a level 9 serpent. The creature's form disintegrating into ash within Ghost Flame. As perception. Just then, the human youth suddenly turned, locking eyes with it. Danger. Chapter 8. Slaying Ghost Flame. Triggering the trait of soul colonization. Lava Longsword 2. Quality, Artifact. Level, 7. Experience required for upgrade, 176, 400. Attack power, 15, 180. Traits, Blood Flame Revelry, Epic. Level growth, Epic. Annihilating Flames, Mythical. The level growth of the lava longsword had reached level 7. According to the current attack power calculation, if he successfully triggered Annihilating Flames, a single strike could unleash a terrifying attack power nearing 600. This level of power could not be withstood even by a level 10 warrior. Not to mention the ongoing damage from the Blood Flame Revelry trait. At present, Suyu's professional level stands at a mere level 5. Suyu. Occupation, Blacksmith. Level, 5, 430, 800. Speed, 10. Spirit, 15. Attack power, 20. Defense, 21. Health points, 1190. Skill, Limit-Breaking Smelting. As he ventured deeper, Suyu estimated that only about 1/10 to 1/12 of the creatures within the cave remained. It was becoming increasingly challenging to capture them. Just as Suyu was lost in thought, a sudden gaze fell upon him from behind. This presence was exponentially more formidable than any creature he had encountered in the cavern. Whirling around, he peered through the darkness that stretched 200 or 300 meters, separated by several walls. With his 15 points of mental strength, he discerned the entrance to the boss room, where a skeletal python with a head engulfed in eerie flames awaited. Boss. He almost forgot that this was a hell-level dungeon. It was only natural for a boss to reside within. Having nearly dispatched the minor creatures, Suyu grinned and charged toward that overwhelming aura. With a speed attribute of 10, he covered the 200 meters in but a few fleeting seconds. Phantom Flame was momentarily taken aback. The brief span of time was too short for its somewhat sluggish thought processes. It couldn't fathom how a single individual could have so thoroughly eradicated the minions within the cave. Typically, newly awakened human prodigies approached this place with utmost caution, meticulously following predetermined routes and controlling their light to stealthily navigate to the boss room, ensuring minimal resource expenditure along the way. Yet, this human stood before it, entirely unscathed. Could it be that the humans had discovered its secret of surreptitiously breaking through, prompting them to send a powerful individual to eliminate it? The moment for contemplation was fleeting, as Suyu had already closed the distance and swung his weapon. Phantom Flame, being a level 12 entity, reacted swiftly, barely evading Suyu's direct strike. Since you humans have discovered me, I have nothing left to hide. As Suyu's blade missed, he leveraged the momentum to retreat a few steps, only to be startled by the voice that echoed around him. Where did that voice come from? Turning to face the eerie green flame, disbelief washed over him. This creature could actually speak? Only monsters of at least level 30 possessed such intelligence. Yet, the presence before him was nowhere near level 20. It was utterly implausible. But Suyu had undeniably heard it. You are curious why I, a level 12 novice trial dungeon creature, can articulate, aren't you? Once more, he heard that hollow, raspy voice, undoubtedly emanating from the skeletal serpent before him. He suddenly realized that what appeared to be a pile of bones resembling a python was, in fact, a grotesque assembly that included a human skull at its head. The other bones were shattered remnants of human limbs and ribs. The seemingly serpentine remains were, in truth, entirely composed of human corpses. Furrowing his brow, Suyu exerted force, slashing his lava longsword toward the skull that bore the ghostly green flame. There was no point in pondering this. Swiftly dispatching the boss to extract attribute points was his immediate priority. In an explosive clash, the skull shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. The eerie green flame detached and hovered briefly in the air. The remaining bones, devoid of their core, lay motionless on the ground. The ghostly green flame was not one with the skeleton. It merely borrowed the human essence temporarily. The flame gradually stabilized, floating in the air, unmoving. Alas, not only have you come too late, but you have also come in error. Had a sorcerer approached, I would surely have been overwhelmed. However, as a warrior, you leave me no choice but to exchange blows. Phantom Flame, observing Suyu's weapon, a divine-grade longsword, naturally presumed him to be a warrior. Suyu remained vigilant, fixated on the flame before him. Are you implying that only a sorcerer can defeat you? The previously calm, raspy voice let out a chilling laugh. Sorcerers can survive. In an instant, Suyu felt the eerie green flame erupt, its strange, dark hue flooding his vision. Before him materialized a crimson-hued scene. It depicted a dim underground chamber, where a youth hung suspended in the center, a gaping hole the size of a palm in his chest. The youth's skin appeared pallid and devoid of life, lacking any semblance of color. Suyu glanced down at his own attire, a transparent protective suit, stained with countless blood splatters. And clutched in his hand was a blood-red object. Upon closer inspection, it was a heart. The sight before him made Suyu feel an overwhelming urge to vomit. Yet, he suddenly recalled that he had been battling the boss of the hell-level dungeon. How could he have ended up here? When did he arrive? Suddenly, the corpse of the youth hanging on the wall opened its eyes, the whites filled with hatred and resentment, and it eerily intoned, "Return my heart." An impulse surged within Suyu, compelling him to rush forward and subdue the figure, to reattach it to the wall. However, his mind quickly cleared, and the urge vanished. The youth stumbled closer, and Suyu was perplexed, finding the entire scene bewildering. The corpse, now approaching him, cried, "Return my heart. Return it to me." Suyu's inner turmoil erupted with violent emotions. Yet, as before, he swiftly regained clarity, and this tumultuous sentiment failed to create significant ripples. Observing the encroaching corpse, he felt increasingly bewildered. In a decisive motion, he thrust the heart back into the gaping hole in the youth's chest. The corpse paused, becoming utterly still. Suyu hesitated, stepping back a couple of paces, quietly observing the scene that had nearly frozen in time. The surge of agitation returned but was once more subdued. This time, the entire tableau became completely static before shattering with a crack. His vision returned to the prison spirit cave, where the ghostly green flame continued to flicker before him. A mirage? Suyu was certain that he had been ensnared in an illusion crafted by phantom flame. Yet, he felt somewhat dazed, as the experience had left him at a loss. How is this possible? Your profession is a sorcerer? I am not, he retorted. That cannot be. Unless one is a sorcerer, the mental strength could not be so exaggerated. It is simply unfathomable. Phantom Flame's raspy voice began to roar in frustration. Upon hearing this, Suyu realized that his high mental attribute points rendered the illusion ineffective against him. Flashing a grin, he retrieved the lava longsword that lay on the ground. Sensing that upon emerging from the illusion, Phantom Flame's presence had weakened significantly. It was now devoid of any resistance. What are you doing? Ghost Flame distinctly sensed an ominous shift. The long sword struck relentlessly, its whirlwind-like assault cleaving through the ghostly green flames. With each strike, the ethereal fire diminished, growing increasingly feeble. Wait, pause. That hoarse voice resonated once more. Suyu showed no inclination to relent. At last, Annihilation Flame was triggered, unleashing a frenzied torrent of crimson fire that swiftly engulfed Ghost Flame, reducing its flickering form to mere ashes. On the ground, a drop of red and white mixed viscous substance fell, as the system's notification echoed in Suyu's ears. Boss, Ghost Flame has been vanquished. You have completed the initial clearance of the novice trial dungeon, Prison Spirit Cave. You may remain in the dungeon for a maximum of 30 minutes, or please exit promptly. The first completion reward will be issued in 3 minutes. Kindly await it. As the system's voice faded, Suyu received notifications. Defeated LV-12, Ghost Flame, earning 500 profession experience points. Lava Longsword 2 weapon experience points, 450. Suyu surveyed the now desolate dungeon, his gaze falling upon the solitary trembling creature cowering in the corner. Finally, he turned his attention to the peculiar red and white viscous substance on the ground. How does one extract attribute points from this? What is this bizarre substance? Can it even be considered a corpse? A spirit creature, yet it leaves no remains? Lifting Soul Infestation Dagger 1, Suyu tentatively thrust it towards the strange viscous substance, piercing through both it and the earth beneath. Suddenly, Soul Infestation activated. Hearing the system's notification, Suyu instinctively felt elation, but was quickly taken aback. Soul Infestation triggered? What sorcery is this? Shouldn't it have been utilization? However, in the next moment, Suyu found his vision engulfed in darkness. He could acutely sense everything around him. Above, an immense figure loomed, gazing down upon him. Upon closer inspection, Suyu was astonished to realize that the colossal entity was none other than his own dormant physical form. Meanwhile, his consciousness resided within the bizarre red and white viscous substance left behind by Ghost Flame. A peculiar sensation enveloped Suyu, as if he could ignite at any moment. Flames flickered to life, the ghostly green glow erupting from the viscous substance, saturating Suyu's entire awareness. With a mere thought, the flames that bore his consciousness detached from the dagger, soaring into the air. From this unconventional vantage point, he beheld the visage of his own physical body. Self-admiration? Enough already. Return control to me. The hoarse voice echoed once more. Suyu was momentarily stunned, realizing that his perspective remained that of the ghostly green flames. Though the voice emanated from all directions, unable to contain himself, Suyu suddenly felt the surroundings receding further away. After a brief moment of disorientation, he discovered his consciousness had returned to his physical form, now gazing down at the ghostly green flames. At that moment, the ethereal flames seemed to lift their gaze toward him. Chapter 9. First Clearance of Hell-Level Dungeon. Clearer. Suyu. In the square of Guangming High School, dusk had settled. An hour earlier, all students had completed their novice trials and gradually departed from the square. Media reporters, having exhausted their scoop, also left the scene. A few scattered students remained, resting on the ground after emerging from the trial dungeon, contemplating their futures. A handful of parents and teachers lingered nearby. All students in Nanyang City had undergone the awakening ceremony for their profession cards at Guangming High School, with today marking the final batch. The entire generation born over a decade ago had awakened and traded hundreds of profession cards, culminating in this day. Some marched toward what they perceived as a bright future, while others began their slow descent into darkness. Each had their own considerations. A young man who had awakened a healing profession card leaned against a flower bed, gazing quietly at the sky. He had exhausted every possible means, yet none yielded a warrior profession card. This meant that years of ambition and physical training had been in vain. He could only resign himself to becoming a fitness influencer. The young man opened his phone's camera, intending to capture a melancholic selfie, only to realize it was set to the rear camera, just as he was about to switch it. Beams of light appeared in the sky above the square. The young man raised an eyebrow. This indicated that someone had just cleared at least an elite-level dungeon. I remember that everyone who entered the elite level has come out, right? There shouldn't be anyone left. Who knows, maybe there was an error in the statistics. Has it really been this long? Who is still stuck in the dungeon? Wow, it must have been 3 or 4 hours. The square is practically empty. And this guy is just now emerging from the dungeon? Haha. With the diminishing crowd and the nightfall, attention quickly gravitated towards the luminous spectacle in the sky. Everyone believed it to be a challenger from an elite dungeon. No one considered the possibility of a Lord-level challenge. After all, it was well known that only Zhang Runin had attempted a Lord-level dungeon and had not succeeded. The light in the sky was evidently a sign of a successful clearance announcement. Thus it could only be from an elite-level dungeon. As discussions unfolded, the robust young man decided to record the spectacle using his phone's rear camera. Soon, the intertwining beams of light formed a dazzling golden text in the air. Simultaneously, the system's announcement rang out. Novice trial. Hell-level dungeon, prison spirit cave, has been cleared for the first time. Clearer. Suyu. Exploration rate, 100. Silence enveloped the area. The young man's hand trembled. Nearly dropping his phone, he hastily pressed the button to stop recording, opened the saved video, and swallowed hard. Confirming he had not misread, those 3 words indeed signified hell level, not elite level. With little regard for the consequences, he swiftly opened his social media platform and uploaded the video. Caption, witness history. Not only the robust young man, but nearly everyone present with a phone reacted quickly, capturing the announcement displayed in the sky. Holy moly, a hell-level dungeon. This guy is truly formidable. He cleared it directly? What's the name again? I can't remember. Oh no, I can't type this out. Suyu. That high school student who bet with teacher Lu Mei from Guangming High School. I remember he brought a divine artifact into the dungeon. And Lu Mei accused him of stealing it. Stealing? What kind of divine artifact is so easily stolen? It must be that Lu Mei's slandering him. Hurry, capture this. Among the students, those with social media posted updates, while others shared it on QQ Spaces. People instinctively sought to document significant events as they unfolded, and their ever-present smartphones dutifully served this purpose. A robust young man now finds himself refreshing his social media feed every few seconds. The content is so sensational that mere moments after the video was approved, the first comment appears, prompting the young man to eagerly click to view it. Sand cup. His neck flushes with heat, yet he suppresses his embarrassment and continues to refresh the comment section. It is widely acknowledged that videos cannot be altered. Thus it must be authentic. The robust youth refreshes several times, and just as he begins to wonder if he is hallucinating, a new comment emerges in the section. I was there, it's real, accompanied by a photograph capturing the text from a different angle. It is evident that the witness is situated somewhere in the square. With a bystander to corroborate the event, the comments below the video begin to normalize, though countless others remain skeptical of its authenticity. However, the young man remains unfazed. The likes and views on his video continue to surge, and his follower count skyrockets from 8 or 9,000 to over 10,000. Such occurrences are immensely captivating to the audience. Many eagerly anticipate what unfolds next. A globally unprecedented hellish dungeon, suitable even for novices, undoubtedly generates extraordinary buzz. Thus, mere minutes after the news spreads, a throng of media outlets converges upon the square of Guangming High School. This time, the scale of the gathering far exceeds that of the interview with Zhang Runin. Upon their arrival, the media discovers that Su Yu is nowhere to be found. The system-generated, radiant text broadcast still lingers in the air. The media becomes somewhat chaotic. Among those who witnessed the event, one individual, witnessing the media's impatience, nearly stumbles over his own feet and exclaims, Su Yu hasn't exited the dungeon yet. Maintain order. In the largest restaurant in Nanyang, aptly named Nanyang Hotel, Lu Mei occupies the highest position at the banquet's head table, with Zhang Runin seated beside her. This feast is, naturally, in honor of Zhang Runin, celebrating her significant breakthrough in exploration within the Lord-level dungeon. Throughout the banquet, numerous guests approach Lu Mei to toast, each seizing the opportunity to utter flattering remarks about the promising future of the young lady. Whenever such situations arise, Lu Mei merely smiles humbly. Meanwhile, Zhang Runin remains modestly silent at her side. However, Zhang Runin suddenly notices that among the numerous prominent figures at the banquet, a number of them leave abruptly after receiving phone calls, citing urgent matters. At this point, about 20 to 30 individuals have departed, which is quite unusual. She glances curiously at her self-satisfied mother, hesitating on whether to voice her concerns. Chapter 10. System malfunction? The principal decisively chooses a side. Mom, it seems something is amiss. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu Mei takes a discreet sip of tea, though her mind races. A minor beast tide invading the city walls. That cannot be. Such matters would certainly be addressed openly. The sudden departure of a significant number of individuals raises suspicions. Could this have something to do with her family? What trouble has that man of hers stirred up now? Lu Mei suddenly feels a wave of anxiety wash over her. unable to settle her thoughts. She instructs someone to investigate the situation while continuing to entertain the guests at the main table. This table consists of local leaders on par with her husband, and she needs to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Yet, before the person she sent could return, another guest at the main table receives a phone call and announces their urgent departure. Lu-mei can no longer contain herself. Her expression shifts. What urgent matter could prompt such haste? Surely it isn't the black tide. The plump gentleman who just stood up, noticing Lu-mei's intense reaction, chuckles and says, "If the black tide were coming, it wouldn't be my turn to face it. It's mainly that something has happened at Guangming High School." Guangming High School. Lu-mei narrows her eyes. What has occurred there? It is said that a student has cleared a hell-level dungeon. I must head to Nanyang University to take a look. Apparently, the student has yet to exit the dungeon, and I need to act quickly. The leader from Nanyang University, responsible for admissions, must be on-site to witness the new student who cleared the hell-level dungeon. Although the likelihood of such a genius enrolling at Nanyang University is slim, it is still the gentleman's duty to attend. What did you say? Lu-mei is momentarily stunned, her gaze vacant. Mom, what should we do? Both women find themselves at a loss. An unexpected possibility that they had never contemplated has finally arisen. The principal of Guangming High School, seated next to Lu-mei, is also taken aback by the news. He silently thanks his foresight for not hastily presenting the epic artifact to Zhang Runin at the banquet. Otherwise, what would he do if Suyu couldn't be compensated? Once something is given away, especially to a leader of city defense, one would not dare to reclaim it. The principal is acutely aware of the wager between Suyu and Lu-mei. Only Suyu chose to undertake the challenge of the hell-level dungeon. Thus, the so-called victor can only be Suyu himself. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he struggles with uncertainty for a while before finally addressing Lu-mei. Typically, students who clear novice trials are quickly teleported out. However, it has been some time, I suspect. It is highly likely that there is a malfunction in the trial system, and Suyu may have perished within the dungeon. Lu-mei suddenly turns to him. Malfunction? The principal's gaze, sharpened behind his glasses, is resolute. It is most likely a system malfunction. Lu-mei exhales, feeling relieved. The likelihood of a malfunction sounds no different from certainty to her at this moment. It would be madness to believe that Suyu, a waste, could clear a hell-level dungeon, then immediately find someone specialized in repairing system malfunctions. We must rectify this immediately. Such a blunder cannot overshadow my daughter's moment in the spotlight today. The principal nods, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Repairing such a trial system requires at least a level 40 technician and a high-level professional skilled in spatial design. It will take them at least 10 minutes to mobilize. Should we go to the site first? Lu-mei agrees. Let us head to the site. After all, the divine artifact on Suyu has yet to be retrieved, and it may become necessary to send someone in to retrieve it. Just minutes after Lu-mei's group leaves the banquet, many media outlets at Guangming High School have shifted their narratives. The claim of a student clearing a hell-level dungeon is likely a misunderstanding. The trial system at Guangming High School may have experienced a malfunction, and the leadership has organized professional personnel for inspection and repairs. The latest updates will be reported in real time by Nanyang News. In the square, a young man wearing thin, rectangular glasses stands before a luminescent screen displaying lines of code. The system's structure resembles that of computers from 2 centuries ago, consisting of various command codes and executors related to spatial laws. The profession of the calculation master was born out of the necessity to maintain and iterate the system. In simpler terms, it is the colloquial term for the numerologist profession. The bespectacled youth, a LV-49 calculation master, was responsible for the current inspection and repairs. According to the calculation codes, no faults had been detected. With a calm demeanor, the bespectacled youth addressed the principal of Guangming High School. Lu-mei, standing nearby, felt her expression darken. It was inconceivable. Please, conduct a thorough re-examination. I must stress, Suyu is involved in a wager concerning a hidden profession card, as well as the whereabouts of a divine artifact, which is pivotal to the honor of the Zhang family. The mention of the Zhang family intensified Lu-mei's tone. The bespectacled youth remained unperturbed, asserting that he had already conducted the necessary checks, and reiterated that the results would remain unchanged. There were no issues with the trial's calculation codes. Lu-mei realized that for the first time, someone dared to confront her when she invoked the Zhang family's name. Her frustration boiled over, and she was on the verge of invoking her family's weighty influence. The principal sensed the escalating tension and interjected, however, just because the calculation codes are error-free, it does not guarantee that the spatial law executors are functioning properly, considering they are 2 distinct structures. The bespectacled youth scoffed, while his companion sighed, stating he would check the spatial executors and similar devices. Moreover, regarding my wager with that incompetent Suyu, we must ascertain whether it has been rendered ineffective or if any issues have arisen. As for that divine artifact, it would be ideal to retrieve it directly from the instance, as it should also be considered a part of the wager. It was evident that Lu-mei had already regarded Suyu's lava longsword as her own possession. The principal nodded in agreement, his thoughts drifting far beyond the present. The LV-49 calculation master had clearly stated that there were no errors in the calculation codes. which indicated that the only possible cause of the system malfunction lay with the spatial law executors. This meant that the likelihood of a system failure had been significantly diminished. Furthermore, it implied that Su-Yu's actual chances of having successfully cleared the Hellgrade instance had greatly increased. As a principal who had long navigated the various factions, he understood what it meant for a student to conquer a Hellgrade instance. This was a national first, since the inception of the novice instance system established by various countries. No one had ever cleared a Hellgrade instance until now. When the results were revealed, how would allegiances be drawn? As the principal of Guangming High School, he needed to be acutely aware of this. Chapter 11. Fulfilling the Wager. Breaking Teeth and Swallowing Blood. At this moment, the exit of the instance at Guangming High School was thrumming with activity, overflowing with spectators. All the prominent figures of Nanyang City who could make it hasten to witness this historic moment. Among them was even a high-ranking vice mayor of Nanyang City. Since the establishment of the Hellgrade instance, this was the first time someone had successfully cleared it. The significance of the event compelled everyone to be present to witness this momentous occasion. At the exit, Lu Mei furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of agitation. It had not been long, yet she could not restrain herself from speaking again. Has the executor been checked? Is the spatial executor malfunctioning? Why is it taking so long to conclude the examination? She remained obstinately convinced that the issue lay with the spatial executor. This instance had remained uncompleted since its inception. If no one else could succeed, why should Su-Yu be any different? The LV-49 calculation master nearby clearly heard Lu Mei's remarks. With a disdainful huff, he pondered inwardly. Checking the executors is not akin to having a midnight snack. It cannot be done in haste. Furthermore, the executors of a novice instance are not so easily broken. This woman is so narrow-minded that she refuses to acknowledge the student's merit. Of course, the calculation master would not voice such thoughts. He had no desire to offend Lu Mei. In truth, Lu Mei was not the only one among the gathered crowd harboring such sentiments. Aside from the calculation master and the principal, others present also remained skeptical about Su-Yu's clearing results. As time ticked by, Lu Mei's tension gradually eased. Observing that Su-Yu had yet to emerge from the instance, she couldn't help but sarcastically remark, "I told you so. That useless boy is not cut out for this." He fancied himself capable of challenging a Hellgrade instance. Having been gone for so long, he is most likely dead inside. In her view, it would be prudent to arrange for someone to enter the instance and retrieve his divine artifact and other belongings. Initially, the prominent figures of Nanyang City believed they had a remarkable genius in their midst who had successfully cleared the Hellgrade instance. However, their expressions soon darkened. Often, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The longer Su-Yu remained trapped within the instance, the more doubts arose regarding whether the instance had indeed malfunctioned. As time passed, Lu Mei's anxious demeanor began to relax. Seeing Su-Yu still absent, she began to revel in her sense of vindication. "I have always said that boy is not suitable for this." He fancied himself capable of challenging a Hellgrade instance. With this much time passed, he has probably perished inside. The expressions of the gathered dignitaries grew increasingly complex, while Lu Mei's satisfaction only intensified. However, the next moment, a fissure in the instance appeared in midair, and Su-Yu's figure swiftly emerged from the crack. At the sight of this, Lu Mei's smile instantly froze, shifting to a look of disbelief directed at Su-Yu. Witnessing Su-Yu emerge from the instance unscathed, her expression morphed into one of incredulity and denial. Lu Mei's countenance turned dark, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. She was perplexed and enraged. How could this be possible? How could this worthless boy conquer a Hellgrade instance that no one else had been able to clear? When Lu Mei gazed upon Su-Yu, his victorious smile felt like a dagger piercing her heart, causing her immense discomfort. In stark contrast to Lu Mei's turmoil, Su-Yu was in high spirits. Having successfully cleared the Hellgrade instance, he had reaped substantial rewards. Not only that, but he would also obtain an epic item from Lu Mei. At this moment, Su-Yu felt a sense of exhilaration as the long-standing grievances in his heart dissipated entirely. He strode confidently to Lu Mei, wearing a smile as he spoke. "Teacher Lu Mei, I have successfully cleared the Hellgrade instance. It is now time for you to fulfill your wager." Su-Yu's words reached Lu Mei's ears, yet she had no intention of honoring the wager. After a brief silence, Lu Mei erupted into a frenzied outburst. "Impossible. You must have cheated in some way. I do not recognize this wager. This is a despicable act of fraud." Even with the evidence before her, Lu Mei could not accept this outcome. The student she had once dismissed as worthless, a mere trash to be cast aside, had turned out to be a genius capable of making history. Not only was Lu Mei inherently narrow-minded, but such a turn of events would be difficult for even the most open-minded individuals to accept. Hearing Lu Mei's accusation, Su-Yu remained unfazed. "Teacher Lu Mei, our wager was officially notarized by the system. As for the current outcome, you must acknowledge it, whether you accept it or not." In the past, Su-Yu had endured Lu Mei's scorn and disdain on numerous occasions. Those aware of the circumstances understood that this was due to Su-Yu's academic performance failing to meet Lu Mei's standards. However, those who were oblivious might mistakenly think that Su-Yu had desecrated Lu Mei's ancestral grave. For why else would she harbor such animosity towards him? Upon hearing that their wager was officiated by the system, Lu Mei's expression darkened, filled with bitterness and resentment. Her countenance was so grim that it seemed as if it could drip with malice. She was unwilling to fulfill the wager, even with no other option at hand. The thought of apologizing to Su Yu and presenting him with an epic item felt like a slap to her own face, an admission of her inability to discern talent. To compensate Su Yu with an epic item would be akin to carving out her own flesh, a veritable sacrifice of her dignity. Epic weapons are not mere trifles. They are treasures of immeasurable value. The idea of bestowing such a precious artifact upon Su Yu, whom she regarded with disdain, made her heart ache with unbearable sorrow. At that moment, the vice mayor of Nanyang, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, interjected. Teacher Lu Mei, since this is a wager validated by the system, you ought to honor it. There is no room for negotiation, and delaying it further would be unwise. Having recognized Su Yu's immense potential, this influential figure was already inclined to extend an olive branch to him. Su Yu, being the first student to conquer a hell-level dungeon, was destined for greatness. By investing in him now and advocating on his behalf, he was forging a bond that could prove advantageous when Su Yu soared to new heights in the future. Had it been anyone other than the vice mayor speaking, Lu Mei would have likely unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon them. Yet, with the vice mayor's words, she could only swallow her indignation and concede. Today, she had no choice but to yield. However, Lu Mei quickly devised a plan to deal with Su Yu. Despite his remarkable potential, he remained but an unripe talent, a fledgling. Geniuses often meet untimely ends. Su Yu, in his ignorance, dared to defy her. She would not hesitate to leverage her husband's influence and her family's connections to thoroughly teach him a lesson. With this thought, Lu Mei forced a smile that barely concealed her malice. Very well, I shall apologize to you and present you with an epic item. However, do not expect to have the means to utilize it. Chapter 12, The Compass of Fate, Treasures Encountering the Right Person. In response to Lu Mei's veiled threat, Su Yu replied with an unflappable forward retort. No need to worry. Su Yu's dismissive words ignited a fire of rage within Lu Mei. Accustomed to her domineering ways, she had never faced opposition before. Today, she found herself thoroughly infuriated, having not only lost face, but also a valuable epic item. Gritting her teeth, Lu Mei retrieved her phone and began composing a message to have an epic item sent from home. In that moment of composing her message, a sudden idea struck her. Of course, she could send that item to this insufferable brat. The item she had in mind was an epic artifact known as the Compass of Fate. Its purpose was to provide useful guidance. However, the Compass of Fate had a fatal drawback. Once utilized, the success rate for refining weapons would plummet to an unfathomably low probability. The longer one used the compass, the more pronounced this effect became, and its duration extended. In simpler terms, after Su Yu used the Compass of Fate, whether refining weapons himself or hiring others to assist him, he would inevitably find himself in a dismal predicament. Lu Mei had several such deceptive items in her family's possession, though they were of a lower grade and did not reach epic status. Naturally, they also possessed higher-grade items with similar detrimental effects. With this in mind, Lu Mei wasted no time and swiftly sent a text message ordering the Compass of Fate to be delivered to Guangming High School. The Lu family was deeply entrenched in Nanyang, a formidable entity in the city. Their clan wielded significant power, and their family members were known for their remarkable efficiency. Not long after, a black business vehicle appeared not far from the crowd. Subsequently, a well-dressed young man respectfully delivered a silver briefcase to Lu Mei. Miss, here is the item you requested. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Mei held considerable sway within her clan. When the subordinate presented the silver briefcase, she accepted it with a casual grace. She then handed the briefcase to Su Yu, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. What happened earlier was my fault. I apologize. Inside is an epic item. Take it. Su Yu, upon receiving the silver briefcase from Lu Mei, felt a wave of delight wash over him. Teacher Lu, I accept your apology. A little wager is merely a pastime. Should you wish to gamble again in the future, do consider me first. At Su Yu's words, Lu Mei nearly exploded with fury. This time, she had not only failed to gain an advantage, but had also lost considerably. Although the Compass of Fate was a deceitful item, it was still an epic artifact. Even if the Lu family had no use for it, it could serve as an impressive display piece. Yet now, it was being given away to Su Yu for free. As Su Yu opened the silver briefcase, the vice mayor of Nanyang could not contain his astonishment. What is this item? From his tone, it was evident that this object was far from desirable. However, Su Yu had never encountered the Compass of Fate before and was unaware of its nature. After a moment's hesitation, the vice mayor sighed. Classmate Su Yu, you may examine the item. If it does not align with your profession, I can leverage my connections to facilitate an exchange. While he spoke of an exchange, it was clear that he would be footing the bill himself. Who would want such a troublesome item as the Compass of Fate? Su Yu nodded in response and began inspecting the item's attributes. Compass of Fate. Quality, epic. Level, 10. Attributes, Fate Guidance, epic. The price of defiance, epic. Fate Guidance. When faced with difficult decisions, you may seek guidance from the Compass of Fate, which will automatically provide direction at critical moments. The price of defiance. After using the compass of fate, your success rate for directly or indirectly refining items will plummet to less than 1 in a billion. After reviewing the item's attributes, Suyu was utterly taken aback. It was fortunate that this item had fallen into his hands. Otherwise, it might have been discarded on the street without a soul to claim it. Of course, that was a bit of an exaggeration. However, this epic item was indeed beyond the grasp of an average individual. To use this item meant sacrificing one's own refining abilities and rendering oneself incapable of seeking assistance in weapon refinement. The success rate of refining items has never been particularly high. Reducing it to 1 in a billion renders it indistinguishable from absolute failure. Yet, the inability of others to wield the compass of destiny does not imply that Suyu is similarly hindered. His concealed profession as a blacksmith bestows upon him the remarkable ability to elevate the success rate of refinement to a staggering 100%. The compass of destiny, being merely an epic-grade item, possesses attributes whose weight cannot overshadow the effects of professional skills. This means that, while others may find it unmanageable, you can utilize it without any adverse consequences. Once the side effects are eliminated, it transforms into a truly valuable treasure, capable of both active utilization and passive effects. The specific outcomes remain to be tested, but one thing is certain: the side effects of this treasure do not affect him. Upon witnessing Suyu take possession of the artifact, Lu Mei was momentarily stunned, presuming he would denounce it as worthless and prepared to voice his indignation. Thus, a faint smile crept across her face. However, to her surprise, Suyu, after a brief moment of astonishment, did not express anger or embarrassment, but instead exhibited a look of satisfaction as he stowed the compass of destiny away. Observing this scene, Lu Mei huffed disdainfully before turning to leave. Just a facade of composure, she thought, convinced that Suyu could not possibly be pleased with such a seemingly worthless item. At that moment, neither Lu Mei nor Suyu recognized that a fitting item had indeed found its way into the hands of the right individual. After Lu Mei's departure, the deputy mayor addressed the principal of Guangming High School, stating, "Let us find a place to have a serious discussion with student Suyu." The principal nodded vigorously. "Certainly. I will arrange it immediately, and I will also bring the epic grade item to reward Suyu." Not only Lu Mei intended to bestow an epic grade item upon Suyu, but the principal also planned to reward him with one. Under the principal's guidance, the trio swiftly made their way to the reception room of Guangming High School. Deputy Mayor Zhao, a formidable ally for the principal in Nanyang City, wasted no time once they were seated. "Student Suyu," he began directly, "it would be wise for you to refrain from leaving Nanyang City or entering dungeons carelessly in the near future. The Lu family has deep roots and considerable influence here. Your recent bet with Lu Mei has severely tarnished her reputation, as well as that of the Lu family. While they may not act openly against you, if they seize an opportunity, they are capable of any misdeed." Chapter 13. Tempering Gold in Fiery Flames, Applying to Shinya University. Upon hearing the deputy mayor's words, Suyu nodded slightly. "Thank you for the reminder, Deputy Mayor Zhao. I will be vigilant regarding these matters. I have no intentions of leaving Nanyang City anytime soon." In truth, Suyu was already aware that the Lu family's power was not easily challenged. Nonetheless, he felt undeterred, fortified by his formidable hidden profession card, which had allowed him to flourish during the novice trial phase. As long as the Lu family did not act against him in the immediate future, each passing day would diminish his peril. Deputy Mayor Zhao had invited Suyu here not to instill anxiety in him, but rather to demonstrate the immense value he could offer. Lifting the teacup from the reception room's table, he took a sip and smiled. "Student Suyu, if it pleases you, feel free to address me as Uncle Zhao, without the need for formal titles." Suyu's offense against Lu Mei equated to offending the formidable Lu family, as well as the significant leadership within the city defense department. At this moment, Zhao Boyang extended an olive branch, and Suyu readily accepted it. He was open to collaboration. It was merely Lu Mei's unsightly demeanor and her past superficiality that had soured their relationship. "Uncle Zhao, could you offer me some guidance on my martial path moving forward?" This question was merely a casual inquiry. Suyu's hidden profession was quite impressive, and he had a clear vision of his future direction. However, having the support of Deputy Mayor Zhao would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors in Nanyang City. Zhao nodded earnestly. "This is precisely the reason I have come today. I have 3 propositions regarding your future development." Suyu was taken aback. Deputy Mayor Zhao had indeed prepared 3 pathways for him. He remained silent, listening attentively. Zhao did not keep him in suspense, but spoke candidly. "The first option is for you to apply to Nanyang University. Given your qualifications, you would receive substantial resource support from any institution you choose. However, should you decide to apply to our local Nanyang Martial Arts University, we will ensure you receive even greater resource allocation than elsewhere." After presenting this option, Zhao awaited Suyu's contemplation and decision. Suyu understood the deputy mayor's implication. Resources are paramount in martial cultivation. Coming from an ordinary background, he would likely rely on the school for his training resources for a considerable time. With his talents, he would be prioritized at any other university. Yet, the competition was fierce across the country, and even if he received more resources than others, the surplus would be limited. Nanyang Martial Arts University, on the other hand, typically did not attract exceptionally talented individuals. Thus, his enrollment there would make him a standout, allowing the school to invest heavily in his development. After a moment of reflection, Suyu shook his head. Uncle Zhao, while resources are indeed crucial, other aspects are equally significant for a martial artist's growth. Applying to Nanyang Martial Arts University is a commendable option, but I would like to hear about the other choices as well. By saying this, he effectively declined the prospect of applying to Nanyang Martial Arts University. The allure of such a resource-driven approach or financial incentive held little appeal for him. After Su Yu's polite rejection, Deputy Mayor Zhao did not display any signs of displeasure. Instead, a hint of approval appeared on his face. Zhao promptly continued, "The second option is for you to apply to Kyoto University. Should you enroll there, they will provide you with focused cultivation. Moreover, Nanyang City will further establish cooperative ties with Kyoto University." Zhao spoke candidly, succinctly conveying the situation to Su Yu. His admission to Kyoto University would evidently be the result of a mutually beneficial arrangement between the institution and Nanyang City. Nanyang would provide Kyoto with a promising talent, while Kyoto would reciprocate through other collaborative endeavors. Su Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. This option seemed beneficial for all parties involved. Choosing it would allow him, Kyoto University, and Nanyang City to meet their respective needs. Yet, with a third option available, Su Yu was eager to discover what it entailed. "Uncle Zhao, what is the third option?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Boyang's interest in Su Yu deepened. He did not withhold any information and directly revealed the third proposal. "The third option is for you to apply to Shinya University." Su Yu was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion. Shinya University, a prestigious institution, is one of the T0 level universities among the 7 Sons of Blue Star. However, most prodigies tend to overlook this university, as Kyoto University, Tianhai University, Shijing University, and Jingnan University are often regarded as the ivory towers of academia. Shinsha University, however, is a stark contrast. It is not an ivory tower, but a veritable institution of demise. The nurturing methods of other universities are gradual, akin to cultivating flowers in a greenhouse. In contrast, Shinsha University employs a method akin to refining true gold in the crucible of fierce flames. Here, the perpetual theme revolves around combat and the pursuit of strength. Everything unfolds around the core of battle and enhancement. While at other universities, barring unforeseen circumstances, one could safely complete 4 years of study. At Shinsha University, one could meet their end at any moment during their freshman to senior years, be it in a dungeon or on the battlefield. Nevertheless, the graduates of Shinsha University undoubtedly possess superior comprehensive abilities compared to those from other institutions. Su Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Uncle Zhao, why is the third option Shinsha University?" This question perplexed him. Given his qualifications, as long as he navigated the early stages smoothly, he would surely shine brilliantly in the later phases. Under such circumstances, it seemed unnecessary to risk his life at Shinsha University. Zhao Boyang smiled, and then shared a piece of information with Su Yu. Shinsha University had previously acquired 1/10 of the resources from all universities in the Great Xia region. Beginning this year, Shinsha University would gain access to over 1/3 of the resources from all universities. With the current situation becoming increasingly dire and our environment growing perilous, time is not on our side. Thus, the higher-ups have devised a plan to expedite the cultivation of formidable individuals. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was genuinely astonished. He had never anticipated that Shinsha University would be granted 1/3 of the resources from all martial arts universities in Great Xia. In fact, for someone like him, who possessed the soul extraction dagger capable of siphoning attribute points, joining Shinsha University was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Enrolling in Shinsha University would grant him numerous chances to extract attribute points. Chapter 14, Hidden Profession Card, Dimensional Sorcerer. As Su Yu pondered his decision, Vice Mayor Zhao Boyang continued to unveil more enticing information. Those who apply to Shinsha University will interface with the Shinsha Base and the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star. Upon completing their studies at Shinsha University, they can directly enter the Shinsha Base. After accomplishing sufficient tasks at the Shinsha Base, they can seamlessly transition into the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star. The Shinsha Base is a cradle for the powerful of Great Xia, with over 70% of its formidable individuals hailing from there. As for those within the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star, they represent the decision-making echelon of the entire planet, the true luminaries of this celestial sphere. Given such advantages, Su Yu felt compelled to seriously consider whether he should apply to Shinsha University. Otherwise, as an ordinary individual devoid of any foundation, a lifetime of striving might never grant him access to the grand edifice of the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star. However, Zhao Boyang had yet to conclude his statement. All students applying to Shinsha University are exempt from the conventional college entrance examination and must instead participate in a training camp selection. Following 6 rounds of rigorous assessments, the student ranked first in the nation will be rewarded with a level 60 resource dungeon. At the mention of this, Su Yu's heart raced. A A level 60 resource dungeon signifies that a martial artist can procure the vast majority of resources required to ascend from level 1 to level 60. This reward is nothing short of astounding. With the Soul Extraction Dagger, a weapon of exceptional uniqueness, obtaining this level 60 resource dungeon would render him nearly invincible. Yet, acquiring this resource dungeon is no easy feat. One must emerge as the top contender in the 6 rounds of training camp assessments. The difficulty of this endeavor is incomprehensible, as anyone with a professional level of 20 or below can participate in Shinsha University's training camp. In this institution's classrooms, it is not unusual for fathers and sons to share the same space. At this moment, Suyu began to feel a stirring interest in Shinsha University. If he were of mediocre talent, it would be foolish to venture into such a perilous institution. Yet, armed with an impressive hidden profession card and other formidable means, he would undoubtedly be a strong contender for the national top spot upon his entrance into Shinsha University. With this thought, Suyu made his decision. He would apply to Shinsha University. Uncle Zhao, I have made up my mind. I am preparing to apply to Shinsha University. Zhao Boyong, upon hearing this, rejoiced. Excellent. While securing the national first place may be unrealistic, with your talents, aiming for the top 100 is still within reach. Should you apply to Shinsha University, Nanyang City will provide you with certain support. Suyu had not anticipated such benefits from applying to Shinsha University. After he made his decision, Zhao Boyong retrieved several items from his inventory. The inventory is a commonly used feature in this era of global digitization. Suyu also possessed his own inventory, where he could store frequently used items. Zhao Boyong produced 4 items in total. He first presented the first item to Suyu. It was a compilation of cultivation notes left by a level 80 senior. These notes contained insights, experiences, and numerous observations from the senior's cultivation journey. This was undoubtedly a treasure, as a level 80 expert would have encountered countless pitfalls and uncovered numerous secrets along their path. Reviewing the cultivation notes left by such a figure would impart invaluable knowledge. After the level 80 cultivation notes, Zhao Boyong then pushed the second item towards Suyu. This was a token for redeeming items at Shinsha University's treasure pavilion, the Qilin crystal coin. The treasure pavilion at Shinsha University accepts 5 types of crystal coins: Xuanwu crystal coin, Zhuke crystal coin, Baihu crystal coin, Qinglong crystal coin, and Qilin crystal coin. Among these, the Qilin crystal coin is the highest tier token. 1 Qilin crystal coin can be exchanged for a legendary grade piece of equipment. Upon hearing this, Suyu was genuinely astonished. While the earlier cultivation notes were valuable, their worth was nebulous. The Qilin crystal coin, however, had a clear value, as it could be exchanged for at least 1 legendary grade equipment, showcasing its immense worth. Furthermore, the third item Zhao Boyong presented to Suyu was even more remarkable. Why had his relationship with Liu Mei become so strained? Why had he offended the Liu family of Nanyang and even Deputy Director Zhang of the City Defense Department? The answer lay in that hidden profession card. Yet at this moment, the third item Zhao Boyong placed before him was, astonishingly, another hidden profession card. Nanyang City was clearly willing to offer such valuable items because they believed Suyu could bring greater returns to the city. After presenting these 3 remarkable items, there was no fourth. The fourth item Zhao Boyong brought forth was a contract. He promptly handed the contract to Suyu. This is a cooperation agreement between Nanyang City and you. You may examine it thoroughly. Should any issues arise, we can discuss them in detail. Suyu nodded and then opened the cooperation agreement, scrutinizing it carefully. Upon thorough review, he found the agreement to be fair and devoid of any exploitative clauses. It was, in essence, a wager on his future. As the first student ever to conquer a hellish dungeon, the higher-ups of Nanyang City have placed their substantial bets on him. After his ascension to the formidable level of 60, he is expected to repay Nanyang City in kind. Should he succumb along the way, the city's investment would undoubtedly be rendered futile. However, the hidden class card bestowed upon him by Nanyang City presents its own complications. The class of this hidden card is Dimensional Warlock. It is a class that no one can afford to sustain. As the Dimensional Warlock possesses little combat prowess of its own, their strength derives from the sacrificial offerings made to summon entities from other dimensions. The crux of the issue lies in the required sacrificial items, which must be refined at least once. The higher the refinement, the more powerful the summoned beings will be. For instance, spending 5,000 credit points to purchase a weapon provides a lasting asset. Conversely, spending 5,000 credit points on materials to summon a dimensional creature results in the immediate loss of those points after a single summoning. Such a voracious class is certainly unmanageable for most. Yet, upon discovering the nature of this hidden class card, Suyu's heart began to race with excitement. Just because others cannot afford to play the Dimensional Warlock does not mean he cannot. In his hands, common materials and refinement stones can transmute into invaluable refined materials. Chapter 15. A new journey begins. The Divine Summer Training Camp. As Suyu meticulously reviewed the cooperation agreement, Deputy Mayor Zhao Boyong wore an expression tinged with embarrassment. At first glance, it appeared they had gifted Suyu something extraordinary. In truth, the Dimensional Warlock hidden class card comes with significant drawbacks that render it nearly unusable. Their intention in presenting this item to Suyu was for him to utilize it as a trump card. After all, the higher-ups of Nanyang City have staked their fortunes on Suyu, and they certainly wish to provide him with a means of self-preservation. Otherwise, should Suyu perish, they would suffer considerable losses. With the Dimensional Warlock, hidden class at his disposal, Suyu can prepare high-grade refined materials to keep on hand. In dire situations, he can employ these materials to summon a powerful ally to assist him. However, in everyday circumstances, the hidden class would be of little use. Even the most substantial fortune cannot withstand such extravagance. Zhao Boyong, however, was unaware that Suyu's Blacksmith, hidden class perfectly complements the Dimensional Warlock, hidden class. The Blacksmith, hidden class can produce a plethora of high-grade refined materials, which can then be leveraged to maximize the potential of the Dimensional Warlock. Suyu believed that with these two hidden classes, his ascent to greatness would be inevitable. Surely, his statue would find a place in the Hall of War Gods within the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star in the future. After thoroughly reviewing the cooperation agreement, Suyu smiled and said, "Uncle Zhao, there are no issues. I am willing to sign the cooperation agreement with Nanyang City." Hearing this, Zhao Boyang's face brightened with joy. Thus, his mission could be deemed a resounding success. The higher-ups of Nanyang City hope that Suyu will enroll in the Divine Summer University, allowing him to mature into a formidable force in the shortest time possible. Now that Suyu has agreed to apply to Divine Summer University and has signed a cooperation agreement with Nanyang City, Zhao Boyong had come to meet him specifically to accomplish these two tasks. Nodding, Zhao Boyong remarked with a smile, "Xiaoyu, should you require assistance in any other matters, do not hesitate to let me know. From this moment onward, you are truly in partnership with Nanyang City." Suyu shook his head, replying, "Uncle Zhao, the assistance from Nanyang City has already been more than sufficient. I have no further demands." He was not a greedy individual, and the higher-ups of Nanyang City undoubtedly would not place all their eggs in one basket. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is unlikely that Nanyang City will invest further in him in the near future. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. Suyu and Zhao Boyong signed the cooperation agreement, which was notarized by the system. Once their affairs concluded, Suyu received the epic-grade equipment reward provided by the principal. Furthermore, his application to Divine Summer University faced no obstacles, following an expedited process. In just 10 days, the selection training camp at Divine Summer University would officially commence. Although Suyu held immense confidence in his abilities, he resolved to make the most of the next 10 days to further enhance his skills. Following the investment from the higher-ups of Nanyang City, Suyu's residence had transitioned from his previous modest dwelling to a villa adjacent to Deputy Mayor Zhao Boyang's home. Though this villa commanded a price in the millions of credit points, the higher-ups of Nanyang City had already invested heavily in Suyu and were unlikely to be concerned about such an expenditure. Now back in his villa, Suyu's first action was to activate the Dimensional Warlock, hidden class card. With a clap of his hands, the hidden class card transformed into radiant beams of divine light, merging into his being. In that moment, he underwent a profound metamorphosis. Upon utilizing the Dimensional Warlock, hidden class card, Suyu promptly examined his panel. Suyu, Class 1, Blacksmith, Level 5, 430, 800. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Effect, your equipment refinements are guaranteed to succeed, with a chance to obtain mythic attributes. Class 2, Dimensional Warlock, Level 1, 0, 100. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consumes high-grade refined items to summon dimensional beings, aiding in combat. Health, 1190. Attack, 20. Defense, 21. Speed, 10. Mental, 15. From his personal panel, it was evident that he had acquired a second hidden class. Initially, Lu Mei's daughter, Zhang Runin, had brought 6 S-rank class cards during her novice trials. In truth, carrying such an abundance of class cards has its pros and cons. Each class requires individual experience to level up. The more class cards one possesses, the more options are available, yet the more classes require leveling. Typically, unless one possesses complementary classes like Suyu, most individuals will focus on nurturing a single primary class in the mid to late stages, neglecting the others despite their presence on the panel. After employing the hidden class card, Suyu began to delve into 2 intriguing items, the Heavenly Silver Sage's cultivation notes and the Heavenly Silver Dragon Spear. Could there be a connection between them? The Heavenly Silver Sage was that esteemed figure at level 80, and his cultivation notes were one of the fine gifts presented to Suyu by the higher-ups of Nanyang City. The Heavenly Silver Dragon Spear, on the other hand, was the epic-grade item awarded to Suyu by the principal. The 2 items may or may not be related. Nonetheless, from the perspective of their attributes, there currently exists no connection between them. In the ensuing days, Suyu diligently practiced and awaited further developments. He need not return to the campus when the time arrived. He would report directly to the training camp at Xinxia University. Xinxia University maintains training camps in every city, and candidates must undergo 6 rounds of selection assessments before they can gain admission to the main campus. 10 days swiftly passed. Having offended Lu Mei and a leader surnamed Zhang from the city defense office, Suyu largely remained indoors during this period. denying Lu Mei any opportunity for retaliation. When he made his way to the training camp in Nanyang City, he was personally escorted by Vice Mayor Zhao. In the car, aside from Suyu, there was a taciturn young man. As Vice Mayor Zhao drove, he remarked to Suyu, "You two should take the opportunity to get acquainted. If all goes well, you will both become alumni after the 6 rounds of assessments." Upon hearing this, Suyu took the initiative to introduce himself. "Greetings, I am Suyu, a dual-class blacksmith and dimensional sorcerer." Chapter 16, The 6 Rounds of Selection Assessment. After Suyu's introduction, the young man, Nanmin Feng, also spoke up. "Hello, Suyu. I am Nanmin Feng, an archer and a mage gunner." Like Suyu, Nanmin Feng was also a dual-class warrior. However, unlike Suyu, neither of his classes were hidden professions. In fact, they were not even classified as S or a tier. Archers are a common profession, with some even classified as F tier. As for mage gunners, they wield enchanted firearms rather than traditional long spears in combat. In essence, Nanmin Feng was a warrior proficient in ranged attacks, both of his classes specializing in such capabilities. Throughout the journey, Suyu observed that Nanmin Feng was remarkably reticent. He was neither aloof nor troubled by any issues. He simply lacked the gift of gab. If Suyu did not initiate conversation, Nanmin Feng would remain silent. However, the fact that Nanmin Feng, with 2 ordinary professions, garnered the attention of the Nanyang elite suggested that his ordinary classes might indeed be anything but commonplace. After approximately an hour of travel, Zhao Boyang's voice came from the driver's seat. "All right, we have arrived. During your time at the training camp, do help each other out if you can." Suyu nodded slightly in response. "Understood, Uncle Zhao." Nanmin Feng also silently acknowledged with a nod. Upon disembarking, Suyu surveyed his surroundings and noted the overwhelming number of participants attending the training camp. As he observed, a series of exclamations erupted nearby. "What the heck? I thought Shinsha University was a death trap? How come so many people are here for the selection assessment? The competition is going to be fierce this year." The speaker was a chatty young man with premature graying hair, who not only talked incessantly, but also exuded an extroverted charm. Ignoring the lack of engagement from those around him, he continued his monologue. This loquacious youth was named Wang Ying, a well-known prodigy in Nanyang City. As he continued to express his disbelief, he soon caught sight of Suyu and Nanmin Feng ahead. Upon seeing Suyu, he paused momentarily, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately recall where he had seen him before. However, he was well acquainted with Nanmin Feng, having lost to him after drawing a profession card. Thus, upon recognizing Nanmin Feng, Wang Ying exclaimed, "What the heck? You are here too. This selection assessment for Shinsha University is going to be insane." Nanmin Feng's expression twitched at the loud remark. He was not familiar with Wang Ying, but he had heard that Wang Ying had a penchant for giving others nicknames. Wang Ying was not deterred by distance. As he spoke, he approached Nanmin Feng. Once closer, he could not resist glancing at Suyu again. And then his voice boomed like a loudspeaker. "Oh my goodness. Suyu, you're Suyu. This is unbelievable. The first person ever to conquer a hell-level dungeon in the novice trial has come." His loud proclamation instantly turned Suyu into the center of attention, drawing countless gazes from around the gathering, which left Suyu feeling somewhat vexed. While he possessed numerous skills and considerable strength, attracting undue attention from other students could lead to complications. Wang Ying, with his boisterous demeanor, cheerfully addressed Suyu. "Big shot, my name is Wang Ying, the Wang of Emperor, the Ying of Eagle. I am a dual-class extreme warrior and windwalker, and from now on, I'll be sticking with you." Wang Ying's professions were quite formidable. The extreme warrior was an S-tier class, and one of the most valuable among them. The windwalker was also an S-tier class, similarly prestigious. It seemed that Wang Ying hailed from a prominent family, as each of his S-tier profession cards could rival 20 of Zhang Runan's. The value of these classes was evident, and possessing even one was remarkable, yet Wang Ying had 2, marking him as a true high roller among players. Despite this, he had still been defeated by Nanmin Feng, which only further underscored Nanmin Feng's prowess in overcoming a top-tier player with 2 ordinary classes. Suyu had initially planned to keep a low profile, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Moreover, he could not act independently, as Nanmin Feng seemed to have taken Vice Mayor Zhao's words to heart, choosing to accompany him. As for Wang Ying, despite being a talented individual himself, upon discovering Suyu, he clung to him like a leech. Initially, Suyu found Wang Ying somewhat bothersome. However, after a moment, he realized that this chatterbox seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Thus, he decided against dismissing Wang Ying and instead sought to glean information from him. "Wang Ying, you seem quite knowledgeable about the 6 rounds of selection assessments at Shinsha University?" Wang Ying nodded eagerly. "Of course. The chief examiner for this round in Nanyang City is my uncle, and, Suyu, you can call me Old Wang or Little Wang." Referring to me as Wang Ying feels too formal. After considering that Wang Ying did not reside next door to his villa, Suyu replied, "Very well. Then I shall call you Old Wang." Wang Ying nodded approvingly, and then began to tease Nanmin Feng. "When we address him, we can call him Madman." Despite his usual silence, Nanmin Feng decisively interjected, "If possible, I would prefer that you refer to me by my full name." Wang Ying, upon hearing this, patted Nanmen Feng on the shoulder, and replied, "No problem, Fengzi." However, this time, he exhibited a degree of restraint, his thoughts focused on Fengzi. Nanmen Feng's facial muscles twitched slightly, ignoring the chatterbox. All the students participating in the training camp at Shangxia University swiftly gathered on the training ground upon their arrival at the base. As the assembly time approached, over 3,000 participants arrived in succession. This group was not solely composed of high school students. Rather, they hailed from various sectors of society. When the designated time arrived, a middle-aged man clad in a black combat uniform, bearing a scar across his face, spoke in a booming voice. "Attention everyone. I am the chief examiner for this training camp, Wang Xuanfu. From this moment on, anyone who has not reached the designated location will be eliminated. Such individuals shall be barred from participating in the Shangxia University training camp for 3 years. Furthermore, I hereby announce that the selection assessment for the Nanyang training camp of Shangxia University officially commences." Chapter 17. The assessment has already begun. Rules of the training camp. As Wang Xuanfu's voice faded, a slight chaos erupted at the edge of the training ground. Suyu observed that not everyone had arrived punctually. Many had arrived just in the nick of time or a minute or two late. Those who arrived on the had seemingly burned incense to ensure their smooth entry into the training ground. However, those who were tardy, even by a second, would have to wait 3 years to reapply to Shangxia University. At this moment, Wang Ying stood to Suyu's right, while Nanmen Feng occupied his left. Nanmen Feng remained as taciturn as ever, while Wang Ying constantly felt the urge to speak. It seemed as if his life depended on it. Wang Ying surveyed the surroundings and then turned to Suyu, saying, "Boss, my uncle embodies this inflexible and uncompromising temperament. During the training, you and Fengzi must be cautious. This is, of course, a regulation of the training camp. However, other training camps may not be as stringent as this one. In other places, a few minutes delay might still be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the information." He now understood that Chief Examiner Wang Xuanfu was a man of rigid seriousness and formidable authority. The next 6 rounds of selection assessments required utmost diligence. Despite his numerous advantages, he could still be eliminated due to trivial matters. This was a point of utmost importance. Otherwise, it would be rather ludicrous to be ousted over insignificant issues. As these thoughts occupied Suyu's mind, Wang Xuanfu's thunderous voice resonated once more from the podium. "All unrelated personnel, vacate the training base within 3 minutes. You have 2 minutes and 55 seconds left. Failure to exit within the allotted time will result in harsher penalties." At this proclamation, those who had arrived late dared not protest further. They hurriedly departed, cursing and hurling insults at Wang Xuanfu's ancestors. After their departure, Wang Xuanfu turned to the throng of over 3,000 participants and declared, "Prepare for 1 hour of push-ups." Upon hearing this, many believed they had misheard. Wang Xuanfu was not merely suggesting dozens or hundreds of push-ups. He was speaking of a full hour. Most of those present, like Suyu, had only recently obtained their professional cards. Though they had acquired certain extraordinary abilities upon receiving their cards, the majority of their physical attributes had not undergone rapid enhancement. Furthermore, some professions, despite their elevated levels, still possessed fragile physiques. The demand for 1 hour of push-ups left many with expressions akin to painful masks. 10, 9, 8. If I reach 1, and you have yet to commence your push-ups, you are eliminated. Wang Xuanfu's words incited considerable ire among the crowd. After acquiring their professional cards and becoming martial artists, their paramount task was to develop their vocational abilities and continue to grow stronger. While push-ups could bolster their physique and enhance their attack, defense, vitality, and speed, was it not outrageous to demand an hour of push-ups right from the start? Suyu, indifferent to the discontent surrounding him, recognized that his foundational attributes had significantly improved. For him, an hour of push-ups posed no considerable challenge. Wang Ying and Nanmen Feng had already descended to the ground. Nanmen Feng appeared to be a model of obedience, while Wang Ying, with his extreme martial profession, seemed to engage in push-ups as if it were mere play. It soon became evident that even with Wang Xuanfu's clear instructions, there were still dissenters. Wang Xuanfu did not waste time on these troublemakers. "Those who have yet to start push-ups may leave," he declared. As his words fell, the robust men standing like steel poles surged forward, escorting the defiant individuals away. "I want to leave. I came to participate in the 6 rounds of selection assessments, not to do push-ups. What gives you the right to send me away?" This individual cursed vehemently, to which Wang Xuanfu responded with a faint smile. "If you cannot even manage 1 hour of push-ups, if you shy away from such a minor challenge, how do you expect to participate in the 6 rounds of selection assessments? I must be blunt, you lack the qualifications to take part in the 6 rounds. Shangxia University seeks not those who are timid and hesitant, but rather those bold and resolute elites. Take him away." With a wave of his hand, the troublemaker was promptly escorted away by the assistants of Shangxia University. Suyu observed this scene, his gaze momentarily flickering. He pondered, Shangxia University, having secured 1/3 of the national cultivation resources, has indeed become exceedingly stringent. However, a strict teacher produces exceptional students, and rigorous trials forge true gold. The students selected under such high standards would undoubtedly be the cream of the crop. After eliminating the troublemakers, Wang Xuanfu continued, "Continue with your push-ups. Do not slack off. Should the assistants catch you slacking, you will have to wait until the next opportunity to return." As the participants performed push-ups, Wang Xuanfu's thunderous voice articulated the specifics of the 6 rounds of selection assessments. The first round's focus was adherence to rules. From the moment you entered the training base, the assessment had already commenced. Those who were late or defiant had been eliminated. Their ousting was, in fact, a blessing. For Shengxia University is a school of survival. Its elite are warriors forged in the crucible of hell. Those self-important fools are the most likely to perish on the battlefield. Wang Xuanfu's words were heavy and unvarnished, and the atmosphere grew tense. As the world faced unprecedented crises with the emergence of numerous rifts, humanity stood on the brink of its most significant survival challenge. At this moment, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. It was at this juncture that Wang Xuanfu approached Su Yu, retrieving a small booklet from his pocket and addressing him, "Stand up." Upon hearing this command, Su Yu rose to his feet. Wang Xuanfu then handed the booklet to Su Yu, stating, "This outlines the behavioral norms you are to adhere to during your time at the training camp. Now, please recite it for everyone." Su Yu refrained from further discourse. Flipping open the booklet and began to read aloud the camp's code of conduct, 100 stipulations in its latest revised version. First and foremost, during the training period, absolute obedience to commands is required, and participants must diligently fulfill their training responsibilities. Secondly, during this period, no unauthorized communication with the outside world is permitted. Chapter 18. A Greeting Gift. An Exceptional Supply Backpack. As per Wang Xuanfu's request, Su Yu meticulously recited the conduct guidelines for the training camp to the assembly. At that moment, he and the others comprehended the nature of the first round of the 6 selection assessment. In essence, each individual is allocated 10 behavioral points. Violations of the 100 stipulated conduct rules will result in corresponding deductions of points. If one's points are reduced to 0, it signifies failure in the first round of assessment. Upon completing the reading of the 100 conduct rules, Wang Xuanfu spoke once more. "I have heard that a remarkable individual has joined our training camp. A true gem forged by the flames of adversity. I, Wang, relish training such formidable talents. Where is Su Yu, who has conquered the hellish difficulty in the novice trial instance? Raise your hand." Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt both amused and exasperated. Yet he raised his hand nonetheless. Wang Xuanfu had heard of Su Yu's name, but did not recognize him. After Su Yu raised his hand, Wang Xuanfu paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Excellent. Very commendable. Your reward is 1,000 push-ups. Commence." At that moment, Su Yu felt an urge to curse. Could he decline this reward? Was this Wang Xuanfu not akin to the deity of push-ups from ancient Greece? It seemed he either prepared for an hour of push-ups or 1,000 of them. Despite his internal grievances, Su Yu obediently began his push-ups. The others around him nearly erupted in laughter. In other universities, the treatment of geniuses is akin to that of royalty. However, at Shengxia University, geniuses endure a more arduous training regimen than their peers. Once Su Yu diligently commenced his push-ups, Wang Xuanfu continued to elaborate on the content of the second round of selection assessments. The first round is ongoing. Throughout the training camp, you must adhere to these conduct guidelines. The second round will require you to enter the camp's instance and cultivate the battle soldier path. The battle soldier path is a universal cultivation secret of Shengxia University, one that all students must master. The method to cultivate the battle soldier path is straightforward. Consume a battle soldier fruit for the first time and refine it using the prescribed techniques in the secret manual. Upon successful refinement of the battle soldier fruit, you will have reached the first tier of the battle soldier path, and your 6-dimensional attribute points will increase by 10. This means that your life, attack, defense, speed, spirit, and energy will each increase by 10. Furthermore, with each subsequent tier you ascend within the battle soldier path, your 6-dimensional attribute points will similarly increase by 10. The process of refining the battle soldier fruit is simple. The amount required for subsequent refinements is double that of the previous. However, the battle soldier fruit is notoriously unpalatable, and the refinement process may leave you feeling as though your body and soul are being crushed and reassembled. This process becomes increasingly torturous with each iteration. Therefore, in the second round of selection assessments, we only require you to elevate your battle soldier path to the 3rd tier. Those who fail to meet this requirement within 3 days will be eliminated. Do you understand? The battle soldier path is a renowned cultivation manual, a product of the wisdom of many formidable beings in the Great Xia. However, it is notoriously difficult to master, demanding unimaginable suffering to achieve a transformative rebirth. Yet, the effects of the battle soldier path are astonishing, providing a formidable increase in 6-dimensional base attribute points. At tier 10, your 6-dimensional base attribute points will increase by 100. Su Yu's lava longsword is a mythic-grade weapon. In its initial state, its attack power only provides an increase of around 100 points. This means that reaching Tier 10 in the Battle Soldier path would yield an additional attack power equivalent to that of wielding a lava longsword. However, attaining Tier 10 in the Battle Soldier path is exceptionally challenging. Among the over 3,000 individuals present, achieving this feat would be nothing short of miraculous. Next, Wang Xuanfu provided further details on the cultivation methods, insights, and precautions regarding the Battle Soldier path. By the time he concluded, nearly an hour had passed. In a sense, Su Yu's reward of 1,000 push-ups had not been truly rewarding, as the others continued their own push-ups concurrently. Once everyone completed their push-ups, Wang Xuanfu instructed them to collect their supplies and prepare to enter the training camp instance. In the following 3 days, all participants must exert themselves to cultivate the Battle Soldier path. Failure to reach the 3rd tier within the allotted time will result in elimination. While en route to collect supplies, Su Yu curiously inquired of Wang Ying, "Old Wang, what is the maximum tier that the most formidable practitioners of the Battle Soldier path have reached in the Great Xia?" This question might stump others. Yet Wang Ying was well informed, having a deep fascination for the Battle Soldier path. He raised one hand and gestured. 50 tiers. You heard me correctly. I did not misspeak. Currently, a top-tier powerhouse in the Great Xia military has cultivated the Battle Soldier path to 50 tiers. That's a direct increase of 500 points to their 6-dimensional base attributes. Su Yu was taken aback by this revelation. It was evident that these powerhouses were extraordinarily formidable. Wang Ying continued, "My uncle, Wang Xuanfu, has also reached the 20th tier of the Battle Soldier path, increasing his 6-dimensional base attributes by 200 points. As for us, we need not set excessively high goals at the outset. Attaining the 10th tier of the Battle Soldier path would already be quite impressive. By the way, boss, the training camp has a shopping center. Do you wish to go shopping?" Wang Ying, being a spender, clearly intended to utilize his financial means before entering the training camp instance. Su Yu shook his head. "I have no shopping needs." Beside them, Nanmen Feng had been following along, but had remained silent. Wang Ying, feeling helpless, turned to Nanmen Feng and asked, "Fengzi, will you be purchasing supplies?" Nanmen Feng shook his head. "No? All right then, you and the boss wait for me here. I will go procure some supplies." With that, Wang Ying swiftly departed. After more than 10 minutes, he returned. In addition to the items he had already placed in his inventory, he held 2 exceptional supply backpacks. These backpacks, valued akin to a house, were spatial items equipped with their own inventory. Upon seeing Su Yu and Nanmen Feng, Wang Ying tossed the backpacks to either side. "Boss, Fengzi, catch. A greeting gift for you." Wang Ying, living up to his background from a prestigious family, displayed remarkable generosity. Su Yu effortlessly caught the exceptional supply backpack and then promptly passed it back. Although he and Wang Ying shared a good rapport, he felt it unnecessary to accept such a grand benefit. Nanmen Feng, being quite pragmatic, expressed his gratitude and stored the exceptional supply backpack in his inventory. Chapter 19. The first tier of the Battle Soldier path, the cost of strength. "Old Wang, you can return it." Su Yu was indifferent to Nanmen Feng's choices, yet he was reluctant to accept such a substantial gift from Wang Ying. Wang Ying waved his hand, entirely dismissing the notion of receiving the backpack. "Boss, aren't we being too formal? This is a matter of complementary strengths. The advantages of a leader and a madman lie in different realms. While my asset is the freedom to spend money." Wang Ying was not merely boasting. He belonged to the Wang family, one of the 8 prominent clans of the Great Xia. He was not merely a collateral descendant, but a direct heir. Although the Wang family was vast and influential, with numerous direct descendants, Wang Ying's acquisition of the Extreme Martial and Windwalker career cards attested to the significant support he received from the Wang family. After much contemplation, Su Yu ultimately accepted the elite resource backpack gifted by Wang Ying. Nearby, others observed this scene with palpable envy, yearning for a wealthy friend like Wang Ying, who could casually offer a house as a gift. After purchasing ample supplies at the shopping center, Wang Ying and Su Yu proceeded together to collect standard supplies. This time, those entering the training dungeon would receive standard supplies. During the novice trials, the group had only spent a few hours in the dungeon, hence they did not require any supplies. However, entering the training dungeon was akin to embarking on a 3-day survival in the wilderness. Without a standard supplies backpack, some might find themselves starving multiple times over those 3 days. Upon receiving their standard supplies backpacks, Wang Ying remarked casually, "Although this standard supplies backpack is free, the items within are quite comprehensive. With this standard supplies backpack, as long as one's survival skills are not excessively lacking, enduring 3 days in the training dungeon should not pose too much of a challenge." While Wang Ying spoke, Su Yu was inspecting the contents of his standard supplies backpack, which included self-heating rice, a wilderness water purifier, sleeping bags, and other essential survival tools. In the mid to late stages of their martial journey, practitioners possess the ability to traverse the skies and earth. However, in the early stages, especially at the moment they acquired their career cards, it was prudent to respect Newton's laws. After examining the standard supplies backpack, Su Yu casually placed it in his item slot. Upon obtaining a career card, practitioners would unlock 10 item slots for every 10 levels. Currently, Su Yu and the others only had 10 item slots. However, An advantage of the item slots was that items like the standard supplies backpack could be directly placed inside, allowing for substantial storage capacity. After collecting their standard supplies backpacks, the trio made their way to the entrance of the training camp dungeon, where a long queue had already formed. Each student entering the training camp dungeon would receive a cultivation manual for Warrior's Path. Witnessing this method of entry, Wang Ying's heart sank. Boss, Fengzi, this is bad. It seems we may have to fend for ourselves once we enter the training camp dungeon. Suyu nodded. Having observed that individuals were entering the training camp dungeon one by one, if they were allowed to act as a group, members would typically be teleported together into the training camp dungeon. After observing for a moment, Suyu casually suggested, "We will likely enter a large dungeon and can find a way to regroup. However, with only 3 days at our disposal, we must ensure our cultivation of the Warrior's Path reaches the 3rd layer before we can reunite." Wang Ying nodded and proposed, "Let us each focus on cultivating our Warrior's Path to the 3rd layer first, then head east to see if we can regroup." Wang Ying was not fully aware of what awaited them in the training camp dungeon. Furthermore, since this dungeon would only be open for 3 days, their ability to regroup was not essential. Yet, combating aberrant beasts and clearing dungeon fissures often required teamwork for greater efficiency. Given their fortunate connection, it would be prudent to begin some cooperative endeavors from this point onward. In a rare moment, Nan Minfeng spoke, "I have no objections." His reticence did not imply a lack of intellect. He was just as capable of discerning the situation as Su Yu and Wang Ying. The trio advanced rapidly, and soon, Su Yu obtained a crystal book. This crystal book resembled a rectangular block of transparent glass. By placing the crystal book against his forehead or using his mental energy to communicate with it, he could read its contents. Alternatively, if one was adept at mental energy manipulation, they could directly invoke their mental energy to access the information contained within. This particular crystal book detailed the cultivation manual for Warrior's Path and other related information. After acquiring the crystal book, Suyu stepped into the training camp dungeon. A ripple coursed through his body as he traversed a dungeon fissure and entered the dungeon space. The training camp dungeon fissure opened into an endless expanse of primordial forest. Fortuitously, upon entering, he spotted the coveted warrior fruit he sought. It resembled a pear, but bore a peculiar black hue. 20 meters away, a fruit tree stood with a solitary warrior fruit hanging from it. Suyu did not approach recklessly. Instead, he retrieved his lava longsword and cautiously advanced. For newcomers, the dungeon space posed considerable threats. Most individuals, despite having acquired career cards, lacked formidable combat prowess. Thus, negligence could easily lead to peril within the dungeon. Suyu's approach towards the warrior fruit was remarkably smooth, with no aberrant beasts in sight. He extended his hand and plucked the black warrior fruit, which now rested in his palm. Name: warrior fruit. Quality: ordinary. Description: 1. This fruit is bitter, astringent, and sour, making it difficult to swallow. Consuming it will subject one to the agony of flesh and bone being shattered and then reconstituted. Description: 2. Utilizing the Warrior's Path manual to refine the special energy contained within the warrior fruit will increase all 6-dimensional attribute points by 10. Description: 3. The more warrior fruits consumed, the more excruciating the resulting pain. Exceeding one's threshold may lead to death. From the description, the warrior fruit appeared to be an extraordinary yet ordinary item. Its effects were remarkably potent, yet its quality was merely average. Seeking a relatively safe spot, Suyu utilized his mental energy to read the Warrior's Path manual contained within the crystal book. He then cleaned the warrior fruit, preparing for his first attempt at cultivation. With a crunch, he bit into the tasteless warrior fruit, nearly gagging. The fruit's texture was far from commendable. It was bitter to the extreme and sour enough to induce toothache. No wonder aberrant beasts showed no interest in the warrior fruit. Yet, Suyu could not afford to spit it out. If finding another warrior fruit proved difficult, discarding this one would only invite trouble. Ultimately, Suyu persevered with immense willpower and managed to consume the warrior fruit. He then began to operate the Warrior's Path manual to refine the energy contained within the fruit. Chapter 20. The Legend of the Celestial Silver Dragon Spear, Refinement Level 7, leads to mutation. A roar erupted, not from an aberrant beast, but from Suyu, unable to suppress a low growl as he practiced the Warrior's Path. Pain. Excruciating, soul-rending agony. After consuming the warrior fruit and utilizing the Warrior's Path manual to refine its energy, his internal organs, meridians, and every inch of flesh and blood were engulfed in excruciating pain. It felt as though his flesh and bones were being crushed inch by inch, only to be reassembled, piece by piece. Clearly, the elevation of his 6-dimensional attributes by 10 points came at a significant cost. Furthermore, the higher the level of the warrior path, the more terrifying the agony became. There were instances where the suffering surpassed the limits a martial artist could endure, leading to their untimely demise. This torment persisted for at least half an hour before it gradually subsided. At that moment, Suyu finally had the opportunity to examine his attribute panel. Suyu. Occupation 1, Blacksmith. Level, 5, 430, 800. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Effect, your equipment refinement will always succeed. with a chance to obtain a mythical attribute. Occupation 2, Dimensional Sorcerer. Level 1, 0, 100. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consumes high-grade refining items to summon dimensional creatures for cooperative combat. Life, 1190, 10. Attack, 20, 10. Defense, 21, 10. Speed, 10, 10. Mentality, 15, 10. Energy, 0, 10. Warrior Path Level 1, 6-dimensional attribute points 10. From his attribute panel, it was evident that Tsuyu had cultivated his warrior path to the first level, granting an additional 10 points to all 6 foundational attributes. Despite having endured unimaginable pain moments ago, Tsuyu had to admit the sheer awesomeness of this enhancement. He also discovered that within the training camp instance, the quantity of warrior fruits was abundant. Not far from him, he spotted 5 more warrior fruits. Without wasting a moment, Tsuyu grasped his mythical weapon, the lava longsword, and approached. There are refining stone ores here. Upon reaching the fruit tree of the warrior fruits, Tsuyu was delighted to find a small vein of refining stone ore. He immediately set to work, using his lava longsword to excavate it. These refining stones could yield a substantial amount of refined stones in his melting space. While he dug, he refined simultaneously. Before long, he had acquired 121 intermediate refining stones. There are 5 grades of refining stones: primary, intermediate, advanced, special, and supreme refining stones. Generally, only supreme refining stones could potentially refine mythical attributes. However, the grading of refining stones held little significance for Tsuyu, as even primary refining stones could yield mythical attributes. With 121 refining stones in his possession, a thought crossed Tsuyu's mind. What would happen if he refined the warrior fruits? These fruits had astonishing effects, yet their taste was abominable, and the process of activation was agonizing. But would refining the warrior fruits mitigate these side effects? With this thought in mind, Tsuyu decided to act without hesitation, refining first and pondering later. After all, he had the refining stones and 5 warrior fruits. He would refine them without delay. 1 refining stone and 1 warrior fruit were placed into the melting space. Limit-breaking refinement activated. Refinement successful. Name, warrior fruit 1. Quality, rare. Description 1. Improved warrior fruit with significantly enhanced taste. Now a delectable fruit. Description 2. When utilizing the energy contained within the warrior path, the pain is substantially diminished, while the beneficial effects remain unchanged. Seeing these 2 descriptions filled Tsuyu with elation. The hidden occupation card indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. Astonishingly, he had succeeded in refining even a fruit as formidable as the warrior fruit. Without further delay, he refined all 5 warrior fruits. After completing this task, he consumed 1. To his delight, the current warrior fruit tasted remarkably similar to a pear. Upon consuming it and practicing the techniques from the warrior path, the pain he experienced was reduced to merely an ache. After refining the special energy contained within the warrior fruit, this discomfort vanished entirely. This discovery thrilled Tsuyu immensely. In the ensuing hours, he began to scour the mountains and fields for refining stone ores and more warrior fruits. When he found warrior fruits, he did not consume them directly, but refined each one. A day passed, and his warrior path had ascended to the 10th level. Uncertain how to ascertain the level of a martial artist's warrior path cultivation, Tsuyu stored the remaining warrior fruits in his inventory after refining them. Each slot in the inventory was approximately the size of a 1 cubic meter storage cabinet, capable of holding a vast number of items. His current panel was indeed formidable, with all 6 foundational attributes elevated by 100 points. To avoid drawing undue attention, he refrained from further cultivating the warrior path. He decided to wait until the testing concluded to practice in secret. Refining the warrior fruit once still left some side effects, but after a second refinement, all side effects disappeared, rendering it entirely consumable as fruit. After pausing his warrior path cultivation, Tsuyu turned his attention to the cultivation notes of the Silver Dragon Sovereign. Although not a crystal book, it still required placement on the forehead or the use of mental energy to read. After some study, Tsuyu discovered that the Silver Dragon Spear had a slight connection to the level 80 Silver Dragon Sovereign. The Silver Dragon Spear was a weapon developed by the Silver Dragon Sovereign. However, it required at least 7 refinements to function at a basic level. After 7 refinements, the Silver Dragon Spear would give rise to the Silver Dragon, which could devour other weapons, allowing it to continuously grow and evolve. However, it necessitated approximately 15 refinements to yield optimal results. This requirement was excessively stringent, and the veracity of the claims was questionable. Consequently, while many would forge the Silver Dragon Spear, few would refine it 7 or even 15 times. The Silver Dragon Spear was merely an epic-grade weapon for transition, with a growth limit of level 30, making such extensive refinements unnecessary. Refining an item for the 6th time required 32 refining stones, while the 7th refinement demanded 64 stones. Tsuyu possessed around 200 refining stones, so he could attempt to refine the Silver Dragon Spear to the 7th level. The more times an item was refined, the higher the failure rate. Tsuyu's refinement of the Silver Dragon Spear to the 7th level was guaranteed to succeed, requiring only 127 refining stones for the endeavor. Others, however, were unaware of how many failures they might encounter. A failed refinement could potentially lead to total destruction of the weapon. Thus, the costs for others undertaking this task were high, and the cost-effectiveness was low, making them reluctant to attempt it. At this moment, with nothing pressing on his agenda, Tsuyu felt compelled to try refining the Silver Dragon Spear 7 times to see if the legends held any truth. Chapter 21. The Silver Dragon Spear Refinement Success. 2 Mythical Attributes. After a brief contemplation, Tsuyu retrieved the Silver Dragon Spear. He prepared to follow the instructions in the cultivation notes of the Silver Dragon Sovereign and make an attempt. If the legend of the Silver Dragon Spear turned out to be false, then the cultivation notes of the Silver Dragon Sovereign would be deemed worthless, and there would be no need for further research. If the legend of the Silver Dragon Spear is indeed true, then the cultivation notes left by the Silver Sovereign undoubtedly possess immense research value. Others attempting the Silver Sovereign's method face staggering costs. When refining equipment, one encounters minor calamities for each attempt and significant catastrophes after every 3 attempts. Without the hidden class card of a blacksmith, one can only imagine the number of failures required to refine the Silver Dragon Spear 7 times. Given that he currently has some leisure time, Tsuyu decided to refine the Silver Dragon Spear and see if surprises awaited him. He held a degree of anticipation regarding the records left by the Silver Sovereign. It is indisputable that the Silver Sovereign is a genuine LV-80 powerhouse. However, the numerous crafting methods he left behind come with exorbitant costs and low cost-effectiveness. Thus, under normal circumstances, few would resort to the Silver Sovereign's refinement methods for crafting equipment. Nevertheless, due to his possession of a unique hidden class card, Tsuyu was willing to give it a resolute try. The epic weapon bestowed by the principal of Bright Light High School, the Silver Dragon Spear, was soon clasped in his hands. Name, Silver Dragon Spear. Quality, Epic. Level, 1. Attack, 10-100. Attributes, Sealed, Epic, Breaking Army, Epic. Sealed. This weapon is currently in a dormant state. Breaking Army. The weapon gains an additional 100 points of attack power. From the panel of the Silver Dragon Spear, its strengths and weaknesses are glaringly apparent. The advantage lies in its epic attribute, Breaking Army, which grants an initial additional attack power of 100 points. The drawback, however, is that this weapon lacks any special effects, merely boasting high attack power. According to the records of the Silver Sovereign, this weapon would undergo a transformation after being refined 7 times. Resolute in his decision, Tsuyu wasted no time. He swiftly retrieved a mid-level refining stone and placed both the refining stone and the Silver Dragon Spear into the refining space. Limit Break Refinement triggered. The refinement of the Silver Dragon Spear was successful, resulting in Silver Dragon Spear 1. This weapon exhibited peculiar characteristics. After the first refinement, it merely increased the base attack power by 10 points, with no other attributes changing. Tsuyu immediately took out 2 mid-level refining stones to begin the second refinement. Much like the first time, the only alteration after the second refinement was another 10-point increase in base attack power. Quickly, he took out 4 mid-level refining stones for the third refinement. In this manner, he expended a total of 127 mid-level refining stones, consecutively refining the Silver Dragon Spear 7 times in one go. Upon completing the 7th refinement, the Silver Dragon Spear indeed underwent a dramatic transformation. And not just a slight change, but a monumental one. Name, Silver Dragon Spear 7. Quality, Mythical. Level, 1, Level Cap 40. Attack, 80-100. Attributes, Spirit of the Silver Dragon, Mythical, Sweeping Away Thousands, Mythical. Spirit of the Silver Dragon, summons the Spirit of the Silver Dragon, devouring other equipment, allowing the weapon to attain multiple growths or repair damage. Sweeping Away Thousands, increases the weapon's attack power by 100. Upon the completion of the 7th refinement, Tsuyu glanced at the attribute panel of the Silver Dragon Spear, and a wave of ecstasy surged through him. The Silver Sovereign did not deceive, indeed. The Silver Dragon Spear undergoes an astonishing transformation after 7 refinements. However, the weapon remains somewhat difficult to articulate. If crafted through conventional means, the cost of this weapon would be unfathomable. The chances of catastrophic failure during the 3rd or 6th refinements are exceedingly high, potentially resulting in the complete destruction of the weapon. Even after overcoming numerous challenges to successfully forge this weapon, it would still only serve as a transitional weapon, as the level cap of the Silver Dragon Spear refined 7 times remains at 40. If Tsuyu wished for the Silver Dragon Spear to shine even brighter, further refinements would be necessary. According to the records of the Silver Sovereign, the Silver Dragon Spear must undergo 15 refinements to manifest yet another wondrous transformation. Even if every refinement were to succeed at a 100 rate, the number of refining stones required for 15 refinements would still be a considerable figure. However, at present, he found no immediate need to carry such an extraordinary weapon. For now, others were unaware of the true capabilities of his hidden class card. Should they discover that he could mass-produce exquisite weapons, many would likely react by attempting to capture him, compelling him to continuously refine equipment. After acquiring the Silver Dragon Spear 7, Suyu's first thought was to have the spear consume the soul-devouring dagger. The soul-devouring dagger possesses an attribute called Utilize to the Fullest, which can extract a small number of attribute points from the corpses of exotic beasts. Yet, the soul-devouring dagger is a short weapon and ill-suited for primary combat. Nonetheless, this thought did not linger long in Suyu's mind, and he soon abandoned it. While the Silver Dragon Spear could undoubtedly devour the soul-devouring dagger, it might not perfectly inherit the attribute. If the Silver Dragon Spear failed to inherit the Utilize to the Fullest attribute, the loss would be considerable. However, using the Silver Dragon Spear as his primary weapon was certainly feasible. His other mythical equipment, the lava longsword, possessed a similar critical strike attribute. When luck favored him, a single strike could deal 300 damage. This includes the original damage plus the additional damage provided by the critical strike attribute. While the Silver Dragon Spear may not achieve 300 damage, it could consistently inflict 200 damage with each strike. Both mythical weapons have their respective strengths and weaknesses, warranting thorough exploration. Nevertheless, Suyu opted for the Silver Dragon Spear as his primary weapon. Originally, the Silver Dragon Spear was a 2-meter-long silver spear. Now, it is adorned with a translucent dragon spirit entwined around its shaft, presenting a truly enchanting sight. Without further delay, Suyu commenced his journey toward the east. He hoped to see if he could rendezvous with Wang Ying and Nanmen Feng in the forthcoming moments. However, even if he were to meet up with Nanmen Feng, he would not dare to readily reveal the refined battle fruits. Although Nanmen Feng and Wang Ying are undoubtedly trustworthy, until he possesses adequate self-defense capabilities, such eye-catching methods must remain concealed to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. His hidden class is undoubtedly exceptionally unique. Common means would surely fail to refine the battle fruits. Otherwise, the path of battle fruits would not be so arduous to cultivate. Chapter 22. Monster Clearing Master, no exotic beasts in sight. Holding the Silver Dragon Spear, Suyu finally encountered an exotic beast as he traversed the training camp dungeon. His previous luck seemed rather auspicious. He had traversed the dungeon for quite some time without encountering any exotic beasts. This time, as he advanced toward the east, he soon spotted a jet-black serpent. The serpent, about the thickness of a bowl, flicked its tongue menacingly, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. Name, Corrupt Bone Serpent. Quality, Rare. Level, 5. Life, 600. The Bone-Corroding Serpent. The venom of this creature is exceedingly dreadful. Once infected, it inflicts severe damage upon the bones and is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. After examining the attributes of the Bone-Corroding Serpent, Suyu did not feel particularly anxious. Currently, his Celestial Silver Dragon Spear could inflict a staggering 160 points of damage. His own attack power also stood at 120 points. This implies that a single strike would yield a terrifying total of 280 points of damage. Even against a creature of the Bone-Corroding Serpent's caliber, 2 shots would leave it gravely wounded. Although Suyu harbored no fear of this serpent, he remained cautious. This area appeared to be the serpent's territory, and upon his arrival, it had immediately designated him as prey. With a sudden motion, the pitch-black bone-corroding serpent lunged towards Suyu, seemingly intent on biting him to inflict poison, thus engaging him in a struggle. However, having cultivated his martial soldier path to the 10th level, his 6-dimensional foundational attributes were extraordinarily high. Despite the serpent's rapid movements, they appeared to unfold in slow motion, as Suyu's attributes rendered him vastly superior. In a flash, Suyu thrust his Celestial Silver Dragon Spear toward the bone-corroding serpent. The spear pierced through with a sickening sound, and the serpent was unable to evade due to Suyu's overwhelming foundational power. Upon impact, a jet of blood erupted from the serpent, instantly robbing it of half its vitality. Terrified by the ferocity of Suyu's attack, the bone-corroding serpent attempted to flee at an accelerated pace, but its struggles were in vain. Suyu, with a swift movement, closed the distance, his martial soldier path granting him an additional 100 points of speed. Typically, only classes such as assassins or rangers could achieve such speed at level 10. Yet, with his martial soldier path at the 10th level, Suyu had become a veritable killing machine. However, the bone-corroding serpent was not to be underestimated. Realizing Suyu dared to pursue, it lunged for his neck with a vicious bite. Unperturbed, Suyu deftly evaded the serpent's attack, retaliating with a fierce thrust of his spear. Both strikes landed precisely near the serpent's vital points. The result was not merely a grievous wound. The serpent was slain outright. Hitting critical areas conferred a damage bonus, while strikes to non-critical areas would incur a damage reduction. Had his attacks landed solely on the serpent's tail, they would not have sapped its life force so significantly. You have slain the bone-corroding serpent. Professional experience, 60, to be allocated. Celestial Silver Dragon Spear experience, 15. As Suyu possessed dual professions, the experience accrued must be allocated according to his discretion. Both his blacksmith and dimensional sorcerer professions were hidden classes that complemented each other remarkably. In this context, it was only natural that both hidden professions should progress in tandem. He promptly allocated all the accrued experience to his dimensional sorcerer profession, intending to average the experience distribution once its level caught up, thereby allowing both professions to advance together. After completing the experience allocation, Suyu withdrew his soul-harvesting dagger to extract his 6-dimensional foundational attribute points. With a swift thrust into the corpse of the bone-corroding serpent, the dagger's attributes were activated. Utilitarianism, triggered. Base attack 1. Base speed 1. Though the increments in attack and speed were modest, with the soul-harvesting dagger in hand, such gains would accumulate over time. Subsequently, Suyu continued on his predetermined path to rendezvous with Wang Ying and Nan Minfeng. Along the way, the number of monsters began to increase. You have slain the green-eyed rat. Professional experience, 30. Celestial Silver Dragon Spear experience, 10. You have slain the withered leaf butterfly. Professional experience, 10. Celestial Silver Dragon Spear experience, 5. You have slain the earth beetle. Professional experience, 25. Celestial Silver Dragon Spear experience, 10. As Suyu traversed the path, his formidable foundational attributes and the efficacy of the Celestial Silver Dragon Spear rendered him invulnerable to any monsters worth his full effort. After dispatching these creatures, he made no waste of resources, utilizing the soul-harvesting dagger to fully exploit their remains. As the day waned into night, Suyu opted against further slaughter and sought a place to rest. In most dungeons, sleeping was generally prohibited unless in a party with others keeping watch. While he had 2 teammates, Wang Ying and Nan Minfeng, their whereabouts were unknown, prompting him to choose a relatively open spot to set up camp. First, he strategically deployed warning devices, black spherical objects the size of pool balls. These devices could monitor any unusual beast activity within 100 meters. If any creatures approached, the warning devices would emit a piercing alarm and vibrations through the receiver's earpiece. Setting up these devices was a mandatory skill learned over 3 years of high school. Properly configured, the devices could grant the martial artist approximately 600 meters of buffer distance, with a maximum transmission range of 500 meters. Applying the knowledge acquired in his high school years, Suyu quickly positioned 16 warning devices around him. Once he confirmed their operational status, he produced a camping tent and swiftly assembled it. Subsequently, he retrieved a sleeping bag from his standard supply pack and settled down to rest. At the initial stages of acquiring a profession card, martial artists could not completely substitute sleep with cultivation. However, few would dare to sleep as openly as Suyu. Most students preferred to find a relatively safe spot to rest their eyes briefly. They would rather endure sleepless nights than risk their lives in the training camp dungeon due to slumber. The first night in the training camp passed without incident, as the beasts that had roamed during the day had been eradicated by Suyu. Consequently, no reckless creatures ventured near during the night. Most participants experienced a restless night. Unlike Suyu, who enjoyed a tranquil sleep. The following morning, Suyu rose early. He took out a box of self-heating rice, poured the rice and vegetable packets into a plastic container, and added mineral water. Afterward, he placed the heating pack into the heating box, pouring in the required amount of mineral water. Soon, steam began to emanate from the box, and in 15 minutes, he would be ready to dine. The sustenance available to martial artists in the wilderness is, in fact, quite abundant. However, the standard supplies issued by the training camp consist merely of basic rations, and the self-heating rice is considered a luxury. Most individuals, however, tend to shy away from the somewhat cumbersome self-heating rice. In another direction, Nan Minfeng is leisurely consuming milk and compressed biscuits. During these 3 days, if he fails to rendezvous with Suyu and Wang Ying, he has resigned himself to this diet. Meanwhile, Wang Ying is indulging in instant noodles. Within the confines of the instance, he has little concern regarding food. This is a place where one's life hangs in the balance. To lose one's life over a morsel is simply not worth it. Other candidates have opted for energy bars or jerky. After finishing his meal, Suyu tidies up and presses forward. Fortune smiles upon him. As a day has passed without encountering any members of the Liu family, Liu Mei holds a significant position within the Nanyang Liu family, and his humiliating treatment of her equates to a severe slap in the face to the clan. Although he has not publicly broadcast his application to Shinsha University, it is trivial for the Liu family's intelligence network to be privy to such information. Among the 3,000 remaining candidates, around 30 are martial artists from the Nanyang Liu family, and one of their primary objectives in applying to Shinsha University is to eliminate Suyu. Not only has Suyu dealt a resounding blow to the Liu family's pride, but he is also remarkably gifted. Such a talented individual, harboring animosity towards the Liu family, poses a potential catastrophe if allowed to flourish. Thus, the Nanyang Liu family has dispatched over 30 martial artists to the training camp. Even Liu Mei's husband, from the Zhang family, has taken action. Currently, there are more than 10 martial artists from the Nanyang Zhang family in the training camp, all with the intent of targeting Suyu. Unfortunately, the instance is far too vast. After roaming the training camp instance for a day, Suyu has yet to cross paths with these 40 adversaries. Of course, if they were to encounter one another within the instance, it would be difficult to determine who would truly be the unfortunate one. Just like on the first day, Suyu continues to converge with Nanmen Feng and Wang Ying while simultaneously wreaking havoc. With the aid of the Heavenly Silver Dragon Spear and the Soul Colonization Dagger, his momentum has rapidly escalated. His attribute panel now reflects a substantial transformation compared to before. Suyu, Occupation 1, Blacksmith. Level, 7, 500, 2100. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Effect, your equipment refining is guaranteed to succeed, with a chance of obtaining a mythical attribute. Occupation 2, Dimensional Sorcerer. Level, 7, 500, 2100. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consuming high-grade refining items can summon a dimensional creature to descend and engage in combat. Health, 2600, 100. Attack, 80, 100. Defense, 90, 100. Speed, 40, 100. Mental, 40, 100. Energy, 10, 100. Warrior Path Level 10, 6-dimensional attribute points 100. Under normal circumstances, his fundamental 6-dimensional attribute points should not be this elevated. At level 7, the majority of occupations typically hover around an attack power of approximately 35 points. However, due to the possession of the Soul Colonization Dagger, his attack power stands at a staggering 80 points. Coupled with his cultivation of the Warrior Path to the 10th level, his current attack power soars to a terrifying 180 points. When compared to the average attack power of 35 points among most occupations, his prowess is more than 5 times that of his peers. Encountering martial artists from the Nanyang Lu family or the Nanyang Zhang family at this juncture may not yield any advantage for them. In fact, should they reveal their intent to harm him, it would likely seal their fate. Continuing on his path, Suyu seeks to reunite with his 2 companions. Along the way, he graciously accepts all the warrior fruits he encounters. However, he has yet to discover any refined stone veins, only occasionally stumbling upon scattered fragments. Nevertheless, such minor gains contribute to a greater whole. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. After spending half a day, Suyu finally encounters Wang Ying, who is in a dire predicament. Approximately 16 to 17 martial artists are besieging him. Were it not for his dual S-rank occupations, Extreme Martial and Windwalker, he would have surely succumbed. Wang Ying's clash with these martial artists arose from their moral decay. What transpires within the instance remains unknown to the outside world. Thus, these martial artists have set their sights on a lone female warrior. This solitary female warrior, unwilling to endure humiliation, nearly resorted to self-harm. Fortunately, Wang Ying happened to pass by and saved her life. Upon witnessing Wang Ying embroiled in battle with the group, Suyu does not hesitate to join the fray. Wang Ying, besieged and in a precarious situation, immediately calls out upon seeing Suyu. Boss, these bastards are from the Golden Eyes faction. They are morally corrupt. Not long ago, they attempted to bully a lone female warrior, and I confronted them directly. Suyu is unfamiliar with who the Golden Eyes are. But since these individuals are evidently not virtuous, he feels no need for restraint. With a swift motion, Suyu unleashes his spear toward the shield held by one of the martial artists. Crack, crack. This shield, being merely a rare-grade piece of equipment, stands no chance against the strike of a mythical weapon. Moreover, it is a mythical weapon wielded by Suyu himself. As the shield shatters, the martial artist is sent flying by an overwhelming force. Such a scene utterly stuns those around them. Suyu's cold voice soon reverberates in their ears. Either leave, or perish. The Soul Colonization Dagger cannot extract the attribute points of martial artists, rendering the act of killing them somewhat inconsequential. Furthermore, he remains unaware of who the Golden Eyes are. He needs to clarify the situation before making a decisive move. After Suyu's appearance, the surrounding martial artists do not immediately flee. They ponder whether to take on Suyu and Wang Ying together. However, at that moment, an arrow glistening with blue light hurtles through the air. Chapter 24. Those Not to be Provoked, the White Family's Twin Stars. With a swift whoosh, the arrow strikes with the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a level 9 berserker is pierced through the left shoulder by Nanmen Feng's arrow. Crack, crack. A chilling aura swiftly emanates from the wound of the berserker. In no time, frost begins to envelop the left side of his body. The arrival of Suyu has already caused these individuals to reconsider their actions. Nanmen Feng's arrow has further instilled fear in their hearts. If Nanmen Feng had desired to take a life, one of their comrades would already be dead. Retreat. The group, not daring to linger, hastily withdraws. Suyu utilizes the system's recording function to capture the images of these individuals. He intends to gather information on the Golden Eyes and, in due course, devise a plan to deal with these scoundrels. After this group departed, Nanmen Feng approached from a distance. Wang Ying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then, with a bitter smile, addressed Suyu and Nanmen Feng. Boss, Fengzi, I've landed myself in some serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Suyu was somewhat taken aback. He refrained from interrupting Wang Ying, patiently awaiting his continuation. Families like the Lu family and the Zhang family in Nanyang may dominate in Nanyang City, but placed in Tianjin province, they would be insignificant. In the Great Xia, there are 8 premier families, known as the 8 Tigers of Great Xia, or the 8 noble clans. My Wang family is one of these illustrious 8. Although I am a direct descendant of the Wang family, I rank among the lower tiers within that lineage. The one known as Jin Tong, whose full name is Bai Jin Tong, hails from the Bai family, one of the most esteemed of the 8 great families. He is among the most favored direct descendants. Currently, Bai Jin Tong is not in the Nanyang training camp, but rather in the capital's training camp. We are bound to encounter him once we enter Xinxia University. Wang Ying paused for a moment, seemingly lost in contemplation of some sorrowful matter, and then resumed, his expression darkening. Bai Jin Tong's brother killed a member of the Wang family a year ago, a cousin with whom I shared a close bond. Bai Jingyu merely offered compensation, and the Wang family chose not to pursue the matter further. Additionally, Bai Jingyu has been recognized as the greatest talent of the Bai family in 2 centuries and is being groomed as the heir. With my background in the Wang family, Bai Jin Tong should not act excessively against me. However, I have severely implicated both of you. I am deeply sorry. Wang Ying was not being overly sentimental. He knew well that the brothers Bai Jingyu and Bai Jin Tong were formidable adversaries. Suyu had crossed paths with the Liu family, yet he believed the consequences to be manageable. His own strength was considerable, and he had influential figures like Deputy Mayor Zhao Boyong to protect him. However, if Bai Jin Tong were to set his sights on him, even Zhao Boyong would be unable to shield him from harm. Upon realizing the identity of Bai Jin Tong, Suyu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Had he killed that group just now, he would have made an irreparable enemy of Bai Jin Tong. Even if he were to eliminate those individuals, it must not be done overtly. It would be best to act in the true disaster instances rather than in a training camp scenario. In such situations, even the Bai family would remain oblivious to the occurrences. Understanding the predicament faced by the 3 of them, Suyu smiled, dismissing the gravity of the situation. Old Wang, there is no need for apologies. You have done nothing wrong. Moreover, we did not kill Bai Jin Tong's people, we merely injured them. If Bai Jin Tong's subordinates are so unruly, he will have countless targets to contend with, leaving us momentarily unscathed. However, could you clarify your conflict with them to Nan Minfeng? He might still be unaware of why we clashed with those individuals. Wang Ying nodded and succinctly recounted the initial events. Once he finished, Nan Minfeng slightly inclined his head. You did nothing wrong. As they conversed, Joanne, the mixed-race girl whom Wang Ying had heroically rescued, approached them. She bowed earnestly to the trio. My name is Joanne. Thank you for saving me. May I know your names? She continued. I overheard your conversation. While I may not be able to resolve your troubles, this situation arose because of me. If they seek to target you, I will stand with you and fight. Her sincere expression conveyed that she was not merely speaking for show. Should it come to a life-and-death situation, she would willingly fight alongside Suyu, Wang Ying, and Nan Minfeng, given her willingness to join them in battle. Suyu was more than happy to welcome her as a companion. He glanced at Joanne, silently admiring her beauty. It was no wonder those individuals had intended to act immorally towards her. Due to her mixed heritage, Joanne possessed fair skin and strikingly defined features. Her naturally bluish-gray hair cascaded down her back, complemented by her captivating lake blue eyes, bestowing upon her an exotic allure. After Joanne's introduction, Wang Ying took the initiative to present himself. I am Wang Ying, with the character for King and Eagle in my name, nicknamed Old Wang. I am a dual-class S-rank, Extreme Warrior, and S-rank Windwalker. After introducing himself, he continued to present Suyu to Joanne. This is our boss, Suyu. If you choose to join us, you may refer to him as boss. He possesses dual hidden classes, Blacksmith and Dimensional Mage. And this is Fengzi, Nan Minfeng. Wang Ying succinctly conveyed the status of their team. After he finished, Joanne shared her own class details. I am an A-rank Plant Master and A-rank Pharmacist. I have the ability to rapidly cultivate and heal plants. Additionally, I can create potions and medicines, as well as treat the injured. If you don't mind, I would like to join your team. Upon Joanne's proposal, both Wang Ying and Nan Minfeng turned to Suyu. The decision regarding Joanne's inclusion ultimately rested with him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suyu nodded. Joanne, welcome to our team. Given that they had already unwittingly offended Bai Jin Tong, it was only prudent to band together for warmth and protection. After agreeing to Joanne's joining, Suyu inquired of the 3. To what level have you progressed in your martial path? Hearing Suyu's question, Wang Ying sighed. Boss, I've only reached the 2nd level. The martial fruit is exceedingly difficult to consume. Not only is it distasteful, but the refining process is also quite torturous. I still possess some martial fruit, but for now, I am not ready to challenge the 3rd level. I need to take my time and ponder how my uncle and the others managed to reach the 20th level. After Wang Ying spoke, Nan Minfeng succinctly replied, 3. This indicated that he had progressed to the 3rd level of the martial path. Fengzi, you are quite impressive. Wang Ying was taken aback. He believed achieving the 2nd level in such a short time was commendable. He had not anticipated that someone as formidable as Nan Minfeng was among their ranks. In less than 2 days, he had managed to reach the 3rd level of the martial path. Nan Minfeng, however, offered no explanation for how he had achieved this feat. Speaking too much would only invite sorrow. He had no special abilities, merely enduring the challenges. The excruciating sensations from the experience still haunted him. After consuming the bitter, sour, and astringent martial fruit, he now found even the driest compressed biscuits to be quite delectable. Once Wang Ying and Nanmen Feng had spoken, Joanne shyly added, "I have only reached the first level. I am quite afraid of pain." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying jestingly remarked, "It's all right. Women are meant to be cherished." Joanne, upon hearing his comment, could only roll her eyes in response, choosing to disregard Wang Ying. After becoming aware of the circumstances surrounding several team members, Suyu spoke up. "Next, Old Wang and Little Xiao, make haste to elevate the martial path to the third level. This is a requirement for the second round of selections. Once you achieve the third level, you may arrange your training according to your individual circumstances. Additionally, after these 3 days, how will the chief examiner assess our levels in the martial path?" While this question remained a mystery to others, Wang Ying was well informed. "Boss, there exists a specialized crystal for testing the martial path, with a range from the 1st to the 100th level. However, thus far, the most formidable cultivator has only managed to reach the 50th level. I wonder why the designer of the testing crystal set the limit to 100 levels." Wang Ying surmised that perhaps no one could cultivate the martial path to the 100th level to gain an additional 1,000 points in basic attributes. Hearing Wang Ying's words, Suyu felt a sense of relief that he had not acted recklessly. Cultivating the martial path to the 10th level within 3 days, while somewhat extraordinary, was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, had he not decisively halted his progress, but rather continued to elevate his level, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Suyu pondered for a moment before posing another question. "Old Wang, in previous training camps, what was the highest level others managed to cultivate the martial path to?" Wang Ying answered without hesitation, 10 levels. Bai Jingyu, one of the Bai family's twin stars, reached the 10th level in just 3 days a year ago. Upon hearing this, Suyu did not feel any heightened apprehension towards Bai Jingyu. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. If Bai Jingyu could achieve such a feat, it seemed plausible that he could do so as well. Suyu even contemplated whether he should surpass Bai Jingyu's record. After a brief reflection, however, he abandoned this notion. Matching Bai Jingyu's record was already a remarkable achievement. Should he break it, he would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. Moreover, surpassing the record bore no significant advantage. Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, and Joanne, of course, remained oblivious to Suyu's internal deliberations. Wang Ying, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Boss, to what level have you cultivated the martial path?" Suyu, not wishing to discourage his companions, responded with a modest, "4 levels." His ability to elevate the martial path to the 10th level was achieved through clever use of professional skills. Otherwise, he estimated he would only reach around the 3rd level through conventional training methods. "Impressive," Wang Ying exclaimed, giving Suyu a thumbs up. Nanmen Feng regarded Suyu with newfound admiration, while Joanne's gaze was one of scrutinizing a peculiar creature. The agony of cultivating the martial path's secret manual was excruciating, and the further one progressed, the more intense the suffering became. After a little over a day, Suyu managed to elevate his martial path to the 4th level. If this were not extraordinary, what could be? Subsequently, Wang Ying and Joanne swiftly commenced their own cultivation of the martial path. Advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd level required the refinement of the special energy contained within 4 martial fruits. Wang Ying did not consume them all at once, but rather one by one, as the taste was exceedingly unpleasant and the refinement process involved unimaginable pain. While Wang Ying and Joanne toiled in their cultivation, Suyu busied himself gathering martial fruits in the vicinity. A drawback of cultivating the martial path was the substantial demand for martial fruits. To elevate his martial path from the 10th to the 11th level, Suyu needed to refine a staggering 24 martial fruits. Indeed, he required a continuous intake of these fruits, swiftly refining them. Fortunately, the refined martial fruits were a delectable treat, easily absorbed and refined. Otherwise, even with his extraordinary pain tolerance, Suyu could not have achieved the 10th level in such a short span. After clearing the area of martial fruits, Suyu returned to where Nanmen Feng and the others were situated. In this makeshift camp, Wang Ying and Joanne were both in distress. Joanne lay flat on the ground like a despondent fish out of water, while Wang Ying rolled on the ground in agony. He had begun to refine the special energy of the 4th martial fruit, and the more he consumed, the quicker the absorption process became, albeit at the cost of increased suffering. In that moment, Wang Ying was engulfed by a torment akin to having his very insides torn apart. Joanne, equally in pain, curled up as she continued her arduous training. Yet, with every passing moment, their physiques were being relentlessly tempered and enhanced. After an indeterminate amount of time, Joanne concluded her cultivation, raising her martial path from the 1st to the 2nd level, while Wang Ying remained writhing on the ground. Approximately 20 kilometers away, in a nearby grove, Bai Xiangrong was leading numerous martial artists from the Golden Eye Guild in rest. The Golden Eye Guild was established by Bai Jintong, one of the twin stars of the Bai family. Anyone who demonstrated sufficient loyalty to Bai Jintong could join. Bai Xiangrong served as the guild's overseer in Nanyang City. Chapter 26. I want that half-blood girl, don't interfere. At this moment, Bai Xiangrong was listening to reports from several guild members. those who had recently clashed with Su Yu and his companions. The martial artist, who had been pierced through the left shoulder by Nan Min Feng's arrow, had since received treatment. After grasping the situation's entirety, Bai Xiangrong slowly rose and approached the 17 martial artists. With a resounding slap, he struck each one across the face, leaving them stunned and bewildered as to why they were being reprimanded. After delivering a sharp slap to each of the foolish guild members, Bai Xiangrong began his admonishment. Know your limits. In the GoldenEye Guild, as long as you are loyal to young Master Jintong, your actions are of little consequence. However, the 17 of you resorted to such despicable acts, and not only did you fail, but you were also thoroughly beaten by others. Are you not all a bunch of worthless fools? He continued, from now on, as long as you remain alive, devote yourselves to cultivating the martial path. As for those 3 little rascals, I will handle them. Understood? Though these individuals internally lamented their predicament, they could only nod in agreement. Observing their glum expressions, Bai Xiangrong snapped, get lost. The lax admission criteria of the GoldenEye Guild led to an influx of inept individuals. However, how Bai Jintong would develop the guild was not something Bai Xiangrong could dictate. After some contemplation, he turned his attention to Chen Yun. Chen Yun, take a few people and go handle this. Don't kill them, just break their bones and injure their tendons. Chen Yun is a level 10 swordsman, possessing an A-grade swordsman career card. The profession of swordsman revolves entirely around the art of swordsmanship. For instance, Chen Yun's professional skill is chainsword. Chainsword. The more times you swing your sword, the faster your strikes will become, and their power will significantly increase. This skill is a remarkable one, appearing unremarkable at first glance. When other warriors engage with Chen Yun, they may not perceive any immediate threat. However, as time elapses, Chen Yun's speed will escalate, and the potency of his sword strikes will amplify. Engaging Chen Yun in combat without a swift victory can easily lead one into a precarious situation. Upon hearing Bai Xiangrong's words, Chen Yun replied, I will take Han Lei and the other 3 with me. Han Lei and his companions are all formidable experts. Under normal circumstances, they would successfully pass the 6 rounds of assessments to enter Xinxia University. Within the GoldenEye Martial Guild, the stronger one's abilities, the greater the resources one receives. Thus, the guild is populated not only by pretenders, but also by true elites like Chen Yun and Han Lei. Chen Yun is a solemn young man, rarely smiling, with no hint of mirth upon his visage. In contrast, Han Lei is a rotund fellow, aptly described by the phrase as plump as 2 people. After departing the camp, Han Lei casually remarked, just don't interfere, I intend to make use of that mixed blood beauty. The conflict between the warriors of the GoldenEye Guild and Su Yu's group stemmed from the mixed blood beauty, Joanne. Han Lei is not a virtuous character. He is both greedy and lecherous, pursuing wealth and beauty by any means necessary. Chen Yun frowned slightly at this remark, but chose not to elaborate further. In the dungeon, many daunting events can transpire, and he is merely a level 10 swordsman, unable to concern himself with such matters. After agreeing with Chen Yun, Han Lei quickened his pace, as did the other 3, clearly eager to glimpse the beauty that was Joanne. Within Su Yu's camp, endowed with potent mental acuity, he quickly detected the approach of Chen Yun and Han Lei's group. He promptly alerted Wang Ying and the others. Enemies are approaching. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying, Nin Minfeng, and Joanne immediately sprang into action. Wang Ying hastily inquired, Boss, should we fight or retreat? After a moment's contemplation, Su Yu decided, fight. Although he would prefer to avoid confrontation, Joanne had yet to fully develop her abilities and remained relatively weak. While he, Wang Ying, and Nan Minfeng might escape, Joanne would be left vulnerable. As they conversed, Chen Yun and his companions arrived. A system panel, visible only to Chen Yun, materialized before him, displaying photographs of Su Yu's group. Su Yu had utilized the system's functionality to record footage of the GoldenEye Guild members, who, in turn, had captured their images and uploaded them to the guild's chat channel. Having confirmed their identities, Chen Yun wasted no words. Engage. Aim to avoid casualties. Within the training camp dungeon, participants typically exhibit restraint, as the system records instances of martial artists' deaths. Should the training camp or other departments investigate, they would face complications. Nevertheless, a dungeon is essentially a battlefield, and no overarching prohibition against killing exists within its confines. With a gleaming longsword in hand, Chen Yun surged towards Su Yu. Su Yu drew his celestial silver dragon spear, feeling little trepidation toward his adversaries. Though he sensed their strength, it was not formidable enough to intimidate him. Whoosh! In an instant, swirling winds encircled Wang Ying, enhancing his speed as he darted toward Chen Yun and his companions. Each of Chen Yun's group bore a black bracelet adorned with a GoldenEye pendant, symbolizing their affiliation with the GoldenEye Guild. Upon witnessing Wang Ying's rapid advance, Han Lei acted decisively. As an A-grade fire mage, he wielded the ability to manipulate flames. A small fireball swiftly coalesced in his palm, hurtling toward Wang Ying like a cannonball. Just then, Nan Minfeng, positioned behind Su Yu, drew his bow, releasing an arrow imbued with a chilling blue aura that pierced the fireball in an instant. Taken aback, Han Lei glanced at Nan Minfeng, preparing to close the distance. Although he was a fire mage, he was not adept at range combat. However, at that moment, Han Lei was astonished to discover that his legs had been ensnared by creeping vines. It was Joanne, utilizing her plant master abilities to bind him. Chapter 27, My Apologies. It appears you are the transport team leader. Thud. Han Lei, however, was not easily restrained. Flames soon enveloped his legs, causing the vines to retract into the earth as if shocked. Joanne trembled slightly, as she too felt the repercussions when her controlled plants were harmed. Suyu had refrained from immediate action to assess the capabilities of his three teammates. He was not merely observing their struggle against Chunyun's group. Whoosh. He swiftly charged toward Han Lei. As a level 10 fire mage, Han Lei possessed a speed attribute of 30 points, while Suyu's speed attribute soared to 140 points, nearly 5 times greater. As Suyu barreled toward him, Han Lei was caught off guard. Without hesitation, he conjured a shield of flames in front of him, exclaiming, "What profession is this?" His astonishment was palpable. Despite his own prowess being of a high caliber, Suyu's speed was beyond his comprehension. Though not as swift as Suyu, Han Lei's reflexes and combat experience were commendable. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. Bang! Suyu's celestial silver dragon spear struck Han Lei's fiery shield with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward. The others, witnessing Suyu's formidable prowess, rushed to assist. However, before they could intervene, Suyu swiftly pursued Han Lei, launching a thrust with his spear. Bang! Crackle! This strike caused Han Lei's fiery shield to fracture with web-like splintering. Without time to regain his footing or employ his fire mage abilities to turn the tide, Suyu's spear pierced through his shoulder. With a spray of blood, Han Lei let out a pained scream. At that moment, the other three arrived before Suyu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They swiftly comprehended why Han Lei appeared so disheveled in the presence of Suyu. The reason was evident. Suyu's prowess was simply overwhelming. The onlookers witnessed a flicker of cold light, followed by 3 bursts of crimson splatter. The anguished cries emanating from the trio mirrored those of Han Lei. In that moment, both Han Lei and his companions were left utterly flabbergasted. This narrative was entirely misaligned with their expectations. In their minds, upon their arrival, the 5 of them ought to have decisively incapacitated Suyu and his companions. They envisioned capturing the half-blood beauty, Joanne, and reveling in their triumph. Yet, they had not even brushed the hem of Joanne's garment before 4 of them were already grievously wounded. Even Chunyun was being soundly suppressed by Wang Yang. Fortunately, the distant Nanmen Feng refrained from intervening further. Otherwise, Chunyun might well have met his demise. While Nanmen Feng held back, Suyu did not. With a thunderous crash, he appeared before Chunyun in an instant, bolstered by the formidable physique of a level 10 battle warrior. Suyu delivered a knee strike that surely shattered several of Chunyun's ribs. Though Suyu refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the quintet, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. Leave behind all valuable possessions upon you to buy your lives. Furthermore, I shall pose questions, and you shall answer. Dare utter a single word of defiance, and you shall perish. Suyu was reluctant to provoke the Bai family, the formidable Gemini of the Daxia. Yet with their relentless pursuit, he found himself with no alternative. Had this transpired within those cataclysmic dungeons, he would have undoubtedly transformed Han Lei and his companions into lifeless corpses. As 3 of Chunyun's ribs lay broken, he collapsed heavily to the ground, hastily retrieving a vial of healing water. After a brief treatment, he quickly spoke. Let us converse amicably. We can relinquish our valuable items. There is no need to forge a deadly enmity. Chunyun, wise to the value of material possessions, understood that although their loss would severely diminish their combat capabilities, it was far preferable to forfeiting their lives. Suyu was quite pleased with Chunyun's attitude. Wasting no time, he immediately began his interrogation. Who are you? What business do you have troubling us? Chunyun, not daring to conceal the truth, recounted their purpose candidly. We are warriors of the Golden Eye Guild. Previously, Lu Wei and his companions clashed with you. Then, Brother Bai Xiangrong instructed us 5 to come and teach you a lesson. Suyu felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He yearned to grow stronger rapidly. They were undeniably in the right this time, yet the Bai family, one of the 8 great clans of Daxia, wielded considerable influence. Their might was sufficient to silence reason, for they only understood the language of strength. Though the desire to eliminate these 5 scoundrels and resolve the trouble once and for all was strong, doing so would inevitably give the Bai family a pretext to retaliate against him. Thus, since he could not kill them, he would instead make them serve as transporters. Leave behind all your weapons, equipment, and resources. Suyu's declaration caused Chunyun and his companions to feel an acute pang of despair. Their hard-earned assets were not plucked from thin air, but accumulated painstakingly over time. Now, it seemed their efforts were to benefit another. With a flourish, Suyu twirled his heavenly silver dragon spear. The urgency in the air compelled Chunyun and the others to relinquish their weapons and equipment without further hesitation. As for the resources in their inventory, they also produced a portion. Not enough. Suyu's chilling voice cut through the air. He could not inspect their inventories. Yet he was certain their supplies far exceeded this meager offering. The expressions of Chun Yun and his companions grew increasingly grim as they reluctantly produced additional items. Yet, they were met once more with the icy retort, still not enough. Furthermore, Suyu was no longer inclined to engage in a drawn-out exchange. If you do not obediently present your cultivation resources, prepare to face my spear. As he spoke, Suyu swiftly jabbed his spear into Han Lei's thigh. Ouch! My God! Han Lei's anguished cries echoed, and although he still possessed healing water, it was not inexpensive. Why must Suyu resort to such brutality? This action rendered Chun Yun and his companions entirely compliant. Each of them amassed a small mountain of martial arts resources beside them. Suyu realized that sparing Chun Yun and the others bore its advantages. Once a martial artist perished, their inventory became inaccessible. By sparing their lives, he could compel them to continue serving as his transporters. The martial resources on these 5 individuals were estimated to be worth between 2 to 3 million credit points each. With this haul, Suyu would secure well over 10 million credit points. Chapter 28. The 10th layer of Battle Warriors. The arena fell into an eerie silence. As this notion crossed his mind, Suyu's demeanor toward these 5 transporters softened considerably. Following the second round of assessments, his battle warrior level could ascend rapidly. His dual hidden professions of blacksmith and dimensional sorcerer would aid him in swiftly accumulating advantages and establishing a formidable foundation. With Chun Yun, Han Lei, and the others periodically supplying him with resources, he would undoubtedly leverage these advantages for a swift rise to power. Having acquired what he sought, Suyu did not impose further hardships upon them. Casually, he waved a hand at Chun Yun and the others, saying, "You may leave." Chun Yun and Han Lei, upon hearing this, felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from a death sentence. After a brief treatment, they assisted each other in hastily departing the scene. For a martial artist's growth, the most crucial elements were undoubtedly their job cards, followed closely by cultivation resources. Within their small team, despite having a member like Wang Ying who was extravagantly rich, they could not rely solely on him. Thus, scavenging resources from Chun Yun and the others would become a vital revenue stream for them. Once Chun Yun and his group had retreated a considerable distance, Suyu addressed Wang Ying and the others. "Distribute these resources, take whatever you need. The remainder belongs to me." Naturally, there were no objections to such a distribution plan. Wang Ying took the lead, rummaging through the resources and selecting a pair of bracers. Nanmen Feng did not hesitate either, promptly taking a bow. Joanne claimed a vial of rose seeds. After everyone had made their selections, Suyu collected the remaining items into his inventory and led the group away. "Let us leave this place for now. Chun Yun and his group are no longer a threat. We will wait until Xiao Qiao advances to the 3rd layer of battle warriors before we proceed with our next actions." Suyu intended to allow Chun Yun and his companions to accumulate a bit more wealth before addressing them again. Meanwhile, Chun Yun and his group reflected that next time, they must reclaim their losses with interest. The training camp's dungeon space was vast. After Suyu and Joan relocated, Bai Xiangrong and his companions could no longer track them. While Joan cultivated her battle warrior skills, Wang Ying engaged Suyu in conversation. "Boss, what level is your main profession currently?" Having a primary profession coupled with multiple secondary professions is a conventional model indeed. Certainly, the dual-class stream exemplified by Suyu is rather commonplace. Suyu did not conceal his circumstances, candidly revealing, "Both of my professions are currently at level 7. What about your classes?" Without hesitation, Wang Ying replied, "Both of my dual professions are at level 9. However, boss, how can you be so formidable with only level 7 in your dual professions? Is the dimensional sorcerer class significantly enhancing your combat prowess?" Suyu shook his head and simply remarked, "My strength stems from some unique factors. The dimensional sorcerer class does not greatly augment individual combat capability." With that, he turned his gaze towards Nanmen Feng. Nanmen Feng succinctly stated, "Dual 10. Both of his professions had reached level 10. This was attributed to the fact that during the first 10 days of entering the training camp, both Nanmen Feng and Wang Ying had been engaged in dungeon expeditions. In contrast, Suyu, apprehensive about potential retaliation from the Nanyang Lu and Nanyang Zhang families, refrained from entering the dungeons. Had he participated, his profession levels would undoubtedly surpass those of Wang Ying and Nanmen Feng. Meanwhile, not far from the trio, Xiao Annie found herself unable to speak, enduring immense agony as she attempted to breach the 3rd tier of the warrior path. Upon observing Xiao Annie, Suyu was suddenly struck by a thought. Could he possibly enlist her assistance in cultivating warrior fruits? He was uncertain how far he would need to advance in the warrior path. The most crucial resource for cultivating the warrior path was indeed the warrior fruits. However, he decided to set this notion aside for the time being, intending to inquire after Xiao Annie's training concluded. The second round of assessments in the 6-round selection process constituted a significant hurdle. Of the more than 3,000 individuals entering the training camp, as the 3-day period neared its end, roughly half had only managed to advance the warrior path to the 2nd tier. In the remaining time, many would likely be eliminated in the 2nd round of assessments for failing to meet the requirements. Time passed swiftly, and soon the 3 days had elapsed. Following the conclusion of the assessment period, everyone was sequentially teleported out of the training camp dungeon, while Suyu exhibited remarkable restraint and refrained from violence. Some other participants lacked such decorum. Upon exiting the training camp dungeon, these individuals were promptly taken for evaluation. Failure to pass the evaluation indicated their unsuitability to remain in the training camp. Others emerged from the dungeon rift and made their way to the location of the testing crystal. Those who met the criteria and advanced the warrior path to the third tier were retained, while others were eliminated. Suyu glanced around and noted that, among 10 individuals, approximately 7 or 8 would advance, while the remaining 2 or 3 would be directly eliminated. Some had only managed to elevate their warrior path to the first tier, while others had not even reached the first tier. The students testing the crystal were presently performing adequately, with their warrior path levels ranging from the third to the fourth tier. However, soon, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd surrounding the testing crystal. My heavens! Hua Langhai has advanced the warrior path to the 7th tier. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the vicinity, prompting onlookers to swarm around Hua Langhai. Hua Xiao is remarkable, truly formidable. Hua Langhai, the heir of the Nanyang Hua family, possessed extraordinary talent and striking good looks. He had not followed the conventional educational path, instead nurturing his growth within the family. His ability to propel his warrior path to the 7th tier in one fell swoop signified that he was not merely a pretty face, but rather a paragon of strength. Amidst the accolades from all directions, Hua Langhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. Internally, he felt a swell of pride. His arduous experiences in the training camp dungeon had finally yielded a moment of glory. The countless envious, admiring, and even awestruck gazes were the most nourishing sustenance on his path of growth. While Hua Langhai was a commendable individual, his prolonged seclusion in a black room had fostered a penchant for seeking the limelight, drawing attention from others. At that moment, Suyu approached the testing crystal and placed his hand upon it. The large screen connected to the crystal swiftly displayed the results. Warrior Path Level 10. As this line of text appeared, a profound silence enveloped the training camp. Chapter 29. The Resource Repository of the Warrior Path. Access granted. Almost everyone within the training camp immediately directed their astonished gazes towards Suyu. It was incomprehensible. To elevate the warrior path to level 10 in just 3 days was nothing short of extraordinary. The chief examiner of the Nanyang training camp, Wang Xuanfu, soon appeared, his demeanor radiating uncontainable joy. The warrior path was akin to a versatile manual. Anyone willing to endure hardship could cultivate it. However, akin to all other manuals, there existed a notion of innate talent in cultivating the warrior path. Those with superior aptitude could progress rapidly, achieving remarkable advancements. Individuals capable of elevating their warrior path to above level 10 within 3 days would be exempt from entrance exams for Shinsha University. This implied that if Suyu so desired, he could bypass the 6 rounds of selection assessments and directly enroll in Shinsha University. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless individuals, Wang Xuanfu approached Suyu. After glancing at the information displayed on the large screen, he excitedly addressed Suyu. Student Suyu, please come to my office. Suyu remained unaware of the implications of elevating the warrior path to level 10 within such a brief time frame. However, individuals such as Wang Ying, Hua Langhai, and Bai Xiangrong were acutely aware of its significance. After Suyu departed with Wang Xuanfu, Wang Ying could not contain himself any longer. Wow, boss, you are incredible. Achieving warrior path level 10 in just 3 days. Such a prodigy appears only once a year nationwide. There were many more thoughts left unspoken by Wang Ying. In Wang Xuanfu's office, both he and Suyu had taken their seats. Suyu was oblivious to the benefits he would receive from attaining warrior path level 10. Were it not for concerns about drawing too much attention, his warrior path level might have been even higher. Wang Xuanfu looked at Suyu with immense delight and said, "Congratulations, student Suyu. According to regulations, achieving warrior path level 10 within 3 days grants you exemption from entrance exams to Shinsha University. Furthermore, the resource repository of the warrior path will be fully accessible to you." Hailing from an ordinary family, Suyu had little understanding of such matters. Chief Examiner, what is the resource repository of the warrior path? Wang Xuanfu was not surprised by this question, recognizing that without a certain family background, one would remain unaware of such information. The resource repository of the warrior path contained martial techniques corresponding to the warrior path manual, along with warrior path energy liquid, extracted from warrior fruits. For instance, now that you are at warrior path level 10, should you wish to continue progressing, you would require level 11 warrior path energy liquid. The models of the battle soldier path energy liquid range from type 1 to type 100. Henceforth, during your cultivation, there is no need to consume a large quantity of battle soldier fruits. Simply purchasing the energy liquid corresponding to the battle soldier path model will suffice. Suyu was unexpectedly pleased to realize that he had reaped some benefits this time. The privilege of accessing the battle soldier path resource library was undoubtedly of immense significance to him. Otherwise, even if he could refine the battle soldier fruits, The process of cultivating the battle soldier path would prove to be somewhat cumbersome. Wang Xuanfu's voice soon resonated once more. I have reported your situation, and it won't be long before you can access the battle soldier path resource library. If your level in the battle soldier path can reach above the 50th layer, and you are willing to cooperate with the Xinxiao martial arts base for a series of studies, the resources within the battle soldier path resource library will be made available to you free of charge. According to global data analysis, those who can cultivate the battle soldier path to the 10th layer within 3 days have a significant likelihood of advancing to the 50th layer and beyond. Suyu understood Wang Xuanfu's words. For him, elevating the battle soldier path to above the 50th layer was hardly a challenge. As long as resources were sufficient, his levels could be continuously enhanced. However, he had no intention of becoming a mere test subject. In his heart, Suyu resolved to first devise a means to acquire a set of equipment for refining the battle soldier path energy liquid, along with the relevant techniques. This way, he could directly consume the corresponding model of the battle soldier path energy liquid without the need to excessively consume battle soldier fruits. Moreover, the corresponding martial arts of the battle soldier path were also highly anticipated. As for the 6 rounds of selection assessments in the training camp, they must continue. After all, in this assessment, the student ranked first nationally would receive a level 60 resource dungeon as a reward. Without this incentive, directly entering Xinxiao University would indeed be a more favorable choice. However, now that the top student nationwide could obtain this reward, it was certainly worth striving for. Quickly, Suyu made his decision and communicated it to the chief examiner, Wang Xuanfu. Chief examiner, I have decided to continue participating in the 6 rounds of assessments. There was one thing Suyu did not say: his ambition to claim the top national spot and seize the level 60 resource dungeon reward, thus entering Xinxiao University as the top student. Upon hearing Suyu's decision, Wang Xuanfu nodded. Very well, since you have made your decision, continue to participate earnestly in the training. Now, return to the training square and await my next instructions. Understood, Suyu responded, rising from Wang Xuanfu's office and heading toward the training camp square. Before he even reached the square, he received a system notification. Access to the Battle Soldier Path Resource Library has been granted. You can now access the Battle Soldier Path Resource Library. Items within the Battle Soldier Path Resource Library can only be purchased with merit points. Please strive to earn merit points. Suyu was taken aback by Wang Xuanfu's remarkable efficiency. Just a few minutes had passed, and he could already access the Battle Soldier Path Resource Library. Without wasting any time, he began to explore the various items available within the library. Name: 100 Battles Fist. Quality: Rare. Category: Supporting Martial Arts of the Battle Soldier Path. Requirements: Above Battle Soldier Path 10th Layer. Description: 1. This is a foundational fist technique that requires exceptionally robust physical attributes to practice. Description: 2. The 100 Battles Fist consists of a total of 108 forms, capable of addressing most combat scenarios. Description: 3. The 100 Battles Fist serves as the foundation of the Battle Soldier Path series of martial arts. Please practice diligently. Medium: Crystal Tome. Price: Free. Upon discovering that this item was free and constituted the foundational fist technique for the Battle Soldier Path series, Suyu did not hesitate to place an order. The Crystal Tome medium had a significant advantage. By pressing it against his forehead or directly communicating through mental energy, he could rapidly acquire a wealth of content. Chapter 30. The 3rd round of selection is about to enter the disaster dungeon. Information acquired in this manner could be stored in his mind for the long term as long as he did not erase it with his mental energy. Upon noting that the quality of the 100 Battles Fist, Crystal Tome, was merely rare, an idea formed in Suyu's mind. He could potentially utilize the skills of his hidden profession to enhance the quality of the martial arts Crystal Tome. However, he wondered what transformations the Crystal Tome would undergo after limit-breaking refinement. While contemplating these matters, he proceeded to the training camp square. The number of students present had undoubtedly dwindled significantly. Upon Suyu's arrival, he once again became the focal point of attention. Many students, upon seeing him, could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Look over there, Suyu is coming. Wow, Battle Soldier Path 10th Layer. This guy is a true wolf exterminator. Classmate, what does wolf exterminator mean? Don't you know? It means someone who's even more ruthless than a hardened individual. Suyu is indeed impressive, but he seems to lack restraint. I heard he offended someone from the Bai family. In this world, fairness was often absent. For instance, when faced with Bai Heir Xiao and his entourage of sycophants, there was seldom any semblance of justice or reason. Suyu paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd. With the access to the Battle Soldier Path Resource Library, he could already envision a bright future ahead. Shortly after Suyu arrived at the training camp square, Wang Xuanfu made his appearance. The first words out of his mouth brought a tense atmosphere to the students. As of now, this training camp has eliminated 689 weaklings. I am not satisfied with this number. It indicates that there are still many among you who are merely taking up space. However, it matters not. The remaining 2,500 of you will enter the 3rd round of selection assessments. The content of the 3rd round will involve entering an E-level battlefield dungeon and surviving for 10 days. Be aware, you will be entering a genuine battlefield. Within the dungeon, you will encounter beasts and monsters ranging from level 1 to level 20 and beyond. As Wang Xuanfu concluded, the expressions of all the students shifted markedly. Previously, the third round of selection assessments had involved entering a much lower-tier F-level battlefield dungeon. Now, they were directly entering an E-level battlefield dungeon. Report to the chief examiner. I choose to forfeit, one male student declared shortly after Wang Xuanfu's announcement. Gaining admission to Xinxia University was undoubtedly a commendable opportunity. But with his primary profession at only level 6, being thrust into an E-level battlefield dungeon was tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this student's declaration, Wang Xuanfu refrained from deriding him and instead remarked, "This student is quite astute. If anyone else wishes to forfeit, you may leave now. The rest will have half a day to prepare. Tomorrow morning, we will enter the E-level battlefield dungeon to commence the third round of selection assessments." As Wang Xuanfu's words resonated, some students swiftly departed. Xinxia University was certainly no ivory tower. It was a school where death was a constant specter. Here, there were no sheltered blossoms, only roses that had emerged from a thicket of thorns. Originally, over 2,500 participants were present, but Wang Xuanfu managed to persuade more than 300 of them to withdraw. Consequently, only a little over 2,200 remained in the training camp. In less than 5 days since their arrival, approximately 1,000 individuals had been eliminated. This made Suyu realize that without the willingness to fight desperately, opting for the college entrance examination seemed to be the best course of action. Subsequently, Wang Xuanfu refrained from consuming more of their time. Once it was confirmed that no participants intended to forfeit, he instructed everyone to make their final preparations. Suyu, along with Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, and Xiao Annie, gathered together. Suyu inquired, "Does old Wang have any information regarding the battlefield instance? Is there a more efficient way for us to assemble within it?" The battlefield instance is a true catastrophe instance. There are generally two types of instances. One is naturally occurring, also known as a catastrophe instance, while the other is a technological product developed by the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star, referred to as an alliance instance. Catastrophe instances are uncontrollable, while alliance instances are manageable. Instances such as the novice trial and the training camp instance fall under the category of alliance instances, where activities conducted may be observed. In catastrophe instances, such concerns do not apply. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can vanquish the Bai family's twin stars in the catastrophe instance, and the Bai family would be left to swallow their own teeth and blood. After Su Yu's inquiry, Wang Ying shared what he knew with the group. Given that it was an E-rank catastrophe instance, it was essentially similar to other E-rank catastrophe instances. After all, such instances are naturally formed, and the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star cannot intervene. Generally, the edges of these instances are relatively safe, while deeper exploration leads to greater peril. During our 10 days, it would be wise to explore only the periphery. As for our team's method of gathering, we could attempt to use communicators. Communicators in Blue Star enable global communication coverage. Within the instance space, they allow communication within a certain range. Our current strength does not permit us to act recklessly within an E-rank catastrophe instance. Therefore, my suggestion is to prioritize self-preservation. Under the premise of ensuring our own safety, we may attempt to locate teammates. Wang Ying, though often somewhat disorganized, undoubtedly understands the gravity of the situation. In the face of the considerable dangers within the catastrophe instance, he expressed everything he knew to the group. Suyu nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with that plan. For the remaining time, let us all prepare diligently. Additionally, please hand me your commonly used equipment. I have a special method to enhance these items to a certain degree. I will return them to you tomorrow morning. Suyu intended to utilize his professional skills to bolster the strength of his teammates. He was quite satisfied with the 3 current members. Without hesitation, Wang Ying handed over a necklace to Suyu. His combat was primarily unarmed, making this necklace, known as the Breath of the Wind Warrior, his most crucial piece of equipment. Although it was merely a rare-grade item, it provided various enhancements for both the Extreme Warrior and Windwalker dual classes. Nanmen Feng presented a bow and a quiver of arrows to Suyu, while Xiao Annie promptly retrieved a staff from her inventory and handed it to him. The group then dispersed to utilize the remaining time for their preparations. Suyu had initially thought that he would not receive the 100 Battles Fist until 2 or 3 days later. However, that very afternoon, staff members delivered the 100 Battles Fist Crystal Book to the training camp. Chapter 31, A Direct Hit. Mythical Martial Technique, Shura 100 Battles. Upon acquiring the 100 Battles Fist Crystal Book, Suyu made his way to the shopping center, exchanging all his remaining intermediate refining stones for basic refining stones. 1 intermediate refining stone could be exchanged for 10 basic ones. Due to his professional traits, he could utilize basic refining stones to achieve effects comparable to intermediate ones. Thus, there was no need for him to use intermediate refining stones for item refinement. Moreover, he converted all the items obtained from Chun Yun and Han Lei into credit points. Although Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, and Xiao Annie each took a piece of loot, he still garnered 8 million credit points from the exchange. The value of those items was approximately 10 million, but during the buyback process, they were generally purchased at around 80 to 60% of their value. Acquiring 8 million credit points was a clear indication that the transaction center of the training camp was fair. Afterward, he spent 3 million credit points to purchase additional refining stones and materials. Following these transactions, he was left with 5 million credit points, 10,000 basic refining stones, and a plethora of materials. One of the advantages of being a blacksmith was the ability to store a substantial quantity of refining stones. His refining stones could be directly stored in the smelting space of the blacksmith profession. Otherwise, his 10-item slots would be insufficient to accommodate such a vast number of refining stones and materials. Having completed these tasks, he returned to his dormitory in the training camp. The dormitory consisted of a large building filled with numerous square single rooms, each containing only a bed and a desk. As a temporary residence, no great luxury was required. Once back in his room, Suyu's first action was to take out the 100 Battles Fist Martial Technique Crystal Book. Currently, the Crystal Book was a rare item without any special characteristics. He intended to refine the Martial Technique Crystal Book once to observe the effects it would yield. Smelting Panel. As Suyu spoke, the smelting panel, visible and accessible only to him, immediately appeared. He then placed the 100 Battles Fist Martial Technique Crystal Book along with a basic refining stone into the smelting space. Buzz. As the smelting space commenced its operation, a mesmerizing array of colors enveloped the 100 Battles Fist Martial Technique Crystal Book. Limit-Breaking Smelting triggered. Smelting successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SSS rank mythical item, Shura 100 Battles Fist. When the system notification echoed, Suyu momentarily stood in astonishment before his expression transformed into one of exuberant delight. This time, his luck had soared, yielding an incredibly formidable item. This refinement marked the pinnacle of success since obtaining his hidden profession, propelling him to new heights. Name, Shura 100 Battles Fist, max level achieved. Quality, mythical. Martial technique level, SSS rank. Description, a treasure refined by a young man possessing the hidden profession of blacksmith. The Shura 100 Battles Fist is the perfect form of the 100 Battles Fist, incapable of further refinement. Attributes, Transcendence, Mythical, Shura 100 Battles, Mythical. Transcendence. Upon using the Martial Technique Crystal Book, you will master this technique, achieving a proficiency level of Transcendence. When using the Shura 100 Battles Fist against enemies, your 6-dimensional base attributes increase by 20. Shura 100 Battles. While in combat, your battle intent will continuously accumulate. Once your battle intent reaches 100, you will enter the Shura 100 Battles state. Your base 6-dimensional attributes will be enhanced by 200. The Shura 100 Battles state will be lifted when battle intent falls below 100. After examining the attribute panel, Suyu realized that this time, he truly was poised for an extraordinary ascent. This item was exceedingly remarkable, not only enabling him to master the Shura 100 Battles Fist to its utmost potential, but also endowing him with a Shura 100 Battles attribute. Once his combat intent reached 100, his fighting prowess would double. It could only be said that it was indeed befitting of a mythical item that had reached the pinnacle of refinement. Truly extraordinary. Once he utilized the martial arts crystal book, he would undoubtedly become the foremost practitioner of the 100 Battles Fist in Blue Star. The process of refining items could be likened to the alchemical transformation of base materials into gold. Most of the time, one might only achieve the conversion of stone into iron, copper, or steel. However, there remains a certain probability of truly transmuting stone into gold. In this instance, Suyu undeniably experienced a stroke of luck, allowing an item to undergo an extraordinary elevation, transforming it into a treasure that could not be refined any further. Without hesitation, Suyu resolutely employed this item. The martial arts crystal book had undergone a significant transformation. The formerly transparent white crystal now radiated a gentle, ethereal golden glow. Upon utilizing the crystal book, a vast torrent of information surged into his mind. Although he had never practiced the Shura 100 Battles Fist before, after employing the martial arts crystal book, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he had rigorously trained in this martial art through countless drills. After numerous repetitions, he had mastered the Shura 100 Battles Fist to an unparalleled degree. It was an extraordinarily surreal experience. He felt an overwhelming urge to find an open space to test his newfound abilities. Previously, his panel data was exceedingly high, yet he struggled to harness his strength effectively. Now, however, it was different. After learning the Shura 100 Battles Fist, he could now unleash his power with remarkable ease. Without wasting a moment, Suyu refined Wang Ying's Breath of the Windwalker necklace, along with Nanmen Feng and Xiao Annie's equipment. Wang Ying's Breath of the Windwalker transformed from a rare grade item to an epic grade 1. Similarly, the equipment of Nanmen Feng and Xiao Annie also ascended from rare grade to epic grade. Consequently, the combat capabilities of the trio had increased by at least 30%. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Suyu and his companions arrived at the training camp square. Upon reaching this location, he did not hesitate. He promptly retrieved Wang Ying's equipment and handed it to the three of them. Wang Ying received his Breath of the Windwalker necklace, and, upon glancing at it, his expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. His necklace now boasted an epic-grade attribute, Inheritance of the Windwalker. Inheritance of the Windwalker, epic. When equipped by a dual-class warrior of both Extreme Martial and Windwalker, all dual-class skill attack power is increased by 20. After meticulously examining the attribute panels several times, Wang Ying could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Wow, boss, you are truly incredible. I am completely convinced. This necklace, which was merely a rare-grade item, has now transformed into an epic-grade piece. Its enhancements significantly benefit both of my classes. It's a pity it is only a transitional item, likely to be useful until level 20. Nevertheless, under your hands, it has undergone a miraculous transformation." Chapter 32, Catastrophic Instance, The Fallen City. Wang Ying was immensely excited. He had another backup necklace, so he confidently entrusted Su Yu with its refinement. As proved, Su Yu was always trustworthy. Over the course of the night, Su Yu had bestowed upon him an immense surprise. Nanmin Feng and Xiao Annie's reactions were scarcely less enthusiastic than Wang Ying's. Both were equally exhilarated. Nanmin Feng's weapon now featured an epic-grade attribute, Ice Master. Ice Master, epic. The weapon inflicts a continuous freezing effect, dealing damage equal to 10 of the wielder's attack power per second to the target, lasting for 10 seconds. During the freezing period, the target's movement speed and agility are reduced by 20. There is a 15 chance to freeze enemies below level 20 with a single arrow. Nanmin Feng, with an unprecedented seriousness, remarked, "Boss, thank you." Coming from an average family background, it was no wonder his main weapon was merely a rare-grade item. However, now, this rare-grade weapon had ascended to epic grade, replete with a highly useful epic attribute. In contrast, Xiao Annie was undoubtedly more deeply moved. The mixed-blood beauty was brought to tears. Her staff had also transformed into an epic-grade weapon, acquiring the attribute, Plant Whisperer. Plant Whisperer, epic. Plants you mark will become your eyes and ears, monitoring enemies for you. You gain the ability to communicate with plants and gather intelligence from them. "Boss, thank you," she sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Annie was not being overly sentimental. She was genuinely touched. Su Yu had not only provided her with an epic-quality weapon but also one that was ideally suited to her. According to Xiao Annie's initial plans, it would take her at least 6 months to obtain her first personal epic weapon. Su Yu had not anticipated such a profound response from Wang Ying and the others. Had he not been concerned that revealing his extraordinary abilities might attract unwanted attention, he would have even considered refining their weapons several more times. After all, his heavenly silver dragon spear was a weapon refined 7 times. And the Shura 100 Battles fist he had recently used had been refined to its limit in a single attempt. Su Yu comforted Xiao Annie with a few kind words. Wang Ying then handed 3 silver communication rings to Su Yu and the others. "Boss, this is a communication ring. As long as we remain within 10 kilometers of each other, we can communicate using it." Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded and donned one of the silver rings. It was a reasonably good piece of technology, though the communication range was somewhat limited. With a radius of 10 kilometers, it could barely cover an ordinary small town. However, in the context of a catastrophic instance, such a range was undoubtedly inadequate. Once everyone had assembled in the training camp square, Wang Xuanfu appeared on the elevated platform before them. "Listen carefully. You will proceed to collect standard supply backpacks and then enter the E-level catastrophic instance. After 10 days, you may activate the teleportation crystal within your standard supply backpack to exit the instance. Exiting before the 10-day period will be considered a failure, resulting in immediate elimination. Before entering the catastrophic instance, you will have one final opportunity to withdraw. Activating the teleportation crystal will take approximately 10 seconds. During this time, numerous anomalous beasts and monsters could claim your lives 10 times over." Wang Xuanfu's words carried significant weight. Some students, already feeling hesitant, were successfully dissuaded by him. On the way to the entrance of the catastrophic instance, at least 70 to 80 individuals chose to withdraw. They had enrolled in Xinxia University in pursuit of a brighter future. If they were to perish within the E-level catastrophic instance, they would have no future at all. If one lacks sufficient strength and formidable trump cards, choosing to withdraw can indeed be deemed a prudent act of self-preservation. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Su Yu remained unaffected. From the outset, he had resolutely decided to apply to Xinxia University. After collecting his standard supply backpack, Su Yu joined the queue to enter the E-grade disaster instance. In front of him stood a renowned figure from the training camp, none other than Hua Langhai, whose spotlight Su Yu had momentarily eclipsed. Although Hua Langhai did not turn around, his voice resonated like a whisper in Su Yu's ear. Su Yu understood that this was a form of mental communication, an application of spiritual power. With his current level of spiritual strength, he too could engage in such telepathic exchanges. "Su Yu, my family has connections with the black market in Nanyang. Through certain channels, I learned that the Liu family of Nanyang has placed a bounty of 50 million credit points on your head. You are a commendable opponent. I hope you do not perish within the disaster instance. Your fate should be to serve as a stepping stone on the path of my rise to greatness." "Ha ha. Due to his unique educational background and upbringing, this young master of Hua had developed a rather juvenile demeanor. Although he had just provided Suyu with valuable information, his preceding remarks made Suyu feel an overwhelming urge to kick him. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu decided to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the information." Upon hearing this, Hua Langhai continued with his mental transmission. "If you were to fall victim to those insignificant creatures, it would be a tremendous disappointment to me." His words undoubtedly caused Suyu considerable vexation. Fortunately, the group advanced swiftly, and Hua Langhai was soon teleported into the disaster instance. After Hua Langhai entered, Suyu stepped through the rift into the instance. A wondrous ripple coursed through Suyu's entire being. In the next moment, his vision flickered between darkness and light, and he found himself within the disaster instance. This instance was not a desolate wilderness, but a city ravaged by monsters and otherworldly beasts. Scattered around were the remnants of human skeletons, easily visible amidst the chaos. Most of the beasts and monsters did not seem to devour their prey entirely. However, this was hardly a cause for celebration. If a person were consumed by a beast, even leaving behind a mere skeleton, what good would that serve? Should one hope to absorb enough energy from the heavens and earth to transform into a skeletal being and experience a second spring? The moment Suyu materialized in this place, a blade of wind suddenly struck towards his back. This lethal attack was clearly aimed at taking his life. In a swift motion, Suyu vanished from his original position. His keen perception had already pinpointed the location of his assailant, a warrior intent on his demise. Though he did not recognize the individual, the gold-eyed warrior was adorned with a bracelet of the Golden Eye Guild. The attacker, named Wu Tao, was a level 10 wind caller with an impressive speed attribute of 150 points. Under normal circumstances, such speed would only be achievable by other professions at level 15. However, to his astonishment, Wu Tao realized that Suyu was even faster. Suyu's current speed attribute stood at 140 points, bolstered by 20 points from the Azura 100 Battles Fist, bringing his speed to a terrifying 168 points. Azura 100 Battles activated. Current battle intent 1. As Suyu evaded Wu Tao's deadly wind blade and appeared behind him, the effects of Azura 100 Battles were triggered. Suyu discerned that he would need approximately half an hour to elevate his battle intent to 100, thereby doubling his 6-dimensional base attributes. Contemplating this, he resolved to use Wu Tao as a test subject for the effect of this entry. After all, this was a disaster instance. And since Wu Tao had already sought his life, there was no need for him to show any mercy. Chapter 33. While I await skill accumulation, what do you await? As Suyu engaged with Wu Tao, a cadre of warriors from the Golden Eye Guild rapidly approached. The members of this guild possessed a consumable item known as the Wind Indicator. When a warrior shattered a Wind Indicator, their coordinates would be transmitted to the nearest warrior who also possessed one. Furthermore, the second warrior's Wind Indicator would likewise shatter, relaying both coordinates further. Provided that enough warriors held this item, the effectiveness of communication would significantly increase. The Golden Eye Guild boasted around 100 members within this disaster instance. And at that moment, over 20 were hastily converging on their location. Initially, Wu Tao had intended to take down Suyu single-handedly. The Golden Eye Guild had placed a bounty of 10 million credit points on Suyu's head, while the Liu family of Nanyang had offered a staggering 50 million. If he could eliminate Suyu alone, he would stand to gain a total of 60 million credit points. However, after testing the waters, Wu Tao realized that such immense wealth was beyond his solitary grasp. Without hesitation, he shattered the Wind Indicator in his possession. Approximately 20 warriors from the Golden Eye Guild, upon receiving his signal, began to rush from all directions. Within the guild, there had been prior notification that upon entering the disaster instance, any sighting of Suyu should be reported immediately. Although Wu Tao did not alert others at the earliest opportunity, he seemed to have acted without delay. At that moment, a considerable number of Golden Eye Guild warriors were already converging from various angles to deal with Suyu. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the warriors of the Golden Eye Guild possessed such a mechanism. Had he been aware, he might have reconsidered lingering in this vicinity, entangled with Wu Tao. In a flash, Suyu moved with astonishing speed, appearing once more behind Wu Tao. If he so desired, he could have delivered a crushing blow to the back of Wu Tao's head, thus concluding the skirmish. However, he sought to test the effects of the Azura 100 Battles state, refraining from delivering a fatal strike. Upon entering the Azura 100 Battles state, his 6-dimensional base attributes would double, soaring to 200. With his current speed attribute at 140 points, doubling it would yield 280 points. While utilizing the Azura 100 Battles Fist, an additional 20 points augmentation would elevate his speed attribute to an unfathomable 336 points. What does this signify? For any profession not inclined towards speed, even at level 20, their speed would hover around 200 points. This training camp had a maximum profession level capped at level 20, yet few warriors reached such heights. Within the Nanyang training camp, the highest-ranked warriors were merely around level 15. Once Suyu activated the Azura 100 Battles state, he would be nearly invincible, akin to a whirlwind of prowess. High attack. formidable defense, and unparalleled speed. Against other warriors, he would be akin to a reaper in a field of grass. Azure 100 battles, activated. Current battle intent, 10. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes slipped by imperceptibly. Throughout this duration, Suyu had primarily toyed with Wu Tao. The disparity between Wu Tao and himself was insurmountable. Each time Wu Tao struck, he could nearly dispatch his opponent with a single blow. Yet, Suyu refrained from such lethal action, instead utilizing Wu Tao to cultivate his battle intent. Wu Tao, however, was growing increasingly irate. He could not ascertain the true extent of Suyu's strength. The only certainty he held was that Suyu's speed was astonishingly swift. Throughout their encounters thus far, he had not even managed to graze the hem of Suyu's garment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the face of Wu Tao's relentless assaults, Suyu's figure danced gracefully around him, evading with an air of nonchalance. This infuriated Wu Tao immensely. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at Suyu. Is evasion all you know, Su? Are you not the prodigy who conquered the hell-level dungeon in the novice trials? Furthermore, you are a genius in the art of combat. How is it that this great prodigy of yours resorts solely to fleeing when confronted by me? Wu Tao's words elicited a silent amusement within Suyu. Fleeing? How utterly ridiculous. The reason he refrained from striking Wu Tao was that a single blow from him would result in Wu Tao's demise. Moreover, he intended to use Wu Tao to enhance his battle intent. Thus, annihilating him was not an option. However, from the moment Wu Tao had chosen to attack him, Wu Tao's life had already begun its countdown. Once he activated the Shura 100 battle state, Wu Tao would soon learn the true meaning of despair. Wu Tao noticed Suyu's indifference, but he was not overly concerned. His primary worry was that Suyu might escape midway through the confrontation. As long as Suyu remained, there was no need for him to be alarmed. He had employed the wind vein item, receiving feedback from 21 coordinates. This indicated that 21 warriors from the Golden Eye Guild were en route. Though Suyu was formidable, facing over 20 warriors from the Golden Eye Guild would only lead to a humiliating death. Previously, in the Alliance dungeon, Suyu had refrained from slaying members of the Golden Eye Guild to avoid subsequent complications. In the Alliance dungeon, killing often necessitated a psychological evaluation. Any issues arising during this assessment could lead to significant trouble. The situation was different in the Cataclysm dungeon, which formed naturally. Everything that transpired here remained unknown to the outside world. Shura 100 battles activated. Current battle intent, 60. Upon receiving this system notification, Suyu understood why Wu Tao was exerting himself so fervently. The gap in their strengths was considerable, and for over 10 minutes, Wu Tao had been unable to land a blow on him. Yet, Wu Tao remained tenacious, relentlessly pursuing him. Suyu had sensed something amiss earlier. Now he comprehended that he was waiting to enter the Shura 100 battle state, while Wu Tao was anticipating reinforcements. Gradually, figures began to emerge around the ruins of the city. As they approached, a palpable sense of murderous intent enveloped Suyu. The saying men die for wealth while birds die for food rang true. The generous bounty of 50 million credit points from the Liu family of Nanyang, along with 10 million credit points from within the Golden Eye Guild, rendered Suyu a veritable treasure in the eyes of these guild members. Shura 100 battles triggered. Current battle intent, 65. As the warriors of the Golden Eye Guild arrived, Suyu's battle intent continued to accumulate. He surveyed his surroundings, chuckling inwardly at the number of ants coming to meet their demise. One individual at the forefront shouted from a distance, "Everyone, attack! Don't let him escape." Among the warriors from the Golden Eye Guild, there were acquaintances of Suyu, including Chen Yun and others. The one issuing commands was Bai Zongzi, the second in command of the Golden Eye Guild in Nanyang. Following his orders, the members of the Golden Eye Guild erupted into action, sprinting towards Suyu. While Suyu had felt no pressure facing Wu Tao, he dared not underestimate the multitude of warriors now confronting him. Boom! A blazing fire wheel hurtled towards Suyu's neck. The moment he perceived the attack, he swiftly distanced himself from the fiery projectile. Had his reaction been a fraction slower, it could have decapitated him. At this juncture, Bai Zongzi and others closed in. Spotting Suyu encircled, Bai Zongzi coldly remarked, "You foolish wretch. Do you now regret opposing our Golden Eye Guild?" While engaged with several surrounding warriors, Suyu retorted, "Last time, I acquired approximately 10 million credit points worth of martial resources from Chen Yun and the others. Far from regretting opposing you, I would eagerly welcome such fortunate occurrences every day." Suyu's words ignited a furious response among all the warriors of the Golden Eye Guild. The guild boasted two significant advantages: their sheer numbers and the backing of the Bai family as twin stars. For so long, they had only known how to bully others. Few dared to confront them. Having grown accustomed to acting like overlords, the indignation of their defeat at Suyu's hands was palpable. In a venomous tone, Bai Zongzi instructed, "Do not kill him outright. I want to use a war hammer to shatter his limbs, reducing him to a pulp." Bai Zongzi's words sent shivers down the spines of many Golden Eye Guild warriors. Killing was one thing, but to use a war hammer to bludgeon an enemy into a grotesque end, prolonging their suffering, was a method favored by a certain ancestor of the Bai family in the imperial capital. Many by-family warriors, when faced with particularly detestable foes, would resort to such brutal measures. Shura 100 battles activated. Current battle intent, 90. As Suyu conversed with Baizongza and the others, his battle intent continued to rise. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of attackers, he found it increasingly challenging to evade their cunning strikes, resulting in several varying degrees of wounds marring his body. Upon witnessing this, Baizongza sneered. Just a bit more effort. He is merely a cornered beast now. Soon, as his injuries mount and his condition deteriorates, we shall each take a hammer and reduce him to a mere paste. If Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, and that little brat Xiao Annie have not perished, they might just receive a delivery of minced flesh. Baizongza was undoubtedly a malevolent individual. His intentions were not merely to kill, but to instill terror. This aligned with the Bai family's guiding principle: eradicate the roots and strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. They would ensure that their potential adversaries trembled at the thought of opposing them. Shura 100 battles activated. Current battle intent, 100. Shura 100 battles stayed activated. 6-dimensional attributes elevated to 200. Upon exiting combat, battle intent will rapidly diminish to 0 within 10 seconds. Suddenly, a surge of formidable power coursed through Suyu's body. At this very moment, his 6-dimensional attributes had doubled. The overwhelming power left Suyu in a state of intoxication. He cast a disdainful glance at the numerous warriors of the Golden Eye Guild surrounding him. What a bunch of worthless fools. 22 of you can't even lay a finger on me. Perhaps you should consider renaming yourselves the Guild of Incompetence. Suyu's words ignited an intense fury within Baizongza and his companions. Yet, despite their extreme anger, they could only muster a momentary rage. With a swift motion, Suyu appeared before Wu Tao. Bang! As Wu Tao braced himself, expecting to narrowly evade Suyu's attack as he had in the past, Suyu unleashed his Shura 100 battle fist with devastating force. The impact was terrifying. Boom! The ferocious, domineering shockwave exploded against Wu Tao, shattering not only the air but also his very being. Wu Tao failed to join Baizongza and the others in their attempt to crush Suyu. Instead, it was Suyu who introduced him to the sensation of being obliterated by a single punch. In that fleeting moment, when Suyu decimated Wu Tao with his fist, Baizongza and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. The incredulity in their gazes towards Suyu was palpable. Wu Tao, defeated in an instant by Suyu's punch. How could this be? Suyu was clearly at the end of his rope, unable to hold on much longer. How could he still possess such might? Boom! Suyu directed another punch at a warrior from the Golden Eye Guild, and a blood-red shockwave once more tore through the air, dismembering the unfortunate warrior before the eyes of all. Even the slowest of Baizongza's group could now sense that the situation was dire. Indeed, it was dire. The highest ranked among them, Baizongza, was merely a level 15 spear fighter. Suyu's current 6-dimensional attributes surpassed that of over 80% of professions at level 20. He was not merely a data monster. His Shura 100 battle fist had reached its maximum potential. The fusion of his formidable foundation and mastery of technique yielded a result that was exponentially greater than the sum of its parts. Bang! As Suyu unleashed his third punch from a distance, Han Lei's head was sent sailing into Baizongza's arms. The horrifying scene elicited a scream from Baizongza akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Suyu had no intention of sparing any of them. However, before that, he intended to extract every ounce of remaining value from these individuals. Since they sought to annihilate him, he would ensure they understood the meaning of cruelty. Behind the King of Hell was etched the mark of Satan, and behind Satan was the mark of Suyu. All of you, if you value your lives, present any valuable items from your inventory to bargain for your survival. Resources may be regained, but a life once lost cannot be reclaimed. Suyu's declaration, however, bore little effect. Upon witnessing his terrifying combat prowess, these individuals dared not engage him further and opted instead for flight. Yet, once Suyu entered the Shura 100 battle state, facing the warriors of the Golden Eye Guild was akin to a relentless harvest. Chapter 35. Are you desperate? Can you just throw this item away? Bang! The first to fall under his fist were those whom he had previously extorted, Han Lei and his companions. The remaining warriors, witnessing this, no longer dared to waste time. They fled while hastily discarding resources from their inventories in a desperate attempt to appease Suyu. The sheer terror he instilled left them no choice. To survive, they had to comply with his demands. Seeing this unfold, Suyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, his icy voice swiftly echoed. That warrior in the blue attire believes that resources are worth more than his life, does he? The other warriors, swiftly rummaging through their inventories for items to toss away, were contrasted by the blue-clad warrior, who was frantically fleeing without any intention of offering a price for his life. Spare me. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the warrior hastily pleaded. Boom. But he was met with no opportunity for survival. Suyu sent forth another punch. A blood-red shockwave severed the warrior in half at the waist. With his formidable 6-dimensional attributes coupled with the fully mastered Shura 100 battle fist, engaging in a fair fight with these warriors was no longer an option for Suyu. When he chose to strike, it was a matter of instant annihilation. Upon witnessing the blue-clad youth being bisected by Su Yu's punch, the others began to wail in despair. They fled while simultaneously discarding items from their inventories, pleading for mercy. At this juncture, they could scarcely think of killing Su Yu. All they desired was to escape his wrath, even if it meant bowing down and offering countless apologies. At the forefront of the fleeing crowd, Baizongza, despite his own desperate escape, attempted to negotiate with Su Yu. Su Yu, leave a thread of mercy for future encounters. You. Baizongza's words were cut short by Su Yu's amused reply. Rather than leaving a thread of mercy, I prefer to leave a punch. In that moment, Baizongza watched in shock as a blood-red shockwave surged forth, obliterating the warrior beside him into mere fragments. Realizing the futility of further words, Baizongza fell silent. The others lamented their lack of speed, wishing their parents had endowed them with a few more legs to flee. As Su Yu observed their diminishing pace in retrieving items from their inventories, he wasted no time, delivering another punch. A warrior who had hesitated too long to gather resources was instantly dispatched. Thus, Su Yu casually pursued the remaining warriors, collecting the scattered martial resources. Though his inventory space was limited, preventing him from carrying everything at once. What is this? As he continued his pursuit, the number of surviving warriors from the Golden Eye Guild dwindled to just a few. At that moment, he stumbled upon a blood-red-eyed golden toad, which he swiftly picked up. Name, Celestial Demon Golden Toad. Quality, Rare. Level, LV3. Attribute, Celestial Demon Blood Sacrifice. Rare, Celestial Demon Blood Sacrifice. Capable of devouring the remains of level 20 warriors or below. Refining a small amount of attribute points to enhance the holder. Upon examining this item, Su Yu's heart swelled with joy. His soul extraction dagger could not extract attribute points from warriors, but this Celestial Demon Golden Toad was specifically designed for that purpose. The synergy of these two items would be an indispensable asset for both home and adventure, enabling him to reap the rewards of his violent endeavors. It appeared these warriors were growing desperate, as someone had carelessly discarded this item. However, Su Yu quickly realized that they were not genuinely panicking. The Celestial Demon Golden Toad had been thrown by a warrior at the back of the group, who clearly understood his impending doom and sought to leave behind this treasure. If he was to perish, then so too would the others. Armed with this item, Su Yu was determined to eliminate Baizongza and the rest without mercy. Having already planned to eradicate them completely, the acquisition of such a treasure only fueled his resolve. Observing that Baizongza and the others had ceased retrieving items from their inventories, Su Yu wasted no time in pursuing the final 5. Whoosh! As Su Yu moved, his speed attribute, exceeding 300 points, plunged Baizongza and the others into utter despair. Bang! 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 The 5 muffled sounds resonated almost in unison. With remarkable decisiveness, Su Yu transformed these individuals into lifeless corpses. Once he had completed this grim task, he placed the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad, along with a refined stone, into the smelting space to commence the refining process. Limit-Breaking Refinement. Triggered. Refinement successful. Name, Heavenly Demon Golden Toad 1. Quality, Epic. Level, LV1. Attribute, Heavenly Demon Blood Sacrifice, Epic. Heavenly Demon Blood Sacrifice. Capable of devouring the remains of martial artists below, LV25. Extracting a small amount of attribute points to enhance the holder. The effects of this refinement were undeniably formidable, albeit not overtly pronounced. The higher the martial artist's professional level, the greater the power, and thus, the more attribute points could be extracted. With the upper limit of the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad raised, Su Yu could utilize this item for an extended duration. In E-grade Calamity dungeons, monsters and aberrations typically range from LV1 to LV20. By entering the Shura 100 battles state, Su Yu could gain invincibility in this realm. At this moment, he was in no rush to return for his spoils. He had already collected a wealth of high-value items along the way. He placed the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad back into the smelting space, adding 2 primary refined stones. With an abundance of primary refined stones at his disposal, he aimed to refine the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad to its utmost limit in one go. Each refinement was guaranteed to succeed. After 10 successful refinements, Su Yu had brought the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad to its pinnacle. Name, Heavenly Demon Golden Toad 10, limit reached. Quality, Mythical. Level, LV1. Attribute, Heavenly Demon Blood Sacrifice, Mythical. Heavenly Demon Blood Sacrifice. Capable of devouring the remains of martial artists below, LV80. Extracting 0.1 attribute points to enhance the holder. After reaching its ultimate refinement, the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad did not transcend its original form, but remained a Heavenly Demon Golden Toad nonetheless. However, as a mythical item, its power was undeniably impressive. This enhanced Heavenly Demon Golden Toad could now consume the remains of martial artists below LV80 and extract between 0.1 attribute points to bolster its wielder. This mythical artifact would serve Su Yu well until he reached LV80. Having refined the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad to its zenith, Su Yu began to exploit the remains of Baizongza and his companions. He placed the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad beside Baizongza's remains and activated it. With a breath, a mist of blood swiftly enveloped by Zongza's remains. Heavenly Demon Blood Sacrifice, triggered. Life 10. Attack 1. Defense 0. Attributes below 1 point are temporarily stored within the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad. Upon seeing this system notification, so you could only manage a wry smile. The immense value of 100% attribute would only manifest in the later stages. In the early phases, 100% attribute proved somewhat underwhelming. Had he known it would come to this, he might as well have employed the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad from the outset to exploit by Zongza and the others. At that time, the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad might have been able to extract even more 6-dimensional attribute points from them. Now, with 100 attack attribute points, extracting just 0. 1 yielded a mere 0.1 points. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. In the future, this artifact would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. The higher the professional level of a martial artist, the greater their 6-dimensional attributes. Moreover, with 100 successful extractions of 6-dimensional attribute points at a refinement level of 1, one could obtain the 6-dimensional attributes of a martial artist of the same caliber, as long as there were enough oblivious enemies. He could leverage this artifact to propel his 6-dimensional attribute points to astonishing heights. Without wasting any time, Suyu continued to exploit by Zongza and the others. This significantly boosted his 6-dimensional attribute points. As for the martial arts resources discarded by Zongza and the others, he collected all the valuable items. However, he faced a dilemma with the sheer volume of martial arts items. His inventory was almost full. The quantity of these resources was quite substantial, and most of the items were various materials. If only his inventory space were ample enough, he would undoubtedly wish to take everything with him. Yet, the pressing issue was that his inventory was nearing capacity. This predicament left Suyu quite perplexed, as he could not remain stationary, guarding these mountains of martial arts resources. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate that one day he would be troubled by an excess of resources. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled his second hidden profession, the Dimension Sorcerer. This hidden profession granted him the ability of dimensional sacrifice, allowing him to summon formidable beings from alternate dimensions to aid him in battle. However, the materials for sacrifice needed to be refined at least once. Without delay, Suyu placed all the materials he could not carry into the smelting space for a single refinement. Since becoming a Dimension Sorcerer, he had yet to utilize this profession's abilities. After refining all the materials once, Suyu commenced the use of the Dimensional Sacrifice skill. Dimensional Sacrifice activated. You have sacrificed Red Crystal 1, and some beings from alternate dimensions have responded to your summons. You may select your desired target from the summoning list to serve you. Suyu's gaze fell upon the summoning list. Among the over 10 phantoms, while most remained indifferent, one red-haired lowly was particularly animated, persistently sending thoughts of choose me to Suyu, which he found quite amusing. Upon focusing on this girl, he examined her panel. Name, Evelyn. Level, LV10. Race, Flame Dragon, mutated. Ability, Dragon Magic. Description, Evelyn is a mutated flame dragon. Due to certain changes in her body, she has become quite gluttonous. Nevertheless, she remains a reliable companion. And if you choose to summon her, she will fight by your side. Having never utilized the Dimension Sorcerer skills before, Suyu, filled with curiosity, chose Evelyn. Crackle. As he selected Evelyn, a dimensional rift appeared beside him. In the next moment, Evelyn emerged from the rift. She appeared as an adorable girl who seemed no older than 5, sporting red twin tails and a perfectly crafted visage. Upon her arrival, gratitude filled Evelyn's large, bright eyes. Thank you so much for choosing me to serve you. What would you like me to do? But before I assist you, please allow me to have a hearty meal. I've been starving for 5 minutes and am about to faint from hunger. With a bright and lively tone, Evelyn finished her request and promptly grabbed the red crystal. Munching away with enthusiasm, a Dragon Clan magic circle materialized within her mouth. In no time at all, she devoured a refined red crystal entirely. Once satiated, Evelyn immediately placed her hands on her hips and inquired of Suyu, "Where are the enemies?" Suyu discerned that the aid he summoned through dimensional sacrifice, this time, seemed rather unreliable. This creature, upon being summoned, had prioritized feasting. Fortunately, he was not currently embroiled in any trouble. Otherwise, if he had summoned Evelyn in a dire moment, it could have posed a significant dilemma. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu contemplated sending Evelyn back to summon a more dependable ally. However, Evelyn's large, captivating eyes were fixated on the mountain of materials beside Suyu. The materials atop that small hill were all treasures that had been refined once. Upon witnessing this collection, Evelyn could hardly restrain her drool. "Are all these treasures yours?" she asked. Suyu nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Evelyn's excitement bubbled forth. "In that case, shall we forge a contract? This way, I can respond to your summons more swiftly and fight alongside you. Don't be deceived by my small stature. I'm actually quite formidable. Moreover, I can remain by your side without returning to the dragon realm." Evelyn, with her adorable countenance, spoke earnestly. Suyu, upon hearing her words, revealed a contemplative expression. The extent of Evelyn's strength was still uncertain, but one thing was clear. She was a delightful little glutton with whom communication was effortless. After pondering for a moment, Suyu replied, "Show me your capabilities." Of course. Evelyn nodded eagerly. With a resounding roar that echoed powerfully, the fiery-haired Evelyn transformed into a fire dragon, approximately the size of a single bed. With a thunderous blast, she expelled a fireball the size of a barrel, creating a massive crater in the ground 100 meters away. With a powerful flap of her wings, 10 similarly scaled fireballs materialized around her. Having casually released one moments ago, she now unleashed all 10 fireballs simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. Witnessing this spectacle, Suyu realized the adage, "Don't judge a dragon by its appearance," held true. Despite Evelyn's seemingly unimpressive form, her strength was unexpectedly formidable. Furthermore, in an effort to convince Suyu of her prowess, sparks of electricity began to dance around her. Streams of golden electricity coiled around her dragon form, while flames surged wildly in her mouth. The fire and lightning energies were merging in a remarkably intricate manner, indicating she was preparing to cast a powerful dual-element dragon magic spell. In a thunderous roar, Evelyn unleashed a deafening bellow roar. The next moment, a fiery dragon breath, enveloped in golden arcs of electricity, surged forth wildly into the distance. The ground beneath the torrent of flames swiftly transformed into molten rock at a visible pace. Suyu was astounded by this display. He had never anticipated that Evelyn would possess such formidable strength. While his own attribute panel was indeed formidable, he was uncertain if he could best Evelyn in a confrontation. Furthermore, once Evelyn assumed her fire dragon form, she gained the ability to fly. Other warriors or exotic beasts lacking aerial prowess or potent ranged attacks would have no means to contend with her. Evelyn was not only communicative, but also possessed considerable strength. These interdimensional beings summoned from various realms might not always heed the commands of the dimensional sorcerer, given that dimensional summoning was random. So you needed to selectively cultivate a reliable group of companions. A dragon clan magic circle appeared beneath Evelyn, and the fire dragon reverted back to her little girl form. Evelyn bounced excitedly before Suyu, looking up at him with a hint of pride. "So what do you think? My strength is quite impressive, isn't it? I'm really strong," she exclaimed, while her gaze lingered hungrily on the mountain of materials behind Suyu. Evelyn, as a transformed fire dragon, possessed a unique bloodline that endowed her with remarkable strength. However, this transformation also posed challenges. The resources she consumed during her growth were 5 to 10 times greater than those of her kin. Although her clan provided her with cultivation resources, these were insufficient to meet her needs. Despite her enhanced bloodline, it was fraught with instability, risking potential loss of control or a short lifespan. No dragon within her clan had ever emerged as a powerful entity post-bloodline transformation. Consequently, those with altered bloodlines either had to carve their own paths to growth or rely on the clan's resources to develop alongside their more conventional kin. Evelyn was aware of some of these realities, yet her youth left her with limited comprehension. Her most vivid recollection of life in the dragon nest was the frequent hunger caused by insufficient resource allocation, leaving her feeling faint. Suyu remained oblivious to the troubles that Evelyn's altered bloodline might entail. Based on his observations, he had arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Evelyn was a trustworthy companion. Thus, he chose to acquiesce to her request to forge a contract. After a dimensional sorcerer forms a contract with a dimensional being, they can swiftly execute the dimensional summoning ritual according to the terms of their agreement. Suyu beckoned to Evelyn and declared, "Let us establish a dimensional summoning contract. While you are by my side, how does providing you with 3 portions of refined materials each day sound?" Upon hearing this, Evelyn was filled with joy, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Suyu. "Thank you for your willingness to form a contract with me and for offering such generous compensation." For Suyu, a single refined item was of little consequence. However, the value of a refined material was not trivial. Weapons and equipment, having already taken form, typically boasted considerable strength. The success rate for refining an item once often hovered around 50%. In contrast, separate materials frequently possessed lower strength, making them prone to shattering during direct refinement. Yet, employing materials that had been refined multiple times to forge weapons and equipment substantially increased the success rate during the crafting process. For instance, crafting a weapon from materials refined 3 times would yield a product of 3 times refined quality, resulting in an almost guaranteed success rate during the initial refinement. Suyu's situation, however, was unique. His hidden profession granted him a 100% success rate when refining any item. With merely a low-tier refining stone, he could successfully refine any weapon, equipment, or other items in his possession. After both Suyu and Evelyn expressed their willingness to forge a dimensional summoning contract, a contract generated by the system materialized before them. Suyu and Evelyn casually raised their hands and pressed them upon the contract. With a resonant hum, the dimensional summoning contract transformed into a myriad of white light, merging into the bodies of Suyu and Evelyn. Henceforth, when Suyu utilized the dimensional sacrifice skill, he could either select summoning entities or summon Evelyn directly. Following the establishment of their contract, Suyu casually remarked to Evelyn, You may freely choose 3 refined materials as your reward for today. He refrained from bestowing all the abundant materials upon Evelyn, adhering to the principle that authority is maintained through a balance of reward and punishment. Unless Evelyn accomplished a notable feat, he could not indiscriminately grant her rewards. Suyu had also devised a solution to the issue of the mountain of materials. Prior to their entry into the training camp instance, Wang Ying had gifted him a special grade resource backpack, which possessed 10 item slots, each with a capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter. He intended to refine that equipment. The special grade resource backpack was swiftly retrieved from his inventory. While its contents were temporarily set aside, the items within had not been disturbed and were primarily survival essentials for the wilderness. Name: Special grade resource backpack. Quality: rare. Item slots: 10. Description: a backpack with 10 item slots, capable of storing a substantial quantity of items. After examining the attributes of the special grade resource backpack, Suyu commenced the enhancement of this item. The special grade resource backpack and a primary refining stone were placed into the smelting space. Limit-breaking refinement triggered. Refinement successful. Limit-breaking refinement triggered. Refinement successful. Suyu did not cease the refinement after 1 or 2 attempts. He intended to refine the special grade resource backpack to its utmost limit. He surmised that it could endure approximately 10 refinements. Unexpectedly, during the 5th refinement, the special grade resource backpack transcended to a new level. This transcendence represented a leap akin to turning stone into gold. However, typically, only a select few items are capable of such transformation. For instance, his heavenly demon Golden Toad did not undergo this change. Chapter 38. Transcendence. Special grade resource backpack evolution. Name: Dimensional backpack. Max level reached. Quality: mythical attributes. Item slots 100. Epic. Dimensional space. Mythical. Item slots 100. The dimensional backpack boasts 100 item slots. Dimensional space. The dimensional backpack contains a space large enough to accommodate an island, capable of storing an immense quantity of items. The newly evolved dimensional backpack bore a striking resemblance to its predecessor, yet its appearance and functionality had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former special grade resource backpack resembled an ordinary backpack, while the current dimensional backpack appeared as if it were crafted from a shimmering starry sky, exuding an air of sophistication. Without hesitation, Suyu donned the dimensional backpack. The mountain of materials he had previously acquired was stored within the dimensional space of the backpack. Evelyn departed. Although the location was relatively safe, Suyu had no intention of lingering there. He called out to Evelyn and commenced further exploration of the fallen city. This city had been breached by monsters at an unknown time. Due to the passage of time, only scattered bones remained throughout the city. Evelyn skipped joyfully behind Suyu, brimming with curiosity about her surroundings. Even in a normal state, Suyu was a formidable presence within this E-rank disaster instance. Entering the Shura 100 battles state enabled him to activate a mode of unparalleled efficiency in dispatching foes, whether facing hostile warriors or other monstrous creatures. He could effortlessly harvest them like grass. With Evelyn, a dragon girl of even greater strength than himself, by his side, his visit to this E-rank disaster instance felt akin to a leisurely excursion. The plight of others was incomparable to his own. The misfortunate by Zongza and his companions had been reduced to mere fodder within the instance. The remaining individuals, fortunate enough to evade the beasts of the instance, would still face arduous battles if encountered. On the first day of entering the E-rank disaster instance, nearly 100 students had suffered at the hands of monsters. This instance also experienced the phenomenon of day and night. As twilight approached, Suyu and Evelyn ascended to the rooftop of a towering building. Suyu retrieved a sleeping bag and a camping tent, stating to Evelyn, "Let us spend the night here." "Sounds good," Evelyn replied, transforming into her fiery dragon form and comfortably settling on a patch of ground. While she preferred to maintain her human form during the day, at night, she relished reverting to her dragon shape. Evelyn soon drifted into slumber, her mouth seemingly still chewing on something, as if the dragon girl could never be satiated. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangrong remained unaware that Bai Zongza and his companions had encountered peril. Their primary mission within the disaster instance was to eliminate Suyu. Unfortunately, Bai Xiangrong and his associates had searched in vain for Suyu throughout the day. At this moment, in a camping site, Bai Xiangrong lit a cigarette and leisurely exhaled a smoke ring, chuckling bitterly. "It seems the 50 million credit points from the Nanyang Lu family are beyond our grasp. I wonder who will lay claim to such vast wealth." In Bai Xiangrong's perspective, it appeared that Suyu was on the brink of death at any moment. Such thoughts were not unfounded. After all, the Nanyang Lu family was exceptionally willing to spend, having offered 50 million credit points for Suyu's life upon recognizing his immense potential. At this moment, it was likely that very few within the E-rank disaster instance were entirely indifferent to Suyu. 50 million credit points might be inconsequential to high-level martial artists, but for ordinary individuals and low-level warriors, it represented a lifetime's worth of wealth. Regrettably, this sum was not easily acquired. Bai Zongza and his companions, who sought to claim the bounty, had met with complete annihilation. Others found it challenging to locate Suyu directly. However, It was considerably easier to find those closely associated with him. Wang Ying, Nanmin Feng, and Xiao Annie, entangled in Su Yu's affairs, were not in a favorable position within the instance. Nevertheless, the three possessed considerable strength and had acquired powerful equipment from Su Yu, ensuring their self-defense. In this instance, the leading figure of the Nanyang Lu family was named Lu Wei. Lu Wei had also received a family mandate to eliminate Su Yu within the instance. However, he was not particularly invested in this task. At this moment, Lu Wei and his younger brother, Lu Nan, were resting at a camping site. Lu Nan felt a profound sense of regret for failing to locate Su Yu throughout the day. "Brother, do you think Su Yu might be hiding?" Lu Wei shook his head. "I do not know. I am indifferent to his affairs. You should not waste your thoughts on Su Yu. Focus on the selection assessment instead. Our family has allocated 50 million to deal with him, and others will seek trouble for him." Lu Wei exhibited a complete lack of interest in the conflict between Su Yu and Lu Mei. In his eyes, Lu Mei and her ilk were merely parasites of the family. These individuals contributed little to the Lu family of Nanyang and often brought trouble upon them. Fortunately, Lu Mei married Zhang Lingfei from the City Defense Bureau, thereby gaining some value for the family. Otherwise, this foolish person would not deserve to remain in the family. Lu Nan, however, held a different perspective. "Brother, although the conflict between Aunt Lu Mei and Su Yu does not concern us, if we could eliminate Su Yu, we would acquire 60 million credit points. The bounty placed on Su Yu by the Golden Eye Guild is not an internal affair, but open to all. Anyone who can kill Su Yu may claim the 10 million credit points from the guild." Both Lu Wei and Lu Nan were key heirs nurtured by the Lu family of Nanyang, yet 60 million was no trivial sum for them. Lu Wei sighed and advised his brother, "You should not invest too much energy into this matter. Family affairs are important, but our own development is equally crucial. We must prioritize our admission to Shinnong University for further studies." Lu Wei felt that his brother was somewhat unclear about priorities. Lu Nan could sense his brother's intentions. Lu Wei was evidently reluctant to involve himself in this matter. This reluctance stemmed not from fear of Su Yu's formidable power, but from Lu Wei's lack of concern for the issue at hand. As the night passed in silence, the dawn of the next day revealed to the other members of the Lu family that several elite members, along with the second young master, had mysteriously vanished. This revelation startled everyone. They hurried to inform Lu Wei of the situation. Chapter 39, Is That So? The Dragon Clan's little girl cannot count. Before anyone could speak, Lu Wei interjected, "No need to say more, I am already aware. Lu Nan and the others left last night." Lu Wei sighed again. He was reluctant to waste time dealing with Su Yu. However, since his brother was fixated on confronting Su Yu, he felt compelled to act. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Wei began issuing orders to the other elites of the Lu family. "You must pursue the second young master and find a way to contact the Zhang family of Nanyang and the people from the Golden Eye Guild. Su Yu is a common enemy to us three parties, and to ensure complete success, we should act together. Additionally, you must do everything possible to guarantee the safety of the second young master." Upon hearing Lu Wei's orders, the elite warriors of the Lu family nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, young master, we will certainly eliminate that little scoundrel Su Yu." The group was, in fact, dissatisfied with Lu Wei's attitude towards Su Yu. The Lu family of Nanyang was a formidable force in Nanyang City, when had a petty character like Su Yu dared to challenge them. However, since Lu Wei had not previously issued orders, they had been unable to take action against Su Yu. Now that Lu Wei had given his approval, their sole focus could shift to devising ways to eliminate him. Watching the departing figures, Lu Wei could only shake his head at their folly. Su Yu now bore a bounty of 60 million credit points. Under such circumstances, could he possibly escape the E-level disaster instance alive? Lu Wei disregarded the crowd and resumed his exploration of the instance as initially planned. Within this E-level disaster instance, three groups were currently searching for Su Yu. The members of the Golden Eye Guild led by Xiangrong, the warriors of the Lu family led by Lu Nan, and the fighters from the Zhang family of Nanyang led by Zhang Ming. Many other warriors also desired Su Yu's demise, yet they regrettably could not determine his whereabouts. Of course, there are always a few exceptionally fortunate individuals. While the vast majority of warriors failed to locate Su Yu, some managed to find him. After spending the night resting on the rooftop of an abandoned building with Evelyn, Su Yu resumed his exploration of the instance. His special supply backpack contained a variety of lollipops, which were not ordinary treats, but rather martial arts items capable of rapidly restoring physical stamina. However, Su Yu had decided to treat these lollipops as snacks for Evelyn. Holding a strawberry-flavored lollipop, Evelyn's cherubic face radiated with joy, her large, sparkling eyes transforming into crescent moons of delight. "Lord Su Yu, can I have one of these candies every day?" Evelyn's voice brimmed with anticipation as her glistening eyes anxiously awaited his response, fearing he might deny her request. For Evelyn, these vibrant candies were utterly delectable. Each moment spent savoring them felt like a delightful indulgence for her taste buds. Su Yu nodded, "Of course. And soon you will also be able to enjoy some nuclear cola." Nuclear cola was a delightful beverage, though Su Yu currently had none on hand. After walking for a while, they both halted. Evelyn glanced into the distance and inquired, "Lord Su Yu, are those enemies?" Su Yu nodded. Approximately 100 meters away, a warrior lay in wait, poised to strike. So you could discern that this individual was targeting him. Although defeating warriors did not yield experience points, he still intended to take down this adversary. In the alliance instance, he was humble and cautious. In the disaster instance, he would certainly strike with full force. As Suyu advanced a few steps, he realized that it was not just one enemy, but a group lying in ambush. He continued onward while speaking to Evelyn. I sense 11 enemies scattered throughout the ruins ahead. How about you? Evelyn pondered for a moment before replying. I sense many enemies. Her adorable face bore a serious expression. Many enemies? How many is that? Suyu asked, furrowing his brow as he pressed on. Evelyn, with utmost seriousness, replied, many enemies simply means many enemies. In that instant, Suyu understood that this little dragon girl was not adept at counting. She might only be capable of counting from 1 to 10, beyond which she was lost. Hence, her answer of many enemies made sense. A mix of laughter and exasperation welled up within Suyu's heart. It had never occurred to him that Evelyn could not count. It seemed he would need to teach her some fundamental numbers in the future. As they drew closer to the hidden warriors, Suyu cautioned Evelyn, do not act recklessly. Let me handle them. He was concerned that in her fervor, she might annihilate the entire group of warriors, all of whom held considerable worth. Given that these individuals sought to kill him, there was nothing more to discuss. Certainly, these miscreants must pay a most grievous price. As Suyu approached a desolate ruin, a barrage of 7 or 8 small fireballs suddenly shot forth. These martial artists, lying in ambush, had no intention of showing him any courtesy, striking with lethal intent from the outset. Whoosh! Suyu's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Even without entering the Azura 100 battles state, his speed attribute exceeding 160 points rendered him beyond the capability of these martial artists to contend with. The youth who had unleashed the fireballs was a lanky figure, resembling a monkey. Upon witnessing Suyu's abrupt disappearance, he was taken aback, only to find Suyu materialize behind him moments later. Without a hint of hesitation, the young martial artist thrust a blood-red dagger straight towards Suyu's heart. Bang! Suyu, anticipating the strike, retaliated with a swift punch that landed squarely on the assailant's head. In an instant, the young warrior's head was severed from his neck, tumbling heavily to the ground before rolling to Evelyn's feet. She lifted her leg and sent the severed head flying with a kick. After dispatching one martial artist, Suyu lamented internally that the contents of the opponent's inventory would remain unclaimed. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. In the next moment, he flickered and vanished once more. Not far away, another martial artist let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This individual was subsequently hurled from his hiding place by Suyu. Upon realizing Suyu's terrifying prowess, the remaining martial artists refrained from engaging individually. The leader among them bellowed, "Let us strike together. This fellow is formidable." With the leader's command, the group, which had long sought to overwhelm him with numbers, charged at Suyu in unison. Chapter 40. Who dares to flee? Execute on the spot. As the 9 martial artists burst forth from the ruins, Suyu did not rush to attack. Instead, he posed a question. Are you all here to kill me for the bounty? Among the crowd, a martial artist who appeared to be in his 20s coldly retorted. You ask a question with an obvious answer. If it weren't for the 60 million bounty, why would we risk our lives against you? Suyu nodded in acknowledgement and continued, you are not my match. Present the martial resources from your inventory, and I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing Suyu's declaration, the surrounding martial artists could not help but erupt in laughter. Suyu, have you lost your mind? This jest is far from amusing. Indeed, though you possess considerable strength, how can you possibly contend with all of us alone? Suyu slightly inclined his head. You are correct. I can indeed face all of you by myself. His words were undeniably true, yet as they registered with the surrounding martial artists, their laughter grew increasingly derisive. They charged at Suyu, evidently underestimating his ability to escape their combined assault. Among this group, the most formidable was a martial artist wielding a blade. Not only was his body swift, but his strikes were even faster. In the blink of an eye, the blade swung down towards Suyu with crushing force. Whoosh! The razor-sharp edge approached Suyu's crown with lightning speed. Suyu acted with unwavering decisiveness. When these martial artists initiated their attack, they too showed no mercy. As the blade descended, Suyu exhibited little reaction, leading the assailant to perceive a fortune beckoning him. However, the ensuing turn of events left everyone present utterly astounded. Boom! Although Suyu had initially appeared unresponsive, as the blade drew near, he unleashed a powerful punch. This strike, of course, was the Azura 100 battles fist. The crimson martial energy enveloped Suyu, and with a single, unyielding punch, he obliterated the warrior's head. Originally, there had been 11 martial artists, one of whom had already perished, and another grievously injured by Suyu. Now, with one more fallen, only 9 remained capable of fighting. Even the slowest among them now comprehended why Suyu commanded a bounty of 60 million. He was not merely a sheep easily led to slaughter, nor even a formidable wolf, but rather a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. The warrior whose head Suyu had just shattered was a level 14 swordmaster, an elite fighter within the E-grade disaster dungeon. Before Suyu, he was as insubstantial as a mere chicken, easily dispatched. The remaining martial artists, without a moment's hesitation, sought to flee. Halt! Suyu's icy voice swept across the battlefield. Who dares to escape? Death awaits. His words were few, yet they carried sufficient weight to instill fear. Those who had contemplated flight were now paralyzed with dread. Suyu's voice continued. You have 3 counts to empty your inventories. Failure to comply means death. The group exchanged anxious glances. Boom. Suyu raised his hand and unleashed a punch, sending a crimson shockwave that obliterated the heart of a martial artist 10 meters away. This spectacle hastened the others into action. They dared not delay, hastily extracting the contents of their inventories. As they gathered their belongings, Suyu produced a blade, the mythical weapon, lava longsword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a dazzling display of flashing steel, Suyu swiftly dispatched the martial artists who had once sought to ambush him, leaving them lifeless. In the face of adversaries, one must always undertake 2 essential actions. The first is to convert the enemy into the deceased. The second is to reduce their remains to ashes, preventing any chance of resurrection. With ruthless efficiency, Suyu eliminated his foes and retrieved the heavenly demon golden toad. Placing it amidst the fallen bodies, he activated its powers. Buzz! The corpses quickly transformed into wisps of sanguine energy, flowing rapidly toward the heavenly demon golden toad. Heavenly demon blood sacrifice activated. Life 12, attack 1, energy 1. Heavenly demon blood sacrifice activated. Life 9, attack 1, defense 1. Heavenly demon blood sacrifice activated. Spirit 1, speed 1. The remains of these martial artists swiftly became sustenance for the heavenly demon golden toad. After devouring and refining their remnants, the toad imparted the nutrients back to Suyu, facilitating his continuous growth and advancement. As for the inventory of these martial artists, most contained mundane items. Only one piece of equipment piqued Suyu's interest. Name, oil flask. Quality, rare. Attribute, oil refinement, rare. Oil refinement. By adding water and fire attribute materials into the oil flask, one can refine flammable oil. The resulting oil is highly combustible, burning fiercely for an extended period. This piece of equipment could be utilized by Evelyn, enabling her to effortlessly conjure a conflagration. Certainly, Suyu also discovered other valuable items among the belongings presented by the transportation captains. Among these warriors, one appeared to be a refiner, possessing over 1,000 primary refining stones. Naturally, Suyu graciously accepted all the supplies strewn about. He then began to contemplate whether to refine the flame oil pot. After careful consideration, he decided against it for the time being. The flame oil pot was not immediately necessary, and there was no rush to refine it. Furthermore, the difficulty of acquiring refining stones in this location was considerable, should he encounter an item in need of refinement or enhancement. It would be quite awkward to lack the necessary stones. Regardless of whether it was the previous Bizongza or the current assortment of miscreants, the more the merrier. With the dimensional backpack at his disposal, he need not worry about insufficient space for his spoils. While Suyu pondered these matters, Evelyn approached, indulging in a strawberry lollipop. With a dainty finger, she pointed in a certain direction and remarked, "My lord Suyu, it seems a small beast tide has emerged over there. Numerous exotic beasts are in pursuit of something." Upon hearing her words, Suyu turned his gaze in that direction. However, due to the considerable distance, he could not discern what was transpiring. One thing was certain, though, a multitude of exotic beasts had indeed appeared. After a moment's reflection, he declared, "Let us follow and observe." Chapter 41. That scoundrel Wang Ying has stirred up trouble again. Having swiftly cleared the battlefield, Suyu, accompanied by Evelyn, raced towards the distance. At that moment, Evelyn spoke up, "My lord Suyu, I can take you there." Suyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Evelyn's intent. With a resounding roar, she transformed into her fiery dragon form. Compared to their initial encounter, it seemed that Evelyn had grown somewhat. Without wasting time, Suyu leaped onto Evelyn's back. His speed was impressive, yet his 2 legs could not compare to Evelyn's wings. Upon settling onto her back, it felt as though he were seated amidst a sea of flames. However, these flames were magical in nature and under Evelyn's control. They posed no threat of harm to Suyu. In an instant, Suyu experienced Evelyn's terrifying velocity. The dimensional attributes of exotic beasts typically exceeded those of average warriors of the same level. As a dragon, Evelyn's attributes were undoubtedly superior. At present, as she soared through the air with Suyu, her speed was at least 3 times that of Suyu in his prime, when in the Shura 100 battles state. Suyu's speed attribute soared above 300 points. This implied that Evelyn's speed attribute might have reached a staggering level of 1,000 points. Even professions that emphasize speed growth might require a level of at least 25, combined with gear that enhances speed, to attain such velocity. Suyu could not help but marvel at how invaluable Evelyn truly was. This adorable little dragon girl, with her playful demeanor, provided emotional support, while her formidable strength enabled her to assist him in confronting powerful foes. In their current stage, any adversary beyond Suyu's capabilities could easily be managed by Evelyn. Furthermore, She granted him the ability to fly and to swiftly maneuver, should they encounter formidable monsters or hostile warriors in the future. He could simply rely on Evelyn to make a hasty retreat. Evelyn's dragon form swiftly darted through the air. Most warriors, upon reaching level 25, would gain the ability to fly, while other warriors lacked this capability. As long as Suyu maintained aerial supremacy, he would essentially be invulnerable. Against foes devoid of strong ranged attacks, he could toy with them at will. As Suyu sat upon Evelyn's back, he soon spotted none other than Wang Ying, that troublesome lad, being pursued by the beast tide. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He could not determine whether to lament Wang Ying's penchant for trouble or to bemoan his unfortunate luck. Nevertheless, Wang Ying's progress was undeniably remarkable. As a dual-class warrior of extreme martial arts and windwalker, his attributes had flourished across the board. Moreover, the extreme martial arts class is among the strongest of all S-tier melee professions, boasting an impressive combat capability. The windwalker class allows its practitioner to harness wind energy, enabling them to soar through the air. At this moment, Wang Ying's survival hinged upon being encased in a vortex. This was a signature ability of the windwalker class, known as wind movement. By enveloping himself in wind energy, he achieved high-speed mobility. In addition to employing wind movement, he also utilized the skill, Wind Instant, which allows for nearly instantaneous movement in any direction by harnessing wind energy. It was precisely through these two abilities that Wang Ying managed to evade the throng of over 100 exotic beasts amidst the ruins of the city. Upon observing Wang Ying's precarious yet manageable situation, Suyu quickly devised a plan. He would hunt the exotic beasts from the rear, slaying them while extracting their dimensional attributes. The Heavenly Demon Golden Toad, a percentage-based equipment, was clearly an artifact for the later stages. In the early game, however, this soul-consuming dagger proved to be far more effective. With this in mind, Suyu addressed Evelyn, "Little E, that warrior is one of my team members. Keep an eye on him from the air. And if he finds himself in trouble, lend him a hand. I shall move to the back of the beast horde to hunt the exotic beasts and enhance my strength." Evelyn's voice resonated in Suyu's mind. "Understood, my lord Suyu." Without hesitation, Suyu leaped off Evelyn's back. Given his current physical prowess, falling from a height equivalent to 5 or 6 stories posed little challenge. At this moment, Evelyn was flying at a height of approximately 3 to 4 stories. With a thunderous impact, Suyu landed, enveloped in crimson martial energy, and crushed the skull of an exotic beast beneath his foot. He had slain a level 10 mutated hyena, earning 50 experience points. The demise of the mutated hyena could only be attributed to its unfortunate fate. He had leaped from Evelyn's back, landing haphazardly amidst the beast horde. Meanwhile, Wang Ying was frantically fleeing, utterly unaware of Suyu's presence. With a swift motion, Suyu dispatched the mutated hyena and deftly thrust the soul-consuming dagger into the creature's body. The effect of utilitarianism activated. Life 80, attack 9, defense 5, speed 3. Upon viewing this system notification, Suyu felt a surge of satisfaction. The soul-consuming dagger might lose its efficacy in the later stages, yet it remained exceptionally useful in the early game. Furthermore, the dagger could still be refined, with the potential for significant enhancement. However, Suyu was concerned that upgrading the soul-consuming dagger might alter its extraction effect to a percentage-based one. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. Ideally, he would acquire an alternative piece of equipment to test its refining capabilities. With this thought in mind, Suyu resolved to devise a means of obtaining a substitute for the soul-consuming dagger. The blood-red fist technique swiftly re-emerged at the rear of the beast horde. He felled a level 12 Azure Jackal, garnering 60 experience points. After dispatching the Azure Beast, which bore a striking resemblance to a wild wolf, Suyu flicked his hand, sending the soul extraction dagger plunging into the body of the Azure Jackal. The utilization of resources trait was activated. Health 100, attack 12, energy 3, spirit 1. The utilization feature of the soul extraction dagger proved exceptionally powerful, extracting a substantial number of attribute points. Azure's 100 battles was triggered. Current battle intent 20. As Suyu engaged in combat with these otherworldly beasts, his Azure's 100 battles trait also activated. Once his battle intent accumulated to 100, his 6-dimensional attributes would surge to 200. At that point, after annihilating these beasts, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. After vanquishing over 100 of these creatures, he could extract more than 100 attribute points. When he next encountered those martial artists seeking to claim his bounty, a single punch would obliterate them into a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 42. Startled from his deathbed, the Great One is myself. At this moment, Wang Ying was fleeing frantically, utterly oblivious to the unfolding turmoil behind the beast horde. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as he had acquired a remarkably unique treasure. The artifact he obtained was known as the Necromancer's Hourglass. The method of utilizing the Necromancer's Hourglass involves dripping a drop of one's blood into the hourglass and then inverting it. After a few seconds, one can enter a disaster instance known as the Necromancer's Realm. In this E-grade disaster instance, many otherworldly beasts had previously used the necromancer's hourglass to enter the necromancer's realm. Once the black sand within the hourglass has completely drained, the beast would be teleported out from the necromancer's realm. Upon inadvertently discovering this phenomenon, Wang Ying began to observe these beasts in secret. Within the E-grade instance, numerous monsters seemed to have formed an unspoken understanding over the long passage of time. They appeared to be queuing up to utilize the necromancer's hourglass. There were a total of 3 necromancer's hourglasses. After unexpectedly seizing one, Wang Ying incited a frenzied pursuit from over 100 otherworldly beasts. Initially, he was not overly concerned. However, as his energy dwindled, rendering him unable to sustain his escape for much longer, he began to feel a sense of panic. The necromancer's realm appeared to be a resource-rich instance, where those beasts and monsters that entered could reap substantial rewards as long as they did not perish. At this moment, Wang Ying yearned for assistance from other martial artists. Even if they did not lend him aid, he could divert some of the pressure by leading the beasts astray. Unfortunately, upon witnessing the horde of beasts trailing behind him, the multitude of martial artists from all directions fled with unprecedented speed. Wang Ying, pursued relentlessly by the beasts, had been fleeing for quite some time without sight of any other martial artists nearby. As he continued to run, he inwardly lamented, "No way. No way. After finally seizing such a treasure, I can't hold on to it. It would be too regrettable to give up now. If he relinquished it now, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by these beasts." Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Ying's mind, yet he could not conceive a solution to his predicament. He resolved that if he could not find any allies, he would have no choice but to return the necromancer's hourglass to the beasts when utterly desperate. Suyu was unaware of Wang Ying's predicament, but felt reassured about his situation. He had already informed Evelyn that should Wang Ying encounter danger, she was to intervene. In this E-grade instance, Evelyn was virtually an invincible entity. Meanwhile, Suyu continued his relentless extermination of the surrounding beasts. Boom. He unleashed the Azura's 100 battles to its utmost potential. The Azura's 100 battles encompasses a total of 108 techniques. Though it bears the name of a fist, it actually comprises a comprehensive array of 108 effective combat methods, including not only fist techniques, but also palm techniques, finger techniques, elbow techniques, leg techniques, grappling techniques, knee techniques, and more, remarkably diverse. Suyu transformed into a human slaughter machine at the rear of the beast horde, wreaking havoc. Swish! Suyu lifted his leg and, with the might of a mountain-splitting force, brought it crashing down on a beast. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the beast's waist was cleaved in two. He felled a level 14, tusked pig, earning 70 experience points. After disposing of the tusked pig, Suyu extracted the soul extraction dagger, flicking it so that it embedded itself in the tusked pig's body. Utilization of resources activated. Gaining health, 70. Attack, 15. Defense, 17. After eliminating this beast, Suyu continued his methodical assault on the remaining creatures. Throughout this process, his attributes steadily enhanced, and his power grew increasingly formidable. Once he had slain approximately 2/3 of the beast horde, those relentless in their pursuit of Wang Ying finally recognized the change. The many beasts, upon noticing the significant number that had vanished from their ranks, were left utterly dumbfounded. Where have all these beasts gone? At this moment, Suyu also paused to rest, simultaneously checking his attribute panel. Suyu, Class 1 Blacksmith. Level, LV-12, 15. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Effect, when refining equipment, success is guaranteed, with a chance to obtain mythic traits. Class 2, Dimension Sorcerer. Level, LV-12, 15. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consuming advanced refining materials can summon dimensional beings to descend and fight alongside you. Health, 3,600, 100. Attack, 450, 100. Defense, 420, 100. Speed, 370, 100. Mental, 340, 100. Energy, 310, 100. Battle Path Level 10, 6-dimensional attribute points, 100. Azura's 100 battles, state activated. 6-dimensional attributes raised to 200. Upon glancing at his attribute panel, Suyu was taken aback. He had been in a continuous state of slaughter and had not realized how formidable his attributes had become. Now, his level had ascended to 12. With both classes at level 12, this bore significant advantages. For instance, his blacksmith class had minimal growth in speed attributes. At this juncture, the growth bonuses from his Dimension Sorcerer class would come into play. The attributes of dual classes do not simply stack, but rather activate based on the more advantageous one. This is why most martial artists pursue dual class paths or focus on one primary class with several supportive ones. With the Heavenly Demon Golden Toad and the Soul Extraction Dagger as his special equipment, coupled with his two hidden classes that complement each other, Suyu's attribute panel became nothing short of terrifying upon reaching level 12. Typically, the average health of a level 12 martial artist hovers around 1,200. His health, however, stood at an astonishing 3,700 points, over 3 times the average. At level 12, the average attack power of other warriors hovers around 120 points. In stark contrast, Suyu possesses a staggering value that is nothing short of terrifying. With the enhancement of the Battle Soldier path, his current attack power has reached an astonishing 550 points. His might surpasses that of his peers by more than 5-fold. Upon entering the Azura 100 Battles state, his attack power skyrockets to over 10 times that of an ordinary warrior. At this juncture, his attack power is more than 10 times that of other warriors. This implies that a staggering 99 of warriors at the same level can be treated as mere beasts to be obliterated by him. To avoid exiting the Azura 100 Battles state, Suyu refrains from resting for too long and once again engages the multitude of monsters. During the duration of the Azura 100 Battles state, he is akin to a numerical monstrosity. Currently, his speed attribute stands at 470 points, which, under the influence of the Azura 100 Battles state, doubles to 940 points. Chapter 43. What's 7 in and 7 out? A direct and invincible sweep. Should Suyu employ the Azura 100 Battles fist against foes, his attributes would surge by an additional 20, culminating in a terrifying speed attribute of 1,128 points. This speed is nothing short of extraordinary. It is worth noting that even Evelyn, in her dragon form while flying, does not possess such astounding figures. Her flying speed hovers around a mere 1,000 points. The sheer magnitude of his attributes, coupled with his mastery of martial techniques, renders the myriad monsters surrounding him as feeble as mere chaff. Wang Ying had previously contemplated abandoning the Necromancer's hourglass, if no assistance could be found. To his astonishment, before too long, a monumental turn of events unfolded. Wang Ying soon beheld Suyu's formidable figure, rampaging amidst the throngs of beasts. "My goodness, boss," Wang Ying exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, as both his life and the Necromancer's hourglass seemed to be secured. However, his expression swiftly transitioned from exhilaration to astonishment, then to shock, and eventually culminated in sheer horror. Suyu's might was so immense that it transcended mere description. For Suyu was not merely darting in and out amongst the beasts. He was sweeping through them with an unstoppable force. Regardless of the creature that dared to cross his path, it was swiftly eliminated. The few rare beasts that managed to withstand a strike could not endure a second. Witnessing such a spectacle, Wang Ying's excitement surged. He had long surmised that Suyu was no ordinary talent, which is why he recognized him as his superior. However, he had presumed that Suyu would require further time to manifest his true prowess. This assumption was, without a doubt, erroneous. At this moment, Suyu was already invincible. An absolute powerhouse. Having entered the E-grade catastrophe dungeon for quite some time, it was Wang Ying's first encounter with a warrior exhibiting such ferocity. Yet, his elation was short-lived as a sense of dread began to creep over him. For he noticed that, at some point, a flaming dragon had appeared in the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ying urgently called out, "Boss, be careful. There's a flaming dragon overhead. Do not let it ambush you." The relief Wang Ying had recently felt was once again replaced by anxiety. The hovering flaming dragon exuded an aura of imminent danger. Although Suyu's combat prowess was undeniably terrifying, Wang Ying remained uncertain whether Suyu could contend with the dragon aloft. Suyu, engaged in battle with the beasts and monsters, naturally heard Wang Ying's warning. While continuing his fight, he calmly replied, "Do not worry. That is Evelyn, my companion." Wang Ying was left utterly astonished, speechless in disbelief. It had only been a short while since they parted ways. And now Suyu had not only elevated his combat power to an unbelievable level, but had also acquired a fiery dragon companion. As waves of astonishment crashed through Wang Ying's mind, Suyu's battle against the multitude of beasts was drawing to a close. He now dispatched these creatures with the ease of mowing grass. Amidst his frenzied slaughter, he continuously wielded the soul-harvesting dagger to extract attribute points and augment his own strength. His current might was undeniably bolstered by both the soul-harvesting dagger and the heavenly demon Golden Toad. After vanquishing the last beast in the vicinity, Suyu approached Wang Ying. The exhilarating battle had left him feeling euphoric yet somewhat fatigued. Following the conclusion of his combat, Evelyn, having transformed back from her dragon form, radiated with magical luminescence. In the next moment, she morphed into an adorable 5-year-old girl with red hair, appearing beside Suyu. Upon landing, Evelyn produced a strawberry-flavored lollipop, clumsily tore off the wrapper, and began to savor the delightful treat. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ying was utterly convinced that Evelyn was indeed Suyu's ally. There was not a trace of hostility in Evelyn towards Suyu. In fact, her demeanor was exceedingly amiable. Suyu gave Wang Ying a reassuring pat on the shoulder and casually inquired, "Old Wang, what have you done to these beasts? They seem to have gone completely berserk, chasing after you relentlessly." Wang Ying, upon hearing this, perked up and produced the Necromancer's hourglass. "Boss, I have acquired a treasure." Suyu, upon seeing the hourglass, casually asked, "What is this?" With great pride, Wang Ying recounted the details of his discovery of the hourglass, explaining how the beast utilized it and the process by which he had seized it. "Boss, this is a remarkable item. It is known as the Necromancer's hourglass." He elaborated on where he had found it, how the beast had interacted with it, and the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of it. By the time he finished, Suyu had grasped the true nature of this treasure. It was indeed quite exceptional. Utilizing the Necromancer's Hourglass essentially grants access to a catastrophe dungeon of unknown levels. However, the dungeon referred to as the Necromancer Realm appears to be relatively safe. According to Wang Ying, the vast majority of beasts that enter the Necromancer Realm emerge unscathed. Since those beasts face little danger within the Necromancer Realm, it stands to reason that Suyu would likely encounter minimal peril as well. As Suyu contemplated these matters, Wang Ying suddenly remarked, "Boss, I discovered 2 more Necromancer Hourglasses at the location where I found the first one. With your current strength, should we not go and retrieve the remaining 2? Suyu nodded in agreement. I was thinking along the same lines. However, let us not rush. We should first find a place to rest before proceeding. Additionally, do you have any news regarding Nanmin Feng and Joanna? Wang Ying shook his head. I have not seen them in this catastrophe dungeon. It is still somewhat perilous here, and I am uncertain of their condition. After a brief pause, Wang Ying continued. By the way, boss, how have you become so powerful? Has your battle soldier path become stronger? Or is it simply that the 10th layer of the battle soldier path grants such terrifying combat prowess? As Suyu settled down in search of a resting place, he casually replied, my path of battle has not been significantly enhanced. It has merely attained a few additional levels. Furthermore, should the opportunity arise, I shall endeavor to elevate the levels of my battle path as much as possible. The augmentation of the 6-dimensional attributes is crucial to the enhancement of one's combat prowess. At present, he harbors a strong desire to bestow upon his 3 teammates the refined battle fruit he possesses. However, presenting them with such an item at this juncture could potentially jeopardize both their safety and his own, even if Wang Ying and the others would not disclose this matter. Should it come to the attention of those with ill intentions, they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Chapter 44. Unable to escape, we remain under surveillance. The amplification provided by the battle path to martial artists is immense. As long as one can endure the pain, the battle path can be cultivated to the 100th level, or even the 200th. Yet, the current foremost practitioner of the battle path globally has only reached the 50th level. The first individual to attain the 200th level, barring unforeseen circumstances, is likely to be Suyu. However, Suyu's battle path is currently only at the 10th level, leaving him a considerable distance from the 200th level. Suyu and Wang Ying have rested and recuperated for approximately an hour in this location before continuing their journey. Boss, the difficulty of this E-rank disaster instance is rather high. Upon entering, I observed that many trainees suffered injuries on the very first day. Nanmin Feng possesses commendable strength, so there is no need for undue concern. However, Joanne is in a precarious situation. I am uncertain whether she has encountered any dangers. Wang Ying remarked casually while leading the way. Suyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Joanne is somewhat struggling within this E-rank disaster instance. Nevertheless, we are unlikely to locate her anytime soon. Given her decision to apply to Xinxia University, she must have mentally prepared herself for the possibility of danger. Through these repeated life and death trials, she will undoubtedly experience rapid growth. Suyu's assessment is fully endorsed by Wang Ying. Whether others have grown, he cannot ascertain. Yet, both he and Suyu have certainly experienced significant advancement. Suyu's growth is conspicuously evident. He is nearly invincible within this E-rank disaster instance. While Wang Ying's progress may not be as pronounced, he has nonetheless achieved remarkable improvement under the immense pressure of survival. In a comfortable and leisurely environment, he would not have been able to attain such advancement in less than 10 to 15 days. Boss, when we encounter the aberrant beasts, how about you refrain from striking first and allow me to practice my skills? Along their journey, Wang Ying and Suyu did not encounter a peaceful passage. Rather, the aberrant beasts surrounding them fell swiftly to Suyu's hand. Upon hearing Wang Ying's suggestion, Suyu readily nodded and began to observe Wang Ying's performance. His strength is formidable, yet Wang Ying and his companions are no weaklings either. His attributes are several times greater than the average level of martial artists, and Wang Ying and his companions boast attributes around 15 to 20 times that of their peers. At this moment, a level 14 skeleton monster appeared not far from them. This skeleton monster, wielding a curved blade, exuded an aura of danger. From their previous conversation, Suyu was aware that Wang Ying's dual class levels were both at level 10. The level 14 skeleton monster could very well prove challenging for Wang Ying. Suyu was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. With a swift motion, Wang Ying summoned the energy of the wind around him and executed a wind walk, positioning himself directly before the skeleton monster. Upon sensing Wang Ying's approach, the skeleton monster swung its blade in retaliation. Wang Ying's wind energy surged once more, coalescing in his hand into a wind sword. Armed with the energy-infused sword, Wang Ying engaged the skeleton monster in combat. He truly is no weakling. Despite being 4 levels below the skeleton monster, he managed to hold his own in a fierce exchange. The wind sword in Wang Ying's hand danced continuously, parrying the relentless strikes of the skeleton monster's curved blade. Seeing this, Suyu felt reassured. His teammate was stronger than he had anticipated. As long as no other monsters appeared, Wang Ying could gradually wear down this creature. Approximately 50 kilometers away, Nanmen Feng and Joanne lay concealed amidst the ruins of a tall building. Nanmen Feng bore severe injuries. Not long ago, the martial artist from the Nanyang Zhang family had discovered him. In a one-on-one confrontation, Nanmen Feng would undoubtedly prevail. However, he faced 7 or 8 adversaries, alongside over 20 others intent on Su Yu's demise. These individuals were certain that Nanmen Feng possessed a means to contact Su Yu. Consequently, they launched a coordinated assault, overwhelming Nanmen Feng, who could not withstand the onslaught and was captured. After falling into the hands of the martial artists led by Zhang Weisong, Nanmen Feng endured a night of torment. As he remained silent, Zhang Weisong and his companions altered their strategy, disseminating information to lure Su Yu into a trap. They had hoped to draw Su Yu in to rescue Nanmen Feng, but their luck ran dry, ensnaring instead a lesser prey. Instead of Su Yu, it was Joanne who arrived. At this moment, Joanne enveloped her hands in a verdant glow, commencing a continuous healing process for Nanmen Feng. Having fallen into Zhang Weisong's grasp, Nanmen Feng had suffered greatly. His body bore the marks of brutalization, and a deep wound along his waist exposed bone. While receiving Joanne's treatment, Nanmen Feng spoke with remarkable composure. We have been deceived. Zhang Weisong and his cohorts likely intended for me to escape. Among those martial artists, there must be some highly skilled in surveillance. Our every move may be under their watchful gaze. Joanne's heart filled with concern as she inquired, "What shall we do? Do we still seek out the captain?" Upon hearing this, Nanmen Feng fell into silence. After a brief pause, he shook his head. "No, there are too many of them. Seeking out the captain would be futile. The 4 of us united can handle a dozen martial artists, but they number at least 30. However, do not worry. I possess a method to contend with them." Joanne's eyes brightened as she asked, "What shall we do?" Nanmen Feng then produced a sky blue orb. "This is an item I acquired not long ago, the Godspeed Pearl, a consumable with a one-time usage. Upon activation, it will enhance our speed attribute by 300 points for the next half hour. With such an increase, they will certainly be unable to pursue us. My earlier carelessness allowed them to capture me before I could utilize the Godspeed Pearl. Now we have 2 options." Nanmen Feng paused, prompting Joanne to eagerly inquire, "What are the 2 options?" Taking a deep breath, Nanmen Feng solemnly stated, "The boss currently bears a bounty of 60 million. He is in grave danger. Within this E-rank disaster instance, one cannot fathom how many wish to take his life. My ethereal orb possesses the capacity to assist him to a certain extent. I previously traversed a location where a multitude of aberrant beasts congregated." Chapter 45, The Strategy of Risky Maneuvers, Devouring the Wolf While Driving Away the Tiger. As Nanmen Feng reminisced, he articulated his plan. Those aberrant creatures and monsters were utilizing a tool known as the necromantic hourglass to enter and exit a particularly unique dungeon. My intention is to employ the ethereal orb to seize those aberrant creatures' necromantic hourglasses. Subsequently, I shall toss the hourglass to Zhang Weisong and the others, allowing us to make our escape. The necromantic hourglass is undoubtedly an exceptional item, one that Zhang Weisong and his companions would be loath to relinquish. Once they acquire this artifact, they will undoubtedly find themselves embroiled in conflict with numerous aberrant beasts and monsters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Annie nodded in agreement. To her, Nanmen Feng's suggestion was quite astute. Since these individuals sought to eliminate Su Yu, she felt no moral burden in leading them to their demise. Xiao Annie swiftly inquired, "What is the second plan?" Without wasting any time, Nanmen Feng responded, "The second plan is to activate the ethereal orb now and make a hasty retreat. Zhang Weisong and his group should not be able to catch up with us. However, the aberrant beasts in that valley may harbor formidable adversaries. We must deliberate carefully on which of these 2 strategies to pursue." Upon hearing this, Xiao Annie comprehended. They could either take the risk to assist Su Yu or flee immediately. Logically, the ethereal orb grants a speed attribute enhancement of 300 points, which would mitigate the risks involved. Yet, Nanmen Feng was currently injured. Moreover, when accompanied by another person, the orb's speed attribute would be diminished. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Annie declared, "If there is a way to ensure your departure, I will execute the first plan." Su Yu Wang Ying and Nanmen Feng had previously rescued her from the clutches of the martial artists of the Golden Eye Guild. With so many wishing to kill Su Yu, she could not remain indifferent. However, Nanmen Feng was also her savior, and she could not allow him to take unnecessary risks while injured. To her surprise, Nanmen Feng indeed had a solution. He produced a gray orb, known as the Stone Statue Orb, which could transform either oneself or an enemy into stone. If the stone form persists beyond 10 days, it becomes permanent. Once transformed, one's defensive capabilities are significantly heightened, rendering them nearly impervious to damage within this E-grade disaster dungeon. If one transforms oneself into stone, they can choose when to terminate the stone state. Thus, I have devised a combat plan. Upon witnessing Nanmen Feng present the Stone Statue Orb and articulate these thoughts, Xiao Annie began to grasp his intention. Nanmen Feng intended to turn himself into stone, and when the time was right, he would revert to his original state and teleport out. while she would wield the ethereal orb to enact the first plan. With this realization, Xiao Annie nodded and said, "Hand me the ethereal orb and inform me of the location. I shall execute the first plan." However, Nanmen Feng merely smiled and shook his head. "Your disposition is somewhat timid. Such a complex task would be challenging for you. I shall entrust you with the stone statue orb. Just be mindful of the time. When the designated period is up, revert to your original state and teleport out. In the training camp, aside from a few designated areas, combat is prohibited. Once you teleport back, you will be safe. As for the first plan, I will undertake it myself. Your healing abilities are commendable, and I have nearly recovered." Nanmen Feng was not being boastful. He recognized that the first plan carried certain risks. If all went smoothly, there would be no significant issues. However, should Xiao Annie become anxious or if unforeseen complications arose, the danger would escalate dramatically. Thus, despite his injuries, he resolved to execute the first plan himself. Xiao Annie shook her head. "We shall go together. You possess both orbs. If any issues arise, you can use the stone statue orb while I make an immediate escape. If all goes well, you can lead me, and with the enhanced speed from the ethereal orb, we will flee together." After some consideration, Nanmen Feng ultimately acquiesced to Xiao Annie's strategy. Furthermore, with her healing along the way, his condition would improve significantly. Although Xiao Annie's earlier suggestion seemed sound, he did not intend to proceed in that manner. Upon reaching their destination, he would hand the stone statue orb to Xiao Annie. With their resolve solidified, the two swiftly departed from the ruins. Above them, a colossal eagle soared through the skies, vigilantly observing their movements. Nanmen Feng's assessment was indeed accurate. Zhang Weisong and his group had devised means to monitor them. While it appeared they had escaped, in truth, Zhang Weisong and his comrades had been trailing them all along. Zhang Weisong had initially hoped to extract information from Nanmen Feng through interrogation. However, Nanmen Feng, a man of resilience, had remained tight-lipped despite sustaining grievous injuries. Reluctantly, Zhang Weisong resolved to employ a long-term strategy to ensnare a larger prize. He could not believe that Nanmen Feng and Xiao Annie had no means of contacting Suyu. At that moment, the actions of Nanmen Feng and Xiao Annie led Zhang Weisong to suspect that they were en route to rendezvous with Suyu. After Xiao Annie's healing, Nanmen Feng's condition had markedly improved. The E-grade disaster dungeon's primary setting was a besieged city, but on the outskirts lay a range of mountains. Currently, Nanmen Feng and Xiao Annie found themselves at the entrance of a valley teeming with hundreds of aberrant beasts and various monsters. Upon arriving, Nanmen Feng felt a pang of confusion. Initially, there had been 3 necromantic hourglasses on the altar, but now only 2 remained. Although he was uncertain about what had transpired, he resolved to adhere to the original plan. In the midst of Xiao Annie's astonished gaze, Nanmen Feng handed her the stone statue orb. With unwavering determination, he shattered the ethereal orb. Boom. Suddenly, his speed attribute surged by 300 points. He darted through the throngs of aberrant beasts and monsters like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, in another direction, Su Yu and Wang Ying had also ascended to a nearby hillside. As they approached, they witnessed Nanmen Feng shattering the ethereal orb and making a grab for the necromantic hourglass. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Ying couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. Fengzi and Xiao Qiao were also present. What item had Fengzi employed to have his speed explode so dramatically in an instant? Chapter 46. Hold steady, brothers. The super healing potion is plentiful. Initially, Su Yu believed Nanmen Feng and Xiao Annie sought the necromantic hourglass. However, he swiftly discerned something amiss. No. They must be in trouble. As Su Yu uttered these words, Wang Ying also realized that Nanmen Feng and Xiao Annie were indeed in peril. For a multitude of martial artists had suddenly emerged around them. Above their heads, a majestic eagle circled ominously. In the valley, Nanmen Feng seized a deathly hourglass and swiftly dashed out. The ordeal previously faced by Wang Ying was now mirrored by Nanmen Feng. However, thanks to the godly travel pearl, his speed was astonishingly swift. With the deathly hourglass in hand, Nanmen Feng quickly exited the valley, hastening towards Zhang Weisong and the others. As he approached, Zhang Weisong produced a scarecrow, grinning as he brandished a silver needle and pierced the figure. With a sickening squelch, Nanmen Feng, whose injuries had yet to heal, found himself struck anew, spitting forth a spray of blood. His body was left battered and bloodied. A curse? Upon seeing the prompt on his interface, Nanmen Feng instantly comprehended the depths of Zhang Weisong's treachery. He was far more despicable than he had anticipated. Not only was he afflicted, but Joanna was also ensnared in the same fate. At that moment, Joanna, too, fell to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Though her condition was somewhat better than his, she had lost all combat capability. A surge of resentment coursed through Nanmen Feng. He realized he had been insufficiently cautious. Nonetheless, the situation had not yet descended into irretrievable chaos. Joanna possessed the statue pearl he had gifted her, and he hurled the deathly hourglass in Zhang Weisong's direction. The awakened beasts and numerous monsters in the valley began to charge forth. Zhang Weisong initially believed Nanmen Feng had thrown a weapon his way. Upon inspecting the item's attributes, he was astonished to find it was a rare treasure. The only complication was the impending assault from the multitude of beasts and monsters. After a moment's thought, Zhang Weisong flung a fiery dagger towards Nanmen Feng, intent on dispatching him before absconding with Joanna. Previously, he had opted not to harm the half-blood beauty, biding his time for a more significant catch. Now, however, with substantial gains in hand, he felt free to seize Joanna for his own enjoyment. Despite his grave injuries, Nanmen Feng exerted himself to evade the lethal strike. Joanna, having consumed a vial of healing water, rushed towards him, determined to hand over the statue pearl and devise a means of escape. Unfortunately, Zhang Weisong and his allies would not permit her to succeed, and the surrounding beasts and monsters surged forth in greater numbers. Even in his critical state, Nanmen Feng roared, "Quickly use the statue pearl. Don't worry about me. Just remember to avenge me." Tears streamed down Joanna's face as she felt utterly despondent. She wished fervently for Nanmen Feng's survival. Alas, this was a battlefield, not a wishing well, and here, her desires held no sway. In that moment of despair, both Nanmen Feng and Joanna were engulfed in a profound sense of hopelessness. The price he paid for his growth felt exorbitantly steep. He had wagered his life as the tuition fee. Thankfully, Joanna possessed the statue pearl he had entrusted to her. Otherwise, he would surely face a restless demise. Yet, just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, a figure imbued with blood-red martial energy descended from above. Suyu had been sent by Evelyn to arrive with haste. In his urgency to ensure Evelyn's rapid arrival, he had not even brought Wang Ying along. Although Wang Ying did not come directly with Suyu, he still raced towards the scene with remarkable speed. Upon landing, Suyu commanded Evelyn, "Aside from the two companions marked by my mental energy, eliminate all others, both monsters and foes." Evelyn nodded her colossal dragon head, launching her attack, while simultaneously inquiring mentally, after the battle, "Could you reward me with a piece of chocolate?" Suyu inclined his head slightly, "Certainly." With that, he decisively joined the fray. Shura 100 battles, activated. Current battle intent, 1. As Suyu commenced his assault, the state of Shura 100 battles was triggered. At this juncture, he could have refrained from using his ultimate, Shura 100 battles fist. However, employing it would grant an additional 20 points to his six-dimensional attributes. With both Suyu and Evelyn unleashing their powers, it became a one-sided massacre. Roaring, Evelyn unleashed a torrent of dragon breath infused with golden thunderous energy, scorching the land into molten rock. The surrounding monsters were incinerated to ashes in an instant. Suyu's performance was equally formidable. Boom, boom, boom. He charged forth like a ferocious tiger into a flock of sheep. With each step he took, a vacuum formed around him, rendering the smaller Karami utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Shura 100 battles, activated. Current battle intent, 100. The activation of Shura 100 battles elevated his six-dimensional attributes to 200. As these system notifications echoed, the surrounding beasts, monsters, and hostile martial artists grasped the true meaning of brutality. Boom, boom, boom. Suyu's form was enveloped in a crimson martial energy, burning fiercely like an inferno. Wherever he tread, be it beasts, monsters, or enemy martial artists, they were obliterated with a single punch. Of course, Wang Ying was also engaged in battle, though the spotlight was predominantly on Suyu and Evelyn. At this moment, aside from Suyu's group, only Zhang Weisong, severely injured from Suyu's strike, remained conscious. With no time to spare on Zhang Weisong, Suyu rushed to Nanmen Feng's side. Nanmen Feng's injuries were more grievous than Zhang Weisong's. Upon reaching Nanmen Feng, Suyu turned to Wang Ying and inquired, "Old Wang, do you have any premium healing water?" The premium healing water was the highest grade, a small vial of 100 milliliters priced at 1 million. Wang Ying hurried to Nanmen Feng's side, exclaiming, "Hang in there, Fengzi. We have plenty of premium healing water." As he spoke, he shattered bottle after bottle of premium healing water, showering Nanmen Feng in the precious liquid. The premium healing water, regarded as the pinnacle of healing solutions, justified its exorbitant cost. After Wang Ying expended 8 or 9 million, the nearly unconscious Nanmen Feng finally began to respond. Chapter 47. The Dark Torturer. Even the dead must speak. Gasping for breath, Nanmen Feng's injuries were grave and horrifying. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he stood on the precipice of death itself. Yet in those final moments of life, he harbored no regrets regarding his decisions. Rather, he chided himself for his lack of caution. In this E-rank disaster instance, he had made far too many mistakes. For every martial artist navigating the cataclysmic era, a single error on the battlefield could cost them their life. Nanmen Feng, how are you holding up? Suyu's voice, laden with concern, reached Nanmen Feng's ears. Nanmen Feng opened his mouth, intending to utter the words "I am fine." However, the severity of his injuries ultimately rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, their party included Joanne, who was adept at assessing Nanmen Feng's current condition. Joanne herself bore significant wounds. The cursed doll in Zhang Weisong's possession appeared to be an exceptionally formidable artifact. After consuming the special healing water provided by Wang Ying, Joanne managed to regain some strength. She then approached Nanmen Feng, placing her hand on his shoulder to sense his life force. After a thorough assessment, Joanne exhaled in relief. She lifted her gaze to Suyu and said, "He is out of danger now. He simply needs to rest and recuperate." Upon hearing her words, Suyu too felt a wave of relief wash over him. In this era of calamity, even capable warriors were easily felled. Had it not been for the timely arrival of him, Evelyn and Wang Ying, both Nanmen Feng and Joanne could have faced dire consequences. They were fortunate that both he and Evelyn possessed considerable strength, along with Wang Ying's ample supply of special healing water. Had any one of these conditions not been met, it was highly likely that both Nanmen Feng and Joanne would have perished within this E-rank disaster dungeon. After confirming that Nanmen Feng was temporarily out of danger, Suyu turned his attention to Joanne. "How are you feeling now?" he inquired, aware that Joanne had also sustained injuries. Upon hearing Suyu's question, Joanne quickly replied, "Captain, I am fine now." Although Suyu and the others had not formally established a team, they operated as a small unit. Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, and Joanne all regarded Suyu as their leader. It was instinctive for Joanne to address Suyu as her captain in that moment. Suyu, upon hearing her designation, felt no discomfort in it. Once he confirmed that Joanne was also in stable condition, he began to inquire about the events that had transpired. "Little Xiao, how did you and Nanmen Feng come into conflict with these individuals?" Joanne did not withhold any details, recounting the entire sequence of events to Suyu. Upon her conclusion, Suyu immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that the Liu family of Nanyang had placed a bounty of 50 million credit points on his head, and the Jintong Guild had added another 10 million. The allure of wealth had driven many individuals, with no prior grievances against him, to harbor murderous intent. The Zhang family of Nanyang had already held animosity towards him, and a group of warriors led by Zhang Weisong had been preparing to hunt him down to claim the 60 million credit points. These individuals had devised a scheme to capture Nanmen Feng, nearly beating him to death in the process. As Joanne finished her account, Suyu comprehended all that had transpired. He felt a surge of emotion. It was the nature of living beings to seek profit and avoid harm. Yet, amidst this instinct, certain noble qualities shone brightly. He had not anticipated that the typically taciturn Nanmen Feng would prove to be such a reliable ally in a moment of crisis. Joanne had proven herself equally steadfast. Wang Ying's performance was commendable as well. He had shattered 8 or 9 bottles of that precious special healing water in one go. The true nature of a person is revealed over time. This solidified Suyu's resolve to lead this team well, understanding the kind of person Zhang Weisong was. Suyu turned his gaze towards Wang Ying and Joanne. "I want him to suffer. The more excruciating the better. Do you have any ideas?" While taking a life is a trivial matter, dealing with an enemy like Zhang Weisong warranted no hesitation. When it comes to foes, even the slightest hint of mercy is a profound cruelty to oneself. It is essential not only to take their lives, but also to instill such fear that they would never dare oppose him again in any future life. Joanne shook her head, lacking any particularly good ideas. If it were up to her, she would simply execute Zhang Weisong with a single stroke. Wang Ying, however, cautiously suggested, "How about dismemberment? If we can't find horses, we could use 5 exotic beasts instead." Suyu found merit in Wang Ying's proposal. Just as he was about to agree, a thought struck him regarding his ability, dimensional sacrifice. By sacrificing refined materials and other treasures, he could summon corresponding dimensional beings according to his needs. This time, he undoubtedly required an expert in interrogation. This would not only ensure that Zhang Weisong's demise was not swift, but also allow him to extract a wealth of valuable information from him. With this in mind, Suyu retrieved some refined materials from his dimensional backpack. Dimensional sacrifice, activate. You have sacrificed some high-value refined materials in hopes of summoning an expert in interrogation. Buzz. After Suyu invoked the dimensional sorcerer's skill, he soon witnessed a host of beings responding to the dimensional summoning. Each figure presented on the current summoning panel was available for selection. After a brief examination of these apparitions, Suyu chose one. Name, Lu Bing. Gender, male. Age, 40. Profession, dark interrogator, level 60. Description, Lu Bing is a dark interrogator capable of extracting information from any prisoner, leading them to death through unending agony. Lu Bing typically seeks information twice, once before the prisoner dies, and once after, allowing the corpse to speak. The entity summoned was not Lu Bing's true self, but merely a projection. Nevertheless, for a mere insect like Zhang Weisong, a projection would suffice. Crack. A dimensional rift opened before Suyu. Moments later, a middle-aged man with neatly combed silver hair appeared before him, clad in a long robe adorned with dark gold python patterns and wearing a jade crown to secure his hair. Behind Lu Bing, he carried a pitch-black iron box containing an array of exquisite torture instruments, meticulously crafted through years of dedicated research. These instruments were small, yet capable of compelling individuals like Zhang Weisong to divulge information and regret ever entering this world. Chapter 48. Establishing a temporary camp. Studying the cursed doll, Suyu glanced at Lu Bing and pointed towards Zhang Weisong, saying, "That man is the criminal." Upon hearing this, Lu Bing nodded slightly. "Rest assured, my lord." With that, Lu Bing approached Zhang Weisong, who had just regained consciousness after fainting. As he came to, Zhang Weisong let out a blood-curdling scream, akin to a slaughtered pig, and quickly realized his predicament. Enraged, he exclaimed, Suyu, you cannot kill me. I am a scion of the Zhang family of Nanyang. If you kill me, they will not let you go. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. You are correct. I indeed cannot kill you. My current abilities are insufficient to inflict the exquisite torment that would make you regret your existence. However, you can be assured of Mr. Lu Bing's expertise. He will ensure that your death is exceedingly painful. As Suyu concluded, Lu Bing's resolute voice rang out. Indeed, please have complete faith in my professional capabilities. The condemned souls that perished in my grasp would rather endure a slow and torturous death than fall into my hands. The sparse words exchanged between Suyu and Lu Bing nearly caused Zhang Weisong to faint once more. In the ensuing hours, Nan Minfeng and Xiao Annie were engaged in healing, while Suyu and Wang Ying took a moment to rest. Lu Bing diligently attended to his responsibilities, and Zhang Weisong's agonized cries had scarcely ceased since the ordeal began. Several times, he implored Lu Bing for a swift end, yet Lu Bing remained resolute, resulting in Zhang Weisong's cries becoming even more harrowing. The reason was simple. He had spoken without permission, earning himself punishment. Lu Bing's methods left Suyu and Wang Ying feeling a chill run down their spines. By the conclusion of the interrogation, Zhang Weisong's heart had ceased to beat. Throughout the process, he had been dismantled piece by Lu Bing, only for those very pieces to be reassembled with remarkable skill afterward. The once living Zhang Weisong, under Lu Bing's hands, transformed into a lifelike semblance of himself. Now, he lay quietly on the ground, his expression serene, even adorned with an eerie smile. Before Lu Bing's avatar returned to the rift of another dimension, he handed a crystal tome to Suyu, containing all the intelligence pertaining to Zhang Weisong. Once Lu Bing departed, Wang Ying, still shaken, voiced his concerns. Boss, that dimensional summoning spirit was terrifying. Suyu wholeheartedly agreed. For Lu Bing not only killed Zhang Weisong, but also flawlessly restored him after disassembly. The current Zhang Weisong appeared as tranquil as if he were merely lying on the ground, gazing at the azure sky and white clouds. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu advised the group to vacate the area. This valley once held 2 necromancer hourglasses, which had now come into Suyu's possession. The one belonging to Nan Minfeng was returned to him during their exit, as it served no purpose to have an excess, and it was originally seized by Nan Minfeng amidst a horde of beasts. Suyu had reaped considerable rewards from the demise of Zhang Weisong and his companions. For instance, Zhang Weisong's cursed doll was now stowed within the dimensional space of his dimensional backpack. The backpack also contained an abundance of other spoils yet to be assessed. Leading his companions, Suyu soon arrived at a wooded area where he surveyed his surroundings, preparing to establish a temporary camp. Nan Minfeng's injuries required time to mend, and Xiao Annie had not yet fully recovered. Additionally, he had yet to inventory the considerable loot he had recently acquired. Due to the injuries sustained by Nan Minfeng and Xiao Annie, the task of setting up the camp fell solely to Suyu and Wang Ying. Although their party included the adorable Evelyn, this young dragon was only skilled in combat and lacked proficiency in other tasks. Suyu and Wang Ying quickly erected the camp, ensuring that each member, including Evelyn, had their own tent. However, Evelyn likely had little use for such an item, as she preferred to revert to her draconic form for sleep. The tent was clearly inadequate to accommodate a fire-breathing dragon. A campfire was ignited by Wang Ying, and as the flames crackled, he retrieved prepped meat skewers from his inventory. These skewers had undergone initial processing. Placing them over the fire would suffice for cooking. Evelyn seemed particularly intrigued by the culinary endeavor. As Wang Ying grilled the meat, she watched with her wide, captivating eyes. The skewers had been marinated and seasoned beforehand, and as they cooked over the flames, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Evelyn gazed at the fire and, uncertainly pointing to her little nose, suggested, "How about I use fire magic to cook the meat?" Wang Ying quickly shook his head. He desired charcoal-grilled skewers, not charred remnants. A single breath of dragon fire from her could turn stone to molten lava. If she were to roast the meat, it might vanish entirely. Suyu's attention, however, was not on Evelyn or Wang Ying. He was engrossed in assessing his spoils. Name: Cursed Doll 1. Quality: Epic. Attributes: Curse, Epic. Severe injury: Epic. Curse: initiates a curse on the target through biological materials such as hair, causing the target to lose 30 health points. Ineffective against targets above level 20. Severe injury: when a previously injured target is cursed, there is a 50 chance that their injuries will randomly double, with a maximum multiplier of 10. Ineffective against targets above level 20. Cooldown time: 1 day. The item in Zhang Weisong's possession had already undergone refinement once. This artifact was extraordinarily potent, boasting 2 epic attributes. It was evident that Xiao Annie had been afflicted by the curse, resulting in an instantaneous loss of 30 health points. As for Nan Minfeng, he had been unfortunate enough to trigger the severe injury effect of the item, amplifying his injuries tenfold. Thankfully, under Xiao Annie's healing, his wounds were significantly mended. Otherwise, Facing a tenfold increase in his injuries could have proven fatal. For instance, if a beast had a health pool of 1,000 points and lost 100 points, only to then trigger the cursed doll's severe injury effect. With the worst of luck, it could be instantly slain. Naturally, the damage multiplier from the cursed doll was random and not guaranteed to reach tenfold. Chapter 49. The Cursed Killing Tool. Cursed Doll Alva. So you found this item immensely intriguing. Currently, the cursed doll had two critical weaknesses. It was ineffective against targets above level 20, and its severe injury effect was unstable. He intended to refine the cursed doll to its utmost limits to see if it could achieve a transcendental transformation and what changes might occur. The cursed doll possessed two primary refining stones, which he promptly placed within the smelting space. Limit Break Refinement activated. Cursed Doll 1, Refinement successful. Limit Break Refinement activated. Cursed Doll 2, Refinement successful. Suyu refined the cursed doll 9 times in one breath before pausing. What he received was not a cursed doll refined 10 times, but rather an item that achieved transcendental transformation upon the 10th refinement. Following this transformation, the attributes of the cursed doll underwent a dramatic change. Name: Cursed Doll Alva, max level achieved. Quality: mythical. Attributes: curse, mythical. Severe injury, mythical. Sleep, mythical. Curse: initiates a curse on the target through biological materials such as hair, with a probability of 1 to 100, causing the target to lose 1 to 50 health points. Severe injury: when a previously injured target is cursed, there is a 50 chance that their health will drop to 50. The effects are rendered ineffective on targets whose health is less than 50 of their maximum health. The cooldown period is 1 day. Sleep: this spell casts a slumber curse on a target in a state of sleep, preventing them from awakening for the duration of the curse. The higher the target's level, the shorter the duration of the slumber curse. The Cursed Puppet, Alva, after its ultimate sublimation, possesses 3 mythic attributes. These 3 mythic attributes are indeed intriguing. They sleep. Mythic attribute should prove to be highly effective in the early stages. Lower-tier warriors are unable to completely shake off sleep. As long as they remain in a slumbering state, they will inevitably succumb to the slumber curse. Even if the curse is effective for merely 1 minute, those warriors are doomed. In that span of time, one could potentially eliminate them countless times. The severe injury mythic attribute has a 50 chance of directly reducing the target's health to half, no matter how high the opponent's health may be. As long as they are injured and the severe injury mythic attribute is triggered, they will be brought to half health. The curse mythic attribute presents a test of luck. Upon activation, it generates a probability, which could be anywhere from 1 to 100. This probability dictates that the target may lose between 1 to 50 health points. For instance, if the first probability is 1 and the second is a loss of 50 health points, that implies a 99 chance that the target will not lose 50 health points. However, there exists an ideal scenario. If the severe injury attribute activates, reducing the target to half health, followed by the curse attribute triggering with a 100 probability, inflicting a loss of 50 health points. Should such a scenario occur, the target would be instantaneously slain. Remarkably, this can be achieved solely through the Cursed Puppet, Alva. Yet, this remains an idealized situation. In reality, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. This is due to the fact that warriors possess a certain degree of immunity to negative states. The Cursed Puppet Alva is effective against lower-tier warriors, but when faced with higher-tier warriors, its damage will be significantly mitigated. Moreover, the arms and armor of combatants continually evolve in response to one another. For every formidable curse, there are numerous methods to counteract it. Should other warriors possess items that grant immunity to curses or reduce curse damage, coupled with their inherent immunity to curses, the performance of the Cursed Puppet in actual combat may fall short, perhaps achieving only 20 to 30 of its potential effectiveness. However, that is a matter for later. Currently, the warriors that Suyu encounters do not possess such means. As long as Suyu experiences a stroke of luck, it is virtually guaranteed that whoever he curses will meet their demise. At this stage, warriors exhibit a degree of immunity to negative effects, yet they find it challenging to negate the effects of mythic items. Nevertheless, employing the Cursed Puppet Alva against ordinary warriors is akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. This item is clearly designed as a powerful trump card against formidable foes. Of course, under normal circumstances, this item is not entirely unusable. The curse and sleep attributes can be freely utilized. However, this severe injury attribute must be reserved as a trump card. Unlike the other 2 attributes, this one has usage limitations, being usable only once per day. After successfully refining the Cursed Puppet Alva, Suyu refrained from further refining other items. During the healing period for Nanmin, Feng, and Joanne, he was eager to venture out and test the efficacy of this item. Suyu promptly informed Evelyn and Wang Ying. You all stay here at this temporary campsite and rest. I will clear the nearby aberrant beasts and other monsters. Wang Ying, naturally, saw no issue with this and nodded. All right, boss. After relaying his instructions to Wang Ying and the others, Suyu began his search for aberrant beasts in the vicinity. Before long, he encountered a fang boar. This was a LV-16 fang boar, considered relatively high level within this E-rank disaster dungeon. Upon spotting the fanged boar, Suyu did not directly engage it. Instead, like a whirlwind, he swiftly darted past the fanged boar, simultaneously acquiring a tuft of its bristles. He utilized the cursed puppet alva alongside the bristles of the fanged boar to establish a binding. The bristles transformed into a plume of black smoke, consumed by the cursed puppet alva. Subsequently, Suyu employed the cursed puppet alva to cast the curse skill on the fanged boar. Curse triggered. There is a 50 chance of inflicting damage equal to 50 of the target's maximum health. The curse was successful. The target lost 50 health points. The cursed puppet alva performed remarkably well this time. The fanged boar in the distance was utterly oblivious to what transpired, emitting a piercing scream of agony. The area surrounding the fanged boar was engulfed in swirling black smoke, drenched in blood. In that brief moment, it lost 50 health points and sustained severe injuries. Nevertheless, Suyu also noted that this item consumed a significant amount of his mental energy and power. If the target were a creature like the fanged boar or similarly leveled monsters and warriors, he could potentially use the cursed puppet alva to cast the curse skill 10 times in succession. However, should the target be even more formidable, the consumption of his mental energy and power would escalate, preventing him from utilizing this item repeatedly. In truth, had Suyu directly attacked the fanged boar, he could have dispatched it with just a few strikes. Yet, the cursed puppet alva allows for the silent execution of its prey. Chapter 50. The third round of assessment concluded. If Suyu had an ample supply of biological materials, he could continuously cast curses several times, ensuring the fanged boar's demise. Although he could have easily eliminated the fanged boar through other means, he opted to continue testing the effects of the cursed puppet. With a swift motion, Suyu once again approached the fanged boar to collect more bristles and proceeded to use the cursed puppet alva to cast the curse. Curse triggered. There is a 10 chance of inflicting damage equal to 50 of the target's maximum health. The curse was successful. The target lost 50 health points. The fanged boar is defeated, earning 80 experience points. Suyu had previously been aware that utilizing the cursed puppet alva against lower-tier aberrant creatures yielded excellent results. This practical experience confirmed his suspicions. He cast the curse twice, directly slaying the LV-16 fanged boar. Whoosh! The soul-harvesting dagger swiftly soared from Suyu's hand. Thud! The dagger pierced the fanged boar's body like a nail. Utilization activated. Health 70. Attack 11. After fully utilizing the fanged boar, Suyu set forth to continue testing his cursed puppet alva, as long as he could discreetly acquire biological materials from his targets. The cursed puppet alva could execute its deadly curses without a trace. This realization solidified Suyu's resolve to obtain a mythic-level item that grants immunity to negative effects. He could curse others, but others could certainly curse him as well. This matter is of utmost urgency. Families of the caliber of the Liu and Zhang clans in Nanyang undoubtedly lack mythic-level cursed artifacts. However, the Bai family of the Great Xia is one of the 8 prestigious families of the realm. Within their lineage, it is certain that there exists a mythical cursed artifact. For the sake of his own safety, he must possess a mythical item that grants immunity to negative effects. Currently, the Bai family's twin stars would not resort to such a high-level item to deal with him. Nevertheless, it is wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Acquiring a mythical item that offers immunity to adverse effects is undoubtedly no easy feat, however, while it may be challenging for others. He finds no difficulty in obtaining such an item of that caliber. Suyu continued to utilize the cursed doll alva, slaying the aberrant beasts while contemplating which item to refine continuously until it reached the pinnacle of sublimation. Within his dimensional backpack, he possessed a plethora of equipment. While the overall quality was not exceptional, there were a few pieces that, after multiple refinements, would surely meet his requirements. After careful consideration, Suyu selected an item known as the Light Amulet. Name: Light Amulet. Quality: Ordinary. Attributes: Blessing: Ordinary. Radiance: Ordinary. Blessing: Wearing the Light Amulet grants immunity to certain negative effects. Radiance: The Light Amulet emits light to illuminate an area. This item could be described as exceedingly mundane. The effect of the second attribute is akin to that of a flashlight. The effect of the first attribute, without testing, is predictably underwhelming. However, possessing even such an ordinary light amulet, worn on his person, would grant immunity to the curse effect of 0-1. Even with a stroke of extraordinary luck, Suyu would be unable to utilize the cursed doll alva to extract his target. In most cases, if a warrior is not instantaneously slain, they often have means of recovery. Some formidable warriors might even be able to escape instantaneously or restore their vitality in the blink of an eye. The number of primary refinement stones on Suyu was dwindling, yet he still opted to refine the light amulet to its utmost limit. Limit-breaking refinement triggered. Light amulet refinement successful. This item, now akin to the cursed doll alva in Suyu's possession, only underwent 10 refinements before achieving its ultimate sublimation, reaching the maximum threshold of this item. Name: Divine Light Amulet. Quality: Mythical. Attributes: Divine Blessing, Mythical. Sacred Light Barrier, Mythical. Divine Blessing. Complete immunity to negative effects from items below mythical grade. Immunity to negative effects from mythical items ranges from 50 to 100. Sacred Light Barrier. Creates a sacred light barrier that envelopes a radius of 3 meters, obstructing all enemies and granting immunity to all negative effects for a duration of 30 minutes. The barrier shatters, and the effect dissipates after reaching its utmost sublimation. This item indeed proved to be exceptionally useful. It grants at least 50 immunity to curses and other negative effects. Furthermore, when activating the Sacred Light Barrier, all curse effects are rendered ineffective for the entire 30-minute duration. Thus, in the prolonged struggle, both spear and shield undergo continuous enhancement. Tsuyu subsequently tested the effects of the cursed doll Alva before returning to the temporary encampment. At the encampment, the food prepared by Wang Ying and Evelyn was already grilled to perfection. Nan Minfeng and Joanna had also arrived by the campfire. Upon seeing Tsuyu, Evelyn hurriedly rose from the fire, took 2 skewers of meat, and jogged over to him. "Here, Lord Tsuyu, this is for you. It's absolutely delicious." Evelyn extolled the virtues of the charred meat skewers. In her view, although the energy contained in these foods was not substantial, they were exceedingly delectable. "Thank you." Tsuyu graciously accepted Evelyn's kind gesture, expressing his gratitude before taking the skewers from her hands. He then made his way to the campfire. After casually settling down by the fire, Tsuyu began outlining the subsequent arrangements. In the coming days, Nan Minfeng and Joanna would focus on recovery. Wang Ying could hunt aberrant beasts in the vicinity to enhance his skills. Evelyn and I will remain stationed at this encampment. With 3 rounds still remaining in the selection assessment for Xingxia University, everyone must be in their best condition to face the final 3 rounds of evaluation. Tsuyu's arrangements met with unanimous agreement among the group. Over the following days, Wang Ying and the others adhered to Tsuyu's plans, remaining at the encampment. This location, relatively secluded, harbored few aberrant beasts and monsters. As for other warriors, they typically refrained from venturing into the forested areas, instead roaming amidst the ruins of the city. Thanks to Wang Ying's ample supply of exceptional healing potions, coupled with Joanna's formidable healing capabilities, by the 8th day of this E-grade disaster instance, Nan Minfeng's injuries had completely healed. Joanna's injuries, not as severe as Nan Minfeng's, had long since recovered. With only 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the E-grade disaster instance, Tsuyu chose not to lead the group away from this place, but rather to continue cultivating and growing here. Previously, only Wang Ying had been hunting aberrant beasts in the vicinity. In these past 2 days, Nan Minfeng and Joanna joined him. The days swiftly passed. Upon reaching the designated time, Tsuyu, accompanied by Wang Ying, Nan Minfeng, and Joanna, departed from the E-grade disaster instance together. Chapter 51, Points Battle Mode. Failure to enter the top 100 results in elimination. He did not bring Evelyn along, but instead instructed her to return to her original dimensional realm. Evelyn was one of his current trump cards. Apart from Wang Ying and the others, there was no need for anyone else to know of her existence. One by one, Tsuyu and his companions utilized the teleportation crystals to exit the E-grade disaster instance. They then proceeded to the training camp's plaza, as initially requested by the chief examiner Wang Xuanfu. At the outset, there were over 3,000 trainees in the training camp plaza. Now, it appeared that only a little over 1,000 trainees remained. The assembly time had not yet concluded, yet everyone had already gathered. Once all were present, Wang Xuanfu wasted no time. His thunderous voice soon left those in the front row with ringing ears. Esteemed trainees. To be precise, there are 126 of you. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate you on having passed the 3 rounds of selection assessment. Thus far, half of the 6 rounds of selection assessment for Xingxia University has concluded. Your perseverance to this point signifies that you stand among the elite within your tier of warriors. However, the true test begins now. The upcoming 4th round of selection assessment will be a points battle. Only the top 100 in the points ranking will advance, while the rest will be eliminated. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd erupted into a clamor. The news left everyone astonished. Among the remaining 1,000+ individuals, only 100 would advance. The remaining 1,026 trainees would face immediate elimination after the conclusion of the 4th round. How many would remain after the 5th and 6th rounds of selection assessment? Silence. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Wang Xuanfu barked a command. Once the numerous trainees settled down, Wang Xuanfu continued. The 4th round of points battle will involve random matching of opponents for combat. The victorious martial artist is awarded 1 point, while the defeated martial artist neither earns nor loses points. This implies that when faced with a vastly superior opponent, one may choose to concede. However, each participant's total number of matches in the points battle is capped at 100, averaging 10 matches per day. If one concedes just 1 match, then even if they win the subsequent 99, they can only accumulate 99 points. This points battle not only tests your strength, but also your wisdom. You must make the most advantageous judgments based on the actual circumstances. Wang Xuanfu's voice echoed throughout the training camp square. The intensity of the 4th round of selection assessments weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Additionally, The element of luck plays a significant role in these random battles. If fortune does not favor you, encountering formidable opponents in all 100 matches would mean resigning oneself to misfortune. However, under normal circumstances, it is unlikely for any martial artist to be that unfortunate. The points battle will take place within the dual instance of the training camp. Participants have half a day's time to rest and adjust, starting tomorrow. The fourth round of selection assessments, namely the points battle, will officially commence. The half-day rest period swiftly elapsed. By the next day, everyone gradually entered the dual instance of the training camp. This arena resembled a grand sports hall, surrounded by tiered spectator seating, with 10 dual platforms at its center. This setup allows for 10 matches to occur simultaneously, since each student must participate in 10 matches daily. If any match lasts longer than half an hour, both parties will be declared losers and will not earn points. This necessitates that all participants strive for swift victories once they enter the arena. The list for the first match soon appeared on everyone's system notifications. In this round, Suyu was not drawn. Among their quartet, only Wang Ying was selected. Rising from his seat, Wang Ying could not help but complain, lamenting his misfortune at having to compete first. If he had entered later, he could have gauged the strength of other competitors. While Wang Ying continued to grumble, Suyu encouraged him. Old Wang, give it your all and aim to win all 100 matches. Wang Ying sighed deeply in response. Boss, achieving 100 consecutive victories is something only you could manage in this training camp. As for me, I have modest ambitions. 70 or 80 wins would suffice. As Wang Ying passed by Nan Feng and Xiao Annie, they too offered their support. Soon, Wang Ying and a group of 20 appeared on the 10 dual platforms. The training camp emphasizes efficiency. As soon as both parties ascend the stage, the battle commences. Suyu observed that Wang Ying's opponent was a young man in blue, his hands wrapped in cloth. Upon Wang Ying's entrance, the opponent wasted no time and immediately engaged him in combat. Swiftly, the blue-clad youth lunged forward, executing a powerful kick aimed at Wang Ying. It was evident that this young man was adept at close-quarter combat. Instead of matching his opponent's style, Wang Ying opted to unleash a powerful palm strike, summoning a massive wind attribute energy palm print. Compared to Suyu, Wang Ying's strength was somewhat lacking. But within the training camp, he was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, he would not dare to claim he could win 70 or even 80 matches out of 100. Boom. The palm print, entirely formed from wind energy, packed a significant punch. Furthermore, its speed was astonishingly swift. A muffled sound echoed as the gigantic palm print struck the martial artist, sending him hurtling backward, landing perilously close to the edge of the dual platform. Before the opponent could rise, Wang Ying, resembling a whirlwind, pursued relentlessly, attempting to scramble back to his feet. The blue-clad youth was met with a ruthless kick from Wang Ying, propelling him off the stage. After Wang Ying's decisive victory, Suyu's face displayed a look of astonishment. His system then relayed a message from the training camp, indicating it was his turn to take the stage. In this match, his opponent was Lu Jinan, who, unbeknownst to him, was indeed an elite from the Lu family of Nanyang. Upon realizing his adversary was Suyu, a dangerous glint flickered in Lu Jinan's eyes. The points battle did not prohibit lethal force. When confronted with exotic beasts, other monsters, or malevolent martial artists, the opponents would not hold back, but fight to the death. Hence, in the points battle, one must either overcome their opponent or concede decisively. Failure to make the correct decision could lead to perilous consequences. Suyu knew nothing about his opponent, but remained unfazed. After receiving the notification from the training camp, he quickly made his way to the dual platform. As numerous students ascended the stage, Chief Examiner Wang Xuanfu and many instructors from Xinxia University discreetly observed the participants. The 6 rounds of selection assessments at Xinxia University differ between the first 4 and the latter 2 rounds. Following the conclusion of the first 4 rounds, the initial pool of over 3,000 students from the Nanyang training camp would be narrowed down to just 100. These top 100 students are almost assured a place at Xinxia University. The 5th round of the selection assessment involves forming teams of 10. The hunting teams at Xinxia University consist of 10 members. Typically, these 10-member teams operate in 2 groups of 5 during missions. When the 5th round commences, precisely 100 elite students will remain. Having undergone the previous rounds of assessments, these 100 will possess a substantial understanding of one another. Thus, in the 5th round, they will be required to form 10 teams of 10. As captains, they must exhibit strong organizational skills, selecting suitable members to form their teams. As team members, they need to assess their own circumstances to join teams that will benefit them. However, those discussions are for another time. For now, the 4th round of selection assessments is just beginning. Upon taking the stage, Suyu drew the attention of many in the arena. Even before entering Xinxia University, he already bore a bounty of 60 million. Such a student was impossible to overlook. As many turned their gaze towards Suyu and Lu Jinan, they engaged in conversations with their familiar companions. After the earlier rounds of assessments, a majority of the martial artists had forged friendships. Lu Jinan, being a member of the elite Lu family from Nanyang, would undoubtedly seek to take advantage of his encounter with Suyu. If I cross paths with Suyu, I certainly won't let this opportunity slip by. After all, It's a bounty of 60 million credit points. Is Suyu truly that formidable? Is he worth 60 million credit points? Or does he possess incredible untapped potential? Having cleared a hell-level instance during the novice trial phase, Suyu undoubtedly has potential, though it may not be as intimidating as some presume. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, they voiced their thoughts while observing the duel. The overwhelming consensus was that the Liu family had set Suyu's bounty too high. However, the wealth in question belonged to the Liu family of Nanyang. Thus it was not their place to critique it. Moreover, many among them were eager for the two bounties. Given their desire for those rewards, it was evident that they would not consider the Liu family's bounty to be excessive. Should they truly have a chance to seize those two bounties, they might even find themselves begrudging the Golden Eye Guild and the Liu family for offering too little. Suyu was oblivious to the fact that the surrounding students had been discussing him. Upon arriving at the duel platform, he focused his attention on Liu Jinan across from him. He was uncertain whether it was due to the allure of the 60 million bounty, but Liu Jinan appeared exceedingly excited upon seeing him. Liu Jinan stared at Suyu for a moment before brandishing a long-handled battle axe, a weapon not commonly seen. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Suyu. After all, Suyu's head was worth 60 million. Liu Jinan certainly hoped to cleave him in two with a single strike. To Liu Jinan's bewilderment, Suyu did not employ his mythical weapon, the lava longsword, this time. In response to Liu Jinan's offensive, Suyu merely stood at a distance, seemingly treating the attack with indifference. Although the point battle had only just commenced, the students had yet to fully grasp each other's abilities. Nevertheless, some had witnessed Liu Jinan's prowess during previous assessments. While Suyu possessed immense potential, potential alone did not equate to strength. The Liu Jinan he faced was by no means an ordinary opponent. In such circumstances, Suyu's arrogance would likely lead to his downfall. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Wang Xuanfu and his companions were closely observing Suyu. Wang Xuanfu furrowed his brow at Suyu's demeanor. It appeared that the young man was somewhat underestimating his opponent. Wang Xuanfu held Suyu in high regard, recognizing that his mastery of the battle warrior path had reached level 10, indicating considerable strength. However, the six-dimensional attribute enhancement from reaching level 10 was insufficient to enable Suyu to dominate the field. Facing Liu Jinan unarmed could very well spell trouble, or even danger. For him, surrounding Wang Xuanfu were numerous instructors and teaching assistants from the Divine Summer University, all fixated on the distant duel platform. The other teachers shook their heads at Suyu's behavior, save for one who half-jokingly remarked that Suyu might be deliberately feigning nonchalance to catch his opponent off guard. While this possibility existed, executing such a strategy was no easy feat, and it seemed to the spectators that Suyu had no such plan in mind. Liu Jinan, exhibiting remarkable speed, closed the distance to Suyu as the crowd murmured. Upon reaching Suyu, he swung his long-handled battle axe down with force. At that moment, Suyu, who had remained still until now, finally made his move. In a flash, he appeared before Liu Jinan with breathtaking speed. Simultaneously, he unleashed his fully mastered Azura 100 battle fist, landing a devastating blow to Liu Jinan's heart. Against an adversary intent on his demise, Suyu never held back. A thunderous impact resounded as Liu Jinan's heart was obliterated by Suyu's punch. For the first time since the commencement of the point battle, death had occurred. The audience, scattered across the arena, regained their senses as they witnessed Liu Jinan being struck down by Suyu. Many were left in shock. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such an event could transpire. The elite warrior trained by the Liu family of Nanyang had been instantaneously vanquished by Suyu in a single encounter. As Liu Jinan's heart ceased to beat, the screen on one side of the duel platform displayed the battle's outcome. Suyu versus Liu Jinan. Suyu wins. After decisively killing Liu Jinan with a single punch, Suyu returned to the audience area. He realized a drawback of his Azura 100 battle state. Duels like this did not last long. His Azura state took approximately half an hour to activate, implying that he might not even have the opportunity to enter that state during the point battle. Killing Liu Jinan with a single punch did not seem significant to Suyu. However, those familiar with Liu Jinan's capabilities were in an uproar. They were relatively aware of Liu Jinan's strength. Liu Jinan was a axe warrior at level 15, a commendable rank. Chapter 53. It's over before it began. Although Liu Jinan's attribute panel was not visible to others, many had witnessed his prowess in battles against various beasts and monsters, placing him among the top tier of level 15 warriors. Suyu's panel was equally concealed, yet it was apparent to all that his highest profession level was merely level 14 as a blacksmith. In a context where there was only a one-level difference, Suyu had nonetheless managed to dispatch Liu Jinan with a single blow. How had Suyu attained such formidable strength? This question lingered in the minds of many present. However, apart from Suyu himself, it was unlikely that anyone else could provide an answer. After eliminating Liu Jinan, Suyu returned to his seat. Wang Ying, noticing Suyu's return, exclaimed, "Boss, you're still fierce. One punch took that kid's life. I just inquired and found out that he is an elite warrior from the Liu family of Nanyang. Others have seen him battle beasts and noted his strength. Unfortunately for him, he crossed paths with you and met his end." Suyu gazed at the dual platform and responded to Wang Ying's comment. I am not so bloodthirsty. Had he not intended to kill me, I would not have taken his life. I hope this serves as a warning to others, lest countless warriors seek to challenge me. The world is bustling with activity for profit, and people strive for gain, with a bounty of 60 million credit points hanging over him. It is only natural that these warriors would be tempted. Suyu's feat of dispatching Lu Jinan with a single punch did indeed instill a sense of deterrence. Many who had harbored designs against Suyu reconsidered their intentions. Upon encountering him, they felt compelled to surrender at once. Such immense wealth was beyond their grasp. It was wiser to leave it to those capable of handling it. Otherwise, they might meet the same fate as Lu Jinan, killed by Suyu in an instant, which would be a most unjust end. Conversely, some became even more resolute in their desire for Suyu's demise. Suyu, still in his nascent stage of growth, was already this formidable. Once he fully matured, he would undoubtedly pose a catastrophic threat to many. Thus, it was imperative that Suyu be quelled before he could blossom. Typically, a level 14 warrior possesses an average life of around 1400 points, with other basic attributes averaging around 140 points. Suyu, on the other hand, even without activating the Azura 100 battle state, boasted 6-dimensional attributes approximately 4 times, or even higher, than the average. In such circumstances, unless he encounters top-tier geniuses around level 20, he is virtually unmatched by others. Nonetheless, he does not let his guard down. Even when not in combat, he diligently observes the techniques of others. After watching for a considerable time, the system notification resounded once more. Dueling Platform 5, Suyu vs. Shirluguang. Upon receiving this news from the training camp, Suyu's gaze flickered slightly. He was about to face a formidable opponent. Shirluguang was indeed a skilled contender. Shirluguang had already appeared 4 times, each time effortlessly annihilating his adversaries. Just as Suyu contemplated engaging Shirluguang in a serious match, another system message echoed. Shirluguang concedes. The match is over. Suyu wins. Although Shirluguang was exceptionally strong, it was evident he did not perceive himself as possessing the capability to challenge Suyu. Upon realizing his opponent was Suyu, Shirluguang chose to concede outright. This decision spared him from injury and conserved his martial energy. Wang Ying and the others quickly spotted the match results on the large screen beside the dueling platform. After Shirluguang's concession, Wang Ying couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow is surprisingly astute. In his previous appearances, he charged headlong into combat without hesitation. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he decisively defeated his opponents each time. Little did he expect that upon facing the boss, he would choose to forfeit. Suyu nodded slightly. His concession is beneficial for both parties. To Suyu's perspective, Shirluguang was not his adversary. Moreover, unlike Lu Jinan and the others, Shirluguang bore no grudge against him. Had Shirluguang insisted on competing, Suyu would not have been able to hold back excessively. Given Shirluguang's strength, neglecting to treat him seriously could have resulted in unforeseen consequences. Fortunately, Shirluguang chose to concede, allowing both of them to conserve their martial energy and retain their capabilities. Less than 5 minutes after Shirluguang's concession, Suyu received another system notification. Dueling Platform 10, Suyu vs. Tai Wenbin. Unlike the earlier Shirluguang, this warrior named Tai Wenbin was prepared to engage Suyu in combat. Suyu noted that Tai Wenbin's primary profession was Fist Sect at level 18. Generally, warriors at this level possess an average health of around 1800 points, with attack, defense, speed, and mental energy attributes hovering around 180 points. However, this merely reflects the average. True experts surpass these benchmarks. Upon ascending the platform, Tai Wenbin donned a pair of knuckle blades, his gaze towards Suyu radiating unabashed fighting spirit. He bore no personal vendetta against Suyu. His intent to slay him was solely driven by the allure of 60 million credit points. Sensing the fervent battle intent emanating from his opponent, Suyu casually inquired, "Do we have any past grievances?" Tai Wenbin shook his head, responding, "We have no past grievances. Yet today I must kill you. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to surrender now. After all, I am quite tempted by those 60 million credit points." Despite Tai Wenbin's bold declaration, a flicker of hesitation lingered within him. Naturally, he coveted the 60 million credit points. Yet the thought of taking the life of a stranger was a burden he was unwilling to bear at this moment. With a resigned sigh, he lamented his lack of a fortunate destiny. Suyu's mental acuity was exceptionally sharp, and he keenly observed Tai Wenbin's inner turmoil. While Tai Wenbin's battle intent was robust, it lacked any genuine malice. Moreover, the internal conflict within him seemed to dissipate as time passed. Recognizing this shift, Suyu had no intention of delivering a fatal blow to Tai Wenbin. Suyu was immensely powerful, and Tai Wenbin, as a level 18 Fist Sect warrior, was no weakling either. Prior to encountering Suyu, Tai Wenbin had achieved 5 consecutive victories. Consequently, their duel immediately captured the attention of many onlookers. Suyu appeared disinclined to initiate an offensive, making Tai Wenbin the first to strike. With a resounding boom, Tai Wenbin did not regard Suyu as an ordinary opponent. As the match commenced, he unleashed a powerful punch to gauge Suyu's capabilities. His strike shattered the air, sending a white, misty shockwave hurtling towards Su Yu. The audience braced themselves, eagerly anticipating Su Yu's forthcoming response. What transpired next left the spectators utterly astounded. With a swift motion, Su Yu vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood behind Tai Wenbin. Detecting something amiss, Tai Wenbin attempted to turn and retaliate, but Su Yu's hand struck decisively against his neck. The force of Su Yu's blow rendered Tai Wenbin unconscious, akin to a babe in slumber. Match concluded. Su Yu wins. Points 1. Following Tai Wenbin's loss of consciousness, the system notification echoed again. The sight of Su Yu effortlessly incapacitating Tai Wenbin astonished the audience. Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, and Xiao Annie were unfazed, having witnessed Su Yu's prowess on multiple occasions. However, previously, Su Yu had battled against exotic beasts, not against formidable warriors. They were taken aback to see him dispatch these elite fighters with such ease. Had Su Yu harbored the intent to kill, Tai Wenbin might very well be dead by now. On this day, while a plethora of formidable warriors emerged in the dueling arena, none exhibited a terrifying prowess comparable to Su Yu's. In both of his appearances, he had effortlessly dispatched his opponents. His remarkable strength saved him considerable time. Throughout the remainder of the day, his other 7 opponents chose to concede without contest. On the first day of the points battle, Su Yu amassed a staggering total of 10 points. However, he was not the only one to achieve such a feat. Over 70 warriors matched this record. Even Nanmen Feng secured 10 points, albeit through a series of arduous battles. As the first day of the points battle concluded, all were informed of the content for the 5th and 6th rounds of assessment. The 5th round involved forming a hunting team of 10. Those who successfully assembled a small team would advance, while those unable to do so would be eliminated. This rule undoubtedly posed challenges, as some warriors might not excel in socializing, preferring solitude despite their exceptional abilities. Consequently, this round of assessment was undeniably unkind to such individuals. They would either have to begrudgingly team up with others or await their elimination. The content of the 6th round of assessments involves a hunting squad of 10 entering a D-class disaster instance for the purpose of hunting. Points will be awarded for the hunts, and the total points of each hunting team will be ranked nationally. The top 100 teams in the national ranking will gain entry into the Shinya Academy of Shinya University, while the remaining teams will be assigned to other colleges within the university. Moreover, during the hunting process in the D-class disaster instance, the martial artist who ranks first in individual points will be deemed the number 1 in the nation. This martial artist will receive a reward of a level 60 resource instance. This ultimate prize is also Su Yu's aspiration. After learning about the contents of the last 2 rounds of assessments, on the day following the points battle, everyone began to watch the matches with utmost seriousness. They needed to have a thorough understanding of their competitors to determine whom to ally with. Martial artists like Su Yu and Nanmen Feng, who possess exceptional combat prowess, are undoubtedly ideal candidates for teaming up. Su Yu, however, has no intention of joining someone else's hunting squad. He desires to establish his own. Currently, his hunting squad consists of 4 members, and he only needs to find 6 more martial artists. Nevertheless, locating these 6 may prove to be a challenge. Thus far, he has only identified one reasonably competent martial artist, none other than Hua Langhai, who had previously warned him before entering the E-class disaster instance. This gentleman possesses remarkable strength, being the 2nd strongest in the Nanyang training camp, at least for the time being. Su Yu emerged victorious in all of his matches yesterday, having secured 2 swift victories and witnessed 8 opponents concede without contest. Hua Langhai, on the other hand, appeared 10 times, achieving 10 complete victories. The formidable performances of both martial artists have sparked considerable anticipation among onlookers for a potential clash between them. Regrettably, on the 2nd day of the points battle, Hua Langhai achieved 10 consecutive wins without encountering Su Yu. Su Yu's record stands at 9 wins out of 9, with 1 match still pending for the day. As Su Yu awaited the system to match him for his next battle, Hua Langhai approached him, carrying a beautifully crafted silver longsword on his back. Su Yu, I wish to discuss a matter with you. If we happen to meet on the duel platform, should you lose, you will join my hunting squad. Conversely, if I lose, I shall join yours. What do you say? Upon hearing Hua Langhai's proposition, Su Yu nodded without hesitation, agreed. He had previously been contemplating how to persuade Hua Langhai to join his hunting squad, and now, unexpectedly, Hua Langhai had presented himself. Despite Hua Langhai's considerable strength, he remains, at this stage, not a match for Su Yu. This holds true even without Su Yu resorting to his more formidable trump cards. Otherwise, he could easily leave Hua Langhai questioning his own capabilities. Hua Langhai approached solely to discuss this matter with Su Yu. After Su Yu nodded in agreement, Hua Langhai departed without further ado. Following Hua Langhai's departure, Su Yu turned to Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, and Xiao Annie, inquiring, even with Hua Langhai, our hunting squad comprises only 5 members. We still require 5 more. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? After some contemplation, Wang Ying recommended someone Su Yu had not anticipated. Boss, what about Shi Luguang? Shi Luguang possesses decent strength, yet his record is less than impressive. This individual is not overly concerned with the appearance of his performance. He tends to concede against martial artists of Suyu and Hua Longhai's caliber without contest. Even when facing opponents of similar strength, he often chooses to surrender. While this strategy allows him to conserve his strength to the fullest extent, it has resulted in him losing 3 matches today alone, having only lost 1 yesterday. Of course, these 3 losses were all preemptive surrenders, as he did not even step onto the duel platform. Suyu's interest in Shi Luguang is rather limited. His battles mostly consist of overwhelming weaker opponents, making it difficult to gauge his true abilities. However, since Wang Ying has made the recommendation, Suyu has decided to observe Shi Luguang closely over the coming days. Nanmin Feng and Xiao Annie, on the other hand, did not have any candidates to propose. The points battle is set to last for 10 days. And given that only 2 days have passed, it is understandable that Nanmin Feng and Xiao Annie have yet to discover any ideal teammates. While they conversed, Suyu's 10th battle of the day commenced. Arena 1. Suyu vs. Bai Xiangrong. Upon seeing this system notification, Suyu felt a twinge of regret. In front of a gathered audience, he found it difficult to directly engage and eliminate Bai Jintong's subordinate. Although he possesses numerous trump cards, they seem insufficient against a formidable entity like the Bai family of the Great Xia. Had he encountered Bai Xiangrong within a disaster instance, he would undoubtedly have delivered a single strike to obliterate the man's confidence. Match concluded. Bai Xiangrong concedes. Suyu wins, earning 1 point. To Suyu's surprise, Bai Xiangrong was not willing to gamble with his own life. The Golden Eye Guild had placed a bounty of 10 million credit points on Suyu, leading Bai Xiangrong to consider that Suyu might either hesitate to kill him out of fear of the guild or could be a ruthless individual who would not hesitate to eliminate him without a second thought. In such circumstances, Bai Xiangrong chose to avoid confrontation. Following his surrender, Suyu's record for the day was a perfect 10 wins out of 10. Notably, he had only participated in 2 matches, with the remaining 8 opponents conceding. His performance in the points battle has undeniably showcased his dominance. As the competition continued, Suyu spent the majority of his time observing intently. Thus far, including Shi Luguang, his hunting squad consists of only 6 members, still needing 4 more. Additionally, he has yet to communicate with Shi Luguang and does not know if he is willing to join his hunting squad. Over the next few days, Suyu maintained an unblemished record, achieving victories up until the 9th day. After 80 matches, the number of those with a perfect record of 80 wins has significantly dwindled. Naturally, Suyu and Hua Longhai stand out, as they are not on par with the other martial artists from the Nanyang training camp. However, there are still a few formidable martial artists within the camp. Lu Wei, a direct descendant of the Lu family, has also achieved 80 wins out of 80 matches thus far. Aside from these individuals, over 10 others have similarly attained such records. Suyu's teammates have also performed commendably. Wang Ying, Nanmin Feng, and Xiao Annie have records of approximately 70 wins out of 80 matches. Shi Luguang's performance, however, falls short, with a record of 64 wins out of 80 matches. While this achievement is not particularly dazzling, it is certainly enough to secure a place within the top 100, albeit towards the lower end. Despite Shi Luguang's lackluster record, Suyu has acknowledged his strength. After enduring 80 matches, Suyu has also taken notice of a particularly impressive martial artist, Qinqing. Qinqing boasts a record of 80 wins out of 80 matches, and her profession is rather rare, holding an S-class profession card as a puppeteer. After deliberation, Suyu resolved to formally extend invitations to both Shi Luguang and Qinqing. If they both agree to join his hunting squad, he will only need to find 3 more teammates. Nevertheless, finding suitable allies remains a challenging endeavor. Suyu considered this and decided to approach Shi Luguang first. Shi Luguang is an exceedingly laid-back and handsome young man, currently seated in the audience with an air of lethargy. Upon spotting Suyu, Shi Luguang casually remarked, "If your intention is to invite me to join your team, then you may as well seek out Hua Longhai. I have already consented to join Hua Longhai's ranks. Should you manage to defeat him, both he and I shall join your team. Otherwise, you will be compelled to join Hua Longhai's and my team." This outcome was utterly unforeseen by Suyu. It turned out that Hua Longhai possessed the discernment to recognize the hidden potential of Shi Luguang. Nevertheless, this news was undoubtedly a boon for Suyu, for it was akin to a buy one get one free offer. By besting Hua Longhai, he would secure 2 allies. Naturally, his triumph over Hua Longhai was a foregone conclusion. After confirming that all was well with Shi Luguang, Suyu hurried to seek out Qinqing. Qinqing, a young lady with a high ponytail, was currently engaged in play, skillfully maneuvering 2 puppet figures in combat. In her hands, she wielded puppet threads that were imperceptible to the naked eye and even difficult for mental energy to detect. Through these threads, she controlled the 2 puppet figures on the table. Suyu, possessing formidable mental prowess, could not help but exclaim in admiration as he sensed her subtle manipulation. Impressive. These 2 puppet figures, though small as sparrows, were complete in their intricate design. If you can control these puppets with such finesse, surely you can wield the same threads to manipulate ordinary warriors as well. Initially absorbed in her manipulation, Qinqing glanced up at Suyu, slightly taken aback by his observation. After a moment, she inquired, "Are you here to invite me to join your hunting team?" Suyu nodded. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Qin contemplated for a moment before responding. I actually prefer to operate independently. However, regrettably, this time I must join a hunting team. I would be willing to join yours, but I have one stipulation. If I wish to act alone, you must grant me permission to do so. Qin was a somewhat reclusive young lady, not inclined to socialize, which explained her solitary play. The essence of a hunting team is to harness collective strength that exceeds the sum of its parts. If Qin held such a requirement, her addition to the team would merely occupy a spot. Suyu found himself in a quandary. Though he was the captain, it would be inappropriate for him to make unilateral decisions regarding such matters. After deliberation, he said, I have no objections, but I must consult with the other team members. Qin, surprised by his response, quickly regained her composure and nodded calmly. After departing from Qin, Suyu made his way to where Wang Ying and the others were gathered. Upon seeing Suyu's return, Wang Ying promptly inquired, Boss, how did it go? Earlier, when Suyu had left to recruit 2 members, it was anticipated that he would return with results. Sure, Lu Guang has joined Hua Longhai's team. And if Hua Longhai joins ours, he will too. This effectively means we already have 6 members in our team. As for Qin, she is willing to join. But with a condition, should she wish to act independently, we must allow her to do so. What are your thoughts? Nan Feng remained silent for a moment before asking. Shall we vote among the 4 of us? Suyu nodded. Indeed, as it stands, we are the only 4 members in the team, so we will hold a vote. After Suyu's declaration, Wang Ying sighed and said, I abstain. Nan Feng decisively stated, I refuse her inclusion. Her stipulation merely occupies a teammate slot. Xiao Annie pondered for a moment, glancing at the distant Qin, before ultimately saying, I agree. She had been observing Qin for some time, but hesitated to recommend her, fearing her judgment might adversely affect the team. Now that Suyu had also recognized Qin's merit, she was willing to cast her vote in favor. With Xiao Annie's approval, Suyu cast his own vote, declaring, I support Qin's inclusion. The voting results were as follows: 1 opposing vote, 1 abstention, and 2 in favor. With this, Qin would henceforth be our teammate. I shall inform her of the voting outcome and invite her over to meet everyone. Suyu's decision drew no objections from Wang Ying and Nan Feng. Despite having cast a dissenting vote, Nan Feng respected the result. He trusted his own judgment, yet also Suyu's. Believing that Suyu's willingness to include Qin indicated her potential compatibility with their team. On the other side of the audience, Qin sat alone, feeling no desire to join a team. Yet, the 5th round of assessments required them to form hunting squads, leaving her with no choice but to join one. She had contemplated that, given her formidable strength, someone would surely come to invite her. Indeed, after Suyu's initial approach, others followed suit. Yet she neither accepted nor declined their invitations. She wished to await a definitive response from Suyu before deciding. Suyu did not keep Qin waiting long. Soon reappearing. Upon seeing her, he spoke directly. Qin, after our vote, we have agreed to accommodate your request and invite you to join our hunting squad. If you are amenable, I would appreciate it if you could now come over to meet the other teammates. Upon receiving this news, Qin felt a surge of joy. Wonderful. If this is the case, joining the hunting squad is no longer an issue. Since they have agreed to my stipulation, I shall accompany Suyu to meet the others. Qin nodded and said, Then let us proceed, but I will follow behind you. As she spoke, she looked directly at Suyu. After a brief moment of confusion, Suyu, utilizing his formidable mental energy, discovered the presence of Qin behind him. This revelation astonished him. It turned out that the Qin he had encountered earlier was merely a puppet, an almost identical replica of her true self. When he turned to look, he indeed found the real Qin standing there. Surprised, he remarked, What an impressive ability. Qin gave a slight smile. It's quite adequate. Her profession was Puppet Master, and her class card conferred the exclusive ability of Destined Puppet Master. Name, Destined Puppet Master. Description, you will swiftly master various puppet making and combat techniques, crafting puppets that are indistinguishable from reality to assist you in battle. The practical application of this exclusive ability meant that anything related to puppetry was nearly instantaneously learned by Qin. Whether it was the crafting methods of various puppet schools or their combat techniques, she had already mastered a considerable amount. After storing her puppets in her inventory, Qin followed Suyu to meet Wang Ying, Nan Feng, and Xiao Annie. Upon her arrival, Suyu addressed the group. Since we have a new member, let us introduce ourselves. I am Suyu, pursuing a dual-class path. Currently, I am at level 15 as a blacksmith, as well as level 15 as a dimensional sorcerer. Both of my professions, blacksmith and dimensional sorcerer, are classified as hidden professions. The capabilities of my blacksmith vocation allow me to forge powerful equipment, enabling me to craft gear for my teammates in the future. The abilities of the dimensional sorcerer profession involve summoning formidable dimensional beings to assist in battle through the method of dimensional sacrifice. Although Suyu did not reveal his secrets outright, he nonetheless shared his circumstances to the greatest extent with a few teammates. After his introduction, Wang Ying continued. I am Wang Ying, and like the captain, I pursue a dual profession path. I am currently a level 14, extreme martial artist, and a level 14, Windwalker. The extreme martial artist can master various martial arts combat techniques proficiently. I excel in both unarmed and armed combat. The Windwalker profession grants me the ability to manipulate wind energy, while I can only run swiftly at ground level for now. I will eventually gain the ability to fly. Furthermore, I can utilize wind energy as a means of ranged attack. That is all I have to say. Now, let Fengzi introduce his abilities. When Nanmen Feng heard this, he let out a resigned sigh and succinctly stated, I am Nanmen Feng, also on a dual profession path. I am currently a level 14 archer and a level 14 magic gunner. Both of my professions are standard ones, but they possess a rather unique characteristic. As time progresses, I will acquire multiple exclusive abilities from both the archer and magic gunner professions. Typically, an exclusive ability granted by a profession card comprises only one. For instance, Suyu's hidden profession card, Blacksmith, endows him with the exclusive ability of Limit-Breaking Refinement. Aside from Limit-Breaking Refinement, he possesses no other exclusive abilities. Although Nanmen Feng's two professions are quite common, the exclusive abilities associated with them are utterly remarkable. This is because his exclusive abilities allow him to obtain all exclusive abilities of the same profession. For example, one archer might have the exclusive ability of Piercing Shot, which grants exceptional precision, while another archer may possess 5-star volley, enabling the rapid release of 5 arrows. Nanmen Feng's exclusive ability is Divine Archer. This signifies that he will gradually learn all the exclusive abilities possessed by other archers. His other profession's exclusive ability is Divine Magic Gunner. Generally, the Magic Gunner profession utilizes various enchanted firearms in combat. Their exclusive abilities could include Explosive Round, where fired bullets explode, or Deadly Sniper, which allows swift identification of a target's weakness for a seemingly divine shot. Nanmen Feng's exclusive ability enables him to acquire all exclusive abilities of other magic gunners. However, these abilities will manifest as he levels up or suddenly comprehends them. Presently, he does not possess many exclusive abilities. Unbeknownst to Suyu, he remained ignorant of what Nanmen Feng's two exclusive abilities were. Otherwise, he would have been unable to suppress a retort. Wondering if Nanmen Feng had somehow obtained the protagonist's script. Chapter 57, Clash of Titans. Suyu vs. Qin Bingwe. After Nanmen Feng introduced himself, Joanne also spoke up for her self-introduction. I am Joanne, and you may call me Xiao Qiao. I am also on a dual profession path. I am currently a level 14 plant master and a level 14 pharmacist. The abilities of the plant master allow me to control plants to serve as my scouts or assist in combat. For instance, right now, I can observe the duel on the stage through a pot of greenery beside it. The pharmacist profession grants me healing abilities, so if anyone is injured, I will strive to heal them. After Joanne's introduction, everyone's gaze shifted toward Qin. Qin felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny, but still spoke. I am Qin, a level 15 puppet master. My ability is to swiftly master everything related to puppetry and create lifelike puppets. As she finished speaking, her head detached and fell among the group. Suyu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What I saw earlier wasn't he your real body? Qin's head flew back to the body of the headless puppet. Then she explained, no, what you saw was indeed my real body. However, I replaced it with a puppet when you were unaware. Suyu and the others now grasped the extent of Qin's prowess. The arena's setting somewhat hindered her performance. Without the constraints of the venue, her abilities would undoubtedly be terrifying on a true battlefield. Wang Ying couldn't help but inquire, Sister Qing, where is your real body? Though she was puzzled as to when she had been dubbed Sister Qing, she nonetheless replied, right behind you. Wang Ying turned around and indeed spotted Qin standing behind him. Suyu noticed that Qin had approached from a distance, appearing behind Wang Ying. Yet, he was uncertain whether one of the two Qins was indeed the real one. Wow, Sister Qin is amazing, Wang Ying exclaimed upon seeing the Qin behind him. Typically, even the most lifelike puppet can be easily detected by spiritual energy. However, Qin's puppets could not be sensed in that manner. Different means were required to discern them. The two Qins soon seated themselves before the group, and one of them inquired, does our team now consist of 10 members? The 5th round of the assessment requires a team of 10. Suyu shook his head and informed Qin of the actual situation. Our team currently has only 5 members, but after I defeat Hua Langhai, both Hua Langhai and Shi Luguang will join us. My chances of defeating Hua Langhai are 100%, so we still need to find 3 more teammates. Qin glanced at Wang Ying and the others. Are you certain that all 3 of them can enter the top 100? And what about that Shi Luguang? Can he also make it into the top 100? Qin was selective about the warriors she followed, focusing solely on the more than a dozen warriors who maintained a 100% win rate thus far. To Qin's inquiry, Suyu responded with utmost certainty, yes, all 3 of them, Wang Ying included, can enter the top 100. From my observations over the past few days, Shi Luguang is also quite strong. He has no issues making it into the top 100. Thus, we still need to recruit 3 additional teammates to form a 10-person hunting team. Upon hearing this, Qin nodded. As for the remaining team members, You may extend invitations as you see fit. Anyone who can enter the top 100 is welcome. We merely need to successfully assemble a 10-person hunting team. After her words, both her figure and that of her puppet vanished. Of course, it was also possible that both Chun-Chings were, in fact, puppets. However, Suyu comprehended that Chun-Ching likely possessed an ability to instantaneously enter a dimensional space. Her figure suddenly vanished, plunging into the dimensional space. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ying curiously inquired, "Boss, who is stronger, you or Sister Ching?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Suyu responded, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be me." Previously, when he had rescued Nanmen Feng, he had slain numerous aberrant beasts and the martial artists besieging them. From those beasts, monsters, and hostile martial artists, he had amassed a substantial number of attribute points. Currently, his panel statistics were exceedingly formidable, even without triggering the Shura 100 battles state. His data was 3 to 5 times that of an average martial artist. Should he activate the Shura 100 battles state, his foundational statistics would soar to 6 to 10 times that of an average martial artist of the same level. Suyu, Profession 1, Blacksmith. Level, LV-15, 20. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Effect, your equipment refinement is guaranteed to succeed, with a chance to obtain mythological attributes. Profession 2, Dimensional Sorcerer. Level, LV-15, 20. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consumes high-grade refining items to summon dimensional beings for cooperative combat. Health, 5,100. Attack, 600, 100. Defense, 550, 100. Speed, 450, 100. Spirit, 450, 100. Energy, 450, 100. Warrior Path Level 10, 6-dimensional attribute points 100. At present, both of Suyu's dual professions were at LV-15. In terms of attack power, the average for martial artists at this level was approximately 150 points. Suyu's attack power stood at 600 points, with an additional 100 points provided by the Warrior Path Level 10, totaling 700 points. In an ordinary state, his attack power was nearly 5 times that of his peers. If he utilized the Shura 100 Battles Fist, his 6-dimensional base attributes would increase by 20, catapulting his attack power to an astonishing 840 points. Should he further activate the Shura 100 Battles state, maintaining combat for over half an hour would elevate his 6-dimensional values to 200. Consequently, his attack power would be more than tenfold that of his contemporaries. There is a saying, a single force can conquer 10 skills. With such a significant advantage in attack power, even with Chun-Ching's cunning tactics, she would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, he currently possessed several mythological pieces of equipment. In a true life and death struggle, with a stroke of fortune, utilizing the cursed doll Alva, he could potentially eliminate Chun-Ching in an instant. As Suyu conversed with Wang Ying, his first battle of the day commenced. Upon seeing his opponent, Suyu's gaze shifted slightly. Arena 1. Suyu versus Qin Binghua. The reason for Suyu's change in expression was that he had encountered a formidable rival. So far, there were only 13 students with a record of 80 battles and 80 victories. He, along with Hua Langhai, Chun-Ching, Lu Wei, and Qin Binghua, were among these exceptional individuals. Chapter 58, The Illusory Moon Eyes. Success in illusions determines victory. As Suyu and Qin Binghua were about to engage, the audience erupted in fervor. Up until now, the 13 of them had yet to face off. This match between Suyu and Qin Binghua marked the inaugural clash among the elite. After this contest, one of them would see their record of consecutive victories come to an end. Suyu swiftly arrived at the duel platform in Arena 1, where he was met by Qin Binghua, dressed in an elegant white gown. Qin Binghua was a rare beauty, captivating at first glance. Her skin was as flawless as snow, her features exquisitely sculpted, and her figure was perfectly proportioned. Clad in a white ceremonial gown and adorned with crystal high heels, her long legs were encased in ultra-thin white stockings. She resembled a regal princess. Yet, her splendid attire was not solely for aesthetics. Every accessory, from the floral crown atop her head to her high heels and platinum scepter, constituted equipment. Even the delicate stockings on her slender legs provided attribute enhancements. Within the Nanyang training camp, Qin Binghua stood as the most imposing student, possessing immense strength while being fully equipped. Upon a cursory glance, Suyu noted that Qin Binghua's earrings, necklace, and even her hairband bore the names of equipment. However, since the equipment was bound, further attributes could not be discerned. Unlike his lava longsword, which could only reveal its basic properties unless displayed, Qin Binghua belonged to one of the 8 prominent families of the Great Xia. Akin to Wang Ying, however, her true lineage could be likened to the Bai family's twin stars. As a true noble, she exuded an air of aristocratic elegance cultivated since childhood. While Wang Ying also hailed from a prominent family, his demeanor paled in comparison to that of Qin Binghua. Standing side by side, Qin Binghua would embody the essence of a noble lady, while Wang Ying would appear as a mere servant. Upon Suyu's appearance opposite her, the princess of the Qin family employed her financial prowess. How about a deal? 1 billion, and you concede? Her proposition of 1 billion was indeed a staggering figure. An ordinary individual without a profession card typically earned around 5,000 credit points per month. Conversely, an average martial artist with a profession card earned 10 times that, approximately 50,000 credit points. A regular person earning 5,000 would need to work tirelessly for over 1,600 years, without sustenance, to amass such wealth. For a martial artist earning 50,000, the time required would diminish to just 160 years. Naturally, elite martial artists like Suyu boasted even higher incomes. Moreover, with his hidden profession as a blacksmith and the extraordinary skill, limit-breaking refinement, he could manufacture mythological equipment in bulk. Thus, 1 billion was not an insurmountable sum for him. Nevertheless, upon hearing Qin Bingyue's offer, the audience was nonetheless astounded. Qin Bingyue's actions did not contravene any regulations, as the rules did not prohibit the use of financial capabilities. Anyone possessing such wealth to buy 100 consecutive victories certainly possessed their own merits. Many in the audience envied Suyu, as simply conceding one match would grant him 1 billion, a rare opportunity indeed. Upon hearing her proposal, Suyu shook his head. I'm afraid I have no intention of conceding. Qin Bingyue blinked her beautiful eyes, initially believing that such a staggering sum would compel Suyu to yield. After all, in this world, 80% of matters could be resolved with 1 billion. Surveying him from head to toe, she declared, if that is the case, I shall have to win you over with my virtue. Suyu's lips twitched. He understood what Qin Bingyue's winning over with virtue implied. The other party's persuasion through virtue should be achieved through martial ethics to reach a consensus. As Suyu contemplated this, Qin Bingyue lightly remarked, 1 billion. If you concede now, I shall transfer 10 billion to your account. From a young age, Qin Bingyue had been taught that if 1 billion does not resolve the issue, then one should spend 10 billion to solve it. Should 10 billion still fail to rectify the problem, one must address the source of the problem itself. Suyu was genuinely taken aback. Compared to Qin Bingyue, Wang Ying's offer of a single house seemed trivial in comparison. The audience erupted in excitement, as they had not anticipated that Miss Qin's persuasive approach was, in fact, a demonstration of virtue. Whether martial or moral, both paled in significance before the might of her wealth. At that moment, Suyu found himself somewhat swayed. For even if he ranked first among the top 100, there would be no tangible benefits. By conceding a match, he could still secure a remarkably high ranking with a 99 victory rate. However, after some contemplation, Suyu ultimately shook his head. To facilitate future recruitment, it would be best for him to maintain an undefeated record. Moreover, as the leader of the hunting team, his actions would inevitably influence his teammates. With a sigh, Suyu stated, Miss Qin, let us engage in a formal duel. Qin Bingyue was taken aback by his response. She had not anticipated her attempt at virtue would falter. Suyu was indeed formidable, yet her strength was equally commendable. Her previous 80 consecutive victories had been achieved through her own prowess. Faced with Suyu, she lacked absolute certainty of victory and had prepared to sway him through her virtue instead. Since Suyu was unwilling to concede, a duel was the only alternative. She nodded slightly, her voice still melodious and delightful as she invited, Classmate Suyu, please enlighten me. In turn, Suyu responded courteously, Classmate Qin Bingyue, I look forward to your guidance. With that, as his words faded, a radiant moon materialized before him, transforming the surrounding dual platform into an abyssal darkness. Qin Bingyue's voice echoed in Suyu's ears, You have lost. This is my ability, Divine Moon Illusion. When I invoke this skill, if you gaze upon me, you shall be ensnared within the illusory realm of Divine Moon Illusion. At present, my Divine Moon Illusion allows me to elevate my base attributes to 400 within this realm. Given these circumstances, is there any necessity for us to continue battling? Upon concluding her statement, Qin Bingyue appeared before Suyu, adorned in a resplendent rose-red gown. If she had previously embodied the Ice Princess, she now embodied the Rose Princess. Like before, her beauty was breathtaking, leaving one utterly spellbound. Chapter 59, The Clash of Spear and Shield. The Divine Light Amulet. This was Suyu's first encounter with such an ability, yet he quickly grasped its essence. You are deceiving me. While it is true that when I focus on you during your skill's activation, I would indeed fall into this illusory realm. If one's own strength is not drastically inferior to yours, or if one possesses items that resist illusions, it is possible to escape as the illusory realm is forming. However, with each passing breath, the intensity of the illusion strengthens. Your deliberate provision of vital information is merely a ruse to capture my attention. If I am engrossed in your words, I would, of course, be unable to extricate myself from this illusory space. Upon hearing his words, a triumphant smile graced Qin Bingyue's exquisite countenance. Correct, but alas, there is no reward. Moreover, it seems you are not adept at countering illusions, and you lack equipment that could provide resistance. Thus, even without my verbal distractions, it is quite likely you would be unable to escape today. Shall we continue? As her voice lingered, she shared her attack data with Suyu. Qin Bingyue has shared her attack data. Attack, 1240, with 400 enhancement. From the data she revealed, her normal attack stood at 310 points, a value exceeding double that of an average warrior of her level. However, as an illusionist, her growth in attack attributes was likely not extraordinary. Her true terror lay in her mental and energy attributes, which she would never reveal to Suyu. Despite her impressive attack attribute of 1240 points, Suyu would need to activate the Shura 100 battles state to reach such a level. However, he did not need to wait half an hour to trigger that state. Although he currently resided within the illusionary realm, he could exit at any moment. With a mere thought, he could liberate himself. He remained within this illusion solely to comprehend Qin Bingyue's capabilities. He was equipped with a formidable item, name, Divine Light Amulet. Quality, mythical. Attributes, Divine Protection, mythical, and Holy Light Barrier, mythical. Divine Protection, complete immunity to negative effects from items below mythical level. 50 to 100 immunity to negative effects from mythical items. Holy Light Barrier, creates a holy light barrier that envelopes a radius of 3 meters, obstructing all enemies and granting immunity to all negative effects for a duration of 30 minutes. Barrier shatters, effect dissipates. While Qin Bingyue's Divine Moon Illusion was indeed powerful, it had not yet reached the mythical tier. Yet the financial prowess of Miss Qin was no jest. She had employed a mythical item to augment the capabilities of her unique skill. Consequently, when she executed her ability, Suyu only experienced a 50 immunity to the effects of her illusion. To completely extricate himself from the illusionary realm, he would need to activate the equipment's active skill, Holy Light Barrier. Within the illusory realm, Qin Bingyue did not make her move. The longer the time dragged on, the more it favored her. Within the Divine Moon Illusion space, she could potentially enhance her attributes by up to 8-fold, reaching a foundational value of 800. At this juncture, she should be capable of subduing Suyu. The longer she delayed, the stronger she would become, leaving Suyu with diminishing chances of a comeback. While conversing with Suyu, Qin Bingyue also glanced at her own status panel. Qin Bingyue, Class 1, Illusionist. Level, LV-1550. Skill, Divine Moon Illusion. Effect 1, traps the target within the illusionary space created by Divine Moon Illusion. Effect 2, while within the illusionary space created by Divine Moon Illusion. Base attributes increase to 400. The longer one remains within the illusionary space, the greater the enhancement of base attributes, up to a maximum of 800. Class 2, Ice Queen. Level, LV-1550. Skill, Ice Emperor's Throne. Effect 1, 100 affinity to ice attribute energy. Effect 2, as she grows, she will acquire exclusive skills for all ice-based classes. Health, 12,000 with 400 enhancement. Attack, 1240 with 400 enhancement. Defense, 1440 with 400 enhancement. Speed, 1320 with 400 enhancement. Mental, 1600 with 400 enhancement. Energy, 1480 with a 400 bonus. Warrior Path Level 5, 50 attribute points. After glancing at her attribute panel, Qin Bingyue resolved to test Suyu's capabilities. With such an impressive attribute panel, she believed she had no reason to lose. Unless Suyu could escape her illusionary realm, defeat was inevitable for him. Suyu initially intended to extract more information from Qin Bingyue, but upon seeing her prepare to strike, he could only say, "Classmate Qin Bingyue, you have already lost this match. With a 400 bonus, your attack value is merely 1240 points. This indicates that, without any equipment enhancements, your attack attribute stands at only 310 points. Coincidentally, I possess an item that can render your illusionary space entirely ineffective." As Suyu's words fell, he activated the Divine Radiance Amulet, Holy Light Barrier. Buzz. A golden spherical light shield expanded from Suyu, enveloping him in a protective sphere. In that instant, Qin Bingyue's Divine Moon Illusion Eye indeed became completely ineffective. Had it not been for the mythic equipment she wore, the Dream Crystal, which augmented her abilities, her attempts to use the Divine Moon Illusion Eye against Suyu would have proven utterly futile. Upon exiting the illusionary realm, Qin Bingyue's attributes no longer benefited from the terrifying 400 bonus. The once elegant rose-hued gown she adorned reverted to her original appearance. Although Suyu had implied that her 310 attack attribute was unimpressive, Qin Bingyue remained unfazed, convinced that Suyu was merely employing psychological tactics. Even if Suyu's attack attribute surpassed hers, it surely wouldn't be by a significant margin. Boom. Ice Spike Thrust. With a flourish of her platinum staff, Qin Bingyue summoned a barrage of ice spikes that erupted from the ground beneath the dueling platform. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suyu's figure began to move in a zigzag pattern, akin to lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Qin Bingyue. Chapter 60. The outcome is clear, inviting Qin Bingyue to join the team. The multitude of sharp ice spikes could only trail behind Suyu, unable to catch him. Qin Bingyue attempted to predict his movements, conjuring ice spikes before him. Yet each time proved futile as Suyu evaded with ease. Soon, he stood before Qin Bingyue, delivering a powerful punch without a hint of mercy. Had it not been for the Divine Radiance Amulet, he would have truly struggled against her. To prevent any unforeseen complications from Qin Bingyue, He deemed it prudent to subdue her quickly, lest she possess formidable mythic equipment that could pose a significant challenge. As Suyu approached with remarkable speed, Qin Bingyue parted her lips and exhaled a fragrant breath, yet this breath bore a chilling essence. It was one of her ice-based skills, Frost Breath. Suyu was poised to land a punch on Qin Bingyue, but upon witnessing the white mist she released, he instinctively dodged. However, he did not anticipate that he would fall prey to an illusion once more, sidestepping directly into the cloud of white mist. Bang! The crowd watched as Suyu was encased in a block of ice, crashing to the ground. Boom! Yet, the moment the ice block struck the ground, Suyu unleashed a surge of strength, shattering the icy prison that enveloped him. He then rapidly advanced towards Qin Bingyue. While her strength was undeniably formidable, Suyu's prowess was evidently superior. Without the efficacy of her illusionary realm, Qin Bingyue was no match for him. As Suyu closed in, Qin Bingyue attempted to counter with her illusion and frost breath, but this time, his speed surpassed her previous efforts, rendering her unable to evade. Crash! When Suyu's fist came crashing down, it collided with an ice crystal wall, one of her ice-based abilities, Ice Crystal Barrier. Boom! Without hesitation, Suyu retracted his fist and struck again. Crack! Crack! The ice crystal wall, formed by her skill, was ruthlessly shattered by Suyu's overwhelming force. After demolishing the barrier, his fist barreled toward Qin Bingyue with tremendous power. Crack! Crack! His punch connected with her, yet it only obliterated an ice clone. Boom! 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 After shattering the ice clone, 6 ice walls materialized around Suyu, forming a crystalline prison that ensnared him. This was the ice-based skill, Frost Prison. Boom! With a thunderous impact, Suyu's fierce punch obliterated the frost prison, causing Qin Bingyue to feel utterly exhausted. She recognized the terrifying strength of Suyu's 6-dimensional foundational attributes. Relying solely on his solidified strength and a martial art technique, he had put her in a dire predicament. On the dueling platform, Suyu rampaged while she was left to evade his relentless assaults. Sighing, Qin Bingyue resolved to make one final stand against Suyu. However, during their earlier skirmish, a single strand of her hair had fallen into Suyu's grasp. Wasting no time, he produced the cursed doll alva. Qin Bingyue's hair transformed into a wisp of black smoke, consumed by the cursed doll alva. The curse effect was triggered. Qin Bingyue's life force diminished by 10. Upon seeing this system notification, Suyu quickly deduced that Qin Bingyue possessed mythic-level equipment that mitigated curses. Under optimal circumstances, his cursed doll alva could eliminate foes in an instant. Yet, the curse merely drained 10 of Qin Bingyue's life points. Initially poised to unleash her skills, Qin Bingyue paled as the curse took hold. At that moment, Suyu closed the distance with astonishing speed. Crack! He grasped her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. However, in the next instant, he channeled his power, crushing her neck. He then darted toward the opposite side of the dueling platform. The neck he had shattered belonged to yet another ice clone. As Suyu approached, the real Qin Bingyue materialized at that very location. Stop! I concede. Qin Bingyue, without a doubt, still possesses formidable combat capabilities and has yet to reveal her trump cards. However, with 19 more contests ahead, she sees no necessity to expose too much in this particular match. After conceding defeat, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. Qin Bingyue's prowess is indeed impressive, and she possesses an abundance of formidable items. Should she choose to stall for time, she could potentially extend the match by half an hour, leading to both competitors being disqualified. Match concluded. Suyu emerges victorious, earning 1 point. As the system notification appeared promptly following Qin Bingyue's surrender, both Suyu and Qin Bingyue felt a surge of excitement after their bout. It was not that Suyu had developed an infatuation with Qin Bingyue. Rather, he recognized her as an ideal candidate to join their hunting team as the 8th member. Once they departed from the duel platform, Suyu extended an invitation to her. Would you consider joining my 10-member hunting team? Pondering for a moment, Qin Bingyue extended 3 delicate fingers. Suyu was uncertain of the implication. If it signified 300 million, then that would be a different matter altogether. Before he could inquire further, Qin Bingyue proactively stated, I am willing to join your hunting team, but I have 3 conditions. First, I wish for my brother to join alongside me. His name is Yang, and the reasons for our bond are not to be questioned. Second, you must serve as my training partner, assisting me in my cultivation, for which I shall compensate you. Third, upon joining your hunting team, I wish to assume the role of vice captain. If you can agree to these 3 stipulations, I will join your team. Qin Bingyue's 3 demands presented some challenges. The latter 2 were reasonable, yet the first posed an issue. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Yang might struggle to secure a position within the top 100. And even if he did, he would likely be at the bottom. Unlike Shi Luguang, who deliberately concealed his strength, Yang simply lacked sufficient power. Suyu's impression of Yang was formed from witnessing his arduous victories in each match, often achieved only after fierce battles. Although Qin Bingyue's strength was formidable, Yang potential weakness could adversely impact their hunting team. Nevertheless, Yang did exhibit qualities of resilience, fighting until the very end even in defeat. a tenacity that was rare among the trainees in the Nanyang training camp. Chapter 61. Persevering for a minute without defeat. Suyu was eager to welcome Qin Bingyue into his 10-member hunting team. Despite the chaos and difficulty he presented during their match, Qin Bingyue's strength was undeniably formidable. Had it not been for the Divine Light Amulet, which countered her Divine Moon Illusion Eye, skill, and the legendary equipment, Dream Crystal, he too would have found himself in a precarious position against her. Had he been unable to endure for half an hour, he might very well have been defeated by Qin Bingyue. However, the matter of inviting Yang Yu to join his team required careful consideration. While striving to become an exceptional warrior necessitated hard work and determination, reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess also demanded innate talent and a stroke of luck. While luck was unpredictable, Yang Yu's talent was evidently lacking. He might have to exert extraordinary effort to break into the top 100, and even with relentless dedication, he might still fall short of becoming one of the elite competitors. With these thoughts weighing on him, Suyu turned to Qin Bingyue and inquired, "What if Yang Yu fails to enter the top 100? The fourth round of selection assessments only allowed the top 100 participants to advance. If Yang Yu did not secure a place among them, he would be eliminated." At this moment, Qin Bingyue made no assurances of his success. If Yang Yu possessed any semblance of capability, Suyu would not have hesitated to permit him entry into the team. The crux of the issue lay in Yang Yu's apparent lack of talent. As a martial artist, aside from his extraordinary diligence and resilience, he appeared rather ordinary in all other respects. Confidently addressing Suyu's previous question, Qin Bingyue replied, "I will persuade him at a crucial moment." Guiding him into the top 100. Relying solely on Yang Yu's abilities to secure a place in the points competition would undoubtedly prove challenging. Suyu estimated that Yang Yu might barely reach the level of a gatekeeper for the top 100. However, once Qin Bingyue employed her persuasive abilities, Yang Yu's entry into the top 100 would likely become a foregone conclusion. Her ability to persuade could be considered a unique skill of hers. After all, a substantial sum of money could compel many warriors to lower their pride. I agree. After deliberating, Suyu decided to acquiesce. Yang Yu's inadequate foundation and lack of talent were not insurmountable obstacles. After all, with the limit-breaking refinement technique at his disposal, Suyu had ample means to assist Yang Yu's advancement. With Qin Bingyue and Yang Yu joining, his 10-member hunting team would only require one final member. Yet, a lingering question remained. Would Yang Yu be willing to join his hunting team? Given the formidable warriors already within his ranks, Yang Yu would certainly benefit from such an affiliation. However, for someone like Yang Yu, who seemingly disregarded his own life, altering his convictions might prove to be a formidable challenge. Should Yang Yu and Qin Bingyue's relationship be strained, inviting Yang Yu to join would become quite complicated. With these considerations in mind, Suyu decided to seek out Yang Yu for confirmation regarding his willingness to join the 10-member hunting team. If Yang Yu expressed interest, he could then focus on meticulously selecting the final team member. Conversely, should Yang Yu decline, he would need to recruit 3 additional members. If Yang Yu refrained from joining, it was evident that Qin Bingyue would not be inclined to join either. Such matters undoubtedly posed a headache for Suyu. After parting ways with Qin Bingyue, Suyu made his way to Yang Yu's location. Yang Yu, a young man bearing a prominent scar across his face, exuded an aura of fierce determination. Not only did he bear a scar on his face, but he also had numerous other marks of battle scattered across his body. Suyu had previously overlooked this detail, but now recognized that Yang Yu appeared to be a man with a story. Upon noticing Suyu's approach, Yang Yu grinned. "Did that woman send you here?" Suyu understood that the woman in question was indeed Qin Bingyue. He nodded in response. "I have extended an invitation to Qin Bingyue to join my 10-member hunting team. One of the conditions for her participation is that you also join my team. However, before formally inviting you, I wish to learn more about you." Suyu's words caught Yang Yu off guard. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "All right." As he applied healing water to tend to his wounds, he casually began to share aspects of his life with Suyu. "I am Qin Bingyue's cousin. My biological father is her uncle. However, my mother was merely an ordinary woman." He paused momentarily before continuing. "My biological father was, in truth, just an ordinary man, albeit one with a superior lineage compared to most." He elaborated, "Under family arrangements, my biological father married a woman in a formal union. Then my mother and I were utterly cast out. The name Yang Yu was bestowed upon me by my biological father. I received an S-rank profession card at a young age, which stands as the greatest assistance my father ever provided me. He wronged my mother. Yet I do not believe he wronged me. I have heard that he cried out in remorse for our mother-son duo until his last breath. This man truly led a life marked by cowardice. Such is the essence of my situation." Yang Yu's origins took Suyu by surprise. He had not anticipated the events to unfold in this manner. His inquiries into Yang Yu were primarily aimed at discerning whether he was an extreme individual. As the captain of a 10-member hunting squad, he needed to consider the welfare of all his team members. From their brief exchange, Suyu could already ascertain that Yang Yu was typically composed, only exhibiting madness during combat. After some contemplation, Suyu extended an invitation to Yang Yu. "So, would you be willing to join my 10-member hunting squad?" Yang Yu's response caught Suyu off guard. He replied, "I shall join your 10-member hunting squad. but I do not wish to owe the Qin family any favors. My mother's tragedy, my father's tragedy, and my own early misfortunes were all orchestrated by the Qin family. Yang Yu paused, inhaled deeply, and continued, aside from Qin Bingyue, none of your previous opponents could withstand even a minute against you. If I can endure for a minute without defeat, will that not prove my worthiness to join your hunting squad? Suyu was truly taken aback by Yang Yu's assertion. After Yang Yu spoke, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you can withstand a minute against me without being defeated, I shall acknowledge your qualification to join my hunting squad. Chapter 62. The final team member, the healer warrior. Yang Yu stowed away the healing water he had just used and turned to Suyu, saying, in that case, what are you waiting for? His meaning was abundantly clear. Suyu was free to strike at any moment. Suyu glanced at an empty space outside the dueling arena and instructed Yang Yu, let us spar there. Without a word, Yang Yu proceeded to the designated spot. Once they were in position, Suyu calmly declared, begin. As he spoke, Yang Yu refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead opting to remain on guard. He clearly possessed a lucid understanding of his own capabilities. Recognizing that he could never hope to match Suyu, he chose not to fight recklessly as he had before. His demeanor reassured Suyu somewhat. In their previous encounters, Yang Yu had fought tooth and nail against his opponents, leading Suyu to momentarily perceive him as merely a brute. However, it now appeared that Yang Yu's approach was strategic. He was not an entirely oblivious fool. With a swift motion, Suyu initiated the assault as Yang Yu stood poised. Upon seeing Suyu approach, Yang Yu deftly evaded, creating distance between them. His objective in this contest was simple, to endure for 1 minute against Suyu. The most effective strategy was to maintain that distance for the duration of the minute. As long as Suyu could not reach him, he could not be defeated or severely injured. Although Yang Yu appeared like a madman on the dueling platform, he was far from a mindless thug. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Suyu. Yang Yu's speed attribute was a mere 200 points, while Suyu's was an astonishing 550 points, augmented by an additional 20 points from his 6-dimensional attributes when employing the Azura 100 Battles Fist. This escalated Suyu's speed to a staggering 660 points, over 3 times that of Yang Yu. Thus, Yang Yu's plan to evade and delay was nothing short of wishful thinking. In an instant, Suyu reappeared behind Yang Yu, catching him off guard. Before Yang Yu could react, he was struck by Suyu's fist and sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, he felt a sharp taste of blood in his throat and spat it out. Suyu had not held back. He had exerted his strength without the intent to kill or severely maim. Yang Yu quickly sprang to his feet, taking a moment to gulp down several mouthfuls of high-grade healing water. The healing water came in 4 classifications: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special, all providing a surge of life energy capable of rapidly healing injuries and restoring vitality. The essence of the healing water was pure life energy in liquid form, allowing it to be absorbed however one saw fit. After consuming a few swigs, Yang Yu once again distanced himself from Suyu. 2 of his ribs had been broken, yet he maintained an admirable fighting spirit and resolve. With a flash, Suyu vanished once more, reappearing before Yang Yu to deliver another powerful punch. This blow was overwhelming. As Yang Yu was sent sprawling, agony etched across his face. It felt as if his internal organs had been violently displaced. Unlike before, he was unable to retrieve the healing water after falling to the ground. Nevertheless, he struggled to bring the healing water to his lips, but his injuries rendered him incapable of doing so. Suyu, however, did not grant him a reprieve. With a swift motion, he reappeared before Yang Yu. In a climactic moment, Suyu raised his leg, bringing it down with tremendous force as if to cleave a mountain in 2. Should this strike connect, it could very well spell Yang Yu's demise. In this life-or-death instant, Yang Yu tapped into his latent potential. Though even moving a finger felt burdensome, he summoned his final reserves of strength and shifted his body to evade. The bottle of high-grade healing water shattered in the process, spilling its life-giving liquid over him. As his body absorbed the healing water, he staggered to his feet. Time's up. I passed. Yang Yu was still weak, aware that Suyu had shown restraint. Yet he was certain he had performed better than all of Suyu's previous opponents. Suyu regarded the swaying figure of Yang Yu from a distance and nodded. Congratulations, you have passed. Henceforth, you shall be a member of my 10-member hunting squad. Suyu's gaze toward Yang Yu now held a hint of admiration. Yang Yu's will was astonishingly resilient. In such dire circumstances, he had managed to evade. With such remarkable fortitude, Yang Yu had indeed earned his place in the hunting squad. When the time came for team members to introduce themselves, Suyu would inquire whether Yang Yu's unique abilities were related to his indomitable will. However, on Yang Yu's end, after receiving Suyu's confirmation, he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Suyu had just made his move, although he had held back at this stage. Warriors of the same rank simply could not withstand his strikes. Upon witnessing Yang Yu collapse, Suyu immediately rushed over to assist him. However, he was suddenly interrupted by Qin Bingyue's voice behind him. Impressive work. You've even managed to recruit this stubborn mule into your hunting team. Leave the subsequent matters to me. There is just over a day left. You should focus on gathering the remaining members for your 10-person hunting squad. Suyu nodded. Then I'll leave Yang Yu to you. Thus far, His hunting team had already assembled 9 members. He was a blacksmith and a dimensional sorcerer. Wang Ying was a martial artist. And Nan Minfeng was an archer and sniper. Xiao Annie was an apothecary and plant specialist, while Qin Bingwei was an illusionist and ice-type esper. Yang Yu's abilities remained unclear. Additionally, Chen Qing was a puppeteer, Hualang Hai was a swordsman, and Shi Luguang had yet to unleash his full power, leaving his capabilities unknown. After some contemplation, Su Yu recognized that his hunting team was already quite formidable. Nonetheless, he resolved to recruit an additional member with healing abilities. It was common for a 10-person hunting squad to split into 2 5-member teams for operational purposes. In such scenarios, it was ideal to have at least 2 members with healing capabilities within the 10-person squad. This way, if any team members were injured during their missions, they could receive treatment. Of course, if the injured party happened to be the healer, there would be no remedy. Chapter 63, The Barrier Unfolds. Assault on the Martial Path Levels. Upon deciding to recruit another healer, Su Yu's gaze fell upon a strikingly mature lady commanding the explosive spirit of battle. She was not a teacher but a fellow student, much like Su Yu and his companions. The last line of the 100 family surnames reads, 5th Yin Fu. The end of the 100 family surnames. The enchanting lady he noticed was surnamed Wu, and her name was Wu Ying. Currently, within the Nanyang training camp, there were 12 individuals maintaining an undefeated record in the point battle, including Su Yu, Chen Qing, Hualang Hai, and Wu Ying. In truth, had Qin Bingyuan not encountered Su Yu, she too might have preserved her undefeated streak. Though Wu Ying was only in her early 20s, her appearance and attire were no different from those of a stunning woman in her mid-20s. Her healing abilities were not only capable of treatment, but also came with formidable combat prowess. Su Yu had yet to spar with Wu Ying. However, the fact that she maintained her undefeated record spoke volumes about her strength. After resolving to recruit a healer for his hunting team, Su Yu approached Wu Ying. She was surrounded by many admirers. If Qin Bingyue was akin to a goddess, then Wu Ying was a siren. Both possessed comparable beauty. Yet Qin Bingyue tended to keep her distance from unfamiliar faces. In contrast, Wu Ying seemed to revel in the attention, enjoying the adoration of those around her. At that moment, many warriors were fawning over Wu Ying, attempting to win the favor of this captivating lady. However, she showed little interest in them. Being generally indifferent to all men, she had always navigated through the throngs without a single leaf touching her. She found amusement in the way these admirers lavished attention upon her. If she was in a good mood, she might even playfully tease a few of them. While Wu Ying was engaged in light-hearted banter with her entourage, Su Yu appeared a short distance away. He locked eyes with Wu Ying and stated directly, "Wu Ying, would you consider joining my 10-member hunting team?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ying nodded. "I have no objections, but I wonder if they will agree." She glanced toward the crowd surrounding her. Had someone else extended the invitation, those admirers would undoubtedly have clamored for her attention. Yet this time, the one inviting her was Su Yu, who boasted a flawless victory record. Even if they desired Wu Ying, they dared not oppose Su Yu. Although others had also achieved undefeated status, many still regarded Su Yu as the foremost expert at the Nanyang training camp. After Wu Ying spoke, Su Yu casually remarked, "They will agree." He spoke in a remarkably calm tone, confident that, despite the crowd, there were no foolish individuals among them. The point battle had progressed to its 9th day, during which he had demonstrated overwhelming dominance. Even if these warriors harbored feelings for Wu Ying, they would not fail to recognize the hierarchy in this situation. Wu Ying, observing how Su Yu had rendered her admirers compliant, felt a wave of boredom wash over her. After a moment's thought, she declared, "If you can defeat Hualang Hai, I will join your hunting team." Wu Ying's challenge was, in fact, an attempt to stir the pot and create a spectacle. Within the Nanyang training camp, Su Yu's strength was widely acknowledged as the greatest, while Hualang Hai was recognized as the second strongest. With less than 2 days remaining, it was possible that Su Yu and Hualang Hai would clash. Or perhaps they would not. If they did not encounter one another, a confrontation would not occur. Hence, by proposing this challenge, Wu Ying ensured that, should Su Yu accept, the audience would be entertained. Unbeknownst to Wu Ying, Hualang Hai had already expressed a desire to duel Su Yu prior to her challenge. Upon hearing her words, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This felt like an unexpected windfall falling into his lap. By defeating Hualang Hai, he could potentially recruit not only Hualang Hai, but also Shi Luguang and Wu Ying into his 10-member hunting team. This prospect filled Su Yu with anticipation for a confrontation, which he hoped might occur today or tomorrow. As Wu Ying contemplated that Su Yu might refuse her proposition, she was taken aback when he declared, "It's a deal." With that, Su Yu did not linger any longer and returned to his seat. For the remainder of the day, Su Yu did not face Hualang Hai. After concluding his 10 matches, he returned to his dormitory. There, he organized his previous spoils and then made his way to the shopping center. He sold off numerous unnecessary items and equipment he had acquired to the shopping center. With the credits earned, he purchased 100,000 beginner refining stones. The price of these stones was quite affordable, merely 100 credits each. The proceeds from selling his equipment amounted to over 10 million credits, enough to acquire the 100,000 beginner refining stones. Thus, Qin Bingyue's skill of persuasion was undoubtedly effective in most situations, having defeated numerous warriors and reclaimed a plethora of equipment and items. If Suyu had opted for immediate liquidation instead of refining, his earnings would have capped at around 80 million credits. However, when Qin Bingyue invoked her persuasive charm, she began at 1 billion credits and swiftly escalated to 10 billion. Faced with Qin Bingyue, the princess of the Qin family, many were often compelled to exclaim, "Miss Qin Bingyue, I no longer wish to strive." After securing the 100,000 beginner refining stones into the refining space, Suyu returned to his dormitory once more. One of the most remarkable aspects of the refining space is its capacity to store a vast quantity of refined stones. To this day, Suyu remains unaware of the exact amount of refined stones that can be held within the refining space. It seems that upon entering, the refined stones merely transform into a lengthy string of numbers. The first refinement requires 1 refined stone, while the second demands 2. The pattern dictates that each subsequent refinement consumes double the amount of the previous one. Thus, during the 10th refinement, a total of 512 primary refined stones is required. To refine consecutively 10 times, one must expend 1023 refined stones. Upon returning to his dormitory, Suyu's first action was to use his mental energy to scan his surroundings. He then produced the Divine Light Amulet and activated the Holy Light Barrier. His caution stemmed from the fact that he was about to undertake a significant endeavor. Abilities such as surveillance or scrying are also classified as negative effects that Suyu experiences. Within the Holy Light Barrier, he is immune to all negative effects. After completing these preparations, Suyu took out a peculiar black pear, ready for refinement. Chapter 64, Dual A in Speed and Power, Invincible at the same level, Unmatched beyond. This was not merely a black pear, but rather a special item known as War Fruit. Without wasting any time, Suyu began the refining process for this item. Limit Break Refinement activated. War Fruit, refinement successful. Limit Break Refinement activated. War Fruit 1, refinement successful. Limit Break Refinement activated. War Fruit 9, refinement successful, achieving ultimate sublimation. Much like numerous other items, after 10 refinements, the War Fruit underwent ultimate sublimation, resulting in a transmutation akin to turning stone into gold. Refining consecutively 10 times necessitates the expenditure of 1023 primary refined stones. Suyu possessed over 100,000 primary refined stones, sufficient to refine 100 pieces of sublimated War Fruit. Eagerly, he began to examine the attributes of the War Fruit. Name, Ultimate War Fruit, maximum limit reached. Quality, mythical. Attributes, infinite growth, mythical. Ultimate War Martial Path, mythical. Infinite growth. This War Fruit possesses extraordinary power, significantly accelerating the cultivation process of the War Martial Path upon consumption. Ultimate War Martial Path. Consuming this type of War Fruit grants a certain probability of comprehending War Martial Path skills. After reviewing the attributes of the Ultimate War Fruit, Suyu resolved to refine 100 pieces and observe the outcome. The only challenge was that he could only refine them one at a time, lacking the ability to perform batch refinements. However, this posed no hindrance. Suyu consumed the War Fruit, resembling a translucent crystal pear sculpture, while refining the remaining ones. Throughout this process, his mastery of the War Martial Path was swiftly advancing. Initially, Suyu aimed to elevate his War Martial Path to around level 20. However, after consuming one piece of Ultimate War Fruit and raising his level to 11, he fortuitously comprehended a skill from the War Martial Path series. Upon consuming Ultimate War Fruit, he grasped the skill, Gentleman's Concealment of War Martial Path. Currently, Suyu possessed another skill from the War Martial Path series, known as War Martial Path Shura 100 Battles Fist. This skill had served him well, proving to be highly effective during his training at the Nanyang camp, where it became his signature move. After comprehending the Gentleman's Concealment of War Martial Path skill, Suyu promptly checked its effects. Name, Gentleman's Concealment of War Martial Path. Category, Secret Art. Description 1. Through the secret art of Gentleman's Concealment of War Martial Path, one can adjust their external cultivation level of the War Martial Path. Description 2. Through the secret art of Gentleman's Concealment of War Martial Path, one can modulate the strength of their external power. Upon understanding the effects of this secret art, Suyu was elated. His luck had been extraordinarily fortuitous, acquiring such a valuable secret art. With this newfound ability, he could confidently enhance his mastery of the War Martial Path. Furthermore, he could obscure his true strength, appearing weak to others' perceptions, thus allowing him to outwit them. Without further delay, Suyu began to consume Ultimate War Fruit voraciously. Yet, after a while, he found himself taken aback. He had anticipated that the probability of comprehending skills from the War Martial Path would be relatively high. After all, he had only consumed one piece to acquire the skill, Gentleman's Concealment of War Martial Path. However, after consuming 13 more pieces, he only then comprehended yet another skill from the War Martial Path series. Upon consuming Ultimate War Fruit, he grasped War Martial Path Thunder Path. Following the acquisition of this skill, Suyu eagerly began to examine its interface. Name: War Martial Path Thunder Path. Category: Secret Art. Description 1. Utilizing the War Martial Path Thunder Path allows one to enter a Thunder type state, employing the exclusive abilities of the War Martial Path as Thunder type. Description 2. This secret art enables the conversion of one's energy into Thunder attribute energy. This skill was indeed formidable, permitting a transformation from the normal state into the War Martial Path Thunder Path state. In this state, one could utilize certain exclusive abilities. Unfortunately, Suyu had yet to acquire any skills specific to the War Martial Path Thunder Path. He continued to consume the ultimate war fruit. However, the advancement of his War Martial Path became increasingly arduous. He toiled away until the depths of the night, having consumed all the ultimate war fruit, only to find his War Martial Path elevated to level 30. As for the skills from the War Martial Path series, he had acquired 8 additional ones. Suyu had gained enough experience to know that roughly every 10 pieces of ultimate war fruit could yield a new skill. After enhancing the War Martial Path to level 30, his strength experienced a monumental surge. Suyu, Occupation 1, Blacksmith. Level, LV 15, 30. Skill, Limit Break Refinement. Effect, your equipment refinement is guaranteed to succeed, with a chance to obtain mythical attributes. Occupation 2, Dimensional Sorcerer. Level, LV 15, 30. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consumes high-level refined items to summon dimensional beings for collaborative combat. Life, 5,300. Attack, 600, 300. Defense, 550, 300. Speed, 450, 300. Mental, 450, 300. Energy, 450, 300. War Martial Path Level 30. 6-dimensional attribute points, 300. From the interface, it was evident that his attack attribute had now reached an astounding 900 points. Previously, when Shin Bingyue utilized her ability with the Divine Moon Illusory Eye, her attributes were enhanced to 400 within the illusionary space created. At that time, her attack attribute stood at merely 1,240 points. Under a fourfold increase in attributes, her attack attribute reached 1,240 points. Suyu's initial value now stands at an impressive 900 points in attack attributes. Utilizing the Warrior's Path, Azura's 100 Battles Fist can enhance his attributes by an additional 20, culminating in an impressive total of 1,080 points in attack power. In such a scenario, should he find himself ensnared once more in the illusionary realm of Qin Bingyue's Divine Moon Mirage, he would not need to resort to the Divine Light Talisman to dispel the illusion. With his formidable statistics, he could engage Qin Bingyue in a visceral brawl, trading blows directly. If he were to activate the Warrior's Path, Azura's 100 Battles state, his attributes would soar to 200, elevating his attack power to an astounding 2,160 points. Provided there are no time constraints, and Qin Bingyue fails to subdue him within 30 minutes. He could eloquently enlighten her on the reason behind the blooming beauty of flowers within the confines of her illusionary space. Presently, his attribute panel renders him nearly invincible from levels 1 to 20. Within the range of levels 1 to 30, he may struggle against a scant few high-level prodigies. However, the majority of warriors, 80 or more, would stand no chance against him, even without employing his trump cards or activating the Warrior's Path, Azura's 100 Battles state. Otherwise, he would be virtually unbeatable from levels 1 to 30. Chapter 65. Apologies, but the next encounter may be decidedly one-sided. Suyu currently stands at level 15. Under normal circumstances, he faces opponents around level 15, and encounters with foes exceeding level 20 are rare. Thus, with such a terrifying attribute panel, barring any unforeseen events, he could navigate through challenges with ease, as he employs the Warrior's Path, Azura's 100 Battles Fist, against adversaries. He boasts an attack power of 1080 and a speed attribute of 900. In the realm of martial artists, he is colloquially known for his dual prowess in strength and speed. For warriors around level 15, the average strength and speed attributes hover around 150 points. His speed is 6 times that of his peers, and his attack power exceeds theirs by more than 7-fold. Upon triggering the Warrior's Path, Azura's 100 Battles state, his speed becomes 12 times the average of his contemporaries, and his attack power escalates to 14 times that of his level. With such an impressive panel, Suyu is eager to engage in combat with Hualanghai without delay, wishing to resolve the matter before the dual platform mandates a draw after 30 minutes of combat. The activation of his Warrior's Path, Azura's 100 Battles state would coincide perfectly with the onset of battle. Without hesitation, Suyu made his way to Hualanghai's dormitory. Before he could reach it, he spotted Hualanghai and Shi Luguang training in the practice grounds of the training camp. Approaching them, Suyu addressed Hualanghai directly. Let us proceed to the training dungeon and settle our scores. Hualanghai, puzzled upon seeing Suyu, became even more so upon hearing his proposal. He had not anticipated Suyu would seek him out for a duel at this moment. Nonetheless, Hualanghai was not inclined to refuse. He too was eager for a contest with Suyu. Though I am uncertain of the suddenness of your request, I will accept the challenge. However, I require Shi Luguang to spectate and witness our duel. Su Yu nonchalantly nodded, no problem. Let us proceed to the training dungeon. Hua Langhai slightly inclined his head, and the three of them set off together towards the training dungeon. Upon their arrival in the dungeon, it appeared to be a quarry, although devoid of construction machinery. Numerous rocks lay piled together, already quarried. Hua Langhai positioned himself 20 steps away from Su Yu and inquired, how shall we conduct this match? Best of 3 or a single decisive battle? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu replied, a single decisive battle. We shall fight until one party surrenders or is utterly incapacitated. A faint smile graced Hua Langhai's lips. Very well. If you are prepared, we may commence. As his words fell, Su Yu stepped forward without a second thought. Hua Langhai was taken aback by Su Yu's swift movement. Possessing the Holy Heart Eye ability, he could accurately assess Su Yu's capabilities and attributes. Under the scrutiny of the Holy Heart Eye, Su Yu's speed attribute registered an astonishing 900 points. Hua Langhai could scarcely fathom that Su Yu's speed was so elevated. Having previously witnessed Su Yu's matches, he knew that Su Yu's speed attribute had never approached such heights. It was evident now that Su Yu had been holding back in their prior encounters. More accurately, he had been playing with fire. Without the Holy Heart Eye or other perceptive means, other students might not even grasp how Su Yu attacked before meeting their demise. With a resounding clang, Hua Langhai unsheathed his sword decisively. While his speed did not match Su Yu's, he could not only perceive Su Yu's strikes, but also anticipate them. As Su Yu's fist rocketed towards him, Hua Langhai lunged forward with his 3-foot-long blade. One must admit that Hua Langhai was indeed a genius among geniuses. His abilities were formidable. Though his strength and speed fell short of Su Yu's, he nevertheless posed a threat. As Su Yu continued his assault, Hua Langhai's sword tip aimed straight for his heart. Clang! Enveloped in a crimson aura of martial energy, Su Yu flicked his fingers, deflecting Hua Langhai's sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Hua Langhai's handsome visage. Hua Langhai staggered backward, barely managing to steady himself on a makeshift iron bridge to evade the blow. With a fierce shout, Su Yu executed a downward kick reminiscent of a battle axe, targeting Hua Langhai's heart with fury. Hua Langhai, seizing the moment, launched a counterattack with his sword aimed at Su Yu's lower regions. Su Yu deftly evaded Hua Langhai's blade, prompting Hua Langhai to swiftly rise and attempt to thrust his sword again. However, his speed and strength paled in comparison to Su Yu's. Just as Hua Langhai's sword was halfway to its target, Su Yu's leg struck him squarely in the abdomen. A shimmering silver-blue light flickered around Hua Langhai's body, absorbing the impact of Su Yu's kick. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force behind Su Yu's strike sent Hua Langhai hurtling through the air. The two were recognized as the top contenders in the Nanyang training camp. Yet this brief exchange had already led Hua Langhai to the conclusion that without employing their hidden cards, it might require 3 of him working in concert to overcome Su Yu. Acknowledging Su Yu's formidable prowess, Hua Langhai sighed and remarked, I apologize, but it seems the forthcoming encounter may be decidedly one-sided. As he spoke, Hua Langhai retrieved a mythic piece of equipment from his inventory, the Sword Monarch's Pendant. Name, Sword Monarch's Pendant 10, max level achieved. Quality, Mythic. Attributes, Sword Monarch's Return, Mythic. Sword Monarch's Return, grants strength from LV1 to LV60 based on one's own carrying capacity. Note, the Sword Monarch Jade Pendant is one of the 8 pieces in the Heavenly Sword Monarch series. Collecting all 8 pieces will grant the wearer the full set effect. The affinity between Hua Langhai and this item is exceptionally high, allowing him to attain the formidable strength of the Heavenly Sword Monarch at level 25. However, the attributes of the Heavenly Sword Monarch are extraordinarily explosive, even at level 20. It possesses a data panel comparable to that of Su Yu. Thus, at this moment, Hua Langhai is merely unleashing the power of the Heavenly Sword Monarch to the extent of level 20. Naturally, considering Su Yu's data panel at level 15, which is on par with the Heavenly Sword Monarch at level 20, Hua Langhai couldn't help but cast a profound glance at Su Yu, reminiscent of how one would regard a monster. The Heavenly Sword Monarch is a transcendent genius from another realm, dominating countless prodigies. Yet, in a direct comparison with Su Yu, his data panel surprisingly falls short. However, the Heavenly Sword Monarch possesses unique qualities. He is a practitioner who builds strength over time. His early prowess is formidable. Yet as he advances, his power escalates to unimaginable heights. Chapter 66. Little brother, your hidden card is lacking. Boom. The aura emanating from Hua Langhai suddenly shifted. Waves of almost tangible sword energy began to materialize around him. Upon donning the Heavenly Sword Monarch Jade Pendant, Hua Langhai felt a visceral sensation of tearing. After all, he is currently only a level 15 Heartguard swordsman. Yet when wielding the Heavenly Sword Monarch Jade Pendant, he must bear the weight of a level 20 strength. Consequently, once the power of the Heavenly Sword Monarch was unleashed, his body immediately endured considerable pain. Nevertheless, level 20 is not Hua Langhai's limit. In his past training, he has withstood the strength of the Heavenly Sword Monarch at level 25. Shortly after entering the Nanyang training camp, Shi Luguang became friends with Hua Langhai. In the E-level disaster instance, Shi witnessed Hua Langhai utilizing the Heavenly Sword Monarch Jade Pendant. Yet, he still did not anticipate Su Yu to be so astonishingly powerful. Once they entered the training dungeon for practice, Su Yu, with bare hands, compelled Hua Langhai to resort to this formidable hidden card. Swish. Su Yu, enveloped in crimson martial energy, reappeared before Hua Langhai in the next instant. Whoosh. This time, Hua Langhai moved swiftly, effortlessly dodging. Hua Langhai's speed and his skillful application of his own abilities surprisingly matched Su Yu's. After Su Yu's attack missed, he did not hastily pursue further, but instead regarded Hua Langhai with curiosity. Internally, he pondered, what hidden card has Hua Langhai employed? How has his speed and application of abilities surged so drastically? Su Yu currently possesses 900 points in speed attributes and over 1,000 in attack attributes. His baseline values are astonishingly powerful. Thus, it is no wonder that at the outset, Hua Langhai, the second strongest in the Nanyang training camp, found himself at a loss against him. Now, Hua Langhai, unbeknownst to him, has utilized some hidden card, narrowing the gap in their strengths considerably. However, Su Yu had not been earnest in his efforts. Otherwise, Hua Langhai would not have evaded his attack so easily. In Su Yu's eyes, engaging with Hua Langhai did not require full seriousness, as his foundational values are overwhelmingly dominant, typically not encountering opponents of equal caliber. Yet, Hua Langhai's current hidden card is quite formidable, warranting a more earnest approach. He invited Hua Langhai to spar in the training dungeon for a very crucial purpose, to conceal his hidden cards. He did not wish for too many people to be aware of his state, battle soldier path, a jura of 100 battles. Those who had previously witnessed this hidden card were either untrustworthy allies or deceased. Naturally, after demonstrating this card to Hua Langhai, he must prepare even more hidden cards for himself. His concealed professions, blacksmith and dimensional sorcerer, harmoniously complement one another, allowing him to create numerous hidden cards. For now, those are matters for the future. His current objective remains focused on earnestly defeating Hua Langhai. Boom. Once Su Yu decided to take things seriously, he unleashed a powerful punch from a distance. Battle Soldier Path, a jura of 100 battles fist. A fist imbued with crimson martial energy shot forth, cleaving through the air. In the E-level disaster instance, Su Yu had used this ability to reduce many hostile martial artists to mere pulp. As the blood-red fist energy surged toward him, Hua Langhai, in a state of terror, realized that this punch would not be so easily evaded. Swish. Though he still maneuvered his body and narrowly dodged the fist energy, it grazed the edge of his clothing. A wave of shock coursed through Hua Langhai. Could it be that Su Yu had not been exerting his full strength during their earlier engagement? If Hua Langhai was astonished, Shi Guang, observing from the sidelines, was rendered speechless. He was acutely aware of Hua Langhai's formidable power, which had compelled him to join Hua Langhai's 10-member hunting team. Yet now, he witnessed something unbelievable. Su Yu had forced Hua Langhai to resort to his hidden card without utilizing his full strength. Shi Guang was even uncertain if Su Yu was truly giving it his all at that moment. Swish. Su Yu's figure flickered, closing in on Hua Langhai once more. This time, Hua Langhai did not evade but lunged forward with his sword, aiming a sudden thrust at Su Yu's heart. Clang. Su Yu's left leg, enveloped in crimson martial energy, kicked out with ease, deflecting Hua Langhai's sword aside. Subsequently, he leaped into the air, swiftly turning mid-flight to deliver a powerful backward kick. This was a particularly impressive move, famously employed by a formidable warrior nicknamed Jet, who had gained renown through this very technique. Bang! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by an intense pain radiating from Hua Langhai's heart. His body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was propelled backward with great force. In that moment, Hua Langhai felt utterly incapacitated. He could hardly fathom that such an occurrence could transpire. Even while utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he was unable to surpass Su Yu. He was wielding the power of the Heavenly Sword Monarch at level 20. After all, Hua Langhai sensed that despite the discrepancies in their panel data, the differences were minimal. The reason he remained inferior to Su Yu was that, although he had harnessed the strength of the Heavenly Sword Monarch at level 20, he lacked the corresponding application skills. Hua Langhai's assessment was entirely accurate. His application of the Heavenly Sword Monarch's power was that of its level 20 capabilities. However, Su Yu's Battle Soldier Path, a jura of 100 battles fist, was maxed out. In such circumstances, it was evident that Hua Langhai could not contend with Su Yu. With a swift maneuver, he sprang back to his feet and reactivated the Heavenly Sword Monarch Jade Pendant. The power of the Heavenly Sword Monarch Jade Pendant surged back to level 21. Previously, Hua Langhai had only channeled the strength of the Heavenly Sword Monarch up to level 20. In that moment, Hua Langhai felt an overwhelming confidence that he would undoubtedly best Su Yu. He even boldly proclaimed, "I apologize, but I must resort to underhanded tactics from here on out." Who would have imagined that the level 20 Sword Sovereign of Heaven could falter against the level 15 Su Yu? Such a statement might have been met with disbelief. Yet it rang true. As Hua Langhai unleashed the full extent of the Sword Sovereign's power to level 21, The sensation of his body being torn apart intensified. However, alongside this discomfort, he also gained a formidable surge of strength. With a hum, Hualanghai wielded his 3-foot azure blade and launched a direct assault on Su Yu. This marked the first occasion during their duel that he initiated a genuine offensive rather than merely probing or feinting. Chapter 67. Is victory reserved for you alone? Not necessarily. Hualanghai remained oblivious to whether Su Yu possessed any extraordinary means that would enhance his strength during an offensive. From the outset of their sparring match, it had always been Su Yu who took the initiative. Su Yu, unaware of Hualanghai's musings, would have surely defended himself against such accusations. For his persistent aggressiveness stemmed from the fact that Hualanghai was either being sent sprawling or leaping about. In such circumstances, what other recourse did he have? This was, after all, a contest of skill, and he could not simply stand idly by, munching on seeds while waiting for Hualanghai to strike. As Hualanghai advanced with his sword, Su Yu's gaze flickered. Although he lacked Hualanghai's holy heart eye ability, his mental acuity was exceptionally sharp. Thus, the moment Hualanghai made his move, Su Yu keenly sensed that Hualanghai had grown stronger still. Could this hidden power of his continue to amplify? Observing Hualanghai approach with alarming speed, Su Yu casually remarked that there was no need for Hualanghai to gradually release his hidden strength like toothpaste being squeezed from a tube. Despite Hualanghai's newfound prowess, he remained no match for Su Yu. Humph! Hualanghai scoffed, disregarding Su Yu's comments. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of blue sword energy aimed directly at Su Yu. Boom! Crack! Su Yu's response was as forceful as ever. He unleashed a crimson fist, shattering Hualanghai's sword energy with a single blow. Bang! Before Hualanghai could recover from the shock, Su Yu's figure closed the distance once more. However, this time, Hualanghai deftly evaded Su Yu's punch. Thud! Yet, a disparity still existed between them. Su Yu's Warrior's Path, Shura's 100 Battles Fist, had reached its maximum level. This signified that as long as their powers were not drastically different, any lapse in Hualanghai's defense would provide Su Yu with the opportunity to strike decisively, causing Hualanghai to suffer. At this moment, Su Yu delivered a knee strike that left Hualanghai questioning his very existence. The Sword Sovereign's jade pendant surged with power, elevating Hualanghai to level 25. Without hesitation, he fully unleashed his hidden strength. The level 25 Sword Sovereign of Heaven surpassed Su Yu by a full 10 levels. Moreover, his opponent was not a mere underling, but one of the apex talents. In terms of speed, Hualanghai now boasted an impressive 1,500 points. Meanwhile, Su Yu's speed attribute stood at a mere 900 points. As Hualanghai unleashed the Sword Sovereign's power to its pinnacle, he felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up a spray of blood. His hesitation was not due to indecisiveness. Rather, it was the result of pushing the Sword Sovereign's power to such an extreme that it became his limit. Once he reached this threshold, he would sustain injuries before his opponent even took damage. However, there was no choice. Su Yu's strength was simply too formidable. Hualanghai could not fathom how Su Yu had achieved such a feat. Yet, it mattered not. Everything had come to a conclusion. Su Yu, you are indeed powerful. But in the end, victory shall be mine. As Hualanghai's voice fell, he swiftly struck at Su Yu with his sword. However, this strike faltered slightly as it neared Su Yu. His intention was to defeat Su Yu, not to take his life. If he were to unleash his full strength, he might not be able to control the blade's trajectory, and a single strike could send Su Yu's head flying. Yet Hualanghai's concern was unwarranted. Su Yu had consumed 100 ultimate warrior fruits. In addition to a significant enhancement in attributes, he had acquired 8 skills from the Warrior's Path series. Name: Warrior's Path, Extreme Celestial Phantom. Category: Skill. Description: 1. A skill from the Warrior's Path series, usable at level 20 and above. Description: 2. Speed attribute increased by 200. Description: 3. Can condense an extreme celestial phantom using one's own energy. This phantom is a special material that cannot be perceived by most means. When switching places with the true self, speed attributes increase by 1,000 to 10,000, dependent on Warrior's Path level. As Hualanghai charged towards him, Su Yu activated the Warrior's Path, Extreme Celestial Phantom, technique, with a speed boost of 200. His speed attribute reached 1,500 points. The only drawback was that the speed enhancement from Warrior's Path, Shura's 100 Battles Fist, was overshadowed during the activation of Extreme Celestial Phantom. Thus, his speed matched Hualanghai's at 1,500 points, rather than soaring to 1,800 points. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The position he occupied moments prior had left behind an Extreme Celestial Phantom. This phantom existed in a special state, imperceptible to sight, touch, smell, or even mental detection. Even Hualanghai's Holy Heart Eye could not discern the Extreme Celestial Phantom. As Hualanghai thrust his sword, believing the contest to be concluded, he was taken aback to discover that Su Yu had concealed his full strength all along. The speed Su Yu had unleashed matched Hualanghai's own, both clocking in at 1,500 points. Hualanghai was stunned, utterly flabbergasted. Here was Su Yu at level 15. whose speed attribute could rival that of the level 25 Sword Sovereign of Heaven. Regardless of how Suyu accomplished this, Hualanghai was left feeling a sense of dread. However, he did not concede defeat and prepared to continue the fight against Suyu. He surmised that Suyu must have employed some form of speed-enhancing skill. In simpler terms, Suyu's current speed was likely terrifying. Yet, he believed Suyu's offensive capabilities could not surpass his own. Otherwise, Suyu would have pressed the attack rather than retreating. As the second strongest in the Nanyang training camp, Hualanghai's prowess remained intact. His judgments in this bout had been consistently accurate. Swish! With a flick of his wrist, Hualanghai lunged at Suyu once more. In his mind, he anticipated that Suyu would utilize the same evasion technique as before, allowing him to observe Suyu's dodging habits. In the next engagement, a feint may be executed. While the true intention is to ascertain the direction of Suyu's retreat and anticipate his move. Under such circumstances, even if Suyu possesses exceptionally formidable speed skills, he would still find himself outmatched. At that moment, as the resplendent sword light of Hualanghai erupted at the very spot where Suyu had just stood, his entire being experienced a seismic shock within his pupils. This was the first time in Hualanghai's 18 years of life that he felt such astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the necessity of paying heed to Suyu's dodging patterns. Yet, in the instant his sword light ignited, Suyu had vanished. Indeed, Suyu did not evade with mere agility. He had completely disappeared. Chapter 68, Slaying the Heart with a Blade. He would still have to face a beautiful woman to confess his defeat. In truth, Suyu had not vanished. He had merely utilized the Extreme Sky Phantom Body skill to execute a displacement. The Extreme Sky Phantom Body is a skill of movement, rather than a spatial manipulation technique. When he activated the Extreme Sky Phantom Body, his speed surged to 2,000, a staggering 20-fold increase. It was a most peculiar sensation. As if the very fabric of the universe propelled him forth, swiftly guiding him towards the manifestation of his Extreme Sky Phantom Body. With his speed amplified to 2,000, he instantaneously possessed a speed attribute of 15,000 points. Although Hualanghai's Holy Heart Eye was impressive, it had its limits. After all, he was merely a LV-15 heart-guarding swordsman, rendering his Holy Heart Eye far from overwhelming. Suyu's 15,000 points of speed attribute were utterly explosive in comparison to Hualanghai's current capabilities. To Hualanghai's eyes, Suyu appeared to have teleported to his current location. Clang! Clang! The long sword in Hualanghai's grasp clattered to the ground. At this moment, he had lost all desire to continue the fight, though he possessed other trump cards. Suyu's instantaneous mobility was undeniably a conundrum for him. Unless he could catch Suyu off guard and deliver a fatal blow, he had no means to contend with him as long as there was a chance for Suyu to retaliate. Upon witnessing Hualanghai's shattered resolve, a twinge of regret welled within Suyu. His Warrior Path Azura 100 Battles state was on the verge of activation. He had originally intended to showcase the might of his 2,160 points of attack attribute in conjunction with the Extreme Sky Phantom Body, allowing Hualanghai to experience the dual prowess of speed and strength. Yet, before he could reveal his trump card, Hualanghai's resolve crumbled under his assault. As Hualanghai bent to retrieve his sword, he casually remarked, "I concede. I shall join your hunting team. However, my hidden strengths will only grow more formidable in time. As I continue to cultivate, I possess numerous avenues through which I can acquire even more hidden cards. One day, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you." Suyu nodded slightly and replied, "There is no rush regarding your aspiration to defeat me. I welcome your challenges at any time. Additionally, please inform 5th Sakura that you have lost to me in today's competition. This will ensure her inclusion in my hunting team." Hualanghai's heart shattered upon hearing this. Not only had Suyu bested him, but he was also compelled to inform 5th Sakura of his defeat at Suyu's hands. While he held no particular affection for 5th Sakura, his true admiration lay with Qin Bingyue, albeit to a lesser extent. Nevertheless, the prospect of confessing his defeat to 5th Sakura was indeed disheartening. "Sigh, I will inform her. But now, could you divulge to me the names of the members of your 10-person hunting team?" Suyu nodded, but before he spoke, he glanced at Shi Luguang. Understanding Suyu's intent, Shi Luguang promptly stated, "Since Hualanghai has lost to you, I shall also join your 10-person hunting team. By the way, my ability lies in manipulating water attribute energy." After Shi Luguang spoke, Suyu nodded slightly and proceeded to list the members of his 10-person hunting team. "The current members of my 10-person hunting team are as follows. I am the captain, Qin Bingyue is the vice-captain, and the members include Wang Ying, Nanmin Feng, Xiao Annie, as well as Chun Xing, Yang Yu, 5th Sakura, Shi Luguang, and you." Suyu's 10-person hunting team could be deemed a dream team within the Nanyang training camp. Suyu, Qin Bingyue, Chun Xing, 5th Sakura, and Hualanghai could all be regarded as possessing undefeated records. If these individuals were to face opponents from outside their cohort rather than each other, they would undoubtedly maintain their streak of victories. Their rankings on the leaderboard would surely be within the top 15. With 5 members from the top 15 in Suyu's team, such a hunting squad was undeniably formidable. Suyu had already resolved that his future 4 team members would be Wang Ying, Nanmin Feng, Xiao Annie, and Qin Qing. The other 5-person team would be led by Qin Bingwei, comprising Hualang Hai, Shilu Guang, Yang Yu, and 5th Sakura. Suyu was exceedingly satisfied with this 10-person hunting team. While Wang Ying, Nanmin Feng, and Xiao Annie were somewhat inferior to Shilu Guang and the others, they still surpassed Yang Yu. However, he had ample means to elevate these team members. As Suyu departed the training instance with Hualang Hai and Shilu Guang, both he and Hualang Hai simultaneously posed a question. Shilu Guang, what is the true extent of your strength in the top 100 rankings? Suyu queried. Meanwhile, Hualang Hai asked, Suyu, did you still not exert your full strength just now? Shilu Guang shrugged and replied, I would say I rank within the top 20. During the E-level disaster instance, there was an individual who should have been capable of entering the top 15, but I nearly eliminated him. If memory serves. His name was Lu Wei? Shilu Guang's words astonished Suyu. He was well aware that Shilu Guang had been feigning weakness, concealing his true capabilities. Yet, he had not anticipated that the undefeated Lu Wei had come perilously close to falling to Shilu Guang's hand. It seemed that Shilu Guang was indeed a formidable opponent. Lu Wei's current record genuinely positioned him as a contender for the top 15, perhaps even the top 10. Thus, it appeared that 6 members of Suyu's 10-person hunting team possessed the strength to rank within the top 15 of the 100. After Shilu Guang answered Suyu's inquiry, Suyu also addressed Hualang Hai's earlier question. You are correct, I indeed held back in the previous match. With Suyu's revelation, Hualang Hai's resolve threatened to shatter once more. Shilu Guang's expression also shifted. Suyu was undeniably powerful, so powerful that it was almost unfathomable. Yet, such a formidable Suyu was not even in his most potent state. Shilu Guang could ascertain that Suyu was indeed qualified to contend for the top position in the grand competition and to gain access to that LV60 resource instance. The reason for the qualification rather than a guarantee of securing the top spot was that other training camps also housed exceptional talents. One of the Bai family's twin stars, Bai Jintong, represented an even more extraordinary presence than Hualang Hai. Moreover, all warriors at LV20 and below were required to participate in the leaderboard during the 6th round of the competition. Suyu's prowess at LV15 was astonishing. But no one could predict whether his period of dominance would endure until he reached LV20. Like the waves of flowers in the sea, although currently defeated by Suyu, at level 20, Hualang Hai has the potential to wield even greater power for the sword sovereign of heaven. By that time, Hualang Hai may indeed possess the capability to overcome Suyu. Chapter 69, Qin Bingwei. I aspire to win hearts through virtue. Of course, if Suyu can maintain his formidable strength from level 15 to level 20, then it is highly likely that he will emerge as the champion of this grand competition. Subsequent events unfolded quite smoothly. After Hualang Hai informed Wu Ying of the results of his battle with Suyu, Wu Ying agreed to join Suyu's 10-member hunting squad. The final day of the 4th round of the scoring battle passed swiftly. The rankings on the scoreboard were largely in line with what everyone had initially anticipated. Suyu boasted an unblemished record, triumphing in every challenge with overwhelming force, firmly establishing himself as the undisputed leader of the Nanyang training camp. The 2nd place was occupied by Hualang Hai. Throughout 100 competitions, he had neither encountered Suyu nor faced formidable opponents like Qin Bingwei, Qin Qing, or Wu Ying. His most formidable adversary was Lu Wei, who had a record of 99 victories and 1 defeat. Lu Wei had nearly been defeated by Shilu Guang prior, but when he faced Hualang Hai, he was decisively subdued. The 3rd place in the scoring battle was taken by Wu Ying, while Qin Qing secured 4th place. Due to unfortunate circumstances, Qin Bingwei lost a match against Suyu, landing her in the 10th position. Her score of 99 points matched that of Lu Wei, yet she had achieved her victories in significantly less time, thereby earning her the 10th rank. Additionally, Yang Yu performed admirably, securing the 100th position on the leaderboard, exactly 100. This achievement was solely through his own efforts, without the aid of Qin Bingwei's virtue-based abilities. The day following the conclusion of the scoring battle, everyone reconvened in the training camp square. Upon seeing the multitude of students, Wang Xuanfu's thunderous voice resonated once more. First and foremost, congratulations. You have bravely navigated through numerous trials to arrive here. The 100 of you are the most exceptional participants of this Nanyang training camp. Thus far, you have vanquished over 3,000 competitors. However, take heed. This accomplishment is hardly a cause for pride, as the true competition is only just beginning. Across various training camps throughout the Great Xia, local elites have also been selected, and what lies ahead will not be weaklings, but peers of your caliber. Without further ado, he proclaimed, I hereby announce that the 5th round of selection assessment commences now. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the crowd, Wang Xuanfu swiftly delved into the details. The participants were already aware of the content for both the 5th and 6th rounds of assessments, prompting them to prepare for action as soon as Wang Xuanfu spoke. In the 5th round, the remaining elite participants from the 4 previous rounds were required to form 10-member teams. Within half an hour, these teams needed to be established to pass the assessment. Those who failed to form a team would be eliminated. This round could be deemed either straightforward or exceedingly challenging. Should a participant possess immense strength, yet find themselves a lone wolf, they would inevitably face elimination. Fortunately, no such lone wolves emerged from the Nanyang training camp. Once Wang Xuanfu announced the commencement of the assessment, the 100 participants swiftly organized themselves into 10 teams, each quickly appointing a captain and a vice-captain. Although Su Yu's team was formed, two issues arose. The first was the contention between Qin Bingwei and Hua Langhai for the position of vice-captain. The second issue was that they had yet to devise a fitting name for their team. However, these matters were easily resolvable, as there was still ample time. Su Yu surveyed his teammates and addressed Qin Bingwei and Hua Langhai, stating, "You both have a choice. Either persuade one another to agree to the position of vice-captain, or we shall conduct a vote among the remaining 8 members." In unison, Qin Bingwei and Hua Langhai declared vote. Hua Langhai initially held a slight admiration for Qin Bingwei, but her contention for the vice-captaincy extinguished any fondness he harbored. He turned to the other 8 members and asserted, "I am the second-ranked participant in the scoring battle, second only to our captain. My position as vice-captain is well-deserved. I hope to gain your support." Upon hearing this, Qin Bingwei scoffed and retorted, "My strength is certainly not inferior to that of Hua Langhai. However, I have always believed in winning hearts through virtue. If you choose me as vice-captain, regardless of the outcome, those who support me shall share in a bounty of 100 million. As Qin Bingwei finished speaking, Su Yu interjected, "The money is inconsequential. What matters is that I promised Qin Bingwei I would support her for vice-captain. Therefore, I cast my vote for Qin Bingwei." Immediately, Wang Ying chimed in, "Haha. While I have no shortage of money, I wouldn't mind more. I also vote for Qin Bingwei." Nan Minfeng succinctly stated, "Qin Bingwei." Xiao Annie softly added, "I choose classmate Qin Bingwei." Chen Qing quickly followed suit, "Me too." Yang Yu had sworn to abstain from any benefits from the Qin family. Yet his decision deeply wounded Hua Langhai. Yang Yu glanced at Hua Langhai and declared, "I abstain." At this, Hua Langhai felt an overwhelming urge to strike Yang Yu. This guy would rather abstain than cast a vote for him. Shi Luguang shrugged, expressing his resignation. "I vote for Hua Langhai." After a moment's hesitation, Wu Ying remarked, "I choose to share in the 100 million. The voting concluded swiftly. Hua Langhai received 1 vote, Qin Bingwei garnered 6 votes, and 1 vote was abstained. At this point, Hua Langhai conceded. Although he hailed from a prominent family, he could not easily access substantial family funds. Moreover, Qin Bingwei had previously demonstrated her virtue-based persuasion against Su Yu, initially offering 100 million, and later contemplating 1 billion to win hearts. While Hua Langhai could handle 100 million, he was unwilling to spend 1 billion frivolously. After Qin Bingwei was appointed vice-captain, she cheerfully proposed, "Shall we name our hunting squad the Illusory Moon Hunting Team?" "I oppose." Su Yu interjected abruptly. The name Illusory Moon Hunting Team suggests it is solely Qin Bingwei's squad. The name even borrows 2 characters from her ability, God Moon Illusory Eye. Qin Bingwei turned to Su Yu. "Then what do you propose we call it?" After some contemplation, Su Yu suggested, "Let us name it the God-Slaying Hunting Team." Naturally, each member may propose a team name, and we shall vote on it. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingwei cast a peculiar look at the others and inquired, "What price would it take to win your votes?" Chapter 70, D-Class Catastrophe Instance, Shelter Number 9. Su Yu was left utterly speechless. Although such matters seemed trivial, every time they arose, Qin Bingwei resorted to her virtue-based persuasion, which could spare them the voting process altogether. Ultimately, the name of this 10-member hunting team was neither the Phantom Moon Hunting Squad nor the God-Slaying Hunting Squad. As Su Yu and Qin Bingwei each took a step back, their hunting team was thus named the Phantom God Hunting Squad. The name derived from 1 character each taken from the names proposed by Su Yu and Qin Bingwei, resulting in the moniker Phantom God Hunting Squad. Half an hour swiftly slipped by. As the members of the training camp square formed into 10 small groups, Wang Xuanfu remarked, "Excellent. It appears everyone has assembled their respective 10-member hunting teams. Subsequently, you are to register your team details at the registration desk. The 5th round of selection assessment will be considered concluded." The significance of this round is encapsulated in 4 words, unity and adaptability. Unity is not akin to a single chopstick, which is easily broken. 10 chopsticks, however, are far more resilient. For us martial artists, even 1,000 chopsticks can be easily snapped. Unity embodies the hope that everyone can work together sincerely, complementing each other's strengths, thereby enabling the collective strength to surpass the sum of its parts. As for adaptability, it is crucial for everyone to recognize that oftentimes, one must respond flexibly to the prevailing circumstances. For instance, if a student were to prefer elimination over joining the remaining 9 in a team, then the withdrawal of one student would inevitably lead to the elimination of all 9. This necessitates that both parties respond appropriately to the circumstances at hand. "You have executed this remarkably well." With a satisfied expression, Wang Xuanfu regarded the crowd. Although somewhat outrageous, instances of students being eliminated in the 5th round of assessments had already occurred in other training camps. This was undeniably unjust, yet it remained the rule. While this rule certainly harbored its shortcomings, the higher-ups at Shunsha University believed that its benefits outweighed its drawbacks. Thus, until someone capable of altering the rules and establishing a new order emerged, this rule would remain in effect. After the crowd had absorbed Wang Xuanfu's words, he continued, "Next, you will have a week for team coordination. During this week, you must familiarize yourselves with one another. Once the week concludes, the 6th round of selection assessment will commence. All training camps will feature approximately 10 10-member hunting teams. The top 100 teams, comprising the most exceptional 1,000 martial artists, will gain entry to further their studies at Shunsha University. Now disperse. Each team, proceed with your final preparations." Having concluded his address, Wang Xuanfu watched as the various teams gradually departed the training camp square. After Su Yu completed their team registration at the desk, he led his group to an open area. He turned to his 9 team members and articulated his thoughts. "In the time ahead, I propose we enter a D-level disaster instance. In this D-level disaster instance, we shall act in unison. The monsters encountered in a D-level disaster instance range from levels 1 to 30. Although our Phantom God Hunting Squad members generally possess professions around level 15, their formidable abilities render them relatively safe in a D-level disaster instance, provided they do not venture too deeply. Moreover, the challenges posed by a D-level disaster instance are significant for any individual member. Surviving 7 days within such an instance necessitates that team members collaborate seamlessly. After all, the final round of the 6 rounds of selection assessments will require team members to navigate the Marshall Tower together. Therefore, it is evident that honing our coordination in a D-level disaster instance is highly beneficial." The other members of the team concurred with Su Yu's proposal. The choices of other hunting teams were similarly inclined towards entering D-level disaster instances. However, the specific instances varied among teams. Su Yu and his companions thus entered a teleportation instance together. By doing so, they would be transported to the same location. Upon their arrival in the instance, the sounds of joy resonated around them. "Everyone look! There's movement at the teleportation array. Wonderful! More martial artists are coming to our aid. How many martial artists have arrived this time? By the heavens, there are 10 martial artists." As the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement, Su Yu turned to a nearby young man and inquired, "Where's this place?" The young man, clad in a blue coat, spoke with barely concealed enthusiasm. "Esteemed martial artist, this is shelter number 9. Approximately 10,000 survivors reside here, with around 1,000 possessing combat capabilities. The rest are primarily the elderly, women, children, or the injured. Outside shelter number 9, a multitude of aberrant beasts are active. Recently, hordes of monsters and aberrant beasts have frequently attacked shelter number 9. Our defensive pressure is immense, and we have longed for martial artists to arrive." He hesitated momentarily before voicing his concerns. "However, have you perhaps come to the wrong place? Under normal circumstances, the martial artists appearing in this D-level disaster instance are usually between levels 20 and 30. It was only now that he noticed Su Yu and his companions' professional levels hovered around level 15, prompting his question regarding their presence. Su Yu shook his head and checked the young man's profile. Name, Hui. Profession, LV25, hidden. The names, levels, and professions of martial artists can be concealed. As it stands, others can only glean rudimentary information from Su Yu's profile. Name, Su Yu. Profession, LV15, hidden. For ease of communication, it is even possible to conceal one's name and professional level entirely. Hello, Hui. We have not come to the wrong place. We, the Phantom God Hunting Squad, possess formidable combat capabilities. Please inform us of the situation here, and my team and I will provide assistance within our capacity. While Su Yu conversed with Hui, Qin Bingwei and the others had also arrived behind him. Hui was taken aback by Su Yu's declaration. Yet he did not genuinely believe that Su Yu and his hunting squad were exceptionally formidable. At that moment, Hui merely regarded Su Yu and his companions as elite martial artists at level 15, a level insufficient to drastically alter their predicament. Nonetheless, they represented 10 valuable combatants. After a moment's hesitation, Hui relayed the current circumstances of shelter number 9 to the group. Although shelter number 9 boasted over 1,000 combat personnel, they were insufficient to protect the remaining 9,000 individuals. Aside from the severe shortage of combatants, shelter number 9 faced no other issues. We can offer some materials and items to hire you to help us deal with the aberrant beasts. Chapter 71. Registering as mercenaries to support the affiliated shelter. Through Huey's account, Su Yu and his companions gained deeper insight into shelter number 9. In this era of disaster, the Blue Star had been digitized. Numerous dimensional rifts, also known as disaster instances, had emerged across various regions. It was common for aberrant beasts or monsters from these disaster instances to emerge from the dimensional rifts surrounding them. In the Calamity Dungeons, not all entities are aberrations or various monsters. In numerous Calamity Dungeons, human presence is evident. These individuals, upon receiving the sanction of the Blue Star Human Alliance, are permitted to enter Blue Star. However, more often than not, they remain in their accustomed locales. Instead, they prefer to utilize teleportation arrays to recruit Blue Star warriors to assist them in fending off aberrations and diverse monsters. Shelter number 9 is a modest refuge, purportedly constructed by an advanced civilization. The beings of this higher civilization have left behind numerous invaluable artifacts within the sanctuary. According to Hoy, he and his companions can utilize the devices bequeathed by this advanced civilization to produce equipment of considerable utility for themselves. Suyu, however, is not overly concerned with the rewards that Hoy mentioned. His primary aim in bringing the illusory god-hunting team to this D-grade calamity dungeon is to foster cohesion within the team. After garnering a fair understanding of Shelter No. 9, Suyu turned to Hoy and inquired, "What do you wish for us to accomplish for Shelter number 9? Hoy, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately, but instead commenced deliberating on suitable tasks for Suyu and his companions. He pondered for a while, then suddenly his eyes brightened. Captain Suyu, adjacent to Shelter number 9, there exists an auxiliary shelter. This subsidiary haven was constructed by us, intended to rescue more individuals. Within this auxiliary shelter resides the esteemed level 30 martial artist, Lord Lin Sheng, overseeing the area. Moreover, the auxiliary shelter lacks resources that would attract aberrations and monsters, rendering it relatively secure. Nonetheless, some aberrations and monsters do attempt to assault the auxiliary shelter. While these creatures are not exceedingly formidable, their intrusion poses a significant threat to the inhabitants of the auxiliary haven. I would like to commission you to assist in the defense of the auxiliary shelter. Once you complete your registration, I can integrate you into the merit system of Shelter number 9. This way, your efforts in slaying aberrations and monsters will yield corresponding merits, which can be exchanged for rewards in Shelter number 9. Suyu was taken aback by the advanced nature of Shelter number 9, realizing they possessed equipment capable of interfacing with such systems. This revelation ignited a sense of anticipation within him regarding the rewards from Shelter number 9. Not only Suyu, but the other members of the illusory god-hunting team shared a similar reaction. Subsequently, under Hoy's guidance, the illusory god-hunting team swiftly registered as mercenaries in Shelter No. 9. Their mercenary status is not only valid within Shelter number 9, but can also be utilized across Shelters number 1 to 10, as these 10 sanctuaries are unified in their alliance of life and death. After registering their mercenary identities, Suyu and the illusory god-hunting team, under Hoy's leadership, proceeded to the auxiliary shelter. This location harbors approximately 2,000 inhabitants, who generally possess a modicum of combat prowess. However, their combat abilities are not particularly formidable, as the more exceptional individuals have typically secured residency in Shelter number 9. This location does have its champions, notably the aforementioned level 30 martial artist, Lin Sheng. Upon encountering Lin Sheng, Suyu noted that he was a cyborg, with his right arm and leg replaced by mechanical counterparts. It appears that this elder has sustained severe injuries, given that half of his organs are mechanical, remarked Hua Langhai from behind Suyu. The surrounding warriors exhibited lesser strength compared to them, and the aberrations and monsters in the vicinity ranged from level 15 to level 20. This environment seems quite suitable for their warm-up exercises. Suyu nodded slightly and queried, "Is this the ability of the Holy Heart Eye?" Hua Langhai affirmed. The Holy Heart Eye generally serves two functions. The first is to gather intelligence within a certain radius. The second is related to my cultivation growth, providing a beneficial effect to my progress. Though Hua Langhai did not assume the role of deputy leader, he actively sought to integrate into the team, speaking openly in front of others to showcase his abilities. Following his disclosure, the rest of the team contemplated revealing their own skills at an opportune moment. Hoy then guided Suyu and his group directly to Lin Sheng. After bowing respectfully, Hoy introduced Lord Lin Sheng. These are members of the illusory god-hunting team. They will remain here for a time to assist you in defending the auxiliary shelter. Lin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, then accessed the mercenary system of Shelter No. 9 to briefly review the profiles of Suyu and his companions. Having gained a general understanding of them, Lin Sheng turned to Suyu and gravely stated, "Captain Suyu, there has been an influx of aberrations and various monsters invading the auxiliary shelter. These creatures are wreaking havoc throughout the premises. Our warriors are currently engaged in combating these intruders, but we cannot eliminate them all at once. The sooner we can deal with these aberrations, the sooner the ordinary citizens and lower-tier warriors of the auxiliary shelter can attain safety. May I entrust this task to your illusory god-hunting team?" Lin Sheng's request was not particularly daunting, yet the remuneration would be modest, given the complexity of the auxiliary shelter's environment. Suyu and his team would need to invest time in locating and dispatching the invading aberrations and monsters. Without hesitation, Suyu nodded in agreement. "Leave this matter to us, the illusory god-hunting team." With that, he led his team away to scour the auxiliary shelter for various monsters. As they advanced, Suyu outlined their strategy for the upcoming actions. "We shall form pairs to hunt the aberrations within the auxiliary shelter." His declaration took the team by surprise. They had expected him to instruct them to act collectively. Sensing their astonishment, Suyu continued, "You 9 will alternate forming pairs with me, allowing us to become familiar with one another. Once we enter Shinsha University, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will remain teammates for the next 4 years. As your captain, I will endeavor to guide everyone in their cultivation and growth." He then designated Qin Bingyue to be his first partner, while allowing the others to either pair according to their order of joining or form their own groups. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying chuckled and remarked, "Boss, let's just go with free grouping. It would be too cumbersome to pair up according to the order of joining. Moreover, we shall rotate our teams to better understand the capabilities of our companions. Previously, I primarily teamed up with Fengzi and Xiao Qiao, but this time I shall not join them." After speaking, Wang Ying turned to Yang Yu, smiling as he suggested, "Old Yang, how about we form a team this time?" Wang Ying had a naturally affable demeanor, effortlessly striking up conversations regardless of the person. Yang Yu did not harbor any aversion toward Wang Ying. In fact, he regarded him as the most approachable individual within the illusory god hunting team. When Wang Ying proposed to team up for monster hunting, Yang Yu nodded in agreement. Once Wang Ying and Yang Yu teamed up, Nanmen Feng's gaze shifted to Shi Luguang. Shi Luguang understood Nanmen Feng's intention, but he was not particularly keen on teaming up with the taciturn Nanmen Feng, as it would likely prove to be somewhat dull. Nevertheless, since Nanmen Feng extended the invitation, he would not decline. At that moment, Hua Langhai glanced at Xiao Annie, Qin Qing, and Di Wuing, then remarked, "Which of you three is the weakest? Come team up with me." Upon hearing this, Di Wuing narrowed her eyes and replied, "Let us have him team up alone." What? Hua Langhai was momentarily taken aback. While he did not require exceptionally strong teammates, he certainly did not wish to be without any companions. He then turned to Xiao Annie and suggested, "Why don't you team up with me?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Annie ultimately did not refuse. However, at that moment, Qin Qing interjected, "I'll team up with him." Xiao Annie, of course, did not oppose this arrangement. Thus, Hua Langhai formed a team with Qin Qing, while Xiao Annie paired with Di Wuing. With the 10-member illusory god hunting team now divided into 5 pairs, they commenced their expedition. Su Yu and Qin Bingyue began their search for monsters in a designated area. "Have you ever crossed paths with Hua Langhai?" Qin Bingyue inquired, having heard that Su Yu and Hua Langhai had seemingly engaged in some private sparring. However, she was uncertain whether they had genuinely clashed and what the outcome had been. Qin Bingyue acknowledged Hua Langhai's prowess. While scanning the surroundings for monsters, Su Yu casually nodded. Yes. Qin Bingyue was surprised to learn that Su Yu had indeed faced Hua Langhai. She continued to inquire curiously, who emerged victorious. Su Yu glanced at her and replied, "What do you think?" Qin Bingyue huffed lightly. "Even if you won, it's nothing remarkable." "Why is that?" Su Yu asked. After pondering, Qin Bingyue responded, "Because Hua Langhai's strength isn't particularly formidable, it's only natural that you won." Su Yu shook his head, saying, "Hua Langhai's strength is actually quite decent." He chose not to speak the truth, for if he did, it would imply that Hua Langhai was indeed strong, which could be misconstrued as him belittling Hua Langhai to elevate himself. Qin Bingyue initially opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly changed her expression, turning to face a particular direction. In that direction, there was a disturbance indicating the presence of a beast. As Qin Bingyue looked toward that area, Su Yu had already vanished in a flash. How swift! She marveled, astonished at the significant enhancement in his speed attribute. Although she lacked the holy hard eye, she could accurately assess that Su Yu's recent speed had undoubtedly surpassed 1,000 points. In reality, Su Yu's speed had reached an impressive 1,500 points. Under normal circumstances, his speed attribute was 750 points, but in his haste to rescue someone, he had utilized Extreme Sky Illusion Body, which temporarily boosted his speed attribute by 200 points. Thus, he had vanished in an instant beside Qin Bingyue. Of course, Su Yu had left numerous coordinates for the Extreme Sky Illusion Body within this makeshift sanctuary. Later, he could traverse between these coordinates at an astounding speed of 15,000 points. Su Yu was unsure if leaving these coordinates would prove beneficial, but regardless, it was prudent to have them in case of unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Su Yu suddenly appeared before a father and son duo, both of whom were injured. Opposite them stood a level 18 Blood-Eye Wolf. With a roar, the Blood-Eye Wolf glared at Su Yu but chose not to attack him or the father and son. Instead, it opted to flee. The wolf sensed the aura of danger emanating from Su Yu. Naturally, Su Yu would not allow the Blood-Eye Wolf to escape. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. A crimson shockwave surged through the air, hurtling toward the wolf's head. Although the Blood-Eye Wolf was swift, Su Yu's crimson punch was undoubtedly swifter. Ultimately, the wolf failed to evade and was struck down by Su Yu's blow. When Qin Bingyue arrived, she witnessed the aftermath of the battle. Observing that Su Yu had already resolved the conflict, she retrieved a bottle of basic healing water and approached the injured father and son huddled against the wall. Their bodies bore numerous wounds inflicted by the claws of the Blood-Eye Wolf. If treated through conventional means, these injuries would take approximately a week or even longer to heal completely. However, with the healing water, their recovery would be expedited. As Qin Bingyue knelt down, preparing to tend to the 2 injured individuals, Su Yu's gaze suddenly shifted. In the next moment, he was at her side. "No need for assistance. They are merely shapeshifters. I have already used God Moon Illusion Eye to draw them into an illusionary space. I intend to extract useful information from their memories." While Qin Bingyue employed God Moon Illusion Eye, To cast her illusion, she communicated with Suyu. The injured father and son duo were, in fact, not genuine humans, but rather two shapeshifters. Shapeshifters were exceedingly common monsters, possessing the ability to assume the forms of other beings. Chapter 73. The Guardian of the Sanctuary is actually a shapeshifter. The shapeshifter's transformation abilities were remarkably potent. Unless one possessed a skill akin to Holy Heart Eye, like Hualanghai, or similar means to pierce through deceit and discern the truth, other warriors could only detect shapeshifters when they utilized their powers. As soon as a shapeshifter released energy, their aura would dissipate, revealing their true form. Typically, shapeshifters took on human shapes, although their skin bore a zebra-like black and white pattern. In addition to their transformation ability, shapeshifters also possessed a hypnosis ability. The hypnosis ability of a shapeshifter was a form of illusion, albeit a rather rudimentary one. As long as one's mental strength exceeded that of the shapeshifter, they would likely remain unaffected. Unfortunately for these two shapeshifters, their target for the hypnosis ability was Qin Bingwe. With her God Moon Illusion Eye, she ranked among the top 10 in the realm of illusions. When these two shapeshifters attempted to use their hypnosis ability before Qin Bingwe, it was akin to a mere novice brandishing a sword before a master. After Qin Bingwe accessed the memories of the two shape-shifting monsters, her expression suddenly turned grave. She glanced at Suyu and said anxiously, "This is bad. Shelter No. 9 has already been invaded by shapeshifters. The vast majority of the inhabitants here are shapeshifters." Upon hearing this, Suyu felt a headache coming on. It was exceedingly difficult to discern the shapeshifters among ordinary people, as long as they refrained from emitting energy. It was nearly impossible to distinguish whether they were ordinary humans or shapeshifters. Suyu promptly replied, "Let us regroup with the others first. Then we'll inform Elder Lin Sheng of what has transpired here." Qin Bingwen nodded slightly and released a breath of cold air from her fingertips. Observing this, Suyu's blood-red martial energy flickered momentarily. The brief separation had clearly prompted Qin Bingwe to ascertain whether he had been transformed. Once they confirmed each other's identities, they hastily moved to reunite with the others. The first individuals Suyu encountered were Nanmen Feng and Yang Yu. Halt! Nanmen Feng, upon spotting Suyu and Qin Bingwe, immediately aimed his bow at them. Yang Yu, wielding a long knife, also assumed a defensive stance. Yang Yu bore several injuries. He had encountered a shapeshifter and, unlike Qin Bingwe, had not been quick enough to evade. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, his heart would have already been pierced by the creature. Blood-red martial energy flickered around Suyu, while Qin Bingwe effortlessly levitated a sphere of ice beside her. So she wouldn't need to expend energy every time they met a teammate. Once Nanmen Feng was assured of their identities, he exhaled deeply, and martial energy surged around him. Yang Yu followed suit, allowing translucent martial energy to flicker around him as well. Suyu's martial energy, being blood-red, indicated that his combat prowess had surpassed level 10. The higher the level of one's combat path, the deeper the hue of the martial energy. At level 100, the energy's color would turn a dark crimson. After finding Nanmen Feng and Yang Yu, Suyu wasted no time in continuing his search for other teammates. To his surprise, the remaining 6 had already arrived, led by Hualanghai. Upon arrival, Hualanghai stated, "There are numerous shapeshifters in this area, and these particular shapeshifters possess unique traits. My holy eye can identify them within a 10-meter radius. Beyond that distance, I cannot discern them. I am unsure whether they have used special items to enhance themselves, or if they are inherently powerful." Suyu had initially believed that Hualanghai's holy eye could effectively locate the shapeshifters over a wide area, but it seemed they were unfortunate enough to encounter enhanced versions of the creatures. After listening to Hualanghai, Suyu nodded and said, "We need to inform Elder Lin Sheng about the shapeshifters." The group unanimously agreed with Suyu's plan. They had originally intended to hunt aberrant beasts as per Elder Lin Sheng's instructions, but given the emergence of numerous shapeshifters in this auxiliary shelter, it was imperative to notify the higher-ups. Upon their arrival, Lin Sheng looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked, "Captain Suyu, what has happened?" Suyu nodded and replied, "Elder Lin, numerous shapeshifters have appeared in the auxiliary shelter." Lin Sheng's countenance changed drastically upon hearing this. How could it be possible for so many shapeshifters to emerge in the auxiliary shelter? Suyu wanted to assure Lin Sheng of the veracity of the situation, but the next moment, he keenly sensed a looming threat. Suddenly, a terrifying claw lunged towards Suyu's head. Had he not instinctively activated Extreme Sky Mirage to shift his position, his skull would have been shattered. At this moment, the group was horrified to discover that the once LV-30 martial artist Lin Sheng had transformed into a LV-40 shapeshifter. Neither the inhabitants of Shelter No. 9 nor the residents of the auxiliary shelter could have anticipated that Lin Sheng, one of the guardians of the auxiliary shelter, was in fact a LV-40 shapeshifter. Hualanghai quickly relayed crucial information about the shapeshifter. "Be cautious, everyone. Its speed attribute is approximately 1,000 points." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group changed subtly. Many of them had not achieved such attributes even with their trump cards. Fortunately, they were not facing this LV-40 shapeshifter alone. If they had encountered it individually, Apart from Suyu, it was uncertain whether the other 9 could escape from its grasp. I will hold it off. You all be careful and avoid letting it get close. As Suyu spoke, he was already enveloped in blood-red martial energy as he approached the shapeshifter. With a resounding boom, Suyu unleashed a powerful punch without hesitation. Rather than retreating in the face of his ferocious strike, the shapeshifter met it head-on. A terrifying force surged forth, and Suyu was surprisingly knocked back. Its attack attribute hovers around 1,200 points. Captain, do not engage it directly. Hua Langhai's voice echoed in warning. His holy eye had been gathering data on the shapeshifter. Hiss. The shapeshifter's attack attribute was around 1,200 points? Wang Ying stared at Hua Langhai in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Chapter 74. Everyone, there's no need to risk your lives. I have a trump card to slay it. Wang Ying acknowledged Su Yu's formidable strength, but he was astonished at how rapidly Su Yu's prowess had escalated. In his eyes, Su Yu might as well have evolved into a completely different version of himself. Hua Langhai nodded seriously. Indeed. This shapeshifter's attack attribute is about 1,200 points in its normal state. The Captain's attack attribute is around 1,080 points. Hua Langhai's holy eye proved to be exceptionally useful, providing remarkably accurate intelligence. Having just clashed with the LV-40 shapeshifter, Su Yu had also formed an estimation of its attack attribute, approximating it to be around 1,200 points. Typically, Su Yu had always taken the initiative when confronting aberrant beasts, various monsters, or adversarial martial artists. This time, however, the tables had turned. The shapeshifter was the one to initiate the attack. The creature's jet black claws approached him at an astonishing speed. Captain, be careful. Its speed attribute has increased. It wasn't even using its full strength before. Hua Langhai's warning came just in time. The previous speed attribute of the shapeshifter had been around 1,000 points, but now it had surged to at least 1,500 points. Regrettably, Su Yu's speed attribute while employing the Extreme Sky Mirage was also 1,500 points. If he utilized the Extreme Sky Mirage to shift positions, his speed attribute would soar to a staggering 15,000 points. Even the most formidable of the shape-shifting monstrosities could not graze the hem of his garment. Nevertheless, Su Yu refrained from employing the Extreme Sky Phantom Body to reposition himself. Should this creature discover its inability to slay him, it would undoubtedly turn its wrath upon others. As Su Yu deftly evaded the creature's assaults, he simultaneously retaliated. Joanne, ensnare the shapeshifter with vines to impede its velocity. Amidst the confusion of others, Hua Langhai maintained a calm demeanor and spoke up. Understood. Joanne had indeed been quite shaken by the shapeshifter's ferocity, and in the face of such a formidable adversary, she felt uncertain of her next move. Swish. With a rustling sound, Joanne harnessed her botanical control, summoning numerous vines that erupted from the earth around her. These plants, fortified by her martial energy, were remarkably potent. Not even reinforced concrete could hinder their advance. At the same moment Joanne made her appearance, Shilu Guang also took action. Possessing the ability to manipulate water, he concentrated his martial power into water to enhance Joanne's flora. In no time, the surroundings became shrouded in mist. It was then that Shilu Guang's voice resonated. My mist skill will obscure the creature's vision to the utmost extent, while our own visibility remains unaffected. However, the shapeshifter's perception was exceedingly acute. Even under the veil of mist, if anyone exerted their powers, it would undoubtedly sense them. After Shilu Guang's pronouncement, Su Yu casually remarked, Fear not. I shall restrain this beast while you seize the opportunity to strike. Hua Langhai's voice chimed in at that moment. Everyone, do not be afraid. Follow my lead. This shapeshifter is merely of a higher level. Its capabilities pose limited threat to us. Yang Yu, retreat. It is targeting you. As Hua Langhai's words fell, the shapeshifter indeed lunged at the nearest Yang Yu. Enveloped in mist, it could not discern the precise locations of Su Yu and the others. Even its robust perceptive abilities could only detect targets within a 30-step radius. Boom. Despite Yang Yu's desperate attempts to evade the shapeshifter's assault, he could not escape its grasp. Thus, when the creature charged toward him, Yang Yu opted for a counterattack. Bang! While Su Yu and the shapeshifter exchanged blows, the others were no match for this formidable foe. A dull thud echoed as Yang Yu, akin to a cannonball, was propelled backward, suffering severe injuries. Spurt. Upon hitting the ground, he coughed up a spray of blood, yet he hastily propped himself up with his battle knife, struggling to regain his footing. Maintain vigilance around you. Do not approach. Alert us immediately if anything seems amiss, Hua Langhai promptly instructed. Once Yang Yu was accounted for, he continued. The captain may engage the shapeshifter in close combat, provided safety is ensured. It is about to strike me, so do not concern yourselves with me. As Hua Langhai finished speaking, he unleashed a brilliant sword energy that cleaved toward the shapeshifter. Uft. This was a strike imbued with the power of the unsealed heaven-suppressing sword monarch at level 35. Following the strike, Hua Langhai's body erupted in wounds, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. He could hardly endure such overwhelming power. However, the impact of the strike was significant. The shapeshifter's right arm was severed, and it howled in agony from afar. Witnessing this, Su Yu quickly declared, Everyone, Do not exert yourselves unnecessarily. I possess a trump card. If we can endure for 30 minutes, I shall be able to slay it. Hualanghai, taken aback, replied, Captain, why did you not mention this sooner? I nearly met my demise from the backlash of the Sword Monarch's talisman. At present, Hualanghai could unleash the power of the heaven-suppressing Sword Monarch at level 25. He had just unleashed the level 35 power, which, although quickly retracted, had left him gravely injured after the strike. In truth, he had been gambling. Had he struck true, he could have cleaved the shapeshifter in twain. Regrettably, wielding such immense power had made it exceedingly difficult for him to swing his sword, let alone bisect the creature. Continue to heed my commands. This beast possesses formidable self-healing abilities, and its severed arm is already beginning to regenerate. Qin. Utilize your puppets to assist the captain in restraining this shapeshifter. Qin Bingwe, employ illusions to disrupt its awareness and prevent it from launching surprise assaults against us. Joanne or Fifth Sakura, hasten to provide me with healing. I am on the brink of death. Despite the gravity of the situation, Hualanghai's final words elicited a chuckle from the group. Joanne's verdant vines swiftly emerged from the soil, entwining themselves around Hualanghai. These vines began secreting a superior healing fluid to tend to the incapacitated Hualanghai. Transmitting superior healing fluid through these vines? What an ingenious idea. Hualanghai remarked appreciatively at Joanne. He then continued, could you use the vines to relocate me to Yangyu's side? Even with the superior healing fluid, I will not recover immediately. Without a word, Joanne manipulated the vines to facilitate Hualanghai's transfer. An abundance of vines lifted him and transported him backward. Chapter 75. The initial battle of the Phantom God Hunting Team. Time has never been so critical. As Hualanghai was being moved by the vines, he persisted in issuing commands. Can Fifth Sakura weaken this creature's state? Attempt to induce a condition of gradual life decay upon it. Hualanghai, possessing the Sacred Heart Eye, was well acquainted with the capabilities of the members of the Phantom God Hunting Team. Fifth Sakura's exclusive skill was God of Fate. This ability could either restore the target's life or induce a state of continual life decay. I'll give it a try, but the effect may not be substantial. Fifth Sakura responded as she formed several hand seals, releasing a stream of pink light that descended upon the shapeshifter. Roar! The shapeshifter roared in pain, its fury resonating through the air. Fifth Sakura, retreat. That beast is about to attack you. Hualanghai's voice echoed as a warning. Compared to Yangyu, Fifth Sakura's strength was undeniably superior. She threw a blood-red talisman toward the shapeshifter, which sped toward it. Paying no heed to the approaching talisman, the shapeshifter continued its advance. Bang! Upon impact, the talisman detonated, creating a gaping wound in the shapeshifter, causing it to bleed profusely. Although the creature quickly healed from the injury thanks to its remarkable regenerative abilities, it still roared in rage at Fifth Sakura. What power is this? Hualanghai inquired. Fifth Sakura, not withholding any information, explained her ability to the group. This is a blood talisman, initially derived from the Fate Talisman. Once afflicted by the Fate Talisman, if struck by the blood talisman, the target will suffer significant damage. However, its efficacy against this creature is not particularly potent. Hualanghai, listening intently, continued to strategize. You need not take the initiative to attack it. Should it approach anyone other than the captain, you shall employ the blood talisman to strike it. Upon hearing this, Fifth Sakura nodded in agreement. However, her blood talisman cannot be used indiscriminately, as each invocation drains her of 10 health points. After taking a seat nearby, she immediately retrieved a restorative elixir to regain her vitality. Yet, following the use of the blood talisman, the efficacy of this restorative potion diminishes significantly. Thus, in a single battle, she can use the blood talisman no more than 9 times. Exceeding this limit would be akin to courting death. Despite Yangyu and Hualanghai being gravely wounded, and Fifth Sakura retreating to focus on protecting her comrades, Suyu and his 6 companions managed to keep the shape-shifting monster at bay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows in Nanmen Feng's hands have been unceasing from the outset, as he relentlessly targets the creature's vital points. Wang Ying mirrors Nanmen Feng's actions, employing the Windwalker's Void Blade skill to continuously sap the monster's strength. The Void Blade is an enhanced version of the Wind Blade, boasting superior speed and potency, and upon impact, it detonates. Meanwhile, Qinxing orchestrates 10 replicas of herself, which continually manifest around the shape-shifting monster. Unlike typical puppet masters, she seems fond of creating puppets that bear her exact likeness. The puppets she sends into battle are predominantly replicas of Qinxing herself. Clang, clang, clang. The creature can obliterate her puppets with a mere swipe of its claw. However, she remains oblivious to the countless puppets she has created. When one puppet is destroyed, another 10 replicas stand ready to recover and repair the fallen. Simultaneously commanding 20 puppets in combat appears to be Qinxing's limit. Initially, Shi Luguang assisted Xiao Annie in enhancing the plants. Now, however, he approaches the shape-shifting monster to alleviate the pressure on Suyu. In the mist, I shall not perish. When danger arises, do not concern yourselves with me. However, the mist's duration is limited to 20 minutes. After this period, I shall rely on you. As his words lingered in the air, the shape-shifting monster indeed struck him with a powerful blow, dispersing him into a myriad of water droplets. Remarkably, these droplets reconstituted themselves within the mist. Shi Luguang had nearly vanquished the 11th-ranked Lu Wei in the E-rank disaster dungeon. His strength is undeniably formidable. With Shi Luguang's assistance, the burden on Su Yu noticeably lightened. Previously, he had to contend with the creature's relentless onslaught, but now it had to divert some of its attention to Shi Luguang. Shi Luguang did not merely harass the creature. He could condense the mist into needle-like fog projectiles to launch attacks. The penetrative power of these fog needles is astonishing, effortlessly piercing the shape-shifting monster with each strike. At that moment, Qin Bingyue seized an opportunity and unleashed a chilling breath. This frigid exhalation had undoubtedly been cultivated over a prolonged period. Consequently, when this icy breath enveloped the shape-shifting monster, it instantly froze the LV-40 creature into a solid block of ice. Everyone, refrain from attacking. Is there any method to amplify the freezing effect? Hua Longhai's voice echoed from a distance. He believed that relying on the frozen state to buy time was a viable strategy. After all, they merely needed to endure for 30 minutes, after which Su Yu could take over the ensuing battle. Crack, crack. However, despite Hua Longhai's commendable plan, the shape-shifting monster was uncooperative. Qin Bingyue's icy breath could only immobilize the creature for a mere 30 seconds before it broke free. Qin Bingyue did not attempt to freeze the creature again, as typical freezing abilities had no effect on it whatsoever. Captain, Vice Captain, press on. I can barely hold on. She shouted. By the way, without the mist for cover, everyone should maintain a greater distance from the shape-shifting monster, except for the captain. Shi Luguang was evidently a true man for only 20 minutes. His mist spirit state could only persist for that duration. Beyond 20 minutes, he would succumb to a state of weakness. As the mist gradually dissipated, the previously cautious shape-shifting monster reverted to its ferocious demeanor. While shrouded in mist, it had been entirely unaware of the enemy's positions, rendering it passive. Now that the mist had cleared, it immediately targeted Hua Longhai. Although Hua Longhai possessed considerable strength, his tactical acumen surpassed his brute force. Under his guidance, this hunting party, initially somewhat unfamiliar with one another, swiftly coalesced into a commendable unit. Thus, the shape-shifting monster resolved to eliminate Hua Longhai before contemplating any other adversaries. Come forth. As the creature neared, Hua Longhai laughed heartily and unsheathed his sword once more. Having learned from past encounters, the shape-shifting monster quickly retreated. Yet it soon discovered that Hua Longhai was merely feigning bravado. Swish, swish, swish. Not only that, but in its retreat, it fell directly into Qiao Annie's trap. In an instant, countless vines ensnared the shape-shifting monster, binding it tightly. As this scene unfolded, without hesitation, Qin Bingyue unleashed another icy breath. The platinum staff in her hand rapidly conjured a sphere of blue energy, enhancing the freezing effect on the creature. Chapter 76, The Azura Battle State, amplifying the bloodbath battle spirit. Chilling gusts relentlessly assailed the LV-40 shape-shifting monster. Qin Bingyue was uncertain how long she and Qiao Annie could confine this beast. Crack, crack. It soon became evident that the LV-40 shape-shifting monster was exceedingly powerful. Despite Qiao Annie's painstakingly crafted vine trap, it failed to hold the creature for long. Moreover, Qin Bingyue's icy breath could not keep the shape-shifting monster frozen for an extended period. Together, their efforts only managed to restrain the creature for less than half a minute. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the previously ensnared, shape-shifting monster effortlessly broke free. Having engaged in battle for such a lengthy duration, the shape-shifting monster had come to understand Su Yu's tenacity. Thus, when it launched its next assault, it did not target Su Yu. On the side of the illusionary god hunting team, Yang Yu, Hua Longhai, and Shi Luguang had all lost their combat effectiveness. The creature merely needed to eliminate the remaining members, such as Nanmen Feng, Wang Ying, and Xiao Annie, before it could focus entirely on Su Yu. This time, the shape-shifting monster chose Xiao Annie as its target. While her strength was arguably the second weakest within the illusionary god hunting team, her abilities presented significant challenges for the creature. Not a chance. Extreme Sky Phantom. Su Yu's figure materialized instantaneously behind Xiao Annie, and he utilized Extreme Sky Phantom to swap positions with her. Previously, when Yang Yu was injured, Su Yu had not left sufficient phantoms in the vicinity to facilitate a timely rescue. However, the situation was now different. After more than 20 minutes of combat, he had established numerous transparent phantoms in the area. First, he executed a position swap, appearing behind Xiao Annie. Then, he grasped her firmly and activated Extreme Sky Phantom once more to execute another swap. As Su Yu executed his Extreme Heaven Illusionary Body to swap positions alone, his speed surged to an astonishing 20-fold increase, achieving a remarkable mobility effect equivalent to 15,000 speed attributes. However, when transporting another person along with him, his Extreme Heaven Illusionary Body speed would diminish by 50, resulting in a mere 7,500 speed attributes. Nevertheless, Even this figure is tremendously impressive. For instance, a level 40 shapeshifter typically possesses only 500 speed attributes in their normal state, with only slight enhancements during moments of explosive power. With Tsuyu carrying Joanna away, the shapeshifter was left in a state of confusion. Yet, the illusory god hunting team found themselves in dire straits when confronted by this level 40 shapeshifter. Were it not for Tsuyu's formidable trump card, they would have had no choice but to flee from such an adversary. In the catastrophe dungeons, a level 40 enemy is hardly a significant threat. Moreover, these powerful foes can easily manifest in lower-level catastrophe dungeons. Typically, D-grade catastrophe dungeons feature enemies ranging from level 1 to level 30. However, this level 40 shapeshifter inexplicably appeared in this locale. The ensuing battle became increasingly arduous for Tsuyu and his companions. Initially, the shapeshifter was hindered by Hua Lang Hai's explosive trump card, which severed one of its arms. Subsequently, it became ensnared within Shi Luguang's mist barrier, severely restricting its sensory perception. Thus, for the first 20 minutes, the shapeshifter posed minimal threat to the group. However, the situation changed dramatically as the shapeshifter's severed arm regenerated, and Shi Luguang's mist barrier could no longer be utilized. Faced with a shapeshifter that was virtually unrestrained, Tsuyu's only recourse was to continually relocate his team members until the moment arrived. The state of Warrior Path Azura 100 battles activated. With a current battle intent of 100, his six-dimensional foundational attributes surged to 200. The emergence of these two system notifications signified a pivotal shift in the balance of power. In an instant, Tsuyu's power attributes, bolstered by the Warrior Path Azura 100 battles state and the Warrior Path Azura 100 battles fist, soared to an extraordinary 160 points. His speed attributes similarly ascended to 800 points under the dual enhancement. Following this exponential increase in power, Tsuyu's aura underwent a profound transformation. Then, Qin Bingyue, Qin Qing, and Fifth Sakura were astounded to witness Tsuyu launch an aggressive assault against the level 40 shapeshifter. Unlike his earlier tentative strikes, this time Tsuyu was fully committed, unleashing his utmost strength. Previously, when Tsuyu consumed 100 ultimate warrior fruits, he acquired a total of 10 new abilities, including the Warrior Path Extreme Heaven Illusionary Body. Among these 10 new abilities, one particularly potent attack could only be activated when his attack attributes exceeded 2,000 points. Prior to the activation of the Warrior Path Azura 100 battles state, Tsuyu was unable to utilize this ability, but now he was ready to unleash it. Name: Bloodbath Battle Soul of the Warrior Path. Category: Secret Technique. Description: 1. When attack attributes exceed 2,000 points, and the Warrior Path level exceeds 25, this ability can be activated. Description: 2. Consuming all of one's energy. For the next minute, 6-dimensional values increase by 100 from the current base. Description: 3. Using the Bloodbath Battle Soul secret technique will plunge the user into a weakened state. Description: 4. The shorter the duration of the Bloodbath Battle Soul, the lesser the side effects, resulting in a relatively milder weakened state. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsuyu directly entered the Bloodbath Battle Soul of the Warrior Path state. At that moment, Qin Bingyue and the others beheld Tsuyu enveloped in crimson martial energy, which transformed into blood-red flames. Boom. Tsuyu's already explosive attributes skyrocketed even further. He can currently stack the effects of the Warrior Path Azura 100 battles state, the Warrior Path Azura 100 battles fist enhancement, and the Bloodbath Battle Soul state. Tsuyu, Class 1 Blacksmith. Level: LV 1530. Skill: Limit-Breaking Smelting. Effect: your equipment refinement is guaranteed to succeed, with a chance to acquire mythical attributes. Class 2 Dimensional Sorcerer. Level: LV 1530. Skill: Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect: consuming high-level refining materials can summon dimensional beings to descend and fight alongside you. Health: 25, 440, multiple enhancement effects. Attack: 4, 320, multiple enhancement effects. Defense: 4, 0, 80, multiple enhancement effects. Speed: 3, 600, multiple enhancement effects. Mentality: 3, 600, multiple enhancement effects. Energy: 3, 600, multiple enhancement effects. Warrior Path Level 30, 6-dimensional attribute points, 300. Tsuyu's current attributes were nothing short of explosive. Even if he stood still and allowed the level 40 shapeshifter to strike him, it would be unable to penetrate his defenses. After all, this level 40 shapeshifter had a maximum attack power of around 2,000 points. While this posed a significant risk to Qin Bingyue and her companions. For Tsuyu in his current state, the shapeshifter's blows were merely a tickle. Chapter 77. After we battled the monster for ages, you one-punched it? Though Tsuyu's attributes were incredibly formidable, the duration of this state was limited to a mere 60 seconds. Once this time elapsed, he would succumb to a weakened state. Upon entering the Bloodbath Battle Soul of the Warrior Path, Tsuyu wasted no time and launched his assault. Boom. In the following moments, Qin Bingyue, Qin Qing, Fifth Sakura, Yang Yu, Shi Luguang, and the others witnessed a scene that left them utterly aghast. They were aware that Su Yu's trump card must be immensely powerful, but they could never have anticipated it to be of such magnitude. As they stood in stunned silence, Su Yu transformed into a figure of blood-red flames and delivered a devastating punch that obliterated the shapeshifter's head. Bang! The shapeshifter's head shattered as if it were a burst watermelon, disintegrating completely. The team successfully defeated the level 40 shapeshifter, earning a wealth of experience. Su Yu's level surged from LV-15 to LV-19, an astounding 4-level leap. The other members of the illusory god-hunting team also received experience according to their contributions. As the system notifications echoed in their minds, they remained entranced in a state of disbelief for some time. Eventually, it was Hua Langhai who, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, "My heavens! Su Yu's final punch had an attack attribute of 300 points. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at Su Yu as if he were a monster. Could it be that one of his hidden classes, either blacksmith or dimensional sorcerer, was an exceptionally powerful combat profession? How could Su Yu possess such terrifying power at merely level 15? After delivering a single devastating blow that felled a level 40, transforming demon, Su Yu plummeted from the air. Just then, a puppet controlled by Chun Qing appeared beneath him, catching him expressionlessly as he landed. Su Yu glanced at his attribute panel before addressing his comrades. "I will be incapacitated for nearly 3 hours and unable to engage in combat. After we secure the battlefield, we will relocate to a safe area. Additionally, I require the corpse of this transforming demon to enhance my weapon. I shall compensate everyone in other ways." In truth, Su Yu did not desire the transforming demon's corpse merely for weapon enhancement. He sought it to elevate his own strength. However, the term utilitarianism was notoriously elusive. It was prudent to keep the capabilities of the soul-harvesting dagger and heavenly demon toad a secret from others, until he had the means to ensure his own safety. It was best not to disclose this information even to his teammates. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, his allies might be susceptible to hypnosis or interrogated for information within dreams. Hence, it was wise to withhold these secrets to avoid unnecessary complications. Agreed. I have no objections. That works. As Su Yu's words fell, his teammates began to voice their consent. Given their agreement, Su Yu felt no need for further politeness. With a swift motion, the soul-harvesting dagger flew forth, embedding itself into the corpse of the transforming demon. Utilitarianism activated. Life 500. Attack 50. Defense 50. Speed 50. Spirit 50. Energy 50. Upon reading this system notification, Su Yu immediately understood that the utilitarianism effect of the soul-harvesting dagger had a cap in its current state. This limit was a boost of 500 life points, with all other attributes receiving a modest increase of 50 points each. This revelation prompted Su Yu to contemplate whether he should refine this item to its utmost potential. Based on previous experience, refining an item to perfection often transformed most of its attributes into percentage-based values. While such attributes were incredibly advantageous in later stages, they were somewhat underwhelming in the early game. Should he indeed enhance the soul-harvesting dagger? The transforming demon's maximum attack power hovered around 2,000 points, necessitating an extraction capability of 25 to obtain its 50 points of attack power. However, even if he refined the soul-harvesting dagger to its limits, its extraction capability might not reach 25, likely remaining around 1 instead. In the worst-case scenario, this epic attribute could vanish, replaced by another mythical attribute. Contemplating this, Su Yu resolved to proceed with caution. Even if he were to refine this equipment, it would be prudent to wait until he possessed a viable alternative. After the extraction by the soul-harvesting dagger, the massive corpse of the transforming demon was reduced to a pile of ashes. As Su Yu succumbed to a state of weakness, command of the illusionary god-hunting team passed to Qin Binghua. She turned to Chun Qing and said, "Chun Qing, please use 4 of your puppets to assist in the relocation of the captain and the others. This way, the rest of us can be ready for combat at any moment and ensure the safety of the injured." Chun Qing complied without hesitation. In the next instant, 4 of her puppets lifted Su Yu, Hua Langhai, Shi Luguang, and Yang Yu. Qin Binghua then led the way, guiding everyone to safety. Hua Langhai, equipped with the Holy Heart Eye ability, could sense their surroundings, thus he was positioned centrally within the group for protection. After traveling a short distance, Hua Langhai voiced his concerns. "It seems we must find a way to leave shelter number 9. This place has 2/3 of its inhabitants as transforming demons. If I'm not mistaken, these transforming demons are likely attempting to subtly replace the people in shelter number 9. Perhaps if we had arrived a little later, there would be no genuine humans left, only transforming demons in disguise." Hua Langhai's words elicited a shake of the head from Qin Binghua. "I reject that notion. We will observe the situation before deciding on our next course of action. The level 40 transforming demon we previously dealt with appears to be the strongest among them. Currently, 1/3 of the inhabitants in shelter number 9 are indeed real humans. We can unite with them to confront the transforming demons. However, before we proceed, how much time does each of you require to regain your combat capabilities?" After inquiring, Su Yu was the first to respond. I still need approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes to recover from my weakened state. Shi Luguang followed suit, saying, I need a similar amount of time to recover. Hua Langhai sighed. I am severely injured and will require 2 to 3 days to return to combat readiness. At this moment, all eyes turned to Yang Yu. With a dismissive snort, he declared, I can engage in battle at any time. He was not trying to show off. His fighting style was reckless. Even in his current condition, he could still fight with abandon. Having assessed the condition of the four, Qin Binghua stated, in that case, we shall wait for the captain to recover. Chapter 78. Qin Binghua, you little girl, you are once again the generous benefactor. Suyu was the most critical combat force within the illusionary god hunting team. As long as he was able to fight, even in the face of exceedingly dangerous situations, they would not be entirely without recourse. Subsequently, Qin Binghua led the group to the rooftop of a small 2-story building. She intended to wait for Su Yu and Shi Luguang to recuperate in this location. Once they had regained their strength, she would coordinate further actions. Naturally, once Su Yu recovered, he would assume command of the illusionary god hunting team. Upon reaching the rooftop, rather than taking the lead, Su Yu observed as Hua Langhai began to direct the others. Fifth Sakura, your second profession is a hidden class, the sorcerer, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Fifth Sakura appeared slightly surprised. The other members of the illusionary god hunting team exhibited similar reactions, as Fifth Sakura had seemingly never divulged her dual profession or that her second profession was sorcerer. However, she quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my second profession is the sorcerer. Hua Langhai surveyed their surroundings and inquired. This location has a favorable geographical position. Could you utilize your sorcerer abilities to enhance the defensive capabilities here? Fifth Sakura rolled her eyes. You certainly know how to delegate tasks. Despite her words, she began to set up various spells in the vicinity. Her hidden profession, sorcerer, possessed 2 abilities, charms and spells. The charms ability allowed her to utilize various charms with different capabilities for attacks, such as ice charms and fire charms. The spells ability enabled her to arrange spells to achieve offensive, defensive, healing, sealing, or other objectives. At that moment, Fifth Sakura set up 16 small defensive spells around them. Once activated, these 16 small defensive spells could combine to form a larger defensive spell, as long as a level 40 transforming demon did not appear. Her defensive spells could hold for a while. After assigning Fifth Sakura her task, Hua Langhai proceeded to allocate responsibilities to Qinqing and Xiao Annie. Qinqing, could you utilize your puppet to gather intelligence from the surroundings? Qinqing shook her head. I can, but I prefer not to. Hua Langhai, somewhat exasperated, inquired why not. Qinqing found a spot to sit and rest, replying, it's quite simple, I need to recuperate. After her statement, Hua Langhai found himself at a loss. After all, Qinqing had played a significant role in the previous battle by restraining their adversaries. Hua Langhai was at an impasse, yet Qin Binghua had a solution. With a playful flutter of her enchanting eyes, she produced a palm-sized teddy bear and handed it to Qinqing. I casually purchased this puppet at the auction. I lack talent in puppet manipulation. This puppet is yours, but I would appreciate it if you could use it to scout for intelligence around us. Qinqing did not glance at the puppet in Qin Binghua's hand, but rather inquired, how much did this puppet cost? Qin Binghua pondered for a moment and replied, approximately 5 million. Deal. Upon hearing this, Qinqing took the teddy bear puppet from her grasp. Witnessing this exchange, the others were unsurprised, as it was well known that Vice Captain Qin Binghua relished using her wealth to persuade others. At that moment, Shi Luguang timidly raised his hand. Vice Captain, if necessary. I can also utilize water droplets to scout for intelligence. Similarly, Xiao Annie raised her hand meekly. I can manipulate the surrounding plants to gather intelligence for us. Qin Binghua nodded. What do you require? While others flaunted their wealth, Qin Binghua was unyieldingly extravagant. Shi Luguang chuckled. Anything is fine. Xiao Annie chimed in. I desire a bottle of supreme healing water. I can have the vines absorb the supreme healing water and provide healing during battle. Upon hearing this, Qin Binghua first retrieved a blue crystal and tossed it to Shi Luguang. Then, she produced a massive silver metal box from her inventory. Qin Binghua patted the huge silver box and declared, inside, there are 100 bottles of supreme healing water. These healing waters will be entrusted to Xiao Annie for the benefit of our phantom god hunting team. Although Su Yu is still in a weakened state, he spoke up at this moment. I have something to say. From now on, any spoils acquired during our team's missions will be converted into monetary value. Each member shall retain 90 of their spoils, while 10 will serve as operational funds for the phantom god hunting team. Items such as supreme healing water and other communal goods can be purchased with the operational funds. The financial affairs of the phantom god hunting team will be overseen by Qinqing. Let everyone share their thoughts. After Su Yu's pronouncement, Qinqing was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Yu would appoint her as the steward of the phantom god hunting team. Contemplating, she voiced her curiosity. Why should I serve as the steward of the phantom god hunting team? This question was one that the other team members also pondered. Su Yu replied earnestly. Because Qinqing, you can command 20 puppets simultaneously with remarkable composure. This indicates your adeptness in managing complex matters. within the Phantom God Hunting team. You are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this role. Suyu's assertion was made after careful consideration. Among their 10-member hunting team, he was the primary combat force and the team leader, responsible for decision-making and combat. Qin Bingyue and Wang Ying served as the team's financial benefactors. Nan Minfeng and Yang Yu were not particularly skilled in communication. Although Chen Qing possessed a solitary nature, she was not as taciturn as Nan Minfeng and Yang Yu. She simply preferred solitude. Moreover, during her battle with the level 40 shapeshifter, she had managed to command 20 puppets in combat with grace and efficiency. This demonstrated her proficiency in handling intricate situations. While managing the finances of the Phantom God Hunting team was not identical to overseeing 20 puppets, Suyu firmly believed that Chen Qing was the most qualified for the task. After Suyu's explanation, Chen Qing did not refuse, and the other team members began to express their agreement. I support the captain's proposal. Wang Ying had always been a staunch supporter of Suyu, often the first to concur with his opinions. Agreed, Nan Minfeng succinctly stated. Agreed, Yang Yu echoed, mirroring Nan Minfeng's brevity. Chapter 79, Crisis Erupts. Shelter Number 9. After the remaining members of the Phantom God Hunting team expressed their consent, Xiao Annie raised her hand. I also agree with the captain's opinion. From a distance, the casually positioned 5th Sakura remarked, I have no objections. Subsequently, Qin Bingyue, Hua Langhai, Shi Luguang, and the others concurred as well, while Su Yu and the others recuperated. Shelter Number 9 descended into chaos. It turned out that 2 level 40 shapeshifters had infiltrated Shelter Number 9. One had assumed the guise of the martial artist Lin Sheng, controlling the affiliated shelter, while the other had transformed into the administrator of Shelter Number 9, governing its operations. These shapeshifters had long intended to launch an offensive to eliminate all humans within the shelter and seize complete control of Shelter Number 9. Upon discovering the shapeshifters in the affiliated shelter, the 2 level 40 shapeshifters decided to expedite their plans. The affiliated shelter housed Su Yu and other formidable warriors from the Phantom God Hunting team, who swiftly dispatched the shapeshifters present. Meanwhile, the shapeshifters in Shelter No. 9 were still engaged in fierce combat with the shelter's warriors. At that moment, Shelter Number 9 was engulfed in utter turmoil. Conversely, the situation in the affiliated shelter was significantly better, as the remaining shapeshifters lacked substantial strength after the defeat of the level 40 shapeshifter. Upon learning of the demise of the formidable level 40 shapeshifter in the affiliated shelter, many strong individuals escorted key figures from Shelter Number 9 to the affiliated shelter. With the reinforcement of these powerful allies, the shapeshifters in the affiliated shelter were swiftly cleared out. Subsequently, familiar faces representing Shelter No. 9 approached Su Yu and his companions to negotiate. The higher-ups of Shelter Number 9 were aware of the circumstances surrounding the demise of the shapeshifters in the affiliated shelter. Although they found it hard to believe, they still hoped to employ the Phantom God Hunting team to deal with the remaining level 40 shapeshifter. The elite forces of Shelter Number 9 had mobilized but could only reach a standoff with the level 40 shapeshifter, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate the creature. Hua Yi approached the vicinity of the 2-story building but refrained from getting too close. Qin Bingyue, recognizing Hua Yi, nonetheless stated, Please release your martial energy for identity verification. Without hesitation, Hua Yi unleashed his fire attribute martial energy. After confirming that he was not a shapeshifter, Qin Bingyue asked, Mr. Hua Yi, what brings you here? Hua Yi quickly responded, I wish to see Lord Suyu. He had come to understand that it was indeed the Phantom God Hunting team that had slain the level 40 shapeshifter. However, the most pivotal role was played by Suyu. It could even be said that Suyu single-handedly vanquished that level 40 shapeshifter in a matter of moments. Qin Bingyue shook her head, saying, Our captain is currently recuperating. If you have any matters to discuss, you may speak with me. After a moment of contemplation, Hoi spoke up. We at Shelter Number 9 wish to commission your team to deal with the level 40 shapeshifter within our refuge. Qin Bingyue did not decline, but inquired. What is the remuneration? Engaging the Phantom Hunting team necessitated compensation. After all, Hoi, bearing sincerity in his demeanor, promptly replied. I will share the inventory list from our storage through email. Qin Bingyue nodded slightly. Very well. As her words fell, their group of 10 received the email sent by Hoi. After sharing the inventory list from Shelter Number 9 with Su Yu and the others, Hoi continued, upon successful completion, you may select items worth 100 million merit points from this list to take with you. Su Yu perused the inventory list and discovered that these individuals were astonishingly affluent. Their 100 million merit points were nearly equivalent in purchasing power to 100 million credit points within the Human Alliance. Thus, it seemed that Shelter Number 9, much like Qin Bingyue, excelled in winning over others with wealth. After reviewing the inventory list from Shelter Number 9, the eyes of the Phantom Hunting team turned towards Su Yu. Such decisions, of course, required the captain's input. Furthermore, to confront the level 40 shapeshifter, it was essential for Su Yu to engage personally. Naturally, the preceding 30 minutes spent restraining the shapeshifter would also prove crucial. Although Su Yu had not explicitly stated it, the team had largely come to understand that one of Su Yu's most formidable trump cards would require approximately 30 minutes to activate. Additionally, The side effects of this trump card were quite severe. Having previously utilized it for merely 3 to 5 seconds, he found himself in need of 3 hours of rest. After some contemplation, Suyu resolved to agree. They, the Phantom Hunting team, would undertake this lucrative commission of 100 million. He then conveyed to Qin Binghua. Inform him that we shall commence our operation against the level 40 shapeshifter in 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Qin Binghua relayed Suyu's message to Hoi. Hoi readily acquiesced, stating, "No problem. If the Phantom Hunting team requires any further assistance, feel free to contact me at any time." For the higher-ups of Shelter Number 9, merely dealing with the level 40 shapeshifter was a cause for immense gratitude. Whether the Phantom Hunting team addressed it in 3 hours or 4 was of little consequence. Once the monsters within the affiliated shelter had been completely eradicated, the highest-level defensive barrier, capable of lasting for 72 hours, was activated, provided no significant unforeseen incidents occurred. The individuals within the affiliated shelter would remain safe for the next 72 hours. Although Suyu was still in a weakened state, he observed a multitude of beast and monster corpses within the affiliated shelter. Witnessing this scene stirred something within him. He promptly contacted Hoi, expressing his desire to exchange items for these beast corpses. The level 40 shapeshifter he had previously slain had its attributes extracted by the soul extraction dagger, which possessed a limitation. Although he had managed to extract 6 fundamental attributes from that level 40 shapeshifter, his gains were equivalent to having slain 300 ordinary beasts. Moreover, the soul extraction dagger would typically extract more than 1 attribute from a monster's corpse. In instances of particularly poor luck, it might yield only 1 single attribute. And even then, just a single point. Most of the time, it could extract 2 or more attributes, and the likelihood of it yielding only 1 point was exceedingly rare. After carefully crafting his message, Suyu sent it to Hoi. Hoi, I require all the beast and monster corpses within the affiliated shelter to enhance my equipment. I possess a unique consumable that can guarantee the refinement of any item with fewer than 5 refinement attempts. I can use this special consumable to assist you in refining a treasure that has already undergone 4 refinements for a 5th time. How about I use this as compensation in exchange for all the beast and monster corpses in the affiliated shelter?